Zhou Yang was supposed to be an ambitious rookie salesperson full of drive, but overnight, fate flipped like a chess game gone wrong and threw him into a quagmire. In the late-night hotel room, the large bed was a mess. The striking Lu Yanli covered her curvy figure with the blanket, a lingering, knowing smile playing on her lips. Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed, his mind swirling with regret and shame. Just moments ago, had lost all control, drawn helplessly by Sister Li's dangerously seductive charm, something he never expected to happen. But Sister Li teased him without hesitation. Why are you apologizing? Do you think I was wrong just now? With a flick of her hand, she pressed a thick stack of cash into his palm, her tone playful and bold. I like a man who works like you. Take it. Zhou Yang hurriedly refused, torn inside. Sister Li, I can't accept this money, but she didn't intend to let him off just yet. She then slid 2 contracts toward him, smiling. I've signed this deal for you. Zhou Yang made a hasty exit, exhausted, and returned to his cramped rental. His girlfriend LV Wei was already asleep, lying nearly naked on the bed, the air conditioning blowing a biting chill. Watching her there, he was overwhelmed with guilt. He had planned to take her out to relax and strengthen their relationship, but instead, Xia Hongtao had sent him to accompany female client Lu Yanlian, then disappeared halfway, leaving him to stumble drunkenly alone. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang slammed the contract he'd signed last night onto Xia Hongtao's desk and asked coldly, Did you spike my drink? How did I lose all self-control? Xia Hongtao laughed it off, eyes gleaming. Little Zhou, you're young and handsome. The beautiful clients in this territory are all waiting for you to woo them. Just push hard, and you'll seal the deal. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. He was fighting with real results. How could he tolerate such disrespect? Before he could respond, Xia Hongtao coldly proposed, Want to get promoted? Nail the next target, and you'll be set. That target was none other than the famously wealthy beauty, Tang Yume. That afternoon, with his phone dead, Zhou Yang went back to his place to get a charger. Opening the door, the shocking sight hit him. LV Wei lay on the bed, one delicate shoulder bare. Even with the AC blasting at 16 degrees, making the room bone-chilling, she tried to hide the secret behind her calm face. She stammered, Aren't you at work? Why come back so early? Suddenly, water ran from the bathroom, triggering a furious storm in Zhou Yang's chest. He stormed towards the bathroom. LV Wei scrambled to stop him, dressed in revealing black lace lingerie, a sight that pierced Zhou Yang's heart with humiliation and anger. Have you no shame? He yelled. This outfit, never before seen, was the sharpest insult to their relationship. Then a man's head peeked from the bathroom door, cold eyes fixed on Zhou Yang. Is that you? Zhou Yang gasped. It was Xia Feng, the man who accompanied Tang Yume to the cosmetics store. Under Zhou Yang's questioning, LV Wei calmly said, Xia Feng and I are together now. Her voice was steady, as if betrayal was natural. Zhou Yang's anger boiled. For years of college love now felt thrown away like something worthless. LV Wei choked up. I'm sorry, but you can't give me the life I want. 2 months after graduation, you don't earn much. Buying a house in Shenzhen is a dream beyond reach. I don't want to struggle forever with you. I want respect from family and friends. Rage exploded. Zhou Yang pointed at LV Weiss lingerie and shouted. Xia Feng sneered and provoked. I bought this for Xiao Wei. I know how to appreciate her beauty. Before he could finish, Zhou Yang swung a punch, only to be brutally countered with a chair. Blood dripped from his head amid the pain. Xia Feng cursed without restraint. Zhou Yang, I just used your girlfriend in your own bed. You're a cuckold for life. LV Weiss' pride was shattered. She barely stopped the fight. Xia Feng growled. Xiao Wei, my mom is your biggest client in this area. One call complaining, and you're toast. Zhou Yang's shock deepened as pieces clicked together. Your mother is Tang Yume? He asked. Xia Feng laughed coldly. My mother's name is not for you to speak. Before Zhou Yang could react, the chair came crashing down again. All right, Feng, ignore him. Let's go. LV Wei dragged Xia Feng away. Watching them leave, Zhou Yang felt a strange calm. Xia Feng was Tang Yume's son. What a cruel coincidence. Summer in Shanghai was oppressively hot, with high temperatures persisting day after day. Zhou Yang had been trying for several days to find the right opportunity to visit his client, Tang Yume, hoping to secure their cooperation, but hadn't managed to. Just as he was starting to lose hope, a chance came unexpectedly one evening. He was notified that a batch of health supplements Tang Yume had ordered had arrived. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang grabbed the boxes and headed over to her house, despite it being after work hours. The villa community was eerily quiet. He rang the doorbell 3 times, but got no response. Just as Zhou Yang was about to try again, a red Porsche roared into the driveway, its headlights shining brightly on him. The door swung open, and Tang Yume stepped out in stiletto heels. She scanned the QR code to pay the designated driver, then looked up to see Zhou Yang waiting at the gate. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing here? Her words were clear, but the soft slur at the end revealed her intoxication. Meijia, the supplements you ordered have arrived. I thought you might be worried, so I brought them over. Zhou Yang lifted the box higher and stepped forward. Thank you for going to the trouble of bringing them. Tang Yumei said, reaching out to take the box. The mix of alcohol and perfume on her made the scent overwhelming. Zhou Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tang Yumei had her son, Xiafeng. Erlai was in his 20s now. She was nearing 40 herself, but had maintained her appearance remarkably well. Skin so fair it practically glowed, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips painted deep red. She carried an aura of elegance and authority that earned her an unmistakable regal charm. If you ignored her age, she was unquestionably stunning. The alcohol made her unsteady on her feet, and the box was heavy, so she stepped aside. It's quite heavy. Could you help me bring it in? The villa's door clicked open. As the foyer light came on, a cool breeze from the air conditioner greeted them. Zhou Yang carried the box inside while Tang Yumei, clutching her heels in one hand and her phone and keys in the other, stumbled a bit as she followed. Just put it under the coffee table. She sank down on the sofa with a long sigh and called out, Louis, could you bring us 2 glasses of water? No answer came from the living room. She called again twice before suddenly realizing, oh dear, I gave Louis the day off today. She went back to her hometown to visit her family. In the vast living room, only the 2 of them remained, bathed in overly soft lighting. Normally, Zhou Yang would have quickly found an excuse to leave, but tonight, he didn't move. Meijia, you rest here. He'll get the water. He went toward the water dispenser. No, we'll get it. Tang Yumei grabbed the sofa arm to stand, but her head spun and her feet slipped. She bumped into Zhou Yang's shoulder. Their bodies pressed close for a moment before separating quickly, leaving an awkward tension in the air. Sorry, it's fine. You've had too much to drink. He'll get it for you. Zhou Yang steadied her by the arm and helped her back onto the sofa, then poured a cup of warm water and handed it over. Having a guest take care of me feels embarrassing. Tang Yumi's fingers trembled slightly as she accepted the glass. She tilted her head back and took a few sips, but missed her mouth. A few drops trickled down the slender curve of her neck and soaked her blouse, causing the fabric to cling faintly to her skin. Zhou Yang felt his Adam's apple bob and quickly lowered his gaze to the floor. Once she felt a bit steadier, Zhou Yang tried to start a conversation. Meijia, such a big villa. Do you live here alone? Tang Yumi's smile faded a little as she nodded softly. Yes, Louis stays occasionally, but usually it's just me. The alcohol stirred emotions in her, and suddenly she opened up. Xiao Zhou, don't be fooled by how glamorous your sister looks every day. Honestly, my life isn't much better than that of animals. Sometimes I envy those simple, uneventful days. Zhou Yang sat quietly on the sofa facing her, listening patiently. This was a woman with a past, with a story. The more he listened, the more intrigued he became. He found himself admiring her deeply. But at the same time, he could sense her helplessness. Zhou Yang leaned back against the sofa, only catching a few words as the conversation drifted on, yet he immediately noticed the hint of loneliness in Tang Yumi's eyes. She ran an advertising agency, well connected and resourceful, with one project after another bringing in steady money for her. Earning was as easy as drinking water. Yet while material things filled her life, her spirit was growing increasingly empty. Her husband, an executive in a large conglomerate, was away on business trips most of the year, rarely seen at home. Her son Xiafeng had started his own company, which neither thrived nor failed, and except for showing up when short on cash, was hardly ever around. Tang Yume couldn't even recall the last time she had sat in the living room late at night having a conversation like this, much less with a young man of the opposite sex. She gave a self-mocking smile and brushed back a strand of hair. Don't call me Sister May anymore. At my age, Auntie wouldn't be an exaggeration. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Is that the meme from the internet? Zhou Yang suddenly blurted out. Huh. Tang Yumi's heart skipped a beat in surprise. Then she burst out laughing. Could you please stop panting like that? You scared me. For a moment, I thought you really didn't want to try anymore. Zhou Yang looked at her with sincerity. Honestly, you're only 2 or 3 years older than me. Calling you sister would feel just right. The compliment softened Tang Yumi's expression. She gently tucked her long hair behind her shoulder, feeling a growing fondness for this young man about the same age as her son. Indeed, no matter how independent and strong a woman is, genuine praise is always hard to resist. The atmosphere in the living room was warm when suddenly the villa's door was pushed open, a cold gust swirling inside. Mom. Xiafeng stepped in without knocking or ringing the bell. Tang Yume frowned. Why didn't you ring the bell? This is my home. Why would I ring the bell? Xiafeng shrugged off his coat and tossed it onto the armrest of the sofa. His gaze landed on Zhou Yang, and anger instantly flared. What are you doing in my house? I came to deliver your company's products, Zhou Yang replied calmly. Deliver, and then get out. Xiafeng pointed toward the door. Xiaofeng. Tang Yumi's face darkened. How can you talk to a guest like that? Mom, he's just a poor salesman. Bringing him in will ruin our family's feng shui. Xiafeng said ruthlessly, then warned Zhou Yang, don't ever set foot in my house again. If I see you even once, I'll beat you. His harsh words completely spoiled Tang Yumi's mood. She took a deep breath and gave Zhou Yang an apologetic smile. Xiao Zhou, sorry about that. My son's spoiled. It's okay. Zhou Yang suppressed his frustration, but still returned a gracious smile. He'll be going then. He stepped out quickly, and before he reached the gate, Xiefeng's shouting echoed from the living room behind him. Mom, don't ever let him inside again, or I won't hold back. Why do you dislike Xiaozhou so much? Do you even know him? Tang Yumiai's questioning voice came faintly. Don't know him at all, but just looking at him, he's no good. I'm reporting him tomorrow and kicking him out. Have you been taking the wrong medicine tonight? Tang Yumiai's tone was laced with barely contained anger. The next morning, in his rented room, dawn was still gray when Zhou Yang was roused from a drowsy sleep by urgent knocking shaking the wooden door. He grabbed his phone exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. Who is it? Zhou Yang, it's me. Came the voice of his ex-girlfriend Lu Wei from outside. What do you want? Go away. Open the door first. The knocking continued relentlessly. We've broken up already. If you keep banging, I'll report you for disturbing the peace. I need your help. Please open the door. Lu Wei's voice was desperate. Zhou Yang felt something was off, so he got up in his pajamas and opened the door. Outside stood Lu Wei, dressed in a sharp light gray business suit that couldn't hide her curvy figure. She came straight to the point. What's going on? I'm here to get my diploma. Without waiting for a response, she stepped inside and started searching between the living room and bedroom. When she was packing up last night, Lu Wei realized her diploma was missing, most likely left behind at Zhou Yang's place during the move. Without it, she couldn't complete the onboarding process at headquarters today, so she came early to pick it up. To avoid a scene, she asked her new boyfriend, Xiefeng, to wait downstairs in the car. After searching for a while with no luck, she glared at Zhou Yang. Did you hide my diploma? Zhou Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes sitting on the edge of the bed and said in a hoarse voice, Am I that bored? Then how did it disappear? Lu Wei frowned. He sighed helplessly. When you were tidying your clothes last time, you shoved it under the cabinet. Forgot about it yourself? Her memory was jogged. She crouched down and opened the cabinet door. There it was, the red leather-bound diploma lying quietly. Even the little flower stickers Zhou Yang had stuck on it stayed perfectly intact. Clearly, he never tampered with it. I misjudged you, Lu Wei admitted, picking up the diploma and tracing the stickers with her fingers. A surge of memories from their 4 years at university washed over her, and she sighed softly. Zhou Yang, the truth is, I still have feelings for you. Cut the act. Zhou Yang pointed towards the door with a cold tone. Take your stuff and get out. Lu Wei straightened her expression. I just want a better life. I hope you don't hate me. Breaking up hurts you, and it hurts me too, but this is reality. Love without material support doesn't last. I've got half an hour, even though we can't be together anymore. I want to make it up to you. Saying that, she set down her bag and moved toward the bed. Zhou Yang suddenly realized what she was implying and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. When did she turn into this? Xiefeng is waiting downstairs. You better decide quickly. Lu Wei sat next to him, flicking back her long hair with practiced ease, bluntly asking, Do you want it or not? Zhou Yang pulled back the curtains and looked down from the second floor. Xiefeng's black sedan was parked below, the window rolled down, the man smoking a cigarette and fiddling with his phone. I'm not interested, Zhou Yang rejected coldly. Zhou Yang. Lu Wei suddenly lunged forward, pressing her lips to his. He pushed her away. What are you doing? You're my first love. Even breakups need a proper farewell. Her voice trembled slightly. This is your last chance. After this, we may never see each other again. Memories surged the awkwardness of their university years, the days spent together in that rented room, shaking Zhou Yang's resolve. Zhou Yang. Lu Wei moved closer again, but the open window let her voice drift down the hallway all the way to the car. Hearing the commotion, Xiefeng frowned and muttered, Could it be that little Wei and that poor loser are fighting again? He took out his phone and started dialing. Upstairs, Lu Wei angrily slammed down the call. Downstairs, Xiefeng stepped out of the car, looked up, and shouted, Little Wei, is that bastard bullying you? I'm coming upstairs now. Hearing this, Lu Wei panicked. She told Zhou Yang to pause and quickly dialed another number with a swift motion. Don't come up, it's okay. I'm negotiating with him. She whispered urgently, afraid that a quiver in her voice would give her away. She hung up as soon as she finished speaking. Inside the car, Xiefeng glanced at the darkened screen. Since Lu Wei said it's fine, he leaned back in his seat and casually scrolled through his phone, looking relaxed. Half an hour later, upstairs in the bedroom, the bedding was disheveled, and the air still held a faintly humid, intimate atmosphere. Lu Wei sat up with her hair loose, looking at Zhou Yang with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. You don't feel even a little pity for someone else's girlfriend, do you? Zhou Yang remained silent, his gaze vacant. With a sigh, Lu Wei stepped barefoot onto the carpet and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the room. After about 10 minutes, she tidied herself up, took her diploma from the bedroom cabinet, and headed downstairs. Zhou Yang moved to the window. Outside in the courtyard, Lu Wei flitted into Xiefeng's arms like a joyful little bird. Xiefeng looked up, saw Zhou Yang at the windowsill, defiantly flipped him off, and shouted, Green turtle, bye? Then he drove off with Lu Wei, leaving a trail of dust behind. The taillights disappeared entirely, but Zhou Yang stood there stunned. Xiefeng's provocation didn't bother him, and Lu Wei had long broken up. and their recent intimacy was nothing more than a momentary release of physical need. What truly unsettled him was the total collapse of the youthful love they once had, a pure feeling that had quickly soured after graduation. Lu Wei might still love him, but she loved money and her career more. For those things, she was willing to abandon everything. People like that were everywhere in this world. Was it Lu Wei's fault, or his own? Suddenly, Zhou Yang understood. His youth was over. He silently vowed to become stronger, to break free from the fate of being a small nobody. Raised in a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, he could recite the Bai Chao Jing by age 5 and was diagnosing family members by 8. Several ancestral secret prescriptions were kept at home. But even a dragon in shallow water can be teased by shrimps. If he wanted to realize his ambitions, he had to go to a broader stage. The fastest way was to deliver results, get officially hired, and then request a transfer to the ESP Group headquarters. Only there could he earn greater wealth and prestige and conquer women far more beautiful and refined than Lu Wei. After the surge of ambition, reality pressed on. At dawn, he got up to wash and rushed to the office. Unexpectedly, manager Xia Hongtao arrived early too. As soon as Zhou Yang entered, he was summoned to the office. Zhou Yang, how's it going with Tang Yume? This was the third time that week had been asked the same question. My client relations are fine, Zhou Yang replied. He believed he was maintaining things properly. Xia Hongtao frowned. You need to move faster. Your internship is ending soon. If Tang Yume doesn't support you, you probably won't pass. Then he pulled out a thick stack of files from the drawer and tossed them over. Here, they'll help you. The files contained Tang Yumei's education, work history, birthday, even private habits, hobbies, and social circle. Xia lit a cigarette, holding a half-burnt ash between his fingers, and muttered, Little Zhou, I really want you to get along well with Tang Yume. He deliberately emphasized get along well. Zhou Yang felt more uncomfortable by the minute. What had started as simple client maintenance was now accompanied by stacks of personal data and constant hints. What exactly did the manager want? He finally asked, Manager, please just tell me what you want me to do. Haha. Xia Hongtao laughed knowingly, paused, then said, Okay, it'll be straightforward. A top leader gave me a task, and you're the best guy for it. What task? I want you to build a relationship with Tang Yume and record a video for me. Video? What video? Zhou Yang frowned. You're pretending not to get it? Xia squinted, lips curling into a smirk. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he clapped his hands a couple of times with a meaning that needed no words. Zhou Yang, you need to sleep with Tang Yume, record the entire thing on video, and then hand the footage over to me, Xia Hongtao said in a low, commanding voice. Zhou Yang froze instantly, his heart pounding. What? The big boss at headquarters actually wants me to hook up with Tang Yume and film it? What is going on here? Which boss? And why me? Why am I the one asked to do this? He looked completely bewildered, disbelief and shock clear in his voice. Xia Hongtao's expression hardened, his managerial authority shining through. His tone turned cold and serious. This isn't a question for you to ask. It's an order to carry out. Do exactly as I say, and I guarantee promotion and wealth. Zhou Yang frowned deeply, inner turmoil raging. Aside from legal issues, his conscience wouldn't allow this. Manager Xia, I honestly can't do this. What a great opportunity. Xia Hongtao's narrow eyes glinted with contempt. Tang Yume is a big deal, rich, powerful background, stunning looks and figure. If you can get her, you'll have it made for life. How can you be so blind to your own chance? Zhou Yang sighed gravely. These are two completely different things. I won't betray my conscience just for a promotion. Smack. The sound of a document slamming on the desk broke the tense silence. Xia Hongtao glared fiercely. How much is your conscience worth? Don't be ungrateful. If you refuse, pack your things and leave right now. I'm still an intern and haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be forced out? Zhou Yang gritted his teeth as a wave of despair washed over him. This was the first time since graduating he truly felt the cruelty and darkness of society. But his family motto echoed in his mind. Never give up your principles no matter how poor you are. Then I resign, Zhou Yang said calmly. Don't act all high and mighty. Xia Hongtao roared. This world is a cesspool. Nobody here gets to stay pure. I'm not high and mighty, but I won't stoop to your dirty scheming. Zhou Yang refused to back down. You idiot. You've lost your mind. Xia Hongtao was near boiling point. Just then, a female subordinate nervously entered the office, pretending to be coquettish as she stroked Xia Hongtao's chest. Manager, don't be angry, calm down now. Pointing his finger at Zhou Yang's nose, Xia Hongtao shouted, Zhou Yang, with that self-righteous attitude of yours, you'll get nowhere. You're destined to fail, just bottom-tier trash, unfit for anything important. Zhou Yang turned to leave, frustration growing stronger. Suddenly he paused and looked back. What if one day I succeed? Xia Hongtao sneered hideously. If you do succeed, I, Xia Hongtao, will kneel and call you father. Zhou Yang clenched his teeth, certain those words would be etched in his memory forever. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply. The woman quickly answered. Manager, Zhou Yang's client has arrived in the lobby looking specifically for him. Which client? Xia Hongtao's face shifted slightly. Tang Yume. Xia Hongtao let out a long sigh, his tone softening. Zhou Yang, even though you're leaving, you still need to finish your last shift properly. You don't need to tell me, Zhou Yang replied firmly. He walked to the lobby, where Tang Yumei was already waiting. She wore a winered, form-fitting long dress with a high slit, revealing pale, beautiful legs. Over it, she had a sharp white blazer that gave her a strong presence. Her makeup was light but precise, with finely drawn eyeliner and curved lashes that gave her a subtle, alluring charm while still exuding professionalism. In that moment, the striking aura and presence she carried stirred a complex rush of emotions within Zhou Yang's mind. Her sensual lips were painted with a matte vintage red lip gloss, creating a striking contrast against her cool, pale complexion. Under the soft light, the subtle curve of her lips appeared both alluring and sharp. Golden tassel earrings gently swayed from her earlobes, making a delicate sound with each step, adding an air of luxury and confidence. Her well-defined facial features and the shimmering glow in her almond-shaped eyes revealed a deep, languid intensity. One look, and it was clear. She was the epitome of a commanding, sophisticated woman. May, what brings you to the store in person today? Zhou Yang hurried over as soon as he saw her. Just passing by. Thought I'd stop in and check on you. Tang Yumei replied with a faint smile, her tone playfully ambiguous. Nearby colleagues overheard their conversation and gathered in small groups, covering their mouths with smiles. Their eyes were full of admiration and curiosity. Zhou Yang, however, flushed red at the words check on you. Huh, I'm just teasing. Don't be so serious, Tang Yumei said cheerfully, waving her hand. Didn't you say there would be new arrivals recently and invited me to come see? That's right. Zhou Yang patted his forehead. I was so busy arguing with the manager today, I almost forgot. The new products are over here, May. Follow me. Okay. Tang Yumei stood up and followed him. Standing around 1.68 meters tall with perfectly balanced proportions, her graceful movements resembled rolling waves, catching the attention of passing co-workers repeatedly. Zhou Yang took a deep breath to steady himself, led her into the display area, and pointed to the new items. May, this product. For over half an hour, he clearly explained every key feature and craftsmanship detail of each item. Tang Yumei listened intently, nodding and asking occasional questions before decisively placing an order. I have to head out now, she said after signing the paperwork, setting down her pen. The things I ordered have them delivered to my home later. No problem, May. Zhou Yang replied immediately. Hold out your hand. Tang Yumei suddenly commanded. Zhou Yang was caught off guard, and before he could react, her soft, delicate hand closed over his palm with a snap. He distinctly felt the warmth from her fingertips, stirring a faint flutter in his chest. The next moment, he realized there was a small black card, about the size of a thumb, in his palm. May, what's this? It's my house key card, Tang Yumei said with a slight upward curve of her lips and a raised eyebrow. You can use it to enter and leave my home anytime. Huh, May, I can't accept this. Who said I'm giving it to you? She rolled her eyes at him, her tone as coquettish as a little girl. He'll be out for a while and don't know when he'll be back. The housekeeper has gone back to the countryside, so no one's home. You bring the delivery using this card to open the door, leave the card in the living room after you're done. Oh, I see. Zhou Yang scratched the back of his head, but a faint pang of disappointment rose inside. Well, I'll head off then, Tang Yumei said, twisting her slim waist as she walked toward the exit. Just as she turned away, manager Xia Hongtao approached from the opposite direction. After Tang Yumei left, he grinned slyly close to Zhou Yang and whispered with an ambiguous smile. Zhou Yang, I saw everything. What did you see? Zhou Yang frowned. The way she looked at Yuch could practically devour you. Xia Hongtao murmured with a lewd grin. He had been hiding nearby, watching their interaction with unblinking eyes. To him, it was clear that Tang Yumei's gaze was fixed solely on Zhou Yang. Him entrusting this task to Zhou Yang can definitely handle it with ease. That way, Xia Hongtao won't have to slave away in this insignificant corner anymore. With just a word from the big boss, he could get into headquarters, become a trusted aide, and have a bright future ahead of him. Thinking of this, he put away his usual managerial attitude, wore a broad smile full of laughter lines, and headed back to the business area to find Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I know I was a bit harsh just now, but I'm looking out for you. Xia Hongtao patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder, his belly wobbling under his shirt as his narrow eyes sparkled mischievously. If you make a move, Tang Yumei definitely won't be able to resist. It's a golden opportunity, you've got to grab it. Zhou Yang's face showed no expression, but a flash of dislike crossed his eyes. You're overthinking it. Mei Jia is just polite to everyone. I'm delivering one last order this afternoon, then I'm quitting. Ungrateful. Xia Hongtao's smile instantly fell away, his face darkening as if moisture was about to drip from it. He turned on his heel and stomped back to his office. And through the door came a string of curses. Idiot. With your attitude, you'll never get anywhere in life. That afternoon, after the warehouse inventory was checked, Zhou Yang loaded the last batch of goods onto the company's small truck and drove down the tree-lined avenue toward Tang Yumei's villa. The wrought iron gate loomed tall. Inside the yard, It was so quiet one could only hear the rustling leaves in the wind. Zhou Yang pressed the doorbell first. The television inside blared loudly, but no one answered. He had no choice but to take out the access card Tang Yume had given him earlier and swipe it to enter. As he stepped into the entrance hall, an unexpectedly intimate scene caught him off guard. The living room TV was blasting an action movie with booming sound effects. On the sofa, Tang Yume lay curled to the side like a sleeping cat. The strap of her black camisole had slipped down to her elbow, revealing her collarbones and smooth shoulders plainly. Under the short skirt, her long legs were crossed, toes painted pale pink. A wave of long hair partially covered her nose, flowing slightly messy, yet sensually. Zhou Yang froze awkwardly, almost holding his breath, instinctively wanting to back out. But suddenly a gust slammed the heavy security door shut with a loud bang, drowning out the television. Ah! Tang Yume startled upright, the hem of her night dress shifting askew. Seeing Zhou Yang standing at the doorway, she was momentarily stunned, then flushed deeply, cheeks burning bright red. When did you get here? Just now. Zhou Yang scratched his head, his voice low enough to be almost swallowed by the TV. Meijia, I came to deliver your order. No one answered the doorbell, so I used the keycard you gave me. You saw all that. Tang Yumi's voice trembled, her cheeks blushing even deeper. What I was doing just now, you saw it all. There was no hiding it, so he nodded. I saw. But it's nothing. Get out. Tang Yume suddenly buried her face in her hands, head bowed deeply, her long hair cascading over her knees as she froze on the sofa full of regret and embarrassment. All right, I'll go. Zhou Yang held his breath, gently placing the card on the coffee table, then slowly crouched and edged toward the door. Wait. A low but decisive female voice stopped him. Tang Yume lifted her head, her face still flushed, but her eyes sharp once more. I want to ask you something. Go ahead, Meijia. Zhou Yang stopped and turned back. Do you think I am shameless? She asked, striving to stay calm, but her eyes betrayed an unhidden vulnerability. It was hard to imagine this usual strong, glamorous woman quietly asking such a question. This glimpse showed how fragile her heart truly was at this moment. What is it, Meijia? What are you really feeling? That's quite normal, especially Zhou Yang wanted to say, especially for a woman like you who's been alone for so long. Your body needs an outlet. But then he thought better of it, and quickly stopped himself. I have my own troubles that are hard to talk about, Tang Yume said, pushing back the strands of hair on her forehead, her tone tinged with hesitation. If you don't mind, I can tell you. Of course, Zhou Yang didn't mind. He leaned in slightly, and said, sure, I have some time right now. Tang Yume forced a faint smile, and patted the soft leather sofa beside her. Come, sit here. A faint scent of orchid fragrance wafted over. Zhou Yang awkwardly sat down next to her, his back straight and hands neatly resting on his knees. Leaning close to his ear, Tang Yume whispered, I have a gynecological condition. Zhou Yang was stunned. She lowered her gaze and sighed. I've been to several major hospitals in Shin City. I've taken tons of medicine, but it keeps recurring. What kind of gynecological condition is so hard to cure? Zhou Yang asked. Her cheeks flushed red quickly. She hesitated. I don't want to get into details. I've always kept myself pure and maintained good hygiene, so I really don't understand why I got sick. Meijia, give me your hand. Zhou Yang reached out. Give me your hand. Before she could react, he grasped her wrist and placed 2 fingers gently on her pulse point. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. After a moment, Zhou Yang released her wrist. This isn't really a gynecological disease. You know how to diagnose. Tang Yumi's eyes were full of surprise. My family has been in medicine for generations. I often accompanied my father on visits, Zhou Yang said with a faint smile, then spoke in detail. Your pulse shows damp heat in the liver meridian, inherent iron deficiency, blood dryness leading to wind, and poor nourishment of the skin and muscles. The virtual fire flares up and disrupts things, causing localized immune weakness in the reproductive system and those symptoms as a result. He paused. But this isn't an illness, and it won't affect your health or hygiene. It's just? Tang Yume asked anxiously. Just that normally desire is stronger. Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed, his ears tinged red. The external genital area is disturbed, the 5 hearts feel restless and hot, and it makes the person easier to get agitated. You're really accurate. Tang Yumi's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushing like ripe peaches. That's why I always have those kinds of dreams when I fall asleep. Zhou Yang smiled gently, no longer feeling like the nervous salesman he usually was. He looked calm. This really isn't a disease. A few herbal remedies will fix it. Among the hundreds of ancestral prescriptions passed down through the Zhou family, he could easily find one specifically for clearing damp heat from the liver meridian. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Tang Yume was pleasantly surprised. The cold aloofness she usually carried faded significantly, replaced by a warm, big sister charm. Xiaozhou, if you can cure me, I'll personally cover all your sales targets from now on. Zhou Yang's expression suddenly darkened, and he sighed softly. Meijia, I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need to worry about sales. I've been fired by the company. Why? Tang Yume asked in surprise. Zhou Yang didn't quite know how to explain. He still couldn't understand why the senior executive at headquarters had issued such a baffling assignment. After thinking it over, his only guess was that this executive might have some old grudge against Tang Yumei and was trying to find a way to get her in trouble. I do know a few people, but there's no way I have any enemies. Tang Yumei furrowed her elegant brows, then looked up after a moment, fixing her beautiful eyes steadily on Zhou Yang's face. Why are you suddenly asking this? Does your quitting have something to do with me? Zhou Yang's heart tensed. Tang Yumei was sharp. She caught on to the oddity in his casual question immediately. Oh no, Sister Mei, don't think too much about it. He hurriedly waved his hand, sounding a bit flustered as he tried to cover up. Seeing Zhou Yang unwilling to say more, Tang Yumei wisely dropped the subject but smiled with relief instead. Quitting might be for the best. You're young and skilled, too good to be just a pharmaceutical rep. You'd have a better future as a doctor. Zhou Yang shrugged, spreading his hands. There's a family rule forbidding us from practicing medicine. Really? Why is that? Tang Yumei was surprised. It's a long story. He'll tell you in detail another time. He raised his eyebrows, teasing her curiosity. Tang Yumei's interest only grew. Good. Since you've already resigned, don't just hang around at the company wasting time. I'm meeting some girlfriends tonight. Come with us. Zhou Yang scratched his head. Sister Mei, a girl's night out? Is it appropriate for me to go? What's not appropriate? You have to come. Tang Yumei's lips curled with a playful mystery. My girlfriends are all young, beautiful, and wealthy. Zhou Yang felt a strange itch in his mind, but was also puzzled. Was she trying to set him up? His background and status were worlds apart from those high society beauties. He chose not to overthink it. It'd be a good chance to glimpse the elite social circle and spend time with Tang Yumei. All right, Sister Mei. As long as you don't mind, I'll go with you. You say that like I mind. You've got my door card to come and go as you please. Tang Yumei patted his shoulder gently, smiling warmly. Night fell, and the city lights began to sparkle. Outside the White Horse Club, glowing bronze pillars rose tall. Massive glass windows reflected car lights and neon signs. Zhou Yang followed Tang Yumei into the lobby, stepping onto the marble floor so polished it shone like a mirror. He was overwhelmed, almost dazzled by the lavish decor. Tang Yumei noticed his wide-eyed glances and smiled silently without saying a word. They soon reached the top-tier private room they'd reserved. Opening the door, they were greeted by walls of smooth marble in warm shades, veins of gold running through the light brown stone. Hidden lighting strips glowed softly from between the seams, exuding understated yet striking luxury. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling in multiple layers, breaking light into sparkling points like scattered diamonds. The spacious room was divided into several areas. By the window sat a long dining table. Another side held a karaoke stage and bar, and a curved corridor led to several small private rooms. Around a round table in the dining area, a few elegantly dressed women were already seated, enjoying desserts and chatting casually. Two young waiters in white shirts and black vests moved between tables, carrying trays with polite attentiveness. Tang Tang, you're late. The speaker was a woman wearing heavy but tasteful makeup and a deep neck gown, her tone playful. Traffic was bad, Tang Yumei replied casually, glancing around. Is everyone here? Of course, just waiting for you. The woman waved invitingly. Then her eyes landed on Zhou Yang standing behind Tang Yumei. Hey Tang Tang, who's this guy? In an instant, all the women at the table turned to look at Zhou Yang. That's my little brother, Tang Yumei said as she led Zhou Yang to sit down. No sooner had he settled than Zhou Yang's eyes involuntarily scanned the table. More than a dozen dishes were arranged in a graceful arc, each porcelain plate edged with gold trim. The tablecloth shimmered under the lights, making the entire spread look like a carefully curated work of art, both luxurious and tempting to the palate. What embarrassed him was that, aside from a bottle of Louis XIII that his ex-girlfriend Lu Wei had once explained to him, he could hardly recognize any of the dishes or wines. He only knew that the price of that bottle alone could buy an entry-level car. This overwhelmingly lavish setting made his naturally introverted self feel even more uneasy. Just then, a young, tall woman opposite stood up. She had long, silky hair cascading over her shoulders, big bright eyes sparkling in the light, and skin as flawless and fair as Tang Yumei's. She leaned slightly forward to reach for some fruit in front of Zhou Yang, her neckline revealing a deep, seductive cleavage that immediately caught his gaze. Suddenly, Zhou Yang felt parched and hurriedly looked away. Haha, shy little charmer. The woman in the strappy dress teased with a clear, bright voice. Oh, Susan, are you trying to flirt with him on purpose? A plump socialite nearby laughed heartily. Susan rolled her eyes. Laura, I'm not nearly as scheming as you think. Holding the fruit, Susan sat back down and turned to Tang Yumei. Tang Tang, we've known each other so long, how come I didn't know you had a brother? Oh, you actually believe me when I say he's my brother? The socialite Laura squinted at Zhou Yang with a mischievous grin. This guy looks like he can handle a bit of fun. The table erupted with laughter. Stop it, don't tease him. Tang Yumei scolded playfully. Laura was relentless, raising an eyebrow mysteriously at Zhou Yang. Brother, what should we call you? Zhou Yang, he answered stiffly. See, not a Tang, definitely not a real brother. Laura quickly seized on the wordplay. Isn't sworn brother good enough? Tang Yumei blushed slightly and spoke faster. Laura laughed even louder. Sworn brother or sworn trouble, Zhou Yang? Are you ready for the storm your sister Tang's about to bring? Another burst of laughter filled the room, and Zhou Yang's ears burned as he squirmed in his seat. Seeing his embarrassment, Tang Yumei gently explained, Zhou Yang, don't mind them. These close girlfriends love to joke around like this. Mei Jia, I don't mind. Zhou Yang forced a smile. Then Tang Yumei formally introduced them. Pointing to the woman in the strappy dress, this is Tang Qian, CEO of Shenhua Media, worth over 100 million. Shenhua is a half-state-owned enterprise and ranked among the world's top 500 companies. Zhou Yang was stunned, such a young woman already at the helm of a major group. Next, she indicated the plump socialite. This is my childhood friend Sun Ruoding, call her sister Laura. She's incredibly wealthy, owns over 100 properties in Shun City, plus 3 office buildings. Zhou Yang's shock, deep and rough estimations of Shun City's real estate prices suggested this woman was even more affluent than the first. Laura winked at him. Handsome, I can support you just with my rental income. Zhou Yang was speechless. Each of them was a top-tier powerhouse, elegant and dazzling. This was unmistakably an elite gathering. At that moment, Tang Yumei raised her glass with solemnity. My dear 3 sisters, my brother is single. I've brought him here today hoping you can help me out. Want me to introduce my girlfriend? Laura patted her proud chest with a beaming smile. See, don't I look great? Notice me. Her boldness instantly lit up the mood. Tang Yumei shot her a side glance, but smiled gracefully. My brother's single, just quit his job, and needs a decent position. Which one of you sisters can help out? Mei. This Zhou Yang hesitated, finally realizing the real reason Shed invited him to this girls' gathering tonight. To set him up with a job. A job is a job. Why mention single? You almost got me excited for nothing. Laura said bluntly, slapping Zhou Yang's arm. Brother, come be my driver. He'll take you to collect rents every day. Collecting rents isn't dignified. He just graduated from university and is at the prime age to hustle. Tang Yumei reminded softly. Tang Qian propped her chin on her hand. Then come work for me. After your internship, we have permanent positions, a stable job with great benefits. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. The opportunities most laborers fight desperately for were tossed around so casually among these wealthy ladies, like a game. A wave of absurdity and helplessness washed over him. Tang Yumei linked arms with Susan, dragging his thoughts back. The most reliable one here has to be my Susan. Miss Su, which position do you think suits Zhou Yang? Wait. Zhou Yang suddenly stood with a serious expression. I'm glad to meet you all, but I'll figure out the job situation myself. I don't want to trouble you. Then he bowed deeply to the group. Thank you all for your kindness. The room fell silent. Most people would have grabbed such a chance, but this guy still had spine. The sisters couldn't help but see him in a new light. You've got a good brother there, Laura nodded with a smile. In Xinjiang from now on, we sisters will have your back. Tang Yumei sighed and stood up, beckoning him over. She led him into a small side room and closed the door casually. Soft light caressed her delicate features, making her all the more charming. Zhou Yang, why not give such a great opportunity a try? Her voice was gentle, without any hint of frustration. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. Mei, thanks for thinking of me, but it's not right for me. BR Pharmaceuticals is a great company, perfectly matches your major. How could it not be? Tang Yumei knit her brows slightly. She owed him a favor for saving her and had arranged this for him. That's not what I want. Zhou Yang's tone was calm but firm. Tang Yumei pressed her lips together, finally showing some irritation. I guess you just think relying on a woman isn't honorable, right? If that's it, I can't help you. She turned to leave. Mei. Zhou Yang suddenly raised his voice. What is it? She stopped at the door, her voice cool. You asked why our family forbids practicing medicine for generations. I'm going to tell you now. Zhou Yang's expression was serious. For the first time, Tang Yumei saw such solemnity on his face. Does this have to do with you not working at BR? She asked. Of course. Well, I really want to hear it. Tang Yumei returned and sat down attentively. Zhou Yang said, my family's ancestors founded the Jinlin Medical Clinic and practiced medicine for generations. During the chaotic warlord era in the Republic of China, my great-grandfather traveled tirelessly across the country, treating disaster victims and wounded soldiers for free, saving countless lives. But when he treated a certain warlord leader, a mistake in his herbal prescription caused the warlord's condition to suddenly worsen. His eyes darkened with pain as he continued. After realizing the error, my great-grandfather worked overnight to adjust the formula and eventually saved that warlord. But the man was a tyrant who thought he had been tricked and ordered my great-grandfather's arrest and execution by firing squad. Tang Yumei's almond eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for such a brutal piece of family history. Zhou Yang forced a wry smile. If my great-great-grandfather hadn't taken the whole family and fled early, our entire Zhou clan probably would have been exterminated. He took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress lingering sorrow. Since then, our family has been scattered and restless, everyone haunted by that tragedy. My great-great-grandfather fell into deep depression and died soon after. His last words were, Healing and saving lives is noble beyond measure. But one mistake can destroy everything. From my generation on, the Jinlin family is forbidden to practice medicine. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the clan records. Looking around solemnly, his voice was low but resolute. Though the family still keeps the old Jinlin herbal formulas, we have never run a clinic again. Tang Yumi's shock faded into solemn respect. Your great-great-grandfather used your great-grandfather's painful lesson to protect future generations. Yes, Zhou Yang sighed lightly, then looked up with a spark lighting his eyes. But I can't accept that. Though the Zhou family gave up the medical signboard, I grew up learning traditional Chinese medicine from my grandfather and father. Their passion for medicine never died. Since I was a child, I've held one thought: maybe Jinlin can no longer save lives directly, but the family's formulas should never be buried. The wisdom of our ancestors, centuries in the making, must not be lost. Pressing a hand firmly to his chest, he declared, I will use Jinlin to revive and advance traditional Chinese medicine, bring benefit to our people, and make our name known worldwide. Tang Yume was deeply moved. This young man before her carried such a grand vision. I understand now. Her eyes shone with admiration. She had faced many battles, but had never seen Zhou Yang so determined. I underestimated you before, she said sincerely. I apologize. You're too kind. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, by the way, I just turned down some great job offers for a few of your friends. Do you think they're upset? No. Tang Yume smiled meaningfully. They don't care. I bet they're already having a great time. A great time? Zhou Yang was puzzled. What do you mean? Tang Yume lifted her hand and gave a playful, sultry nod toward the door. You'll understand the moment you look outside. Zhou Yang followed Tang Yume out of the room, and his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. At some point, several male servers had appeared in the once empty private room. They all wore white dress pants, but were shirtless, their muscular bodies sharply defined under the lights. Their hairstyles were perfectly styled, faces lightly made up, and their good looks were impossible to ignore. In the center, one man gripped a steel pole with one hand, swaying his hips to the beat, but his movements lacked strength. This dance is so weak. Sister Laura snapped impatiently. She grabbed 2 bottles of beer and poured them over the man's head with a loud splash. Foam slid down his hair, traced the contours of his collarbones, chest, and abs, and finally soaked his pants. That's more like it. She laughed heartily, the jade pendant at her neck and the gold bracelets on her wrists sparkling with luxury. Immediately, the man dropped to his knees, licking the beer off himself like a dog, exaggerating his flattery to please Laura. Only then did Zhou Yang understand. The politeness these women had shown him earlier was just a mask. This was their true nature. I want to sing. Tang Qian suddenly announced from beside him. Stop dancing, stop dancing. Sister Laura waved at the men. Your sister wants to sing, serve her. Coming, sister. A man in a white suit immediately crawled over and knelt by Tang Qian's feet, gently tugging her sleeve. She smoothly climbed onto his back without hesitation. Another man handed her the microphone and knelt with a tablet to select her songs. Tang Qian's expression was cold and proud as she looked down on everyone, regal and distant like a queen. Soon, her nightingale-like voice filled the room, and all the male servers cheered and clapped enthusiastically, eager to please her. Zhou Yang felt his worldview shake. These boys looked younger than him, probably school dropouts who ended up in this line of work. To survive, they trampled their dignity underfoot. A complex swirl of emotions churned inside him. Tang Yume patted his shoulder with a soft laugh. Scared by my girlfriends? No, not really. Zhou Yang shook his head awkwardly. Sister May, if I hadn't come today, would you have been? Tang Yume smiled slightly. Right, I'd be just like them. Zhou Yang felt a pang of disappointment. But don't think too much about it. We're just here to vent, not cross any lines, Tang Yume added. They may play around, but they all have boundaries. They wouldn't actually get involved with these male hosts. She pressed her ruby lips close to his ear, her breath fragrant. Firstly, because they're dirty. Secondly, because they're not worthy. Zhou Yang's mind cleared. The women with Tang Yume were truly high-class, wealthy ladies. Those who sought entertainment in nightclubs were just rich women with unsatisfied desires. It was on a totally different level. Zhou Yang, have a drink with me. Tang Yume poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing one to him. He took it and glanced at the kneeling men around the room. Teasing, sister, at this rate, should I kneel to drink too? Ha ha. Tang Yume laughed until her shoulders shook, her fair hand resting on his shoulder. Zhou Yang, why didn't I know you were so funny before? I didn't get close to you before, so I didn't dare joke around, he answered honestly. Then from now on, stay closer. Tang Yume scooted a little closer, her long legs pressing against Zhou Yang's, lips pressed together, eyes sparkling softly. Is this close enough now? Zhou Yang suddenly felt a chill along his calf, smooth and cool against his skin, making him shiver instinctively. Whoa, you two are already out of the room. That was fast, don't you think? Laura by the dance floor was partying hard. She turned around, spotted them, and immediately smirked mischievously. Hey guy, getting a little too excited? Lost control, huh? Tang Yume and Zhou Yang had just gone to get something. But a group of girlfriends had misunderstood and assumed they'd gone to a private room for some private business. Cut it out. Tang Yumei shot Laura a sharp glance. You should go have fun yourself. Huffed. I'm just looking out for your happiness. Laura rolled her eyes and linked arms with the other girls, heading back to dance. That night, Tang Yumei was like a different person. Usually, she was wild and outgoing, rivaling any of her girlfriends at parties. But tonight, she sat quietly in the corner, sipping drinks with Zhou Yang, chatting softly. Her smile was subtle yet undeniable. As the night grew late and the crowd thinned, Zhou Yang walked her back to the villa. Tang Yumei was clearly tip-sired wine, champagne, and cocktails had gone to her head. She was drowsy and slurring her words, needing Zhou Yang to support her as they walked. Once inside, Zhou Yang helped her onto the living room sofa, knelt down to slip off her pointed high heels, then unbuttoned her coat. He poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. May, have some water. Leaning lazily against the sofa, Tang Yumei's eyes were glazed, lips glossy from the drinks. A few strands of hair stuck to her mouth. Her soaked camisole had slipped off one shoulder, revealing smooth, pale skin. Her short skirt clung to her slender legs, every movement dripping with sensuality. She looked like a dark night rose steeped in wine, breathing shallow and uneven. Zhou Yang offered the water, hoping to sober her up. But suddenly Tang Yumei grabbed his collar roughly, knocking over the cup. The warm water spilled and soaked her shirt already thin as cicada wings, making it nearly transparent, clinging tight to her skin. Zhou Yang slipped and fell against her. The softness beneath him sent an electric jolt through his body. He knew it was Tang Yumei's stubborn condition flaring up under the influence of alcohol, her mind foggy, but body restless. Just then, a phone rang sharply. Zhou Yang, still leaning on her, reached over to the table and grabbed the phone. The screen showed Xiafeng. The annoying face of the guy who once shouted green turtle at him flashed in his mind. A mischievous thought flickered in Zhou Yang's heart, but he quickly shook it away. May phone, he whispered. Tang Yumei was too drunk to respond. After calling her name a few times, Zhou Yang set the phone down beside her. Her shirt and skirt were still wet. Leaving her like this overnight would surely catch a chill. Zhou Yang scanned the room and found a thin blanket near the sofa. He spread it carefully over her, tucking in the edges. As he stood, the phone rang again. It was Xiafeng once more. Zhou Yang's brow tightened. He pursed his lips and answered firmly. Xiafeng, Mice had too much to drink. She can't take your call right now. Have her call you tomorrow. Xiafeng was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a furious roar. Bastard, what are you doing in my house? Mei Jie drank too much. I'm just bringing her home, Zhou Yang replied, leaning against the sofa with a voice as bland as plain water. I don't care what you say. Xiafeng had lost all reason on the other end, his voice nearly shattering the phone. Get out right now, or he'll call the cops. Are you crazy? Zhou Yang shot back coldly. If you don't have anything else to say, don't call again. Mei Jie's wasted and needs rest. I put her phone on silent, so stop disturbing her. After that, he was too tired to argue and hung up immediately. Clutching the phone, Xiafeng's chest heaved violently, bloodshot eyes bulging as if about to burst. He nearly fainted from the rage. The next day, knock knock knock. A hurried pounding on the door jerked Zhou Yang awake from his hangover. Who's there? His throat was hoarse. From outside, the landlord's wife called out in a raised voice. Rent's due. Time to pay up. Got it. They'll come after I wake up, Zhou Yang replied half-heartedly. Hurry up. The old lady shuffled downstairs in slippers, muttering, sleeping all day? No future. No wonder your girlfriend ran off with someone else. Zhou Yang squinted at the clock on the wall. It was already noon. Crap. I'm late for work. He stopped mid-sentence with a self-mocking smile. Since he was quitting soon, did it really matter? He pulled aside the curtain, and lavish sunlight poured into the cramped rental. The wild party memories of the night before flickered like fragmented scenes in his mind, a sharp contrast to the peeling walls before him. His pockets only yielded 500 yuan, not nearly enough for rent this month. Thinking of the business cards those sisters handed him last night, he beat his fist on the wall out of regret. If only he had just said yes to any job, wouldn't his life have taken off by now? But then he slapped himself hard. Zhou Yang, don't you still have dreams? How can you talk about ideals when you can't resist such a small temptation? Facing the cracked mirror, he clenched his fist to rally himself. I may be broke now, but one day, I'll make everyone bow to me. He gulped down the bitter tap water and grabbed his phone. On his social feed, his ex-girlfriend Lu Wei's photos filled the screen. Caption, Lu Wei, your hard work is paying off. You deserve all the good things. Keep pushing forward. Likes poured in, and a few college friends showered her with compliments. Lu Wei, your desk looks amazing. The office environment is so nice. Lu, you're such a busy lady now. Do I need to make a reservation to have dinner with you? She replied to each message. Thanks everyone. Let's get together soon, my treat. Every punctuation mark dripped with pride and showmanship. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and closed the feed, only to find a long message from Lu Wei waiting in his inbox, dripping with condescension. He read it, then shook his head without replying. The girl who once rode him into her youth had long since stayed frozen in that summer after graduation. He scrolled through his contacts. Missed calls lined up, mostly insurance and loan salesmen. He was about to clear them all with a tap when an unfamiliar number that called 3 times at 10 a.m. caught his eye. This one didn't look like a sales call. Zhou Yang called the number back. As soon as the call connected, he lowered his voice and asked, "Hello, may I ask who's calling?" "This is Zhou Yang." "Mr. Zhou Yang, hello. This is by Jia from the headquarters Human Resources Department." The woman's voice was sweet and professional, carrying a polite smile. "Congratulations, you've been officially hired by headquarters." "What? I've been hired by headquarters?" Zhou Yang froze, his mind going completely blank. "Mr. Zhou, do you have any questions?" Bai Jia's tone was reassuring. He was just an intern at a branch office, and he had planned to hand in his resignation today. How could he suddenly be recruited by headquarters? Zhou Yang couldn't believe it and hurriedly asked, "Are you sure this is not a mistake? Could it be someone else with the same name?" "You are the only Zhou Yang in this batch of interns, so it can't be wrong." But he was even more confused. "Our HR department only handles the job transfers," Bai Jia gently interrupted. "For the full details, please come to headquarters next Monday and speak directly with the department you'll be joining. They will give you the answers." All right. Zhou Yang's heart was pounding, and he thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. We look forward to seeing you at headquarters on time next Monday. Goodbye." The line went silent, and the sweet voice was gone. His phone screen went dark, and only then did he come back to his senses from the shock. With his current situation, being hired by the marketing department at headquarters was like going from zero to hero overnight. Although he couldn't understand why headquarters had suddenly noticed him right before he was about to resign, the answer would come next Monday. For now, his top priority was to finish handing over his work at the branch office. He rushed to the restroom, washed up quickly, changed into a clean shirt, and headed out. The subway rattled along the way, but he couldn't stop the smile tugging at his lips. Arriving at the branch office, he jogged straight to manager Xia Hongtao's office. His heart was racing, but his feet carried him to the door. Excited, he forgot to knock and pushed the door open. Inside the office, the scene was shocking. A stylishly dressed female subordinate was sitting on Xia Hongtao's lap, speaking in a coquettish voice, while Xia pouted and leaned close to her cheek. "What the hell?" Xia suddenly sprang up, shoving the woman aside, his face ashen. "Can't you knock?" he barked in frustration. Zhou Yang forced out a laugh and spread his hands. "Manager Xia, I had an urgent matter to discuss." "Urgent, my foot," Xia shouted, straightening his rumpled shirt. "You said you were leaving yesterday. I've been waiting for your resignation letter." "Leaving? I never said that." Zhou Yang's eyes flicked to the woman in the corner and then back again, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He took a step forward, speaking calmly but with barely contained amusement. "Manager Xia, I'm here today to hand over my work to you." "What do you mean?" Xia Hongtao was taken aback. In the spacious office, sunlight streamed through the blinds and fell on the desk. Zhou Yang snapped a folder onto the table, his gaze calm but sharp. "That's strange. You're the branch manager, don't you know yet? I've already been hired by the group headquarters marketing department." "What?" Xia Hongtao suddenly straightened up, eyes wide. "Say that again." "I report to headquarters next Monday," Zhou Yang said evenly, but with undeniable certainty. Xia Hongtao's shrewd little eyes blinked several times before he suddenly threw back his head and laughed aloud. "Ha ha ha. Are you out of your mind? You? Have you looked in the mirror lately?" He casually pulled out a resignation form and slammed it down on the desk. "Stop wasting time. Fill this out and get out of here." "Damn, just seeing you annoys me." A female subordinate nearby was tidying up some papers. Hearing this, she couldn't help but glance up, her eyes full of disdain and a sneer playing on her lips. A toad dreaming of becoming a beauty. Zhou Yang shot her a cold look, then pinched the resignation form and with a flick of his wrist tore it in half with a shhh. "What are you doing?" Xia Hongtao was furious. "I said I'm here to hand over my work." Zhou Yang's voice was icy. "If you think I'm lying, call HR right now and ask." Seeing his firm expression, Xia Hongtao lost his confidence. Muttering, he sat back down and opened his computer to check his email. The screen lit up, showing that unopened bolded message from that morning. Clicking it, the official letter from HR confirming Zhou Yang's transfer to headquarters stared him in the face. His expression instantly darkened and shifted. After a moment, he shut the laptop and his previously tense face suddenly softened into a smile, eyes curling into crescent moons. "Oh, little Zhou, you really pulled this off, huh?" That email was from HR, a transfer order. Just a few lines of text, but it meant the authority over next year's regional business targets would now be in the hands of the headquarters marketing department. Just one word from Zhou Yang, even a whisper, could make life miserable for Xia Hongtao. It was as if Zhou Yang had suddenly locked his throat. "Manager Xia? Am I the crazy one here?" Zhou Yang shot back coldly, then looked at the female subordinate. "Or is it me, the toad dreaming of beauty?" The woman's eyes flickered nervously, and she quickly lowered her head. No, you're not crazy. I'm the one who's crazy." Xia Hongtao hurriedly scrambled to recover, patting his big belly as he walked around the desk, smiling so widely his face looked like a Shar-Pei. "Little Zhou, I've been too busy this morning. Lots of emails. I missed this one, my bad, really sorry." Manager Xia, can I hand over my work now? Zhou Yang's eyes were sharp. Of course, of course. But little Zhou, don't be in such a hurry. Xia Hongtao rubbed his hands together and bowed with a grin. Sure, we've had our misunderstandings before, but you know, I've always had your best interests at heart. In terms of age and experience, I'm older and more qualified. It's not too much for me to call you my little brother. Cut out the nonsense. Zhou Yang interrupted curtly. Hey, yes, yes. Xia Hongtao immediately shut up and then smiled even more brightly. Since you're going to headquarters, as your older brother, I should see you off properly. How about this? We'll book a table at Fengshu Hotel for lunch. We'll have a drink or two. Honestly, I'm really going to miss you leaving. Watching Xia Hongtao groveling like a lapdog now, Zhou Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet the other man's shameless persistence sparked a strong aversion inside him. We're not brothers, and there's no need to have dinner together today. We'll still have plenty of work to do together in the future, so don't be reluctant. Just get the handover done quickly, Zhou Yang said coldly, not bothering to even offer a smile. Xia Hongtao caught the threat in his tone, his face darkening instantly. Then, thinking quickly, he pretended his phone vibrated. Hello? Yeah, okay. He covered the mouthpiece with his palm and put on an important call expression, lowering his voice to Zhou Yang. Hold on a sec. It's an important call. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. Passing by the female subordinate, he swiftly gave her a meaningful look. Bang! He slammed the office door shut behind him, locking it tight. The female subordinate immediately caught on. She took a deep breath, smoothed over her tousled bangs, straightened the hem of her black pencil skirt, then walked lightly toward Zhou Yang. She was about 1.65 meters tall with an hourglass figure, balancing a slightly Western voluptuousness with a porcelain doll-like face, the striking contrast making her very alluring. Each step she took was accompanied by a subtle sway of her hips and a gentle flick of her skirt, as if she had endless charm beneath that composed appearance. Zhou Yang, I spoke without thinking earlier. She poured him a glass of water and offered it with both hands, her voice soft like a cat in heat at night. I want to apologize. Please forgive me, all right? Before she finished speaking, her high heel caught on something and she stumbled. Half of the warm water in the glass sloshed onto Zhou Yang's lap. I'm so sorry. She panicked, quickly dropping to her knees to grab some tissues and start dabbing at his pants. Zhou Yang felt a jolt surge through his body, but held back his unusual anger to snap. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Looking up, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with hurt. I really didn't mean to. Zhou Yang stood with his legs slightly apart, looking down at her kneeling by his feet. Her messy hair brushed her lashes, and her big eyes were full of innocence and vulnerability at once pitiful and intoxicatingly seductive. Go away. He gritted his teeth, his tone sharp and cold. But she suddenly stood, throwing herself into his arms, voice trembling. Zhou Yang, don't be mad. I was wrong. I'll make it up to you. Then she whispered into his ear, I'll do anything you want if you forgive me. As she spoke, she quickly unbuttoned 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing a patch of fair skin. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected her to start undressing right in the office. What are you doing? If you think this isn't the right place, she gently took his hand and pressed it to her soft waistline, her eyes both alluring and nervous. Come to my place tonight, just the 2 of us. Her voice became even more husky, almost breathy against his ear. Zhou Yang, my mattress is very soft and comfortable. Get lost. Zhou Yang exploded in anger, shoving his female colleague to the ground. Though inexperienced in the world, he wasn't naive. When he pushed open the door just now, he had accidentally caught Xia Hongtao and the woman in a compromising position and immediately understood Xia's intentions, a honey trap. Xia was worried Zhou Yang would blow things up all the way to headquarters, so he tried to gift the woman to Zhou Yang, both to silence him and to get closer, thus preventing Zhou Yang from causing trouble in the future. It was a cunning 2-birds-and-stone strategy. Any other man might have fallen for the woman's seduction. But Zhou Yang had just been with a woman like Tang Yumei the night before his standards had changed and he was burning with rage at Xia Hongtao's scheming. Xia Hongtao, come here right now. He shouted toward the door. Hey, coming. Xia Hongtao pushed the door open with a smile plastered on his face. I'm about to hand over my work immediately. If you cause any more trouble, I'll report everything about you to headquarters. Want to try me? Zhou Yang's voice grew colder with each word. Relax, Zhou. Relax. Calm down. Xia Hongtao looked embarrassed and kept grinning nervously. I'm handing over the work to you right now. Right now? Their commotion instantly drew attention across the whole office floor. Normally, those co-workers who envied, mocked, or looked down on Zhou Yang because he was junior were frozen in surprise. Outwardly, they looked busy, but their eyes and ears were glued to Xia Hongtao's office. After a while, the handover was done. Zhou Yang grabbed his bag and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He turned to lock eyes with Xia Hongtao. A week ago you said someone like me would never achieve anything. And if I ever succeed, you promised you'd kneel and call me dad. You still remember that, right? Ah, yeah, I remember. Xia Hongtao's face drained of color. Then you better be prepared. Zhou Yang said through clenched teeth with a cold smirk. Dad, you're my dad. Xia Hongtao suddenly dropped to his knees. What are you doing? Zhou Yang was taken aback. I haven't succeeded yet. It's just a promotion. You're getting ahead of yourself. But Xia Hongtao didn't care about dignity anymore. His region had failed to meet targets last year, and this year's first half wasn't looking good either. The company gave him a 3-year assessment period, and next year is his last chance fail again, and he's out. If Zhou Yang moves over to marketing and messes with the numbers, raising next year's targets, Xia would definitely fail. At his age, losing this job would make it very difficult to find similar work. This job was his lifeline. Zhou Yang, I'm just a worker trying to make a living here in Shenzhen, he said, sniffling and choking up. I have parents to support, a kid in elementary school, over 10 years left on the mortgage, and my wife was in a car accident last year. She's still bedridden. I'm the only one supporting the whole family. He wiped his tears and then knelt down heavily, disregarding any managerial pride. I admit sometimes I'm petty, but for survival, I have no choice. They'll call you dad, now consider you my real father. Just please don't hold a grudge against me. Let me work smoothly until retirement. I'd even call you grandpa if you allowed me to. Please. With that, his forehead smashed against the ground with a loud thud. At that moment, a flood of emotions swirled inside Zhou Yang's heart. This seemingly hopeless bastard actually has his own reasons. The warehouse was hot and dark, the fan spinning loudly but unable to chase away the heavy sweat smell. Xia Hongtao knelt on the concrete floor, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes full of regret and anxiety. You may have your reasons, but that doesn't give you the right to abuse your power. Zhou Yang looked down at him coldly. I won't do it again, really won't. Xia Hongtao kowtowed repeatedly, his palms rubbed raw against the floor. I promise. Zhou Yang sighed deeply, the sharpness in his gaze softening. I'm not someone who holds grudges. I could let this go, but on one condition. Hearing condition, Xia Hongtao seemed to grasp at a lifeline, eager to agree. Anything, just say it. Zhou Yang helped him up, lowering his voice near his ear. Tell Muho, is the big boss at headquarters trying to mess with Tang Yume? Xia Hongtao's face went pale, his lips trembling, but no sound came out. Don't want to say? Zhou Yang sneered and turned to leave. Fine, then I won't ask. Xiaozhou. Xia Hongtao frantically grabbed Zhou Yang's sleeve, face flushed red with determination. He'll tell you. But don't go acting recklessly. Zhou Yang raised a hand to calm him, smiling faintly. You really think him the type to act recklessly? Biting his lip, Xia Hongtao leaned close, his voice barely audible. The big boss who gave me the task is. In the blistering summer of Shin City, the heat rolled off the asphalt like steam from a griddle. Inside Tang Yumiai's villa, cool air conditioning hummed steadily. May, I'm here to say goodbye. Sitting on the living room sofa, Zhou Yang held his cup tightly, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Their time together had stirred complicated feelings like siblings, but tinged with something more. Goodbye? Where are you going? Tang Yume popped a plump cherry into her mouth, smiling faintly. Zhou Yang straightened his back, forcing a light tone. I got transferred. I have to report to the Group Medical Research Center. That's great. Tang Yumiai's eyes sparkled, unsurprised. Congratulations. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and set down his cup. But I'm worried about your illness. I plan to write all the prescriptions phased out, so if you follow the schedule, you could be cured within 6 months. Tang Yume tilted her head slightly, eyelashes fluttering, her voice softening. No, I want you to treat me the whole way. She rarely acted needy. That simple request stunned Zhou Yang. May, I wish I could. He admitted, spreading his hands. But headquarters is in Puqing district over 100 kilometers away. I can't guarantee you'll be able to come back and adjust your meds anytime. In that case, they'll move over there. Tang Yume said firmly, leaving no room for objection. Zhou Yang was stunned. Mei was willing to move for him. What's with that look? Tang Yume raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure. Not happy to have me. No. Zhou Yang hurried to wave his hands. It's just, you're doing fine here. Why? How do you know I'm doing fine here? Tang Yume cut him off with a bitter smile. This house belongs to my husband. We had a big fight this morning, and I won't live here anymore. Zhou Yang felt a chill, guessing it might be related to CF phone going to their father to complain. Tang Yumiai's expression was calm, yet distant. Husband in name only. Our marriage was arranged by the family. We almost never lived together after. She paused, forcing a self-mocking smile. Even, the child was conceived through IVF. Zhou Yang was speechless. Rich people's lives are really hard to understand. That's enough. Let's not talk about that. Tang Yume popped out the cherry pit and suddenly asked, do you have a place to stay in Puqing? I was just about to look for one. Zhou Yang was honest. Good luck finding housing there. Tang Yume got up and patted his shoulder lightly, her tone friendly but firm. Since I'm moving there too, I have plenty of rooms. You can stay at my place for now. Mei Jia actually wants me to live with her? Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat as vivid images of sharing a space with this stunning, mature woman flashed through his mind. But Tang Yumiai's married status quickly brought him back to reason. He cleared his throat and asked out loud. Mei Jia, would me living with you cause any inconvenience? You're overthinking it. Tang Yumei raised an eyebrow and glanced at him lazily as she leaned against the armrest of the sofa. You're my private doctor now, so it's convenient to have you nearby in case I need treatment. That's my main consideration. Besides, it's just a temporary arrangement. Once you find a suitable place in Puching district, you'll move out. Oh, I see. Zhou Yang gave an awkward smile and silently scolded himself for jumping to conclusions. Well, if you say so, then I won't be polite about it. He set down his bag and decided to treat her as a landlord. Of course, while I'm staying here, he'll pay rent on time. No need for rent. Tang Yumei waved her hand dismissively. Your medical care is free of charge anyway. Oh, that's true. Zhou Yang scratched his head. After a brief pause, Tang Yumei suddenly remembered something important. By the way, didn't you say my condition requires both Chinese herbs and physiotherapy? How does the physiotherapy work? You need tween a massage. Zhou Yang answered decisively. Oh, how exactly? I can demonstrate it for you right now. All right. The living room was softly lit, and a light gray fabric sofa spanned half the wall. Zhou Yang walked over and sat beside her. A fresh fragrance drifted over, touching a chord in his heart. Meijia, find a comfortable position and lie down. Okay. Tang Yumei replied softly and shifted to lie on her side on the sofa. Zhou Yang regulated his breathing and reached out his hands to locate the meridians. The physiotherapy massage mainly clears the liver meridian. The liver meridian starts at the big toe, runs up the inner middle side of the lower leg, passes inside the knee, then follows the inner thigh upward. When his fingertips touched her calf, Tang Yumei let out a soft ah, instinctively pulling her leg back a bit. Then she bit her lip to suppress a smile and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Sorry, got a little overreactive. Please continue. Zhou Yang suppressed the wave of emotion in his chest, but kept his tone steady. The Bodus meridians form a large loop. The liver meridian ascends through the lower abdomen and meets the governing vessel at the crown of the head. Meijia, turn over onto your stomach. Okay. She obediently flipped over. Her long black hair spread across one corner of the sofa. Then from the back of the head down along the spine, through the back, waist, yaoyan acupoints, and buttocks, then into the inner thigh to join the earlier path. Zhou Yang said as he used his knuckles and palm heel to press and knead, controlling the strength to be gentle yet penetrating. Tang Yumei bit her lower lip lightly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, her voice tinged with amusement. This massage route you described really is comprehensive. Zhou Yang didn't stop his movements and kept his technique professional and measured. Meijia, if it feels uncomfortable, you don't have to do this physiotherapy. But the treatment course might take longer then. Why wouldn't I do it? Tang Yumei's red lips pressed into a smile, her supple body sinking into the sofa backrest. Let's do it now. All right. Zhou Yang nodded. A few minutes later, she changed into loose loungewear and lay on the sofa again. She pressed the speaker, and a soothing piano melody drifted gently through the air, smoothing everything like a soft caress. Zhou Yang proceeded methodically, accurately locating each acupoint. Taichung, Sichuan, Zhongmin, Qimen. His technique progressed from light to firm, combining pressing, grasping, kneading, and pinching with a steady rhythm. Having studied Chinese medicine with his grandfather and father since childhood, he knew the meridians intimately and applied just the right amount of pressure. Over half an hour later, the final massage finished, leaving only music and soft breathing in the room. Zhou Yang withdrew his hands and looked up. Tang Yumei had actually fallen asleep on the sofa after the back treatment. Zhou Yang couldn't bring himself to wake her. After all, he hadn't planned to give a proper massage anyway. Tang Yumei definitely wouldn't have accepted that. Gently, he took the air conditioning blanket from the sofa backrest, smoothed it out, and draped it over Tang Yumei's shoulders, making sure the corner covered her curled-up legs. Then he bent down to double-check the air conditioner was set to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Quietly, he closed the bedroom door on tiptoe and left Tang Yumei's home. 2 days later, the long-anticipated Monday finally arrived, stirring a wave of excitement in Zhou Yang. Early that morning, he first went to the HR department and met with the HR manager, Bai Jia. After Bai Jia wrote Zhou Yang on the roster and verified his ID and onboarding documents, she smiled and said, "You're all set. Head up to the marketing department on the 8th floor and report to Su Jing." The elevator shot straight up to the 8th floor, opening onto a bustling marketing battlefield. Director Su is in a video meeting right now. You can wait here, said Chen Shui, the director's assistant, without looking up. Her tone was cold and brisk before she turned back to her work. Zhou Yang found an empty seat in the corner and looked around. The bright, spotless open-plan office hummed with the sound of keys clicking like steady raindrops. Several colleagues stared intently at their screens, fingers flying as if racing against the clock. A sharp, short-haired female salesperson held a coffee cup as she sketched a marketing strategy with colored markers on the whiteboard. In a corner, a few people rolled up their shirt sleeves and adjusted their earpieces tightly before suddenly cheering in unison, "Yes. Manager Wang, the proposal's been optimized." The printer's rustling paper, the hissing steam from the coffee machine, and quick-fire work discussions blended into a pulse-pounding rhythm. The aroma of coffee beans mixed with the scent of ink and paper, instantly sparking Zhou Yang's nerves. He thought to himself, to lead such an efficient team, what kind of miraculous person must Director Su Jing be? After a while, Chen Shui hurried over and said, Director Su's meeting is over. She wants you to come to her office. All right. Zhou Yang straightened his collar and followed the directions to a frosted glass door. Below the sign director's office, he knocked twice. Come in. Came a clear, crisp female voice from inside. Zhou Yang pushed the door open and stepped in, standing straight as he introduced himself. Director Su. I'm Zhou Yang, the new sales representative reporting for duty. His gaze then fell on the large dark gray desk behind which sat a young woman. Her mid-length hair curled under neatly at the neck, framing a face as delicate as a painting. Her eyebrows were finely shaped, her nose high and well-defined. The sharp jawline caught a faint cold light, accentuating its precise angles. Her skin was porcelain smooth and immaculate, like a meticulously carved jade sculpture stunningly flawless and refined. This stunning woman was the famed ice queen of the group, Su Jing. She replied softly, her gaze fixed on the file in her hands without even glancing up. Her long eyeliner flicked slightly, thick lashes fluttering silently, as if speaking without words. Seeing her so focused, Zhou Yang wisely stayed quiet and still. A few minutes later, Su Jing closed the file and finally raised her eyes. Under the soft white office lights, her sharp, aloof features only seemed more piercing. Her natural commanding presence left no room to cross her. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Jing, marketing director. Please, have a seat, she said, gesturing. Oh, all right. Zhou Yang quickly sat down across from her desk. Su Jing immediately got up and headed for the coffee machine nearby. General Su, let me. Zhou Yang rose but was immediately frozen by her cold glare. No need. Her voice was curt and icy like shards of ice. Zhou Yang stayed rooted, feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating off her like a tidal wave. She pressed the coffee button just as her phone rang. Placing the cup under the dispenser, she turned to grab the phone from the desk. Yes, this is she. Go ahead, she said calmly, taking measured steps. Coffee quickly filled the cup to the brim. Worried it might overflow, Zhou Yang hurried to press stop. Almost at the same moment, Su Jing stepped back to the machine and reached out. Smack! Zhou Yang's hand landed squarely over hers, nearly covering it completely. Warm, soft, and delicate to the touch, they both froze, the moment stretching into silence. Sorry, General Su. Zhou Yang's face flushed deeply. She ended the call, her brows knitting fiercely, her gaze sharp as a blade. I told you I'd do it myself. Do you not understand? I thought the water would spill, Zhou Yang mumbled. Presumptuous, she scoffed, shooting him a cold look before turning back to her seat. At that instant, Zhou Yang caught a faint blush rising near her ear. After a brief silence, Su Jing collected herself. You're here for the standard onboarding process. My assistant Xiao Shui will arrange your seat and duties. Go see her now. Zhou Yang was about to leave but hesitated with a question. General Su, there's something I don't understand. May I ask you? An unmistakable hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. Speak. I'm still an intern. Why was I suddenly hired directly and transferred here? A look of disgust crossed Su Jing's face. Don't you know how you got here yourself? Huh. General Su, I really have no idea. Zhou Yang was completely at a loss. I hate people who try to be clever in front of me. Get out. General Su, out. Yes, General Su. Full of questions, Zhou Yang left her office with growing confusion. How did he even get here? He genuinely did not know. When he asked HR, they told him to check with marketing. Marketing said to figure it out himself. Thus, a perfect closed loop formed the way a big company runs things, truly professional. Meanwhile, back inside the office, Su Jing was growing increasingly irritated. She kept picking up the documents and putting them down again, opened her laptop to check her emails, but couldn't focus on any of it. Her mind kept flashing back to the image of Zhou Yang's hand pressing on the coffee machine, unsettling her deeply. When Zhou Yang first arrived at the marketing department, Chen Shui took him around to get familiar with the office. She showed him to his seat, briefly went over the department rules, then asked, You haven't picked up your supplies yet, have you? What supplies? Zhou Yang asked honestly. Chen Shui couldn't hide a bit of disdain. Supplies means your office stuff, your notebook, folders, employee badge. You have to get them from the administration department. Administration? Zhou Yang paused. Wasn't that where LV Wei worked? Is there a problem? Chen Shui raised an eyebrow. No problem. Zhou Yang forced himself to say. He'll send a message to admin on Dubai. You can just head over now. Chen Shui waved him off. He hurried over to the administration office and knocked on the door. Come in. A female voice answered from inside, and a rush of cool air hit him. The air conditioning in administration was noticeably colder than outside. At the desk nearest the door was LV Wei, who glanced up reflexively. What is it? She caught sight of him, and her eyes widened like lanterns. Zhou Yang. What are you doing here? Zhou Yang kept his expression calm. I came to see you. He intended to say he came to pick up supplies, but she cut him off. We're broken up. Why are you still coming here? LV Wei raised her voice, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the department. Colleagues paused their work and peeked toward the door. You're reading too much into it. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. I'm here too. Zhou Yang, we're broken up. Why are you still coming here? Do you know you're disrupting my work? How did the security at headquarters even let you in? LV Wei spoke fast and proudly, as if she owned this sphere and no one else should intrude. Before starting the job, she had messaged Zhou Yang to stop bothering her. He never replied. She thought he might be plotting something big, but now it was clear was just stalking her right into the company. Whispers spread among the colleagues. I heard Xiao LV just broke up with her ex before coming to headquarters. That must be him. Haha, he even found his way here? A real warrior charging for love. The murmurs grated on LV Weiss' nerves. She scowled and grabbed Zhou Yang's arm. This isn't a place for you. I beg you, don't make a scene, okay? Let go. Zhou Yang snapped, making her flinch. Can I finish? I was directly hired by marketing. I came here to get my supplies. I'm not here to see you. LV Wei froze, then got even angrier. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm stupid? At that moment, the administration manager pushed open the door, frowning. What's all the noise about? Manager, sorry, this is a personal matter. LV Wei quickly explained, shoving Zhou Yang toward the exit. Get out of here. If you don't, they'll call security. But the manager walked right up to the doorway, scrutinizing Zhou Yang from head to toe. You must be Zhou Yang from marketing, right? Administrative manager Cui Yin had just received a notification from Chun Shui in the marketing department on Dubai, saying that Zhou Yang was coming to collect materials. He casually opened Zhou Yang's profile and stared at the photo to confirm, when suddenly a commotion came from the opposite office area. Looking up, Cui Yan's eyes met Zhou Yang's as he pushed open the door. You're from the marketing and sales department, S2 level sales representative, right? Cui Yan held up the printed document to verify. That's right. Zhou Yang replied promptly. Beside them, LV Wei was stunned. When did Zhou Yang become an S2 in the marketing and sales department? She herself was only S1. The S2 commission has no cap, so every deal could earn tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands in bonuses, while she was stuck with a fixed salary. Shock, jealousy, and frustration flickered across her face. Others in the office couldn't help but glance over. It was common for the young women in the company to have crushes on the handsome sales guys. Nearly every young male salesman was already taken, but Zhou Yang was a new face and rumor had it had just broken up, instantly making him the new catch. The few young ladies in the admin department brightened their eyes. Xiao LV, don't just stand there, go to the warehouse and get the materials. Cui Yin urged. Okay. LV Wei swallowed her feelings and trudged off to the warehouse. The materials were numerous, brand new laptops, deluxe notebooks, desk calendars piled high. She worked up a sweat getting everything on the list. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms carefully around the stack and started edging toward the door. Just as the door opened, a faint floral scent wafted in, and he collided full-on with a figure. Boxes and bags spilled noisily to the floor. Sorry. A bright, urgent female voice apologized. Zhou Yang looked up, frozen. The girl was about 5'7", with a slender waist and pure, sweet features, especially her deep, clear eyes, which seemed to light up the whole corridor. His heart skipped a beat. She was stunning enough to take one's breath away. They'll help you pick these up. She crouched down, her long fingers swiftly gathering the scattered items. There's quite a lot. Why don't you help Zhou Yang take these back to their department? Cui Yin said from the doorway. Sure. The girl nodded. Thanks for the help. Zhou Yang smiled in return. As they walked back to the department side by side, Zhou Yang casually joked, as expected, a beauty is the company's best front. Then suddenly it hit him. A flock of egrets soaring into the blue sky. Bailu's beauty surpasses even the celestial senior. You can't be Bailu's campus queen of Shin University, right? Cough cough. Just an overrated reputation. Bailu smiled with a twinkle in the corner of her eye. So it really is you. Zhou Yang widened his eyes. Bailu had been a legend on campus. Almost everyone knew her. LV Wei had once compared herself to Bailu and had been laughed at mercilessly by classmates. Senior, my roommate's biggest dream is to be your backup option. Zhou Yang said with feeling. Puffed Bailu covered her mouth to laugh softly. I never dated anyone in college. Backup option is way too much. Oh wow, Senior really is as pure as jade. Zhou Yang chuckled warmly. But when he noticed a faint dark bluish shadow under Bailu's eyes, he asked, Senior, did you not sleep well last night? Bailu rubbed her forehead and nodded calmly. Yeah, ever since I started working, I've had frequent insomnia. Zhou Yang set the materials box aside and looked at her seriously. Mind if I check your pulse? You know how to do that? Bailu raised her eyebrows in surprise. A little, Zhou Yang smiled. All right. Bailu readily extended her right hand. Zhou Yang gently took her delicate, fair hand, supporting her forearm with one hand while placing his index and middle fingers together on her wrist. After a moment, he said softly, You've got a poor appetite, no interest in anything, trouble falling asleep at night, and even when you do, you wake up easily, right? Bailu's eyes widened, astonished but candid. Exactly. You're spleen deficient and physically cold, with disharmony between heart and kidney. You need to have your system regulated soon. Zhou Yang released her hand. How do I do that? Bai Lu asked eagerly. Let me take a look at your eyes. Zhou Yang leaned in closer to scrutinize her pupils. Their breaths mingled. They were less than a fist apart, and the air suddenly felt charged with subtle tension. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed faintly. Senior, you need a course of herbal medicine along with acupoint massage. Zhou Yang's expression turned serious. Oh, you know how to do all that? Yes. My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations. Zhou Yang explained with a smile. When you have time, they'll give you a proper diagnosis. But today's tight, I need to hurry back and deliver the materials. Okay, thanks a lot. Bai Lu nodded, returning his smile. On the way back in the corridor, the two fell into silence as if a switch had been flipped. At the department doorway, Bai Lu handed the whole box of materials to Zhou Yang. Then they each turned to walk opposite directions. The next moment, they both stopped and turned back simultaneously. You. Neither expected the other to look back. The moment was awkward yet charged with unspoken feelings. You say it first. Bai Lu said, cheeks flushed. Senior, I want to add your WeChat. Zhou Yang quickly waved his hand. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to brag to my roommate. Of course. Bai Lu stepped forward and pulled out her phone to exchange QR codes. After adding each other, Zhou Yang asked, so why do you turn back to find me? Isn't it done? Bai Lu shook her phone playfully, smiled, then jogged off. Turns out she came to add him too. Staring at the new friend icon on his screen, Zhou Yang felt a flicker in his heart. By the campus belle took the initiative? Does she have feelings for me? Then he reconsidered maybe she just wants me to help her get better. It was only the second time had examined someone. His ancestors forbade practicing medicine professionally, but helping friends for free didn't count as breaking tradition, right? He reasoned with himself as he pushed the door open and returned to his office. The day passed quickly. At 5:30 p.m., Zhou Yang came home after work. Just inside the door, the dining table was laid out with a full, sumptuous meal, fragrant and steaming. Tang Yumei reclined on the living room sofa. Her fitted dress slit at the side revealing a perfect curve, her expression calm but smiling faintly. How's your first day at headquarters? Not bad. Zhou Yang changed into slippers, inhaling the aroma. Meijia, did you make all this? Impossible, I hired a 5-star chef to come here. Tang Yumei brushed back her hair. What's the occasion today? Zhou Yang asked casually, then grinned. Thanks so much, Meijia. As he changed and headed to the table, a thought popped into his mind. Could Meijia have pulled some strings to get me in here? Zhou Yang's suspicion wasn't baseless. Tang Yumei showed no surprise that he had smoothly transferred to the headquarters. In fact, she seemed calm as if she had long known about it. This only strengthened Zhou Yang's confidence in his judgment. Mei, I want to ask you something. Zhou Yang had just started to speak when the doorbell suddenly rang. Hold on. Tang Yumei stood up and went to the entrance. She glanced at the video monitor, then frowned and sighed lightly. Xiao Feng is here. Should I hide? Zhou Yang asked. There's nothing to hide. Just stay here. Tang Yumei placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him back onto the sofa to reassure him. Then she went to open the door without hesitation. When the door opened, Xia Feng rushed in carrying bags, followed closely by LV Wei. Mom, I knew you moved here. The next moment, Xia Feng and LV Wei both froze. In the living room, Zhou Yang sat leisurely on the leather sofa, looking completely at ease like the homeowner, making them look like mere visitors traveling from afar. What are you doing here? Xia Feng suddenly raised his voice. The humiliation he had suffered at Tang Yumei's apartment last time was still fresh in his mind, and anger surged from his chest to his head. LV Wei looked stunned. She had planned to use the visit to her future mother-in-law as a chance to break into a wealthy family, but never expected to come face-to-face with her ex-boyfriend right at the door. Xiao Feng. Tang Yumei snapped coldly. Zhou Yang is my friend. Don't be rude. Mom, what kind of friend is he? Xia Feng's veins bulged as he pointed at Zhou Yang in anger. He's just some lousy medicine peddler. Don't speak about Zhou Yang that way. Tang Yumei's eyebrows flared. He was just transferred to the headquarters and is temporarily staying here. What? Xia Feng nearly fainted. You two are living together? I don't understand why you always target him, Tang Yumei said in a low voice. To be honest, Zhou Yang is treating my illness. He's my personal doctor. Staying here makes treatment easier. There's no way he's a doctor. LV Wei blurted out. Tang Yumei's eyes turned icy cold, cutting a sharp glance at LV Wei. And how do you know he's not? LV Wei trembled under the stare, quickly lowering her voice. This was her first time meeting her future mother-in-law. She dared not make a bad impression. Seeing this, Xia Feng quickly chimed in. Mom, don't be fooled. He's only cozying up to you because he thinks our family is rich. Him is patient and know his medical skills well. Who are you to doubt him? Tang Yumei retorted. LV Wei bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. Annie, Zhou Yang definitely isn't a doctor I should know. I'm his ex-girlfriend. What? Tang Yumei's beautiful eyes widened as she looked from LV Wei to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. Mei, your son just likes stealing other people's girlfriends. In that instant, Tang Yumei understood everything. A girl who could be stolen away such a person couldn't have been that great to begin with. Tang Yumei shot a look of disdain at LV Wei. Am not even afraid to tell you Xiao Feng has brought so many girls to see me. I've lost count. The words barely left her mouth before LV Weiss' face drained of color. Xie Feng frowned, muttering under his breath. Mom, how can you say that? I'm saying it for your own good. Tang Yumei spoke quickly. Women understand women best. If she can't even appreciate a guy like Zhou Yang, then there's no way she's with you for the right reasons. Xie Feng waved his hand anxiously, hoping to stop his mother from dragging him into it. I don't care about that. The fact is, Zhou Yang is a fraud. He can't treat illnesses at all. LV Wei chimed in, her tone firm and certain. Annie, we were together all 4 years in college. Zhou Yang doesn't know how to treat anyone. That just means you never really understood me. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, his gaze cold as ice. LV Wei snorted lightly, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Zhou Yang, I get you want to make something of yourself, but using a scam like this? That's seriously shameless. Xie Feng's temper exploded. He shouted, Mom, did you hear that? His college girlfriend is vouching for him, and you still believe him? Zhou Yang, you liar. Get out of here, right now? Before anyone could react, he lunged at Zhou Yang and threw a punch aimed straight at his face. Last time, had nearly beaten Zhou Yang senseless with a stool in that cramped rental room. So this time he was confident. Tang Yumei reached to stop him, but it was too late. The fist rushed in, but Zhou Yang remained calm. Like a cat, he dropped his weight and slipped sideways, while jabbing 2 fingers sharply into Xie Feng's abdomen. Ah! A cry of pain. Xie Feng staggered back several steps, his face turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Zhou Yang's voice was calm and steady. Weren't you the one saying I can't treat disease? Well, my family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations. I've got the human bones, meridians, and acupoints memorized backward and forward. I just pressed the fushi point on your abdomen. How does that taste? Cut the crap. Xie Feng gritted his teeth, forcing himself to lunge again despite the pain, but his body wouldn't obey. Zhou Yang grabbed his arm and twisted gently but firmly. Crack came a sharp snap, followed by Xie Feng's agonized scream. There are 206 bones in the human body, separated by 308 joints. Zhou Yang released his grip and pushed him away. I twisted your joint in the wrong direction. Your arm's dislocated. Xie Feng's arm hung limply, completely powerless. His eyes went wide in disbelief and shock. LV Wei was speechless too. She had never known Zhou Yang had this kind of skill. In fact, Zhou Yang had studied medicine since childhood, memorizing acupoints and joints. In a fight, a precise strike or twist could instantly neutralize an opponent's strength. Last time at the rental, his rage over LV Weiss' betrayal made him care less, so Xie Feng had been able to catch him off guard. Mom, you've got to get him to fix this, Xie Feng said shakily, staring at his misshapen arm and clutching his stomach in sharp pain. Zhou Yang didn't want to cause Tang Yumei any trouble, so he stepped forward and carefully grabbed Xie Feng's arm, pushing up gently. Another crisp snap sounded as the bones slid back into place. Still clutching his stomach and pale with pain, Xie Feng glared fiercely at Zhou Yang. I'm going to get my dad involved. He'll deal with you. Then he yanked LV Wei by the hand and limped out in a sorry state. The room fell silent. Tang Yumei sank into her chair and rested a hand to her forehead, ebony strands slipping through her fingers and obscuring her eyes. The sadness weighed heavily over her. Zhou Yang stepped closer hesitantly. Kids grow up, it's hard to control them. The words felt awkward coming from him. Wasn't much older than Xie Feng. Tang Yumei abruptly lifted her head, seeming to hold back tears. Then she sniffed and forced a bright smile. No more of that. Zhou Yang, tonight you're staying with your sister. Drink plenty with her. If anyone passes out before the night's over, no one goes back to their room. Deal. Tang Yumei took a deep breath, composed herself, and poured wine for both Zhou Yang and herself. You must be starving. Have something to eat first. She stood up and reached over to serve him some food. Sister Mei, I can serve myself. No need to be so polite. Tang Yumei leaned forward, her pearl necklace slipping from her collarbone to the edge of the table, gently swaying. She placed a piece of pan-seared foie gras onto Zhou Yang's plate. Try the sauce made with port wine. She spooned a deep brown sauce evenly over the foie gras. Zhou Yang picked up his chopsticks and carefully took a bite, then gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Made by a Michelin 5-star chef, of course it is. Tang Yumei smiled softly and sipped her red wine, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the glass rim. The Australian M6 steak with black truffle has even more flavor. She switched to a knife and sliced the steak. The knife tip scraped lightly against the porcelain plate with a subtle sound. After cutting a small piece, she sprinkled some sea salt on it, then held the fork up to Zhou Yang's mouth. Here, try this. Sister Mei, I really can. Don't talk, just eat. Zhou Yang had no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the piece in one bite, nearly bringing the fork in with it. So tender. Tang Yumei rested her chin on her hand, watching him with bright, sparkling eyes. Every time Zhou Yang said delicious, she seemed to feel rewarded. Sister Mei, you should have some too. Okay, I'll try some. She cut a few more pieces and fed herself, nodding approvingly. It really is good. That fork had just been in Zhou Yang's mouth, but Tang Yumei didn't hesitate to use it again. The small detail made Zhou Yang's heart skip a beat. She truly didn't treat him like a stranger. The intimate atmosphere quietly deepened under the candlelight. But Zhou Yang suddenly recalled what Xie Feng said when he left was going to complain to Tang Yumei's husband. He put down his knife and fork. Sister May, maybe I should move out as soon as possible, just to avoid any misunderstandings with your husband. Let him be. Tang Yumei took a small sip from her glass. Actually, my husband works at the same company as you. Zhou Yang's expression stiffened. Sister May, is his name Xie Yong? Yes, Xie Yong. Just as Zhou Yang thought. Xie Yong, director of the HR department, was the very leader who gave Xie Hongtao the task to seduce Tang Yumei and film scandalous videos. Sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Zhou Yang hadn't known the connection between Xie Yong and Tang Yumei before, so he hadn't told her the truth, wanting to first investigate at the headquarters before deciding how to warn her. Now that their marriage was confirmed, there was no need to hide it. He took a deep breath. Sister May, I have to tell you something, please don't be angry. What is it? You're being all secretive. Tang Yumei propped her chin in her hand and looked at him gently. Do you remember why I suddenly quit? Of course I do. I asked you, but you didn't say. Zhou Yang gripped his wine glass. At the time, I secretly received a task from higher-ups to get close to you. Tang Yumei looked increasingly confused. But back then, we already had a good relationship. No, Sister May, this isn't just a normal client relationship. Zhou Yang held back his breath, but still said it out loud. They want me to start a romantic relationship with you. Tang Yumei held her wine glass, smiling gently, encouraging him to continue. Then they want me to sleep with you and secretly film the entire thing. As soon as he said it, Zhou Yang's face flushed bright red. Tang Yumei's smile faded, her brows furrowing slightly. So, you refused, and that's why they pushed you out of your job, right? Yes. Zhou Yang nodded emphatically. She studied him for a moment, then quietly asked, am I really that far from your type? Sister May, that's not what I mean. Zhou Yang hurriedly shook his head. You're my client, and you have a family. If I really did that, I'd be ruining you. Besides, he muttered, lowering his head, I know my own limits. There's no way you'd be interested in someone like me. Tang Yumei didn't press further, but shifted to the next question. Who gave you this task? It was your husband, Xie Yong. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, but blurted out the name. I suspected it was him. Tang Yumei looked calm, as if she had expected as much. Zhou Yang took a couple of sips, then mustered courage to ask, Sister May, I really don't understand what he's trying to do. Tang Yumei looked up, her tone even but icy. Xie Yong and I have no affection left. After we married, we've mostly lived apart. We've only stayed married because divorce would mean splitting assets. He's greedy and wants the entire fortune. If I refuse, he plans to use evidence of my infidelity to pressure me in court. Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table in anger. That bastard's so damn sinister. Tang Yumei smiled faintly. That's just a petty trick. You're fresh out of college, will meet all kinds of people more devious than him. She raised her glass and gently clinked it against Zhou Yang's. The human body has 206 bones, but when clothed, there are over 100,000 faces. The world is complicated. You'll learn to adapt in time. With that, they tilted their heads back, draining their glasses. Setting the glass down, Tang Yumei's tone shifted. Thank you for telling me the truth. Since Xie Yong is heartless, don't expect me to be kind. Sister May, what do you plan to do? Zhou Yang lowered his voice. I have a plan. He'll need your cooperation. Me? Zhou Yang was caught completely off guard. What can I do? If he can use you to seduce me and film it, I can turn the tables by having you sleep with me instead. Tang Yumei said this calmly, as if it were nothing. What? You really want me to sleep with you? Zhou Yang was totally dumbfounded, his mind in a fog. Tang Yumei tapped his forehead lightly. It's acting. Do you understand? Oh. Zhou Yang suddenly got it and breathed a huge sigh of relief, though he couldn't hide his disappointment. He joked, Sister, you're so good to me. Honestly, not just acting, I wouldn't even refuse if it really happened. When did you learn to be so slick? Tang Yumei laughed, but her eyes suddenly grew serious. She closed the distance slowly and whispered, Do you really want to sleep with your big sister? The room was softly lit, and Tang Yumei smiled warmly, her face radiant with springtime glow. Do you really want to get into big sister's bed? She covered her mouth with a smile, tilting her head to look at Zhou Yang. A rush of alcohol hit Zhou Yang's head, and he almost blurted out, I do. But reason held him back. Tang Yumei was married, at least in name. Even if her relationship with Xie Yong was distant, acting on drunken desire would be breaking up a marriage. Besides, Xie Yong would be eager to catch her in the act, and Tang Yumei wouldn't be foolish enough to give him that chance. Her question was probably a test to see if he had other intentions. But saying no would be insincere. Although Tang Yumei was a married woman, her figure and face were as youthful as a girl's. She had never had children. Her son, Xie Feng, was the result of IVF and donor sperm. Which man wouldn't be tempted by such a delicate, refined beauty? Zhou Yang hesitated but decided to stay silent, changing the subject instead. Sister May, tell me about your plans. I'll do whatever I can to help. Not today. Tang Yumei raised her glass, the wine shimmering under the light. We just moved into a new place. That calls for a celebration. Don't be a spoilsport. Cheers. All right. Zhou Yang clinked his glass with hers. Their conversation drifted across many topics and carried on late into the night. Tang Yumi's tolerance for alcohol was remarkable. If Zhou Yang hadn't discreetly swapped in a lower-proof drink, she would have been out long ago. Amid the mess of glasses and plates, her tipsiness grew. Suddenly she stood, spinning and waving her arms. "I'll dance for you." She didn't finish the sentence before her legs gave out, and she collapsed into Zhou Yang's arms. "Sister May, let's call it a night. You can dance tomorrow." Zhou Yang steadied her. "Okay." Tang Yumi's eyes were misty. Her fingertips gently traced Zhou Yang's cheek. "If anything's bothering you, tell big sister right away. Don't keep it bottled up, got it?" "Got it." Zhou Yang smiled. "Let me help you back to your room to rest." He held her slender waist and started toward the bedroom. Suddenly Tang Yume groaned softly. "Ugh, I feel like vomiting. Quick, the bathroom." Zhou Yang turned sharply and half-carried, half-dragged her to the wash basin. Tang Yume leaned over the sink, her shoulders trembling. Zhou Yang grabbed some tissues and patted her back gently. After a while, she was only dry heaving with nothing coming up. "I feel so nauseous, but nothing's coming up." "It's awful." She gripped the edge of the sink, swaying unsteadily. "Sister May, want me to help?" "All right. Open your mouth first." Before she could say more than ah, Zhou Yang's freshly washed middle finger was already probing her throat. Gag reflexes were his usual emergency technique. Wah! A torrent of pure alcohol sprayed out. Using the momentum, he inserted his finger deeper. Wah! Another round of retching. On the third attempt, Tang Yume suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Stop, I give up." Then she plopped down on the floor, leaning against the wall, gasping for air. Her collar was soaked with wine, hair disheveled. Zhou Yang sighed. "Sister May, you really should take a shower." "I'd love to, but I'm too weak." Right now her drunken eyes were hazy. Zhou Yang scratched his head and joked. "I already helped you puke. I'm not about to help you bathe too. Dream on." Tang Yume staggered to her feet, then slipped and shuffled toward the bathroom. "Careful, the floor is slippery." Zhou Yang quickly stepped forward and helped her along, ushering her safely into the bathroom. Tang Yume suddenly pointed at a floor tile beneath the showerhead and said, "Zhou Yang, do you think this tile is leaking? The rest are dry, but why is this one wet?" Zhou Yang bent down to check, running his fingertip gently over the tile surface. "Sister May, it's fine. It's dry here too." "Oh, then what about now?" Tang Yume suddenly turned on the shower. With a rush, warm water poured down instantly, soaking them both like drowned rats. "Ah, Sister May, what are you doing?" Zhou Yang instinctively raised his arm to block the water. Taking a shower, Tang Yume giggled playfully. "You're so mischievous, Sister May. If a woman isn't a little mischievous, a man won't love her," she teased, leaning back against the wall under the shower, tilting her head up to let the water wash over her. Her thin, almost translucent blouse was completely soaked, clinging tightly to her exquisite curves. The contrast between her skin and the fabric outlined a perfect silhouette. Water droplets slid down her neck, gathering along her collarbones in glistening arcs, making Zhou Yang's breath catch those standing under the water. He still felt parched. Tang Yume suddenly glanced back, a flush from wine coloring her cheeks, her eyes filled with an indescribable allure. "Sister May, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Yang's voice was hoarse. Without answering, Tang Yume leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her moist lips pressing against his. A moment later, Zhou Yang walked out of the bathroom soaked through. From behind the sound of running water came Tang Yumi's voice. "I'm sorry, Zhou Yang. Please understand May can't be with you." Zhou Yang sighed. "Sister May, you have a family. I understand. It was my impulse just now. No, I was the one who stirred your fire but couldn't help put it out," Tang Yume said with guilt in her tone. "Sister May, you should finish your shower first." Zhou Yang said no more and left the bathroom. The next morning, the events of last night felt like a dream to Zhou Yang. Tang Yume was still sound asleep, so he quietly slipped out to buy breakfast. After placing it down, he hurried off to work. The company cafeteria served breakfast too, and as usual, he queued for his meal. Just as he sat down, he heard a clear, sweet voice. "Zhou Yang." He turned to see Bai Lu, young and radiant, carrying a tray. Today she wore a white dress, her long black hair loose, her cheeks still sweet, but with a faint shadow under her eyes. "Senior Bai, you're having breakfast here too?" Zhou Yang raised his hand in greeting. "Yes, what a coincidence." Bai Lu sat opposite him, sighing softly. "Looks like you slept well last night, but I barely rested." "Still struggling with insomnia?" Zhou Yang picked up a bun. "I said yesterday I could help you regulate it when's convenient. Anytime except working hours. How about after work today?" Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with hope. "Dinner's on me." It was clear insomnia was tormenting her deeply. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. "It's an honor to have your trust, Senior Bai." "Of course it is." Suddenly, a harsh male voice interrupted. A man sneered as he approached, slamming a tray down heavily in front of Zhou Yang, looking down at him. "Just arrived at headquarters and already hooked up with our front desk beauty? You're pretty slick, huh?" The man looked to be under 30, wearing a fitted white shirt and dark gray trousers, with black rimmed glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. But behind the lenses, his narrow eyes held a cold, sinister glint that made anyone who met his gaze shiver. Bai Lu, what a coincidence. Mind if I sit here? His voice was casual, but before she could answer, he dropped down beside her. A clear look of disdain flashed in Bai Lu's eyes. She quickly shifted her gaze to the man across from her, smiling. Zhou Yang, I'm full. See you tonight. See you tonight. Zhou Yang nodded and lowered his head to continue eating, completely ignoring the man beside him. But the man was relentless, staring at Zhou Yang. You're Zhou Yang, right? How do you know Bai Lu? And what exactly do you mean by see you tonight? Zhou Yang furrowed his brows, repelled by the man's intrusive tone. Sorry, that's private. I'd rather not say. TSK. No wonder people say you have someone backing you up. That's why you're so cocky. The man sneered sarcastically. Zhou Yang looked up sharply. Who do you mean by someone backing me up? Oh, don't play dumb. The man pulled out a name badge and clipped it to his left chest. Marketing department sales representative Lu Yan. So he was a colleague from the same department. Zhou Yang had spent all day yesterday in marketing but hadn't seen him. He assumed sales reps were always out in the field. Trying to keep things civil, Zhou Yang softened his tone. You said I have someone backing me, and that I'm playing dumb. What exactly do you mean? Lu Yan scoffed. Zhou Yang, it's obvious how you got into marketing without me spelling it out. Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks. Just say it straight. Lu Yan frowned. Bluntly. Everyone knows you got in because of connections. Oh, Zhou Yang asked coolly. So who exactly is this connection behind me? That's none of your concern. Lu Yan's expression darkened. But you know who it is. We all know you haven't even finished your internship, and some bigwig quietly transferred you here. Zhou Yang's face remained impassive, but inside he was quietly puzzling. How did marketing know the details so fast? Who moved him here? He thought it might be Tang Yume, but yesterday's events ruled that out. Then he considered Xie Feng's father, Xie Yong, but Tang Yumei's bad relationship with Xie Yong made that unlikely. Questions swirled in his mind like a storm. Lu Yan continued his sarcastic rant. Marketing is full of elites, especially in sales. If you don't have skills, no matter how many connections you've got, you won't last. How are you so sure I don't have the skills? Zhou Yang looked up. Marketing isn't your family business. Who you kick out isn't your call. Lu Yan was caught off guard by Zhou Yang's bluntness, losing his words for a moment. Zhou Yang stood, picked up his plate, and said, maybe you should worry about yourself first. With that, he turned and walked away. Damn it, Zhou Yang, just wait. Lu Yan clenched his mouth and jumped up after him. Not far off, a few young women chatting over breakfast whispered to each other. Is that the handsome guy Lu Yan from sales? Yes, that's him, last year's top seller. I heard that guy is really a womanizer, secretly involved with many female colleagues. And now he's got his eye on the beautiful receptionist in our company. Every Monday, the marketing department holds an early meeting, but yesterday morning Su Jing had an urgent matter, so the meeting was postponed until today. Right now, employees from sales, marketing, and support teams stand in rows facing the huge LED screen in front of them. Below the screen, Su Jing wears a sleek, dark blue fitted suit, her hair neatly pinned up. Her delicate yet stern face and piercing gaze cut like a knife, the perfect embodiment of a career woman. She has an angelic face with a devilish figure. What's rare is the blend of youthful freshness and mature charm, combined with a commanding presence that commands respect from everyone present. Su Jing raised the laser pointer and switched to the first slide of the presentation, her voice cool and clear. The sales numbers for the second quarter are dreadful. I don't know what you've been doing for the past 3 months. Her red lips pressed into a thin line. She paced back and forth in front of the 3 teams. The tap of her stiletto heels was crisp, yet sounded like a death knell. The salespeople lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. I think it's time to reactivate our department's secret weapon. The next slide flashed across the screen, 4 bold characters. Last place, elimination. A murmur spread through the sales team. Eliminating the lowest performer means the person with the worst results will be directly expelled from the department. To instill a real sense of urgency, this policy takes effect immediately. Within 1 month, whoever ranks last in new sales will be forced out. Everyone needs to prepare themselves mentally. Su Jing's gaze swept the room. Zhou Yang. Suddenly named, Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. General Manager Su, I'm here. You may be new to the department, but it's not about how long you've been here. This policy applies to you the same. Lu Yan stood nearby, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. The top seller with many clients. He felt secure. The newcomer Zhou Yang, however, was still struggling to handle big accounts and was clearly in a tough spot. The atmosphere was heavy, and Zhou Yang felt suffocated. Fortunately, the meeting ended quickly. Gathering his courage, he went to knock at Su Jing's office door. General Manager Su went to the restroom. Do you need something? Assistant Chen Shui greeted him. Yes, I want to discuss something with her. Then just wait in her office. She'll be back soon. Pushing the door open, Zhou Yang saw her briefcase lying open on the desk, with a black package of Safi elastic fit pads partially visible. He couldn't help smiling. General Manager Su must be on her period. The door clicked softly. Su Jing entered, her complexion pale, hair loose around her shoulders. She held her lower abdomen with her left hand, brows furrowed, sweat beading on her forehead. What are you doing here? Is there something you need? She sat down, still trying to maintain her cold composure. Zhou Yang began, but Su Jing let out a faint groan and gripped the edge of the desk, her body trembling slightly. General Manager Su. He stepped forward. Speak if you have something to say. If not, leave. Her voice remained chilly, but the pain was unmistakable. A few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, giving her a disheveled, yet striking look. If you're like this, I can't bring up my issue. Let me help ease your pain first. Zhou Yang offered. How? She grit her teeth and asked. Traditional Chinese medicine has acupressure points for menstrual pain relief. When pressed in the right order, it's very effective. I saw it on Jean Lin. There was not just medicine, but also acupressure techniques. Su Jing looked doubtful, but the pain was making her vision darken. She nodded silently, unwilling to ask for help outright. Zhou Yang said nothing more and moved around the desk to her side. The first point is the Higu point, located in the web between the thumb and index finger. He said as he gently took Su Jing's fair, slender hand and held it softly. Su Jing was taken aback. She hadn't expected the new salesperson to be so bold. Normally, no one touched her hand at work except during handshakes with clients. But at that moment, she felt weak and helpless, allowing Zhou Yang to hold her hand as his fingers began gently rubbing the web between her thumb and index finger. Suddenly, a sharp, burning ache flared up. Su Jing let out a soft sigh and pressed her lips together, but her expression remained cold and proud. After a couple of minutes of massaging, Zhou Yang suddenly crouched down and fixed his gaze on her long, graceful legs. What are you doing? Su Jing frowned, feeling violated, her eyes icy as she stared at him. Miss Su, haven't you noticed? You sound stronger than before when you speak. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Su Jing had been tense earlier, but after the reminder, she did feel more relaxed. She was secretly surprised this guy's technique was pretty effective. Zhou Yang smiled and said, now let's press the second acupoint, called Sanin, near the ankle. He bent down and gently lifted her ankle. Her ankle was fair and delicate. On the outside of her right foot was a tattoo of a red rose, seductive and captivating. Who knew Ms. Su had this hidden side? Zhou Yang skillfully found the right point and started massaging. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The top salesperson, Lu Yin, called from outside. Ms. Su, it's me. About the matter between me and Zhou Yang you mentioned. What matter? Su Jing frowned. The one I told you about this morning, Lu Yin answered. Zhou Yang suddenly pressed harder, causing a sharp numbness, an ache in Su Jing's ankle. He quickly covered his mouth to keep her from crying out. I'm busy now, we'll talk later. Su Jing snapped sharply. All right, Lu Yin left. Su Jing complained. Why did you press so hard? I almost shouted. Miss Su, since you have severe menstrual pain, you need a bit more strength for it to work. Zhou Yang said earnestly. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Su Jing felt much more relieved and quietly acknowledged his skill. The third and fourth acupoints are Shuehai and Zusanli, Zhou Yang said, eyes lifting again. Both points are near the knee, Shuehai on the inside, Zusanli diagonally outside, close enough to press at once. Zhou Yang stretched out his thumb and middle finger, locating the points and kneading them a few times. A tingling numbness spread up her leg and throughout her body, and Su Jing couldn't help but tremble slightly. She never imagined letting a male subordinate massage her thigh. All done. Any other spots? Su Jing's condition was clearly improving, but she felt uncomfortable with such intimate contact between a man and a woman and politely refused. Just one more, the last one, Zhou Yang said, his gaze shifting to her lower abdomen. Where's the last one? Su Jing asked cautiously. Right here, he said, pointing to her lower belly. Su Jing's face flushed deeply. Touching her abdomen was out of the question. It was far too sensitive compared to her hands and thighs. I'll do this part myself, she said firmly, drawing a clear boundary. The points are called Guanyuan and Shihai, Zhou Yang explained. They're key spots. Pressing them can relieve about 90% of your symptoms. Okay, I'll handle that myself, Su Jing nodded, placing her hand lightly on her lower abdomen. Her feelings complicated but resolute. Su Jing was feeling much better now. She picked up her phone and looked up those 2 acupuncture points. Using her slender fingers, she traced circles on her lower abdomen, but couldn't quite be sure where exactly they were. Frustrated, she awkwardly waved to Zhou Yang, who was standing rigidly nearby. Hey, you come here. Could you show me where those 2 points are? Zhou Yang furrowed his brows and leaned in seriously, pressing his fingertip gently on her lower belly. Here and here. As soon as he touched the 2 points, he pulled away. Su Jing's face instantly flushed a deep, radiant red like the evening sky, breathtakingly vivid. Okay, got it. She hurriedly withdrew and cleared her throat, quickly changing the subject. So what brings you to my office? That elimination system is so unfair to me. Zhou Yang frowned, lowering his voice. I just joined the department and haven't figured out anything yet. Someone will mentor you. You'll get the hang of it soon, Su Jing said, picking up the phone. Lu Yin, come to my office please. Moments later, Lu Yin pushed the door open. Su Jing gave a brief introduction. Zhou Yang, this is Lu Yin, our department's top salesperson. Nice to meet you, Zhou Yang. Lu Yin immediately held out his hand with a broad smile and a slight bow. looking very humble. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. What a fake act. Outwardly, he nodded politely. Su Jing continued. We have a tradition in sales: the experienced mentor the new. After a new sales rep joins, a seasoned one teaches them everything and even accompanies them on client visits. Lu Yan came to me this morning, said he likes you and volunteered to be your mentor. She looked at Zhou Yang. With the top salesperson as your master, don't you feel confident? That Lu Yan is pretty cunning. Zhou Yang thought coldly, guessing the guy wanted to keep him tied up and wasted for a month. But he wasn't afraid. Smirking, he said, it's an honor to have the top salesperson as my mentor. If I get eliminated in a month, won't it be an embarrassment for you too? Lu Yan hadn't expected Zhou Yang's sharp comeback. His smile stiffened, but he forced himself. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you. Haha, thanks in advance. Master, Zhou Yang said with calm confidence. The day flew by. After work that evening, Zhou Yang walked to the company's entrance when a car sped up beside him and stopped smoothly. The driver was Bai Lu. She opened the door and climbed in. Pick one, Bai Lu said frankly. Option A, they'll take you to a local Shanghai cuisine spot near my place, on me. Option B, they'll cook for you myself. B. Zhou Yang stammered several times. Bai Lu laughed and raised her voice. But my cooking really isn't that great, you know. Getting to taste the most beautiful campus queen at Shin University's own cooking? That's an honor that makes taste irrelevant. Zhou Yang teased with a raised eyebrow. You really know how to flatter. No wonder you're good at sales. Let's go to my place, Bai Lu said, hitting the accelerator. Who else lives with you? Zhou Yang asked casually. Just me, Bai Lu answered. The car accelerated away. Quietly, a black sedan followed close behind. Inside that car, Lu Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, grinding his teeth. Dialing his phone while driving, he said, Brother Lu, bring some guys over tonight. The job I told you about earlier today. Once it's done, we party at the nightclub. Everyone gets paired up. After hanging up, cold and malicious light flickered in his eyes. Zhou Yang, if you try to steal my woman, they'll kill you. Night had fallen, and the city lights were just coming on. The two of them first went to a nearby fresh market. Bai Lu moved with practiced ease, picking out a few of her favorite ingredients. Fresh green peppers, glossy black fungus, and 2 just slaughtered grass carps. Zhou Yang followed behind her, carrying a bulging shopping bag, listening as she gave detailed instructions on cooking times and heat. After leaving the market, they drove back to the residential complex where Bai Lu rented an apartment. Since tenants didn't have fixed parking spots, Zhou Yang parked outside the community in a public lot. The car lights went off, and the two carried the groceries inside. I warned you in advance, my cooking is really not that great, Bai Lu half joked, half complained. Huh, it's fine, Zhou Yang replied easily. Main thing is, eating out isn't always clean. He knew well that Bai Lu's sudden warmth toward him was probably because insomnia had worn her down, and she wanted him to help treat her sooner. Bai Lu's neighborhood was a newly finished development, with orderly rows of trees and neatly trimmed lawns. Just as they stepped through the entrance gate, Zhou Yang noticed several shadowy figures sneaking around. At first, he thought nothing of it, but as those people drew closer, the sound of their footsteps felt oddly out of place in the night. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Senior, you go upstairs with the groceries first, Zhou Yang said, handing Bai Lu the bags. Why aren't you coming up with me? Bai Lu looked up, surprised. I need to make a phone call. All right, finish your call and come up, apartment 301. She reminded him. Then her footsteps faded upstairs. As Bai Lu disappeared around the corner, Zhou Yang stopped and turned toward a patch of greenery nearby, voice low and cold. What do you guys want? 3 men emerged from the bushes, surrounding him in the pale glow of a street lamp. What? Come to get you. The leader snapped, waving his hand, and the 3 lunged simultaneously. Zhou Yang didn't take them lightly, elbows raised, dodging, returning blows. His movements were swift and precise in the dim light, striking vital spots and joints. Snap after snap, he broke their advance. One man's armpit pressure point was targeted, leaving his left arm useless. Another's knee twisted painfully, nearly forcing him to his knees. The last took a heavy punch to the jaw, spitting blood with glazed eyes. I have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me? Zhou Yang demanded. Realizing they couldn't win by force, the 3 tried to flee. Zhou Yang stepped forward and grabbed the man with the disabled arm. Keep running, and that arm's done for. The man finally grasped how serious it was, his voice trembling. What did you do to me? Hit your pressure points. Your chi and blood are blocked. Without treatment, ITLL necrotize. Still running? Zhou Yang said coldly. Not running. Not running. Help me clear it. Tell Mui target me? Sigh. It was Lu Yan who hired our guy, Pao Ge. The 3 of us were sent to teach you a lesson. Lu Yan. Zhou Yang's eyes darkened sharply. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Yan's number. Hey master, where are you? Zhou Yang. What's up? Lu Yan answered lazily. Wanted to see you. Zhou Yang teased. Meeting me in the middle of the night? Why? You've got 3 good friends here with me. Perfect for a game of mahjong. Zhou Yang handed the phone to the man he was holding captive. Brother, we're outmatched. This isn't gonna work. You better come yourself, the man said, forcing the words out. Zhou Yang added, if you don't come, they'll call the cops. Let's see if they'll make you confess. On the other end came Lu Yan's sharp intake of breath. Zhou Yang, don't do anything crazy. I'm on my way. Lu Yan quickly hung up. He was nearby, so he drove over quickly. The car's headlights swept across the dimly lit street corner. Zhou Yang stepped out and glanced down at the messy ground, instantly understanding what had happened. Lu Yan clutched his chest, while two companions lay nearby, still moaning. The night wind blew past, but Lu Yan's face burned red like a torch, gritting his teeth as he spat out. Zhou Yang, you're something else. Taking on three at once. You hired people to beat me up. What's your excuse for that? Zhou Yang approached step by step, his gaze cold and sharp as a blade. If I report this to the company, how do you think your colleagues will see you? How about your department leaders? What do you want then? Lu Yan forced calmness, struggling to stay composed. What do I want? Zhou Yang sneered. Then without warning surged forward and kicked Lu Yan hard in the stomach. Lu Yan, caught off guard, let out a muffled groan and collapsed to his knees. Zhou Yang grabbed his collar, eyes dark and icy. You dare hit me? Then I'll pay you back twice over. Smack. A sharp slap rang out. Half of Lu Yan's face instantly swelled, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yang flicked his hand and struck another slap on the other cheek, which also turned red and puffy. Dizzy from the blows and barely able to stand, Lu Yan didn't dare hit back. Instead, he begged quietly, please have mercy. I won't dare do it again. Suddenly, a window on the third floor slid open, and Bai Lu leaned out anxiously, shouting, Zhou Yang, stop hitting him. She had witnessed the whole scene from the window, feeling a mix of worry and surprise. Not wanting to scare her, Zhou Yang released Lu Yan, throwing a cold warning. If you try any more tricks, the consequences will be even worse. Get lost. Lu Yan scrambled away into the darkness. After confirming he was gone, Zhou Yang hurried upstairs. Bai Lu was still in her loungewear, eyes full of concern. I saw how fiercely you fought them just now and wanted to call the police. I didn't expect you to be so tough taking down 3 guys by yourself. They're brutes. I just used skill. Zhou Yang smiled, raising his hand to cover a torn left shoulder. The ripped fabric revealed a swollen red mark beneath. Your shoulder's injured. Bai Lu quickly fetched some Yunnan Baiyao, gently spraying it, and carefully applying the medicine with a cotton swab. They were close, and a faint scent of gardenia lingered. Zhou Yang looked at her focused profile and couldn't help but say, Senior, you look so beautiful when you're serious. At a time like this, you're still making jokes? Bai Lu shot him a glance but couldn't hide a smile. Then she turned serious. That Lu Yan isn't a good person. You better not provoke him again. As long as he leaves me alone, I won't touch him. But if he dares to show up again, I'll make sure he pays dearly, Zhou Yang said firmly. Bai Lu sighed, then turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She changed into snug yoga pants and tied on a light-colored apron, her curves subtly visible with every movement. Zhou Yang wasn't idle, either spread out paper and pen and quickly wrote down a prescription. Before long, hot and fragrant home-cooked dishes were set on the table. The two sat opposite each other, speaking softly as the warmth between them quietly grew under the fluorescent light. After dinner, Zhou Yang cleared the dishes and motioned, Senior, it's your turn for treatment now. I took your pulse last time and have an idea of the prescription, but I need to check how severe your meridian blockage is. How do you check meridian blockage? Bai Lu asked, puzzled. You have to take off your clothes first, Senior, Zhou Yang replied. Bai Lu was startled. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt, so if she took it off, she'd be left in just her underwear, leaving her in a tough spot. Seeing her embarrassment, Zhou Yang kindly suggested, if it's too awkward, you could change into something really thin, and I can diagnose you through the clothes. It was a reluctantly acceptable idea. Bai Lu turned to her bedroom and picked out an extremely light silk nightdress that clung to her body like a second skin. The fabric was so thin it was almost translucent. Under the light, her smooth curves showed faintly. She walked out feeling a bit shy. Is this okay? She asked, lowering her eyes. Perfect. Zhou Yang nodded. Having the most beautiful campus celebrity, Bai Lu, alone with him wearing such a delicate dress, this was a scene he'd never dared imagine before. Senior, just lie face down on the sofa, Zhou Yang said, pointing to the sofa's backrest. Okay. Following the notes in his mind from the golden scales fragment, he carefully traced the meridian points. His fingertips moved lightly over the silk. Bai Lu bit her lips, her cheeks flushed the entire time, right until the checkup ended. No major problems, Zhou Yang said, pulling back his hands. He'll mark some points on your body with a pen later. You can buy a massager online and press these points every day. With the medicine I prescribed, you'll see significant improvement in a month. Thank you so much. Bai Lu sat up, her cheeks still rosy. None of the doctors I saw before solved this. I never expected you'd be so confident. This method's been passed down in my family, Zhou Yang smiled. Senior, you've eaten, got checked, now I should head back. Aren't you staying a bit longer? Bai Lu asked politely. All right, they'll stay a little, Zhou Yang said, sitting back down as he had just stood up. Bai Lu muttered softly in frustration, I was just being polite, and you take it seriously. They then reminisced about college memories, chatting animatedly, with Bai Lu laughing heartily. After 10 p.m., Tang Yumei called to urge Zhou Yang to leave. so he returned to his rented place. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning at work, Zhou Yang heard Lu Yan had taken sick leave and didn't come in. Why suddenly sick? No one knows. Heard he got hit by a car last night. Ouch. He must be bedridden in for a while, co-workers whispered. Zhou Yang headed to Su Jing's office. Today, Su Jing wore a casual outfit, softer and more composed than usual. Director Su, since Lu Yan's on leave, do I need a new mentor? Zhou Yang asked bluntly. In considering that, Su Jing nodded. Let's visit Lu Yan at home first, then decide. Lu Yan was the city sales champion, so it was appropriate for leaders to visit after his accident. Su Jing took Zhou Yang and assistant Chen Shui to Lu Yan's new apartment bought nearby last year after his success. Lu Yan lay on a single sofa in the living room, his head wrapped in bandages, cheeks swollen like steamed buns. Seeing their arrival, he panicked. Oh, leaders, why didn't you say you were coming? Zhou Yang looked at the sorry sight and blurted out. How did you get hit so badly? Su Jing was surprised. And your car accident was serious yet you only hit your head? No other injuries at all? Tell me about it. Lu Yan sighed, raising a hand to touch his forehead. The purple bruise tugged painfully on his face muscles, making him shiver. Footsteps sounded at the door as Zhou Yang and Chen Shui walked in carrying gift boxes. Zhou Yang greeted cheerfully. Master, I came to see you too. Hey, how could you be so careless? Chen Shui placed a fruit basket and some health supplements on the coffee table. This is a little something from the company to help you recover. Seeing Zhou Yang deepened Lu Yan's gloom like a nightmare. Su Jing pulled up a chair and sat by the bedside. Lu Yan, focus on resting. He'll have Chen Shui handle your potential clients for now. He'll assign someone else to take over Zhou Yang's accounts. Rubbing his temples, Lu Yan's voice was weak but urgent. I have a big client meeting this afternoon. If they agree to our new drug launch, the department's quarterly target is basically guaranteed. Oh, which company? Su Jing asked. Sanqing Pharmaceutical, Lu Yan said, then sighed. But I look like a mess, can't go myself. IDB laughed out of the room. Don't worry, Su Jing decided quickly. Chen Shui and Zhou Yang will host the meeting. Chen Shui was once the sales champion. She has plenty of experience. A faint, barely noticeable smile flickered on Lu Yan's lips. Sanqing would never partner with their company, that much he knew. Passing this hot potato to others meant if the deal fell through, Chen Shui and Zhou Yang would take the blame, and he could conveniently shift the fault elsewhere. Chen Shui felt a knot tightening in her stomach. She dreaded thankless tasks like this, but when the director gave orders, assistants had no choice. After leaving Lu Yan's home, the three grabbed some noodles from a street stall and returned to the office by early afternoon. As Lu Yan had invited, Sanxing's general manager Mr. Luo, secretary Xiao Kai, and a senior technical specialist arrived at headquarters on time. Chen Shui and Zhou Yang met them at reception and led them into the conference room. To show respect, Su Jing also appeared. She glanced around to confirm files and samples were arranged, then nodded for Chen Shui to begin. Chen Shui launched into her PPT presentation, covering the new drug's benefits, market potential, and pricing strategy. Mr. Luo listened quietly, occasionally nodding but mainly focused on notes taken by his secretary. The technical specialist furrowed his brows, visibly weighing the information. The atmosphere grew colder by the minute. Chen Shui was sweating as she sped up, trying different angles to spark their interest. Su Jing interjected with supporting data and successful case studies, desperately trying to revive the mood. Finally, under their combined effort, Mr. Luo said, we can start by purchasing a small batch to test in our stores. The air at the table finally warmed. But then Zhou Yang suddenly straightened, staring directly at Mr. Luo. I don't recommend that. All eyes turned to him, puzzled. Zhou Yang's tone was calm but firm. I think there are still unresolved issues with this new drug. I suggest waiting until market feedback is sufficient before making a decision. Let's not rush. After he spoke, the room fell into silence except for the hum of the air conditioner. Su Jing and Chen Shui looked stunned. After finally getting the other party to agree to a trial cooperation, you went and said there were problems with our medicine and asked them to hold off on working with us. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Jing's already sharp eyes practically shot sparks. What on earth was wrong with Zhou Yang's head? The Sanqing representatives beside her were equally stunned. They had never seen a salesperson sabotage his own deal so blatantly. But Zhou Yang remained calm, explaining deliberately, the health benefits of this new product are certain, but one herb in the formula interacts with the other ingredients and might cause side effects. It's harmless for healthy people, but for those with weakened immune systems or underlying conditions, problems could arise. The room fell silent, everyone exchanging uneasy glances. Su Jing quickly tried to smooth things over. Sorry, Mr. Luo, there must be some misunderstanding. Our product is absolutely safe. Her tone was sharp, but she forced down her anger and discreetly shot a glance at Chen Shui beside her. Chen Shui understood immediately and tugged on Zhou Yang's sleeve, whispering, Zhou Yang, someone's outside looking for you. Zhou Yang realized he was being asked to leave. Under the dim light, he sighed and stood up. He had been sitting in the corner, reviewing documents. The new medicine's ingredient list matched almost exactly an ancient prescription from the ancestral medical text Jinlin. That old formula had been revised by previous generations, specifically removing this herb that interacts adversely with others. Those revisions weren't made lightly, but based on countless clinical cases and hard-earned experience, not something obvious from the surface. If the new drug went fully to market, a large number of adverse reactions were inevitable, along with returns and lawsuits. So suddenly, the oldest man in the Sanqing group spoke, his voice hoarse but authoritative. You understand the technical side as well? I know some traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Yang bowed slightly, his tone modest. The elder considered this, then nodded slightly, but said no more. In the end, the meeting that should have concluded with a contract ended abruptly, the negotiations falling through. Back in the office, Su Jing's face darkened like a storm cloud. She slammed the file on the table, shouting, Zhou Yang, you were only supposed to observe today. Why did you speak out on your own? Do you know how much the company just lost? Her voice was like a drawn bow, full of anger. Chen Shui stood silently nearby, not daring to breathe loudly. Zhou Yang stood his ground, replying firmly, the product only launched yesterday. Problems will certainly arise soon. If we go ahead with Sanqing now and something happens, we lose that client for good. On what basis do you claim our medicine will cause problems? Su Jing's chest heaved with emotion. Our entire RD team is huge. They're all wrong, and only you are right. If you're so great, why are you in sales? Zhou Yang tried to explain, but Chen Shui quickly nudged him toward the door. Go calm down first. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving only Su Jing's fury swirling in the room. She pounded the desk hard and muttered under her breath, that Zhou Yang. What an idiota, complete idiot. 5 days later, Lu Yan arrived at the company and immediately exploded upon hearing what happened. Bursting into Su Jing's office, he shouted, President Su, the client already agreed to a trial partnership, but Zhou Yang just pushed them away. If we'd gotten Sanxing's business, would have finished the quarter's targets. He's clearly trying to sabotage me. President Su, if you don't fire him, I quit. His voice was so loud it could be heard through the walls. Su Jing rubbed her temples, equally conflicted. She wanted to get rid of Zhou Yang too, but he was sent by the higher-ups directly. It wouldn't be easy to remove him without trouble. She planned to wait out the 1-month probation period, but now this huge mess had erupted. Just then, Chen Shui hurried in, looking frantic. President Su, there's a problem. The problem Zhou Yang warned about has really happened. This morning, a distributor showed up, saying many customers got sick after buying the new medicine. Now the users are forming a petition threatening to sue the company. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The RD team seemed frozen in place by the heavy, quiet years of ironclad safety had dulled their vigilance. New drugs were being launched one after another at an ever faster pace, but the safety controls were increasingly squeezed. Now, the cracks had finally been exposed. When did you hear this? Su Jing asked immediately. Just this morning, around 10 o'clock. Chen Shui answered crisply. Call everyone in the department in for a meeting right away. Su Jing glanced at her watch and added, salespeople meeting clients outside. Take a moment to open Daba and join the conference via video. Yes, Ms. Su. The group replied in unison, footsteps in heels and dress shoes scattering as they dispersed. Less than 10 minutes later, an emergency meeting of the marketing and sales department began in a bright conference room, with Su Jing personally presiding. She scanned the room and spoke with clear authority. There's a problem with our latest batch of new drugs, and they've already entered the market. Everyone needs to immediately cross-check your client lists. If any clients represent this batch, you must visit them as soon as possible to calm things down. The marketing team will start researching the scope of the impact and keep a close eye on competitors to prevent them from exploiting this situation. Yes. Everyone around the table nodded, the room bustling with the sound of keyboards and pages being flipped through urgently. As the crowd dispersed, the newcomer Zhou Yang sat frozen at his seat. He had no client contacts and no part in market research, was momentarily at a loss. Zhou Yang, come with me. Su Jing's tone softened slightly as she raised her hand. She led Zhou Yang into her office, summoning Lu Yan and Chen Shui as well. This problem with the new drug means Sanqing will definitely have grievances. Su Jing cut straight to the point. The three of you will personally visit Sanqing to calm them down. Sanqing is a major client in our city. Even if the new drug cooperation stalls, our existing business with them must be secured. Lu Yan frowned, clearly troubled. Sanqing wasn't interested in us to begin with. I pulled out all the stops to get their general manager to come to a meeting at headquarters once Zhou Yang messed it up. Now with this incident, I'm afraid there's no way. His words were like throwing blame in their faces, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Su Jing furrowed her brow, but we still have to try. Being directly called out by the director, Lu Yan had no choice but to relent. Fine, let's see if my goodwill can get us another meeting. He took out his phone and dialed Sanxing's general manager Tang Jianya, deliberately putting the call on speakerphone and placing the phone on the coffee table so everyone could hear the other side's anger and give Zhou Yang an uncomfortable moment. No need for that. The voice from the other end was as cold as ice water. The air stiffened again, and everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Lu Yan shrugged and made of this his hopeless gesture to his teammates. But the next second, Su Jing took the call in a calm, polite tone. Hello, General Manager Su. Hello, General Manager Su. Tang Jianya replied calmly, but with weight behind his words. To be honest, if you hadn't called, I was just about to reach out to you. Oh, may I ask what you would like to discuss? Su Jing smiled faintly, her expression steady. At the last meeting, our chairman was very impressed with one of your department's young men. Tang Jianya shifted gears. His name is Zhou Yang. Yes, Zhou Yang was indeed present at that meeting. Su Jing responded smoothly. Our chairman would like to invite Mr. Zhou Yang to visit our company for a discussion. We didn't get his contact details. Last time, could you have him come talk business? The request over the phone brought a spark of hope to Su Jing's heart, and her gaze naturally fell on Zhou Yang. This was a clear sign they recognized Zhou Yang that made things much easier. What surprised her even more was that the old man they met last time was actually the chairman of Sanqing. It turned out to be the result of faulty intelligence provided by Liu Yan. According to the info he gave, only 3 people from Sanqing would attend the meeting: a general manager, a secretary, and a technician. The gray-haired, taciturn old man never introduced himself, so everyone naturally assumed he was the technician. Now that the truth was out, Su Jing shot Liu Yan a fierce glare. The chairman came in person, yet you let him play the technician? Isn't that outright disrespect? Director Tang, of course that's no problem. Xiao Zhou can come over any time to discuss business. Su Jing quickly took over the conversation, her tone decisive. On the phone, Tang Jianya, Sanxing's general manager, replied with a smile. Director Su, I have to say, your Xiao Zhou really knows how to get things done. After the chairman got back, he couldn't stop praising him. When he saw your company's new product had issues this morning, Xiao Zhou's timely warning was spot on. The chairman was so anxious he immediately told me to get in touch with Xiao Zhou. I had just finished my tasks when your call came through. Insiders could tell this meant a major deal was within reach. Liu Yan had said before that landing Sanqing would allow their entire department to meet the quarterly target in one go, and the current situation seemed to confirm that optimism. Yet standing aside, Liu Yan's heart churned with jealousy. This client was originally his to handle, so why was the credit going to the newbie Zhou? He snatched the phone abruptly and said, Director Tang, they'll bring Xiao Zhou with me for the visit this afternoon. That way, you won't have to make a special trip. But Tang Jianya wasn't buying it. The chairman specifically asked to see Zhou Yang. Liu Yan's expression changed slightly, but he pressed on. Director Tang, Xiao Zhou just joined the department and isn't familiar enough with the business yet. It'd be easier to negotiate if I went along. Besides, I've been in touch with you all along and am more familiar. That's enough, Xiao Lu. Tang's tone turned colder. There are things I didn't want to say in front of your boss, but you insist on making a fuss. The conference room fell silent instantly. Su Jing's brow furrowed deeply, and the others held their breath. On the other end, Tang Jianya spoke bluntly. Do you know why we have been so reluctant to work with you? Director Tang, please tell me. Liu Yan's face turned pale, voice trembling. You're too smart, Tang said, clearly displeased. You try to trap us at every turn, pushing your sales aggressively. No doubt, you're a good salesman and persuasive. I almost bought into it. But our cooperation depends not just on products, but on character. Good products are the foundation. Good character is the guarantee. You schemed so much just to sign a contract it made me uncomfortable from my perspective. He paused, then praised Zhou Yang. That day in the meeting room, our chairman already nodded to try the new drug, but Xiao Zhou politely declined on the spot and asked us to wait, saying the new drug might have risks. He's not just doing business, he's doing the right thing, thinking for the customer and long-term interests. That kind of vision and integrity is completely different from yours. His words hit Liu Yan like bullets, leaving him utterly defeated, as if the air in the room had thickened. Yet Tang Jianya didn't stop there. Just now, when the chairman requested to see Zhou Yang, you were still trying to steal business from him. That kind of behavior is even more disgusting. Tang Jianya spoke bluntly and sharply, leaving Liu Yan no face at all. On the other end of the call, his voice was low and resolute. If someone doesn't like you, they might just curse you outright. What I said was already quite polite. Zhou Yang is the chairman's favorite person and has helped Sanqing before. Without him, when the new drug ran into problems, Sanqing would have been dragged into some trouble too. I have to speak up for him. He paused briefly, then added, Zhou Yang doesn't play tricks or use sly tactics. He always puts the client's perspective first. I admire that about him. If any partnership falls under his management, both the chairman and I feel confident. So if he's available, have him come to our company for a meeting tomorrow afternoon. Understood, Mr. Tang. Thank you for your sharp insights on the sales team. Su Jing responded in an even tone. I will pay closer attention to conduct issues among sales going forward. After hanging up, the atmosphere in the office stiffened instantly. Liu Yan's face darkened as he muttered, General Manager Su. Tang Jianya's words were really harsh. What did I ever do to provoke him? Don't touch this client anymore. Su Jing cut him off directly. She turned to Zhou Yang with a serious tone. You will meet with Sanxing's chairman tomorrow afternoon. Chen Shui will accompany you. Then she instructed Chen Shui, you'll be Zhou Yang's assistant. Keep quiet during the meeting and follow his lead. Huh. Me, his assistant? Chen Shui was stunned. She ranked just below Su Jing in the department and had more say than several managers. Yet now she was to be Zhou Yang's aide. This client is too important. Zhou Yang is still unfamiliar with many business processes and needs your support, Su Jing explained. Chen Shui thought silently. Zhou Yang's status in General Manager Su's eyes is really rising swiftly. She immediately nodded. All right, General Manager Su. I will assist Zhou Yang to complete the tasks. Su Jing nodded and gave Lu Yan a cold glance. What are you standing there for? Get to work. Lu Yan's emotions were complex. This was the first time Su Jing had treated him with such coldness. He had been the top salesperson, even daring to openly challenge Su Jing before, and she never turned against him. But now, it seemed he had fallen out of favor. He glared angrily at Zhou Yang, restraining his fury, and then turned to leave. Night fell. Zhou Yang returned to his villa and had just changed shoes when he saw Tang Yumei lying sideways on the living room sofa waiting for him. Sister Mei, didn't you go to the office today? He asked casually. Things at the company are mostly settled. I've handed them over to the team. Tang Yumei stood and took his backpack gently, her tone soft. Now the company is expanding into the North American market, so I've been researching materials on that. A dozen North American advertising magazines were spread out on the coffee table, with colorful covers spread about and sticky notes tucked between the pages. Zhou Yang glanced at them and joked, Sister Mei, your work is really big now going global. You've been running around all day. You must be exhausted, she said with concern, patting his shoulder. Then she brought up the morning's event. Xiao Feng came by and brought a technician-type person to help check the villa's wiring. Oh, Zhou Yang's expression tightened as alertness crept in. Tang Yumei stepped closer and whispered, Zhou Yang, what I told you earlier is everything all right? Of course. Why are we acting on it now? Not convenient yet. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and whispered, wait until tonight. Come to my room then. All right. Zhou Yang understood without asking further. Tang Yumei suddenly remembered something and smiled, adding, by the way, to show my thanks, I'm taking you out to dinner tonight. That's too much trouble for you, and you're spending money again. Zhou Yang said, you've helped me so much already. Tang Yumei replied with a gentle smile and a soft voice. It's the least I can do. As night fell, the two drove to a softly lit Western restaurant downtown. Candlelight flickered on the table, and the gentle strains of a violin floated through the air. They sat facing each other, speaking quietly. After a few glasses of red wine, Tang Yumei's cheeks flushed pink and her tone softened. After dinner, she stood up unsteadily. Zhou Yang quickly reached out to steady her arm and escorted her safely back to the villa. Once inside, Tang Yumei headed straight to the bathroom for a hot shower. Through the misty steam, she changed into a thin, comfortable house dress that hinted at her shoulders and collarbones. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft carpet and returned to the bedroom. Around 9 o'clock that night, after Zhou Yang finished working on his computer, he closed the laptop and gently pushed open her bedroom door. The room was dim, lit only by a wall lamp casting a warm amber glow over her slightly damp hair. Tang Yumei leaned against the headboard, looking at him with sultry eyes, her voice husky. Let's begin. Zhou Yang closed the door behind him, leaving only the flickering light in the room. A week later, a court summons sealed with the official stamp was delivered to Tang Yumei's home. Xie Yong formally filed for divorce, demanding that Tang Yumei leave with nothing and pay a sum in emotional damages. The lawsuit alleged infidelity, claiming that Tang Yumei had an improper relationship with the younger man Zhou Yang, seriously hurting the plaintiff's feelings. The court notice stated the trial would be held in 2 weeks. That same evening when the summons arrived, Xie Feng knocked and entered the house. Mom, you won't win this case, Xie Feng said as he sat in the living room armchair, his tone coaxing. Listen to me, get rid of Zhou Yang. Don't get tangled up with him. Then maybe I can say a few good words for you in court. Xiao Feng, your father is against me, and now you're threatening me too? Tang Yumei felt a tightness in her chest. She knew Xie Feng had long sided with Xie Yong and was even secretly gathering evidence against her. That day, Xie Feng brought a so-called line maintenance technician to the villa, claiming to check for aging wiring. But the villa was brand new. How could the wiring be old? Tang Yumei understood perfectly, but pretended to cooperate, watching coldly. She had been waiting for this moment. The technician installed listening devices and pinhole cameras in wall corners and ceilings, and she feigned ignorance the whole time. Now Xie Feng was playing the good son, but Tang Yumei felt like her heart was being cut with knives. This son, who she had given money to since childhood, had turned into a thankless ingrate. Mom, don't get upset. I'm just thinking about you and Dad, Xie Feng continued to urge. If you hadn't behaved badly, Dad wouldn't have sued. Get out. Tang Yumei sprang up, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with anger as she pointed to the door. Get out immediately. Startled by his mother's fury, Xie Feng sheepishly stood up. I'm not the one suing you, so why are you mad? He muttered as he slammed the door. 2 weeks passed quickly, and the court hearing officially began. In the defendant's seat, Tang Yumei appeared calm. Zhou Yang sat beside her. On the other side, Xie Yong entered with 2 lawyers, Xie Feng, and several assistants, marching into the courtroom with fierce determination. Straightening his back, Xiaoyong took his place at the plaintiff's bench, his sharp gaze scanning Tang Yume and Zhou Yang, as if claiming the moral high ground. By contrast, the defense had no lawyers. Tang Yume had not hired one, making it seem to onlookers that she had given up on fighting the case. The plaintiff, Mr. Xiaoyong, accuses Ms. Tang Yume of marital infidelity. This case is now in session, the judge announced loudly. In the courtroom, Xiaoyong spoke at a steady pace, recounting his painful experience. I have worked diligently over the years, dedicating myself to both my company and family. Yet my wife, Tang Yume, spends her days indulging in pleasures, entangled with a flashy young man named Zhou Yang, he said, feigning sorrow as he pressed his knuckles against the corner of his eye. Not only are they blatantly living together, but his voice choked up and he covered his face with his hand. I can't go on. The courtroom fell silent instantly. His lawyer at the plaintiff's table stood and bowed slightly toward the judge. Your Honor, my client is too emotional to continue. May I make the statement on his behalf? Granted, the judge nodded. The lawyer immediately adjusted his tone, speaking loudly and clearly. The defendant, Tang Yume, as a married woman, shamelessly betrayed her marriage. Her adultery has caused severe harm to the family and marital relationship. Such conduct is unacceptable both morally and legally. He then picked up a stack of documents and a USB drive from the table, holding them up at chest level. Your Honor, here is the complete evidence of Tang Yume's infidelity during the marriage. He handed the materials to the bailiff. Stepping back, the lawyer spoke with measured gravity. In this marriage, the defendant failed to fulfill her duties as a wife, leading to a total breakdown of the marital relationship. Therefore, my client, Mr. Xiaoyong, demands an unconditional divorce and that Tang Yume leave the house with nothing as compensation for his emotional damages. That concludes my statement. The judge skimmed through the case files before looking up. Does the defendant have any objections? In family cases, the court prefers mediation. If the defendant agrees, the case can be closed immediately. I do not agree. Tang Yume suddenly stood, her voice clear but tinged with coldness. Xiaoyong snapped, pointing at her. Tang Yume, have you no shame? After everything, you still refuse to divorce? I never said I refused to divorce. Tang Yume met his gaze steadily. The divorce is necessary, but the one who leaves empty-handed won't be me, it will be you. You really have no limits. Xiaoyong shouted in anger. Quiet. The judge struck the gavel. Defendant, please provide evidence to support your statement. Tang Yume smoothed her sleeves and spoke calmly. I want to ask the plaintiff, Xiaoyong, where exactly did this so-called evidence of my infidelity come from? How reliable is it? Xiaoyong faltered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's absolutely authentic. Your Honor, Tang Yume said with steady eyes, I request the evidence submitted by the plaintiff be presented in court. If it proves beyond doubt that I cheated during the marriage, I am willing to leave with nothing. But if the evidence is flawed, I will sue him for defamation. Tang Yume, Yu Xiaoyong started to yell again. Bang! The gavel came down firmly. The judge's tone left no room for argument. Silence. The defendant's request to present the evidence is granted. All eyes from the jury shifted instantly to the large screen facing them. The air felt charged with tension. A technician plugged in the USB and the lights dimmed as the screen lit up. The first image showed Tang Yume and Zhou Yang strolling slowly along a riverbank, the sunset stretching their shadows long. Next came photos of them pushing a shopping cart together in grocery aisles, then shots of them dining face-to-face in a restaurant. Finally, scenes of the two leaning at the bar in a nightclub, glasses partially filled, colorful lights reflecting around them all with timestamps from the past week. Such frequent and intimate moments clearly indicated an unusual relationship. Some on the plaintiff's side whispered and sneered, pointing fingers. The defendant's side had quietly shaking heads and sighs. Look at them. Does Tang Yume even have any shame? Xiaoyong shouted, trying to rile up the crowd. Zhou Yang is my tenant, and also my personal doctor. He treats my illnesses. Is there a problem with us being close? Tang Yume asked. You're still making excuses at a time like this? You have no shame. Xiaoyong suddenly jumped up, his voice exploding across the courtroom. Order! Order! The judge struck the gavel and signaled a clerk to insert a USB drive into the computer. The large screen lit up. Almost everyone's heart sank at once. The truth seemed about to be conclusively revealed. The footage came from a hidden pinhole camera inside the villa, the timestamp frozen at 9 p.m. On the video, Tang Yume had just finished showering. She wore a thin robe as she returned to the bedroom, her wet long hair clinging to her neck. Before entering, she shared a low, laughing conversation with Zhou Yang. Then Zhou Yang also took a quick shower, changed clothes, and pushed open Tang Yume's bedroom door. The door closed, and the footage fast-forwarded. 3 hours later, Zhou Yang appeared exhausted as he pushed the door open and dragged himself back to his own room. Tang Yume, what else do you have to say? Xiaoyong's eyes glinted coldly as he snarled. You slept with him. You shameless woman. Don't pretend to be chaste and pure. Shameless woman? You call me that? Tang Yume trembled with rage and pointed at him defiantly. If it weren't for our Tang family, what would you, Xiaoyong, be? Feeding off me? Using me? Relying on my family to get where you are in, you still have the nerve to turn on me? You're utterly despicable. I. Bang. The judge's gavel hit the desk hard. He was forced to call a recess to let both parties calm down. During the short break, Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei became the targets of relentless scorn. Insults and curses rained down on them from all directions. Slut. Pretty boy. Caught red-handed but still denying it. How thick-skinned. Adults have to pay for cheating. Serves you right. Worse still, Tang Yumei's parents, elder cousin, and other relatives were brought to the courtroom. Why are you all here? She hurried to greet them. Tang's father simply snorted coldly, refusing to speak. Tang's mother was heartbroken. Yumei, how could you do such a thing? Your child is already grown. And haven't you and Xiao Xie been doing fine all this time? Sis, you really went for a younger man? Sigh. Her cousin shook her head and sighed. Her elder brother struggled to contain his anger. Our Tang family is at least a business family. If this gets out, how embarrassing. If you were going to find someone else, you should have done it in secret, not make such a scene. At that moment, Xiefeng came bounding in cheerfully. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, finally you came. I was worried you wouldn't. How could we not come to something like this? Her elder brother responded. It turned out Xie Yong had instructed Xiefeng to call all of Tang's family both to disgrace Tang Yumei publicly and to show his in-laws he had done all he could morally. Xiaofeng, why did you call them all? Grandpa and Grandma are old. Can they handle such a fuss? Tang Yumei whispered angrily. Xiefeng pouted. What? Did you do something wrong and don't want anyone to know? Yumei, don't take it out on the kid. Her cousin quickly intervened. Bang. The gavel struck again as the judge called the court back to order. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yumei hurried back to the defendant's seat. Defendant's statement. The judge declared in a stern tone, I remind you this is your final opportunity. If you cannot refute the plaintiff's evidence, this will be your last statement in this court. Do you understand? The immense pressure weighed on Tang Yumei like a mountain. Her parents had cold expressions, and her cousins could only sigh helplessly. She stood with steady eyes, her voice clear and resolute. Your Honor, I understand. The judge nodded. Very well, please begin your statement. Tang Yumei said, I have always maintained that Zhou Yang is not my lover, but my private doctor, and I have evidence to prove it. After speaking, she pulled a stack of medicine purchase receipts from her handbag and motioned for the court officer to pass them to the judge. Every 3 days, I buy the traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by Zhou Yang. All the transaction records are here. The large screen lit up, showing clear and accurate details of each transaction, including dates, medicine names, and amounts. But the plaintiff's lawyer adjusted his glasses slowly. Who says a private doctor can't also be a lover? Our evidence shows you two have been excessively close, which doesn't seem like a normal doctor-patient relationship. That's a good question, Zhou Yang said, tapping the table as he stood and faced the judge. As her private doctor, why have I been so close to this patient? May I explain, Your Honor? Go ahead. Amid skeptical and scornful glances, Zhou Yang spoke calmly. Tang Yumei is indeed my patient. But while treating her, I faced obstruction from her son. Xiefeng, there's also a personal grudge involved. My ex-girlfriend Lu Wei was taken from me by Xiefeng, making us rivals. Xiefeng suspected I would seek revenge, so when he found out I was treating his mother, he immediately accused me of ulterior motives. Whispers filled the courtroom. Xiefeng didn't just threaten verbally. He even threatened to report me to his father, Xie Yong. Later, he sent people pretending to inspect wiring who secretly installed pinhole cameras to monitor Tang Yumei's every move. He also hired private detectives to follow and photograph us. Zhou Yang paused and looked around. From this perspective, Tang Yumei and I are the real victims of surveillance and spying. The crowd's expressions grew serious, realizing there was more behind this complicated case. The plaintiff's lawyers slammed the desk. Don't divert the issue. The question is, why are you, the private doctor, behaving so intimately with Tang Yumei? I haven't finished, Zhou Yang raised a hand. Because of the joint spying by Xie Yong and Xiefeng, Tang Yumei was furious and proposed that we cooperate to put on a show by pretending to be very close. Note, it was closeness between Francois always maintained boundaries. Anyone who doubts this can look at the photos they submitted. There isn't a single touch between us. His voice faltered slightly as his gaze drifted to the ceiling, memories flashing of that night in the restroom. The burning alcohol, Tang Yumei suddenly lunging at him, and their long kiss. That night remained a shared secret that made subsequent meetings awkward. Clearing his throat, Zhou Yang regained his composure. In short, our actions were only to force them to reveal themselves, and we never crossed any lines. At this, the courtroom erupted. Everyone stared at Xie Yong and Xiefeng, whose faces turned ashen. Zhou Yang gave a slight bow to the judge and returned to his seat. Tang Yumei herself had stopped any further behavior, mindful of her husband and family. If it weren't for Xie Yong's repeated provocations, Tang Yumei would never have wanted to burn bridges with him. The courtroom was heavy with tension. The photos previously shown on the projector resurfaced in everyone's minds, pictures of Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei standing half an arm's length apart, revealing no hint of impropriety. Zhou Yang, You're talking nonsense. Xie Feng suddenly stood up, his voice exploding across the courtroom. One night my mom came home drunk, and you were still at my house at midnight. There were no cameras there. So how do I know what you two were up to? Xie Feng, I am your mother. Tang Yumiai's voice trembled with emotion. Her eyes were red, tears clinging to her lashes. Why do you have to defame me? It felt like her chest was being ripped open. The accusations stabbed her so deeply she barely managed to stay standing. I just can't accept you cheating on my dad. Xie Feng ground his teeth. I didn't. I really didn't. Tang Yumei sobbed hysterically. But the surveillance shows you two checked into the same room that night. That bastard stayed inside for 3 whole hours and came out with weak legs. Xie Feng pointed at Zhou Yang. How do you explain that? Zhou Yang sneered, pulling out a USB drive and handing it to the bailiff. Explain? Fine, here it is. The video began to play. The recording was from Tang Yumiai's bedroom. After Zhou Yang entered, Tang Yumei handed him a medicine box. He took out a therapy device, plugged it in, and quietly gave Tang Yumei a therapeutic massage. It was all done with the device touching her. She leaned against the headboard and soon fell asleep. Zhou Yang focused on the machine, sweat dripping from his temples. 3 hours later, he turned off the device, soaked in sweat, and left the room. There was zero physical contact, no conversation, no hint of impropriety. You said I was sleeping with your mom? Zhou Yang's face was expressionless. Does this video silence you? Xie Feng frowned. This doesn't seem right. What's not right? The date, time, and your spy camera's footage all match perfectly. I'm not talking about the time. Xie Feng shot a glare at his mother. Who would install surveillance in their own bedroom? Tang Yumei wiped her tears, her voice shaking yet firm. You secretly installed hidden cameras. Of course I have to prove my innocence otherwise. I'd be speechless today. The spectators whispered immediately. This family was full of secrets. Even the wealthy have their troubles. The judge remained expressionless, banging the gavel. The statements by defendant Tang Yumei and Mr. Zhou Yang are accepted. Plaintiff, please clarify the legality of the hidden cameras and surveillance methods. Secretly filming invades privacy and is not allowed even against one's spouse. Tang Yumiai's side made their case, but the CF family could not explain themselves, and the plaintiff's advantage flipped instantly. Your Honor, the plaintiff's lawyer quickly stood. Our client admits some evidence was obtained improperly and does not contest the illegal parts. But defendant Tang Yumei must not evade responsibility. She learned of our actions in advance and deliberately pretended innocence with her lover, while secretly maintaining an improper relationship. These few words shifted the spotlight back onto Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang. Tang Yumiai's heart tightened. There was indeed ambiguity between her and Zhou Yang, and now that was being seized, leaving her on the defensive. In the deadlock, Zhou Yang suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp. Since the plaintiff insists I have a relationship with Ms. Tang Yumei, fine, I admit it. We do have a relationship. Our relationship has always been complicated and ever-changing. In the courtroom, Zhou Yang slowly stood up, his tone resolute. This all starts from how I first met Ms. Tang Yumei. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. Even the spectators quieted their breathing. I'm sure by now, many of you have guessed who the big executive I'm referring to is. He glanced meaningfully toward the plaintiff's side, then shifted abruptly. But sorry, Mr. Xia may want a promotion and a raise, but I would never betray my conscience. So when you made that request, I refused. And because of that, the branch office forced me to resign. After speaking, he took a deep breath, his gaze flickering between memory and reality. It had been the most decisive choice of his life. If he really were the scoundrel who destroyed other families, he wouldn't have refused at the start. The real despicable one was Xie Yang, who schemed to fabricate evidence of his wife's infidelity just to threaten divorce and force her out empty-handed. His firm words echoed through the courtroom, leaving everyone stunned. No way, that actually happened? Wait, what a plot twist. I'm starting to feel sorry for the defendant. Forcing someone out empty-handed? That sounds fishy. Whispers swirled like a sudden gust, turning the atmosphere completely. Next to the jury, Tang Yumiai's parents looked grim. A mixture of anger and heartbreak. Was their daughter truly being wronged? Meanwhile, Xie Feng was completely dumbfounded. He hated Zhou Yang, but never expected his own father would go so far as to falsely implicate Zhou in sleeping with his mother to manufacture evidence. Dad, is what Zhou Yang said true? Xie Feng asked in a low voice. Xie Yang, a hardened man with a deep reserve of composure, replied calmly. He's framing me. There's no way I would do something like that. Before the trial, Xie Yang had secretly called regional manager Xie Hongtao. Did you tell Zhou Yang about my situation? Xie Hongtao's heart pounded, but he still replied firmly, no. Only after hearing this denial did Xie Yang relax slightly. But as soon as the call ended, Xie Hongtao called Zhou Yang. Please, don't let them know this came from me, or I'll lose my job. In truth, it was under immense pressure that Xie Hongtao had confided the truth to Zhou Yang. Grateful but wanting to protect him, Zhou Yang proposed an alternate story. He'll keep quiet, but if it all comes out, can I say I overheard it on your call? Zhou Yang tested. Mr. Xie isn't stupid, he won't buy that. Then what should I say? If the worst comes to worst, say you found private emails we exchanged on my computer. They'll send you screenshots as proof. After exchanging screenshots, Xia Hongtao earnestly said, Zhou Yang, I've entrusted myself to you. If you even have a shred of conscience, don't betray me. Don't worry, Manager Xia, this won't get you involved. Now, in the courtroom, Zhou Yang confidently raised the files. Mr. Xia, deny all you want, but I have evidence. He handed the judge printed screenshots of their private emails. I once asked that middleman who the top leader upstairs was, but he scolded me harshly, saying I shouldn't have asked that question. I held a grudge and secretly kept an eye on his computer. One time, when he left to get some water in the restroom, I took the chance to search for any clues on his screen. Years later in court, Zhou Yang calmly recounted the events, each word carrying weight and conviction. I have to say, his luck was quite remarkable. That day, the computer screen was still on, and there was an email clearly marked confidential right in front of him. The large screen projected a screenshot with black text on a white background containing just one sentence: if he refuses to do the task, replace him. With the evidence laid bare, Xie Yong's face instantly drained of color, but he still tried to fight back. Is a screenshot all you have? The task I assigned was related to personnel matters. Don't slander me. Before his defense could even settle, Zhou Yang pressed forward relentlessly, each sentence like a dagger to the heart. Xie Yong's mind replayed the email's details, full of regret. Until then, he and Xia Hongtao had always communicated by personal phone to avoid leaving a paper trail. But that day, due to uncooperative subordinates, Xia Hongtao sent an email instead. Xie Yong tried calling several times with no answer, and in a moment of carelessness, replied in that email with the exact phrase: if he refuses to do the task, replace him. This was exactly Xia Hongtao's calculated move. Acting on Xie Yong's behalf, he deliberately sent an email and ignored the calls to force Xie Yong into writing that message. Now this little cleverness backfired and became Zhou Yang's critical breakthrough. Even the plaintiff's lawyer was taken aback. Xie Yong had never mentioned such an incident. Abusing his authority, he manipulated subordinates to scheme against his own wife, even preparing to use compromising videos as threats. The sordid details of their marriage were simply unforgivable. The lawyer shook his head helplessly, knowing this was the end of the line for Xie Yong. Veins bulging on his forehead, Xie Yong's face went from red to pale as he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. You scoundrel, Xie Yong. Tang Yumiai's cousin finally lost patience and shouted angrily. The Tang family treated you well, and this is how you repay us? Everyone was reminded that Xie Yong had once been a poor nobody, only noticed by Tang's father for his potential, and it was only because of Tang's family that the daughter was forced to marry him. His rise to director was all thanks to the Tang family's resources and connections. Thinking of this, the Tang clan's anger grew even fiercer. I was blind. Tang's father beat his chest, regret written all over his face. At that moment, Tang Yumei straightened her spine, her gaze steady but piercing. From beginning to end, Zhou Yang and I were only friends. On the other hand, Xie Yong had always coveted our marital assets and used despicable methods to force me to leave with nothing. As for the mistress he kept behind my back, I have long known about her, and I know exactly where she lives. She turned to Xie Yong, her voice ice cold. Do you want me to reveal her information now and confront her right here in court? All eyes turned to the defendant. Xie Yong looked deflated, collapsing into his chair like a deflated balloon. At that moment, Xie Yong completely broke down. The high-definition photos, call recordings, and electronic transfer receipts laid out on the judge's bench struck like iron nails, each one pinning his defense firmly in place. Zhou Yang, the variable he had once overlooked, had mercilessly shattered the months of careful planning he had painstakingly woven. Plaintiff, do you have any further statements? The judge looked up calmly, voice steady. Xie Yong stammered for a long moment. His throat felt as if scraped by drifting iron filings, unable to utter a single syllable. The judge's gavel came down with a sharp bang 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 ringing in his ears. Mr. Xia, the judge declared, in light of the existing witness testimony and physical evidence, the court has decided to dismiss your accusations against Ms. Tang Yumei. Furthermore, your unauthorized secret recordings, invasion of privacy, and coercion of subordinates to commit crimes under the company's authority constitute serious criminal offenses. This court will file a separate prosecution against you. Please await the court summons. The hearing is now adjourned. The final gavel strike landed like a death knell for Xie Yong. Just minutes ago, he had been the confident plaintiff. Now he faced the prospect of losing everything or even ending up behind bars. The spectators began to disperse as the room emptied. Xie Feng approached his father, sighing deeply. Dad, you really are, Sai? With that, he glared fiercely at Zhou Yang before shaking off his hand and walking away, planning to drown out the turmoil in his chest later that night with some hired companions, alcohol, and physical release. Outside the courthouse, the Tang family formed a line to surround Xie Yong, their angry shouts nearly tearing the air apart. Had it not been for the late patriarch Tang recognizing his diligence and bringing him in as a son-in-law, he wouldn't even have had the right to step into the upper-class drawing room. Yet now, With his affair and scheming against the rightful wife, the Tang family was eager to tear him apart. Enough. Tang Yumei pulled her relatives back, her expression calm. She spoke to Xie Yong quietly. Xie Yong, I will never hate you for what you've done to me. But please stop this nonsense. Let's part ways amicably. Take what belongs to you. From now on, we go our separate ways and never meet again. Yume. The skyscraper of his beliefs collapsed. Xie Yong sank onto the courthouse steps, covering his face as he wept aloud. Her words were clear. She was willing to settle, to give him what he deserved, but only if he ceased his schemes and agreed to a peaceful divorce. He didn't dislike Tang Yume. It was her status and presence that always humbled him. During their attempts at IVF, her coldness towards him left him a shadow of insecurity in their marriage. Only in the arms of his mistress did he regain a sense of manhood. Step by step, he drifted away from his wife. Only now did he realize he had been nothing more than a pathetic clown. Night fell over the Tang family villa, the overhead lights stretching long shadows across the living room. Tang Yume turned to Zhou Yang and said, thanks to you today. I'll prepare a gift to show my gratitude. Zhou Yang frowned. I'm worried Xie Yong might cause more trouble. Don't worry. If he tries anything again, he won't get a single cent, Tang Yume said, lifting her cup to gently tap the tabletop. With his temper, money means more to him than his life. Reaching a settlement with me is his best way out. In fact, aside from his official position, Xie Yong had secretly registered a company run by his mistress. If Tang Yume tore up their relationship completely, that company would also count as marital property. Without this shield, he wouldn't even be able to keep his own pants, let alone his fortune. Zhou Yang nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As for CFO, this blow hit him hard. He couldn't handle Zhou Yang, and instead, his relationship with his mother grew more strained. She was certain he was off somewhere living it up. Tang Yume had long known her unambitious son too well. Sure enough, as night fell, CFO gathered 3 or 5 of his shady friends at an upscale club in the southern part of the city. He booked the largest private room and hired several alluring companions. Under the spinning lights, he threw back shots, shouting boisterously, pouring all his pent-up anger into his drink. When he was thoroughly drunk, he asked his friends to bring some imported blue pills. Without hesitation, he swallowed one and then, laughing and joking, headed into the most secluded private room, arms around 2 women. The next morning, smelling of alcohol and weak in the legs as if all his strength had been drained, he came home. It was Saturday, and LV Wei didn't have to work. Since they moved in together, she was used to waking early to tidy up, but now she sat coldly on the living room sofa, her gaze full of contempt and suppressed anger. Where were you last night? Her voice was calm but icy. Playing cards with friends. CFO mumbled, fumbling to loosen his tie. Then why was your phone turned off? Ran out of battery. He shook his phone irritably and waved his hand. Xiao Wei, don't say these things right now. I'm really frustrated. You're frustrated? LV Wei scoffed. All you ever think about is having fun. The moment something goes wrong, you get upset and expect me to understand everything. Am I your emotional babysitter? CFO sighed hoarsely. Xiao Wei, my parents are divorced. That's why I've been in a bad mood. I just drank a bit too much with friends last night. And you still complain? LV Wei came prepared for the CF family court hearing today, her tone indifferent. Your father and mother have no feelings for each other. Divorce or not, it's just a matter of paperwork. How can you say that? CFO's anger flared. Our family's a mess now because of that Zhou Yang, right? I won't let him off. LV Wei frowned. Don't drag Zhou Yang into this. First, tell me clearly who did you play cards with last night? She slammed the phone onto the coffee table. On the screen, CFO was shirtless, arms around 2 women, grinning wildly. Someone among the friends from last night, with ill intentions toward LV Wei, had secretly taken the photo and sent it to her, hoping to stir up trouble. But it was unnecessary. During her time with CFO, LV Wei's regret had only grown stronger. Apart from introducing her to a job, he seemed good for nothing. He claimed to run a company, but lost money every day. The house they lived in was registered under his parents' names. He himself owned almost no assets, but carried a mountain of credit card debt. When disappointed, people tend to remember their first love's good qualities. LV Wei repeatedly compared CFO and Zhou Yang in her mind, and the differences were striking. Zhou Yang might have a less prestigious background, but in every other way he was far superior. When she got those photos last night, she wasn't jealous at all. Instead, she slept peacefully. Her cold confrontation today was just to protect her dignity and the image of being his girlfriend. CFO stared at the photos, his lips trembling, and after a long pause spat out, "Son of a bitch, framing me." CFO, if you hadn't been messing around, would anyone have to set you up? LV Wei snapped sharply. Xiao Wei, listen to me, was feeling really upset yesterday because of my parents' divorce. I drank too much and wasn't thinking clearly. Why does it even matter to explain this? Lu Wei said coldly, if I accused you of cheating on me, would you even want to explain? The light bulb in the living room flickered harshly. Sweat still clung to CFO's forehead, and the smell of alcohol lingered on his breath. He frowned and looked toward Lu Wei, his voice low but impatient. Xiao Wei, what are you talking about? What cheating? I was just messing around. I never took those girls seriously. That phrase just messing around felt like a knife stabbing through Lu Wei's heart, instantly igniting her anger. She wiped at the corner of her eye, her fingers trembling. Xiafeng, do you even realize what you're saying? To her, dating someone who treats feelings so lightly was a complete waste of her youth. Xiafeng hadn't slept all night and was already irritable. Faced with Lu Wei's questioning, his chest heaved with anger as he raised his voice sharply. Lu Wei, I'm telling you, you better behave in front of me. I helped you get your job, and I pay for everything in your Lafido. You think you have the right to question me? After he spoke, he grabbed the LV bag from the coffee table and, with a flick of his wrist, slammed the expensive leather purse onto the tile floor, making a heavy sound. I bought all this for you. What right do you have to accuse me? What's wrong with me going out with other women? I'm the one spending so much on you. You bastard, Xiafeng. The moment the bag hit the floor, Lu Wei couldn't hold back anymore. Tears spilled from her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Blinded by rage, Xiafeng pointed at her and hurled insults. I'm a bastard? And what about you? You're just a filthy slut. You spend my money and still want to boss me around? Who do you think you are? Listen carefully, Xiafeng, like playing with women. In the future, you'll see whoever I want. You have no right to interfere. Lu Wei's temperament was already fierce. Though her face turned pale from the insult, she curled her lips in a cold sneer, as if completely pushed to the edge. Xiafeng, do you think you're so great just because you stole Zhou Yang's girlfriend? He'll tell you the truth. I still like Zhou Yang. What did you say? Xiafeng froze for a moment. Lu Wei sneered and repeated coldly. Can't you hear me? I said the one I like is still Zhou Yang. Damn it. Xiafeng slapped Lu Wei across the face with a sharp crack. That slap seemed to shatter the last shred of Xiafeng's dignity. The superiority he felt when facing Zhou Yang instantly collapsed under Lu Wei's words. Anger surged up inside him. He grabbed Lu Wei's collar fiercely, pulling her close, grinding his teeth as he demanded, Are you doing this just to piss me off? Is that it? I'm telling the truth. Lu Wei's eyes were as calm as still water. Xiafeng, I'm not afraid to tell you while we were together, I slept with Zhou Yang. What? Xiafeng froze as if struck by lightning. You're lying. We were living together all this time. If you cheated on me, I would have found out. You're just trying to make me angry. I have no reason to upset you on purpose. Lu Wei's voice stayed cold and steady. Remember the morning I went to report to headquarters? I went to Zhou Yang's rental place first, and you were waiting in the car downstairs. Her words suddenly stirred that day's memory. Xiafeng recalled sitting in the car, hearing unfamiliar intimate sounds upstairs, initially thinking they were arguing, but then doubting it. His arrogance kept him from digging deeper, but now those vague noises felt like needles piercing his mind, making his scalp tingle. That morning, Lu Wei stared into his eyes, speaking slowly and clearly. I was at Zhou Yang's place, having an amazing time. He was driving me wild. We even saw you sitting in your car through the curtains. Do you understand that feeling? It was thrilling. He'll kill you. Xiafeng, crazed, grabbed Lu Wei's hair and started dragging her toward the kitchen. He remembered there was a kitchen knife there. A sharp pain shot through Lu Wei, who twisted and caught his other arm, sinking her teeth into it hard. The pain forced Xiafeng to release her. Seizing the moment as he recoiled, Lu Wei pushed him with all her strength. He was still weak from last night's drinking and debauchery, and the shove sent him sprawling onto the sofa, barely able to stand. Lu Wei rushed out, phone clutched tightly, running toward the stairwell. Lu Wei, you bitch, come back here. Xiafeng struggled to rise, trying to chase her, but his legs gave out, and he collapsed, shouting angrily, You filthy bitch, I won't let you go. Monday's weather was clear and mild, with a gentle breeze and cooler temperatures. Zhou Yang felt equally bright today. He had officially signed his first deal in the city sales department. The client was none other than Sanqing Group. Last week, he and Chen Shui had visited Sanqing's chairman Wei Chongqing. To Chen Shui's surprise, Wei was less interested in business details and more captivated by Zhou Yang's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. They talked from afternoon until evening, and Wei even invited Zhou Yang to his home for dinner. Throughout the meeting, Chen Shui's only role was to wait outside and drive. Meanwhile, Wei praised Zhou Yang's medical skills and character highly, and they quickly became close across generations. Thanks to this rapport, Sanqing Group didn't hesitate to hand the order to Zhou Yang. Securing Sanqing alone was enough to meet the department's new business target for the entire third quarter. From now on, Zhou Yang just needed to focus on deepening relationships with existing clients. With that, the weight on Su Jing's shoulders felt much lighter. In sales, performance is everything. Everyone in the office knows this well. Su Jing beamed as she announced to the group, Zhou Yang has just signed Sanqing. He's the top rookie this year. As she finished speaking, she waved at Zhou Yang. We're moving your desk right next to mine. Got it, boss Su. Zhou Yang responded enthusiastically, quickly clearing his desktop to prepare for the move. The city sales department was a large open space, but the seating arrangement was very strategic. The newcomers and the lowest performers sat closest to the door. The best achievers got seats deeper inside. At the very back, connected to a glass partition, was Su Jing's private office. To earn a spot right outside her door was a mark of prestige within the department. Previously, that seat belonged to Lu Yan. Now that Zhou Yang had taken it, Lu Yan had no choice but to pack up and move further inside. After work at dusk, Zhou Yang returned to his villa and found Tang Yumei sitting on the living room sofa waiting for him. Sister Mei, why did you get off work so early today? In recent days, Tang Yumei had been busy with overseas projects, often working late into the night. Today, she had left earlier than usual. Tonight, I'm taking you to meet an old friend, she said, revealing a smile that didn't quite hide her excitement. Who is it? You'll know when we get there. Zhou Yang changed clothes and followed her to the driveway. Just as they stepped outside, Tang Yumei handed him the car keys, saying, "You're driving tonight. My driving skills aren't great. I'm afraid it'll scratch your sports car. Drive your own car." My own. Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned. Tang Yumei pointed to a corner of the yard where a car covered with a protective sheet was parked. Your car is right there. Zhou Yang hurried over and pulled off the cover to reveal a brand new white Cadillac ATS. The sharp, striking lines of the car caught the cold metallic gleam of the night lights. The emblem on the key was unmistakable. This high-end imported model was worth around $500,000. Like it? Tang Yumei asked from beside him. I love it. Zhou Yang circled the car, unable to take his eyes off it. Sister Mei, you're so generous I'm a little embarrassed. You deserve it, Tang Yumei said with a smile. I picked a Cadillac for you because of its tough Lanisa. Man should be as bold and defined as this car. Zhou Yang nodded solemnly, no longer hesitant. Thank you, Sister Mei. Driving this will remind me to be a real man. Ha ha ha. Tang Yumei laughed warmly. All right, let's go drive me to meet that old friend. At a corner tea restaurant, Tang Yumei's old friend was already waiting there early. As the door chime rang, Zhou Yang followed behind Tang Yumei, immediately spotting a woman with big curly hair and a striking floral tattoo sleeve on her arm sitting by the window, the wealthy Laura, who owned hundreds of properties and several office buildings in Shin City. Oh, Tang, you're always late. Laura's cheerful voice rang out with a teasing tone. She raised her hand to greet Zhou Yang. Make yourselves comfortable. Then she called over the waiter to start serving the dishes. My fault for being late. Zhou Yang rubbed the back of his neck apologetically. I'm a new driver, so I was a bit slow. Oh, Tang just had a fight with her husband, and you're already acting as her personal driver? Laura raised her eyebrows teasingly. Kid, you're climbing up the ladder pretty fast. Laura, don't joke around. Zhou Yang's ears turned red from the teasing. Tang Yumei raised her hand to signal them to sit down and spoke in a serious tone. Back to business. Zhou Yang, I brought you here today to see Laura because we have a small favor to ask. What's the favor? Zhou Yang picked up his water glass. Laura's cousin runs a small private hospital, Tang Yumei explained. They want to stock some traditional Chinese medicines, especially your company's top sellers Wan Guling and Baichao Jifu ointment. Zhou Yang smiled upon hearing that. Meijia, that's not a favor. You're basically sending me a client. Laura waved her hand, the tattoo on her wrist shifting slightly as she did. No. My cousin's hospital isn't big, but he needs these two medicines in decent amounts. He can't get authorized distribution rights and often runs out. The local sales reps have limited authority, and the company reps at headquarters don't want to bother because the order volume is small. So he's stuck in the middle. He thought Tang would ask her husband, but since they're not speaking, I heard you just joined the headquarters sales team, so it fits perfectly. Before she finished, fragrant soy sauce chicken and shrimp dumplings arrived at the table. Laura urged, dig in. Amidst the bustling aromas, Tang Yumei picked up a shrimp dumpling and added softly. What we really want is for you to represent the company and sign a contract with her cousin, so these two bestsellers can be supplied without quantity limits. The medicines are affordable and effective, the volume isn't big, so no one else wants to handle it. You stepping in is perfect. No problem. Zhou Yang nodded readily. Laura suddenly lowered her voice with a mischievous smile. One more thing, be careful when you meet my cousin. He has a bit of a rough temper. Tang Yumei shrugged, a man of the underworld. Zhou Yang understood immediately that's why no one wants this order. Small volume, complicated issues, and a difficult client. But since it came from Laura herself, and for Tang Yumei's sake, he had to take it. He'll be in the sales department from now on. Your cousin can order anytime. He promised. Great. Thanks a lot. Laura raised her glass with a hearty smile. Don't mention it, Laura. This is just a little help I can offer. Zhou Yang replied with a toast. Between the food and drinks, the dinner ended in laughter. The next morning, Zhou Yang called Laura's cousin to arrange a meeting and discuss the contract. Although Zhou Yang had recently landed a big contract, as a newcomer in the sales department, he still needed an experienced colleague to accompany him on client visits. That day, with Lu Yan off on leave, Su Jing arranged for another colleague Zhao Xing, who had been in sales for 3 years to go along with Zhou Yang. Zhao's performance was mediocre, but she carried a certain superiority, like a driving instructor looking down on a new learner. Especially since Zhou Yang instantly stole the spotlight, she felt increasingly resentful. Secretly, she planned to sabotage the deal if given the chance. Dressed in a pristine white dress and holding a parasol, Zhao followed Zhou Yang reluctantly as they walked toward the parking lot. They stopped in front of a white Cadillac. Zhou Yang pressed the key fob. Zhao Jia, get in. Wait, this is your car? Zhao Ziying was stunned. For a fresh college graduate like Zhou Yang, either he wouldn't have a car or his family might have bought him a modest 20 or 30,000 yuan vehicle. But this brand new Cadillac easily cost over 500,000 yuan. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Her tone softened noticeably. Zhou Yang smirked and wore the cars really are a man's status symbol. Before he could say more, a figure hurried over his ex-girlfriend, Lu Wei. Zhou Yang. She called out, I need to talk to you. I'm busy meeting a client right now. It's inconvenient. Zhou Yang's voice was flat. He felt nothing for her anymore and wanted no further entanglement. Don't be so petty. Even if we broke up, isn't it reasonable to say a few words? The uneasy atmosphere made Zhao Xing lower her voice in a prompt. Why don't you take care of it quickly? Okay, Zhao Jia, get in first. Zhou Yang opened the passenger door and waited for Zhao to sit and closed the door before turning back. What did you want to say? Lu Wei's gaze was fixed on the car, surprised. Is this your new purchase? Why, is there a problem? Regret flashed across Lu Wei's eyes. Recently, the company buzzed with rumors. A newbie in the sales department had secured a client worth billions within half a month, earning at least 1,000,000 yuan in commission. She found out it was Zhou Yang and was already unsettled. Seeing him now spending extravagantly on a high-end car made her regret even more. Who's the woman inside the car? She couldn't help but ask. Is that any of your business? Zhou Yang replied coldly. Don't bother me if you have nothing to say, or people might get the wrong idea. Those words hit Lu Wei hard. She cursed herself for being blind in the past, letting go of such a promising guy so easily. Now, trying to win him back felt nearly impossible. I broke up with Xie Feng, Lu Wei said through clenched teeth. I want to get back together with you. Zhou Yang's brow didn't twitch. I realized I still love you. Xie Feng just isn't right for me, she pressed desperately. For the sake of our 4 years in university, can we go back to how things were? Seeing Zhou Yang remain silent, she panicked and looked up. To show you I'm sincere, I can stay with you tonight. Zhou Yang was utterly speechless at that moment. When did this woman become so shameless? I just want to give you one word, get lost. With that, he flung out the line, opened the car door, and jumped in without even sparing Lu Wei a glance. Slamming on the accelerator, the car kicked up a cloud of dust and sped away. Inside the car, Zhao Xing, half joking, half assessing, said, Zhou Yang, you're quite popular with the ladies. That girl seemed to be from the administration department. I think her boyfriend has even visited the company before. Zhou Yang didn't want to waste time on that topic. He kept his eyes on the traffic ahead. Zhao, we're meeting a client soon. He'll lead the discussion. If I miss anything or don't know some business details, you can fill in. No problem. It's your client anyway, so you take the lead, Zhao Xing replied readily. They soon arrived at their destination, Xinxing Jiangren Hospital. As Laura had said, it was a small hospital covering just over 1,000 square meters. The 4-story building's gray-white facade looked a bit worn. Painful cries echoed in the hallways as nurses hurriedly pushed injured patients stained with blood, clearly from a recent car accident. Following their appointment, Zhou Yang and Zhao Xing headed straight to the director's office on the top floor. Without knocking, a strong voice called out, Come in. Pushing open the door, they saw a spacious, bright office so neat it hardly had any decorations. A middle-aged man around 50, wearing a white coat, was sitting at a computer. He stood to greet them. Please have a seat. Zhao Xing smiled warmly and immediately bridged the distance. Director Wei, you're so busy and still seeing patients yourself? Your longtime patients really do trust you. Wei Chongqing draped his coat over the chair and smiled as he sat down. Some old patients have known me for years and don't trust anyone else. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Yang got straight to the point. Director Wei, Laura has already told me about your needs. Since both sides are interested in cooperating, let's get down to business. Please confirm the categories and quantities of medicines your hospital requires monthly so I can coordinate from my side. Wei Chongqing handed over a printed list he had prepared in advance. It's all here. Zhao Xing glanced over it. A flicker of disdain in her eyes. The quantities requested were extremely low, and they'd even marked an 80 discount. She folded the paper with a polite but firm expression. Director Wei, at your current volume, an 80 discount won't work. Even our largest clients pay the full purchase price. These 2 drugs are company bestsellers and are in short supply. The implication was clear. Your order volume is too low, and you want a discount. If you're lucky, you may not even secure the medicines. Wei Chongqing frowned slightly. What volume would you require for full supply of these 2 drugs? Zhao Xing raised her hand to indicate, at least 10 times your current amount. In truth, twice or 3 times the current volume would suffice for normal supply. 5 times would qualify for a 7,080 discount. But today she had no intention of closing this deal since it was Zhou Yang's client. She simply made an exorbitant demand up front to leave no room for negotiation. Still, Zhao Xing's deliberately high demand was designed to shut the door completely on bargaining. Seeing that he was starting to get angry, Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow casually and remained silent. It seemed she deliberately left this difficult problem for Zhou Yang to handle on his own. Zhou Yang quickly jumped in, hastily explaining, Director Wei, please don't misunderstand. We treat all clients equally, but those with larger business volumes do enjoy better discounts. That's standard business practice. Zhao Ziying responded nonchalantly. So, Director Wei, your request can't be fulfilled for now. Wei Changqing's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening, clearly growing more agitated. At that moment, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Director Wei, there's an injured patient at Station 13. A leg artery has been punctured. We've bandaged it, but the bleeding won't stop. Please come quickly and take a look. Understood. Wei Changqing didn't hesitate. He swiftly put on his white coat and hurried out. Suddenly, Zhou Yang spoke up. If the bleeding from the leg artery can't be stopped by Western methods alone, it's best to combine traditional Chinese medicine, as support results will be much better. Wei Changqing paused mid-step, his eyes filled with doubt. Zhou Yang elaborated, tightly wrapping the femoral and popliteal arteries with bandages, while applying pressure and stimulating acupuncture points like Weizhong, Xuehai, and Sanyinjiao, can produce remarkable effects. He was referring to Jean Lin's extraordinary hemostatic technique, which uses pressure and stimulation on specific points depending on the wound to effectively stop bleeding. Just because Western medicine alone isn't working doesn't mean it's useless, just that the intensity isn't strong enough. Coupled with Jean Lin's method, it can basically solve the problem, Zhou Yang explained confidently. Wei Changqing glanced at him skeptically. You know traditional Chinese medicine? I do, Zhou Yang nodded. Without further hesitation, Wei Changqing turned and strode toward the operating room. After quick sterilization, he approached the operating table and carefully examined the injured man. As expected, the bleeding continued unabated. The bandages were soaked through, and the patient's face was pale. He had already lost consciousness. Wei Changqing's gaze grew increasingly serious. The injured man was none other than Xiao Yang, a notorious underworld figure in Shin City. This nightlife kingpin had been ambushed and slashed in broad daylight. The hospital where Wei Changqing worked had become a refuge for these underworld types. Wherever or whenever they were wounded, they came here for treatment and protection. Years ago, Wei Changqing himself had run with the underworld, but, armed with his medical college training, he earned a modest reputation as a healer. With help from his underworld contacts, he established this hospital. Those figures became the hospital's guardians. After brawls and battles, anyone who came here received shelter and care. Xiao Yang was an old friend, and his severe injuries signaled a serious threat. An opponent was making a bold move. The large arteries in the leg are the thickest blood vessels in the body. It only takes minutes for a person to bleed out. All conventional Western methods had been exhausted with no success. Suddenly thinking of Zhou Yang, Wei Changqing showed a resigned look. At this point, we've got nothing to lose. He turned to a nurse beside him and ordered, go to my office and bring that young man here right away. Zhou Yang was urgently called to the operating room, quickly sterilized, and changed into surgical scrubs. Then, guided by a nurse, he approached the operating table beneath the shadowless lamp. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air, punctuated by the rapid beeping of the heart monitor. Mr. Zhou, the wound is in such a tricky spot that no matter how we apply pressure, the bleeding won't stop. If it comes down to it, we'll have to use your method, Wei Changqing said through his mask, his tone edged with anxiety. That's fine, Zhou Yang replied calmly. He'll direct, you carry out the procedure. The family admonition against practicing medicine still echoed in his mind. His previous help to Tang Yumei and Bai Lu was only as a friend, prescribing herbs and guiding meridian therapy, never charging a fee or taking responsibility. But if he personally made the incision now, that would truly violate the family rule. So he resolved to remain only an advisor. Wei Changqing understood Zhou Yang's approach was to avoid liability ultimately. The hospital would bear responsibility if something went wrong, but with no other options, he nodded. All right, you lead, and well follow. Using the Jean Lin's secret technique, Zhou Yang quickly recited a series of meridians and acupoints, instructing the nurse to tie a tourniquet under the clavicle and directing an assistant to press both arteries at a precise angle with thumb compression, combined with electrical stimulation. Within 3 minutes, the bleeding miraculously stopped. Amazing, Wei Changqing sincerely praised. He had witnessed countless cases of massive hemorrhage with no solution, often ending in death from blood loss. If not for Zhou Yang, Xiao Yiliang's odds today would have been grim. Wei Changqing silently thought. If Zhou Yang would agree to a regular clinic, the hospital's strength would greatly increase, but he wasn't sure if Zhou Yang was willing, so he held back for now. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. Everyone has their own aspirations. The rest of the suturing and cleaning was handed over to other doctors. Wei Changqing removed his gloves and led Zhou Yang out of the operating room, back to the office. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much this time. Once Mr. Qiao wakes, I will make sure he knows you saved his life, truly a lifesaver. Director Wei, you flatter me. It was only a small matter, Zhou Yang replied evenly. Seizing the moment, Wei Changqing shifted the topic. Well then, about the cooperation we discussed before. Nearby, Zhao Ziying, growing impatient, shook her head slightly, signaling that cooperation was impossible. But Zhou Yang ignored her gesture and responded directly. Director Wei, I agree to all your terms. Your requirements can easily be met. Oh, that's wonderful news. Wei Changqing's face lit up with a broad smile. Zhao Xing was taken aback and quietly challenged. Zhou Yang, you're breaking the sales department's rules. What rules? That sales volume must meet the standard before popular drugs can be supplied without limit, and no 8% discount is allowed. She lowered her voice, but couldn't hide her anger. You're giving him an opening gift. Small clients all come asking for supplies and discounts. Do we give or refuse? Clients must be categorized, Zhou Yang answered calmly. It's understandable to set rules for pharmacies and distributors, but hospitals are places that save lives. We should provide them with more conveniences. Approaching the issue from a public welfare perspective, Zhou Yang's words left Zhao momentarily speechless but still frustrated. She suddenly stood up, her slender waist turning as she clicked away in heels. If you can handle clients, then what do you need me for? Negotiate on your own. With that, she strode out of the office. Wei Changqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Your colleague has quite the temper. Zhou Yang said, I'm new in the department, but nobody dares to push me around. Mr. Zhou, if you want, I have people here who can make those guys treat you with the utmost respect in no time. Wei Changqing said, leaning back in his office chair, his tone half joking, yet carrying a hint of the underworld toughness. No need. Zhou Yang waved him off quickly. He knew exactly what Wei meant by people if they got involved. Things would spiral far beyond what he could control. Director Wei, I brought the contracts today. Both copies are here, Zhou Yang said, pulling the documents from his briefcase. Once I finish the process back at the office, the cooperation can start immediately. Mr. Zhou, you act decisively. I admire that. Wei Changqing took the contracts with a look of genuine respect. Having spent years navigating both the underworld and the hospital, had seen many talented young professionals, but few so bold and efficient as Zhou Yang. He briefly considered proposing a partnership, but worried Zhou might decline, so he held back, planning to seize another opportunity later. After finishing the formalities, Zhou Yang stepped out of the hospital and took out his phone to call Zhao Xing, only to find she had already silenced it and left early by taxi. He knew exactly what that meant. She was probably headed to complain to Su Jing. Had broken sales department rules by giving the client an unusually large discount and sabotaged her reputation in the process, so she wouldn't let it slide. The sales team were all sharp and grudging people. Working here without exceptional skill was tough. Luckily, the major Sanqing project was secured, almost like an indelible shield. If they fired him, the client might immediately cancel the contract, forcing the company to think twice. With that settled in his mind, Zhou Yang relaxed completely. Let Zhao Xing complain all she wanted. Worst case, Director Su would scold him a bit. That was nothing to worry about. Thinking this, he got into a car and headed back to the office. His phone lit up. It was Bai Lu. Zhou Yang, we're having a small alumni gathering tomorrow night at the Tianjin Hotel. You should come. Why didn't I see that in the group chat? Zhou Yang said, turning the steering wheel, surprised. It's just for our graduating class, and most of us are doing pretty well now. About 6 or 7 people total, Bai Lu said with a playful laugh. Also, there are lots of beautiful girls. I'm not interested in pretty girls. It's mainly because a senior invited me. Gotta give face, Zhou Yang teased. You talk too much. Bai Lu sniffed. By the way, the meds you prescribed really worked. I've been sleeping great the last few nights. That's good. I'm driving now. Gotta go. See you tomorrow night, Zhou Yang said, hanging up and speeding toward the office. As soon as he arrived, Director Su called him into her office. Do you know why I called you in? Su Jing's face was stern. Yes, Zhou Yang answered calmly. Because I gave the client a discount without permission and loosened the contract terms. Don't let this happen again. Su Jing's tone was strict and unyielding. Yes, Director Su, Zhou Yang nodded. Leave now. He turned to go, biting back a smile holding the Sanqing contract in his hand. The whole world suddenly felt much gentler. If this had happened before, Su Jing would have been furious enough to blow a fuse. The next evening, at the Tianjin International Hotel, Zhou Yang accepted Bai Lu's invitation to a classmates gathering she organized. 9 people showed up, in total 6 girls and 2 boys, all of whom were Bai Lu's closest friends from college. The 2 guys had completely opposite styles. The one nicknamed Big Bear was an athlete standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as double doors and rough, unrefined features that weren't exactly handsome. Yet the girls felt especially safe around him. The other guy, Han Su, was under 1.6 meters tall, slim, with porcelain white skin and soft, curly hair. If Bai Lu hadn't introduced him first, Zhou Yang would have mistaken him for a cute girl because the sister circle treated Han Su like one of their girlfriends. Among the girls, aside from Bai Lu, 3 were attractive with great figures, while the other 2 played the background role but were still well put together. Their bare legs, glowing pale white under the crystal chandelier, shimmered blindingly. Sitting directly across from Zhou Yang was a slightly plump girl with a bold, Western style in a low-cut top. Every time she leaned over to pick up food, the glimpse of her curves caught Zhou Yang's eyes more than once. Everyone was friendly to the newcomer Zhou Yang except Big Bear, who looked at him with disdain and couldn't stop sneering sarcastically. During a food break, Bai Lu quietly explained, Big Bear's unemployed right now, hanging out with some rough crowd. He's hot-tempered, but loyal to us sisters, and always the first to step up when needed. Zhou Yang nodded inwardly, thinking it was hard to imagine such a gangster friend for the sweet and well-behaved Bai Lu. After several rounds of drinks, Big Bear raised his glass. Zhou Yang, first time meeting you, cheers. Brother Bear, I have to drive everyone later. Can I make it a toast with juice instead? Zhou Yang held up his orange juice. Big Bear's brow immediately furrowed, and with a loud slap, he set down his glass. Am the one giving the toast twats with this? You serious? Zhou Yang, who never drank much and had promised to take Bai Lu and the girls home, persisted. Brother Bear, I'm not disrespecting you, but drinking will mess things up. Heh, with an attitude like that, you won't last a second in our circle. Big Bear sneered. By circle, he meant his gang of street friends. Zhou Yang shrugged with a smile. Well, I'm not part of that circle, so that's meaningless to me, right? Ignoring Big Bear's sarcastic tone, Zhou Yang quickly warmed up to the other girls thanks to his decent looks, and his WeChat contacts soared with friend requests. At the bathroom door, Bai Lu bumped into him and teased, I brought you to this party, and you're acting like you're picking a bride. Well, if I'm picking, I'm choosing a senior like you. Zhou Yang joked half seriously, making Bai Lu blush with delight. The gathering lasted over 2 hours, with some people swaying drunk and others tipsy and flushed. Fueled by the alcohol, Big Bear proposed. Let's head to KTV and have some fun. The girls, already loud and competitive singers, all voted yes. Bai Lu had once been the student council arts director in college, so the suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Tianjin International Hotel is in a busy area packed with upscale KTVs, bars, and clubs. Big Bear was confident. I know a fancy place nearby with the works singing, dancing, drinks. Since the group was inexperienced, they let him lead the way. At the club, the 9 of them booked a luxuriously decorated private room with dim lighting and booming surround sound. The waitstaff brought whiskey, fruit platters, and a frosted beer tower. Everyone dived into ordering songs, adjusting mics, and competing for the spotlight. In the next room over, coincidentally, another group of acquaintances was gathering. Xiafeng was there with his new girlfriend, having their own wild night. On Xiafeng's side, Lu Yan was also sitting there. Lu Yan called over a beautiful woman, indicating their relationship was somewhat ambiguous. The private room was dimly lit with a suggestive atmosphere. 2 heavily made-up girls pressed close to the 2 men, refilling their drinks while swaying their slim waists seductively. Amid the crisp clinking of glasses, Xiafeng sipped his whiskey with a dark expression and suddenly said coldly, that bastard Zhou Yang will get rid of him sooner or later. Zhou Yang's become a big shot in our city sales department. Lu Yan gritted his teeth. He just landed a deal worth over 1 billion yuan. Damn it. I was the one who introduced that client. He slammed his glass down on the table, his eyes practically shooting flames. Brother Feng, if we don't take this kid down, I won't be able to let it go. A common enemy quickly united the two. Xiafeng had gotten hold of Lu Yan recently because he had switched girlfriend Zhao Xing from the sales department. Yesterday, Xiafeng casually brought up Zhou Yang to Zhao Xing and accidentally learned that Lu Wei had been Zhou Yang's ex-girlfriend and had just broken up with Xiafeng himself. Sensing the tension, Zhao Xing proactively added Xiafeng's contact info. Zhao Xing was curvy and strikingly beautiful, with looks and figure to match, working in sales where sweet talk came naturally to her. She was skilled at providing emotional support. By contrast, Lu Wei's sharp tongue made Xiafeng feel miserable, so he welcomed Zhao Xing's advances without hesitation. Yet Zhao Xing was cunning despite officially becoming his girlfriend. She never let him kiss her, let alone sleep with her. Manipulating men was her expertise. It was precisely through this connection that Xiafeng had linked up with Lu Yan. Learning how deeply Lu Yan hated Zhou Yang, Xiafeng set a trap, inviting him to the club to drink, planning to cooperate, and bury Zhou Yang once and for all. Just then, the private room door opened. Zhao Xing returned in high heels, raising her voice. Brother Feng, I think I just saw Zhou Yang in the next room. I saw him on the phone in the hallway earlier, with a group of girls, including Bai Lu, our company's administrative receptionist. Bai Lu was renowned as the company's top beauty, with employees sneaking extra glances at the front desk on their way in and out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's face twisted instantly. He had courted Bai Lu for a whole year as a sales champion without ever gaining her attention. Now hearing she was cozying up to Zhou Yang and coming to this club together filled him with overwhelming frustration and rage. Brother Feng, you know this place well. He coming here is a perfect chance for us. Tonight, we have to take him down, Lu Yan said through clenched teeth. Xiafeng nodded grimly. He's come looking for death. As a VIP here, Xiafeng was friendly with Long Laoda, the guy in charge of the club's security. On this turf, even if Zhou Yang got crippled, Xiafeng could handle the aftermath. When are you going to make your move? Lu Yan pinned all his hopes on Xiafeng. No rush. They'll call some people over first, Xiafeng said. Last time Xiafeng clashed with Zhou Yang, he already knew how formidable Zhou Yang was. You can't take someone like that lightly. He made 5 calls in a row, summoning all his toughest brothers. Hanging up, he lifted his glass and narrowed his eyes as he scanned the table full of food and drinks, speaking with firm confidence. Wait for an hour. Once my brothers get here, they'll make sure Zhou Yang regrets stepping up. Bro Feng is badass. The gang nearby cheered in agreement. In the private room next door, Zhou Yang was drinking and laughing with his college classmates. The sounds of clinking beer bottles and dice echoed continually, mingling with the scents of perfume and grilled meat. Though they had graduated over a year ago, meeting up made them feel like they were back on campus warm, lively, and carefree. Zhou Yang sat beside Bai Lu, listening closely while she sang. This former top actress from Shin University had a clear, melodious voice like a nightingale. Lost in the music, Zhou Yang's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Wei Chongqing, he stood and walked into the hallway to answer. Dean Wei, still up this late? I usually only sleep well past midnight. Wei Chongqing chuckled loudly, then lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou, the wounded man you saved outside our hospital yesterday just woke up. He insists on seeing you. I couldn't say no, so I let him call you. Zhou Yang recalled the horrific blood loss during the rescue. Waking after more than a day showed how severe the injury was. Tell him to rest well. What does he want to say? Wei Chongqing didn't waste words and handed the phone to the young man by the bedside, who put it on speaker and brought it close to Qiao Yuliang's ear. Mr. Zhou. Qiao Yuliang's hoarse voice was immediately interrupted by a violent cough. Big brother. A companion quickly steadied him, fearing something might go wrong. I'm fine, just a bit of a sore throat. Qiao Yuliang cracked a rugged smile. Dean Wei said that the major bleeding yesterday was only stopped thanks to your special method. I owe you my life and want to thank you in person. No, you're too kind. Zhou Yang's words were drowned out by background noise. Mr. Zhou, it sounds pretty noisy over there. I'm at a club lounge. It's a bit lively. Oh, which club? Zhou Yang thought a moment. It's called the Imperial Club. All right, I won't keep you from having fun. When I recover, I'll come visit you myself. Don't mention it. Zhou Yang hung up and returned to the private room. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, beads of sweat appeared on Qiao Yuliang's forehead. His mistress busily wiped him off. He glanced at the towering figure near the bed, nearly 2 meters tall. Along, Mr. Zhou is at the Imperial Club. That's our turf. Take our respects and go thank him properly right now. Yes, big brother. Along saluted and hurried off. Back at the Imperial Club, Zhou Yang resumed drinking and playing dice with his classmates. About 20 minutes later, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Xie Feng strode in with several burly men. The crowd froze, and the music cut off abruptly. Clap, clap, clap. Xie Feng applauded. Lady, you sing really well. You should win a big prize. He glanced at Bai Lu, who was holding the microphone, a glint of greed and lechery flashing in his eyes. If Xiao Xing hadn't been standing behind him, this guy's true depraved nature would have been exposed long ago. Suddenly, the private room door was pushed open, and Lu Yin squeezed in, accompanied by a pure-faced girl wearing black-rimmed glasses. Zhou Yang frowned, his tone cold and sharp. What are you doing here? Zhou Yang, we're all colleagues, just here to have some fun together. Lu Yin smiled casually. Exactly, Zhou Yang, Zhao Xing said with a meaningful smirk. I even introduced you to a client yesterday. Why are you so cold to me now? Before they could finish speaking, Xie Feng waved and called over a group of thugs. About a dozen burly men stormed into the room aggressively, taking over the sofa. As soon as they plopped down, they started groping the girls nearby. Shrieks and cries erupted one after another. Several girls, terrified, tried to run for the door, only to be blocked by Lu Yin stretching out his arm. Ha ha. Xie Feng threw back his head and laughed, then glanced sideways at Zhao Xing. See, they're scared out of their minds. Is that really necessary? Zhou Yang's face darkened, and he stepped forward. Xie Feng, injustice has its source, and debts have their owners. You're coming after me, so leave the others out of it. Who am I making things difficult for? Xie Feng sneered and arched his eyebrows. This is our private room. If you want to sing, go back to your side. De Xiong, who'd been standing guard in front of everyone, suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. What are you doing? This is our turf. Oh, feeling bold? Xie Feng's eyes turned cold as he leaned in, lowering his voice. Keep talking, and I swear I'll smack you. The tension snapped tight, and Zhou Yang quickly stepped between them. Xie Feng, Lu Yin, we do have our history, but don't drag innocent people into this. If this escalates, I swear I'll go all out with you. Well, he's going all out. What a scare. Xie Feng covered his mouth, pretending to tremble, then wiped the smile from his face. Zhou Yang, you caused my parents' divorce, and yesterday you angered Zhao Ziying. How are you going to settle that? Get on your knees and apologize. And then, before he could finish, he grabbed a beer bottle and slammed it onto the table, shattering glass everywhere. They'll keep bashing your head until I'm satisfied. Nobody leaves unless I say so. You're crossing the line. Bai Lu gripped her phone tightly. I'm calling the police right now. Calling the cops? Xie Feng raised his chin. One of the thugs snatched the phone. In a harsh voice, he threatened. Whoever calls the police, my brothers will take turns on her. The room froze abruptly. De Xiong swallowed hard, lowering his voice to Zhou Yang. Brother, this trouble's on you. You have to handle it. De Xiong. Bai Lu's eyes widened with anger. You want Zhou Yang to die? They'll make him kneel and get hit with bottles. Do you even know what that means? There's no other way. They've got numbers on their side. Dexiong shook his head helplessly. My guys couldn't make it here this late. Xiefeng lounged back on the sofa, casually shaking his leg. Zhou Yang, stop wasting time. Come over now. Xiefeng, you want to play this deadly, huh? Zhou Yang suddenly growled, bloodshot eyes blazing, veins bulging on his hands. Fine. Nobody leaves today. Either you die, or I do. In that moment, murderous intent surged from him like a demon rising from hell. Had been bullied for too long and had reached his breaking point. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Bai Lu sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped in front of him. She forced down her anger and spoke firmly to Xiefeng. If you have something to say it calmly. Then she turned to Lu Yen and urged, we're all colleagues. If we cause a scene like this, how are we supposed to work together afterward? Please try to talk some sense into your friend. Lu Yen sneered and stepped up to Bai Lu. With a single finger, he lifted her delicate chin and whispered cruelly in her ear, I can persuade my friend, and I can forgive Zhou Yang. He leaned closer and added in a low voice, but you have to be my girlfriend and come to my place tonight. Lu Yen, have you no shame? Bai Lu's cheeks flushed with anger. Lu Yen shrugged and spread his hands towards Xiefeng. Brother Feng, these people are pretty arrogant. Xiefeng took the cue and coldly gestured to Bai Lu with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Arrogant? Come on, beauty, kneel before me and lick my feet. Enjoy it, and he'll forget today's mess. He knew Bai Lu would never agree. This humiliation was meant to embarrass Zhou Yang. I'm going to trample on someone you care about, right in front of you. Smack. Before the words finished, a beer bottle suddenly flew through the air and smashed heavily on Xiefeng's head. Glass shattered, and blood immediately trickled down his temple. Having reached his breaking point, Zhou Yang roared fiercely, if you want to settle this with blood, I'm all in. He lunged forward like a leopard pouncing, crossing the coffee table in a flash to slam Xiefeng down onto the sofa. His fists rained down like a relentless storm. Everyone around was stunned by his sudden ferocity. Zhou Yang, who usually appeared refined and fragile, now resembled an uncontrollable wild beast, his presence overwhelming. Even the girls sitting nearby froze, having just seen him as a gentle lamb moments before. Dexiong also looked shocked. He hadn't expected such explosive power from this guy. On the sofa, Xiefeng was utterly defenseless, his face battered and bloody from the fierce punches. Xiefeng's gang finally snapped out of it and shouted as they rushed forward, showering Zhou Yang with fists and kicks. Outnumbered and surrounded by at least 4 attackers, Zhou Yang struggled to defend himself. Bai Lu stomped her foot anxiously and shouted to Dexiong, Dexiong, go help him. He caused this mess. I'm not getting involved, Dexiong said, stepping back. The other guys were all muscular, heavily tattooed street toughs, definitely not people to mess with. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Yen sidled up to Bai Lu and mocked her. If you care so much about Zhou Yang, why don't you help him? Go on, you're welcome to join. He even pushed her toward the crowd. You bastard. Zhou Yang completely lost it. Grinding his teeth against the pain, he stood up and grabbed whatever weapon-like object he could find nearby, swinging it at the closest thug. Although these guys were experienced fighters, they feared someone with nothing to lose. Zhou Yang's desperate attacks forced them to dodge repeatedly, but they didn't retreat far. Waiting for openings, they continued to swarm him. Amid the sharp pain, Zhou Yang gradually shifted from furious rage to cold calculation. His eyes scanned the opponent's vital points as he gathered strength for a punch. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed as 2 thugs fell to the ground, clutching sore spots and groaning in pain. The others saw this and quickly grabbed bottles, stools, and other makeshift weapons, throwing them at Zhou Yang. He took half a step back, his eyes sharper and clearer than before, sinking into a terrifying calm. Shards of glass and splinters flew as he dodged left and right, using every table, chair, and pillar for cover, weaving closely among several opponents. After just a few swift moves, he seized a gap and struck an elbow here, a flick there, precisely targeting pressure points and joints. The attackers grew more frantic and exhausted, their defenses breaking down. With each strike, Zhou Yang drained one of them of their fighting strength. In barely a dozen seconds, only 2 opponents remained barely standing. Witnessing this, Lu Yen and Xiefeng felt a chill run down their spines. Desperate, they had called in 6 friends, thinking sheer numbers would easily overwhelm Zhou Yang. But now, 4 of those 6 were down for the count, while the other 2 were being toyed with like playthings. Even Dexiong, watching from the side, couldn't help but Gulfi prided himself on his own skills, yet he guessed he could only take down one of them. Zhou Yang's explosive power was next level. Damn it, use real force. If someone dies, it's on me. Xiefeng roared, clutching a bleeding wound on his arm. Before he could finish, loud noises erupted in the hallway. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people hurried inside. Who's causing trouble here? The leader was a tall, thin man with a sharp voice. Responsible for security in the area, Head rushed over as soon as the waiter reported a brawl. When the door swung open, the chaotic scene made his brow furrow deeply. Glass shards, broken stools scattered on the floor, drunken men groaning and rolling in pain. The fight was clearly winding down. His gaze swept the room and then froze inside. Every girl outshone the other. Bai Lu's delicate face was the first to catch his eye, then her vibrant classmates, followed by the mature, fiery Zhao Xing, and the innocent-looking young girl with black-rimmed glasses. They all far surpassed the usual flashy but tacky club girls you'd see. Even the men behind him swallowed hard without thinking. He cleared his throat awkwardly but kept his voice harsh. Who's making trouble here? They came into our room and caused a scene, even hit people. Bai Lu accused Xie Feng and Lu Yin without hesitation. The bowtie's words carried weight, instantly stirring the tall man's protective instincts. He snarled at Xie Feng. What the hell do you think you're doing? Gritting his teeth, Xie Feng slammed a VIP membership card on the table. I'm a VIP here. The tall man leaned down to check. Sure enough, it was real, but his cold sneer didn't fade. Being a VIP doesn't give you a free pass to cause trouble. You think spending money means you can do whatever you want? His tone dropped lower, sharper. Do you know whose turf this is? No. Xie Feng's heart pounded, but he still tried to keep his neck stiff. This is Long Guest turf. The man said harshly. Go find out what happens to people who stir shit up on Long Guest ground. Xie Feng had heard the name Long Gu before his chest went cold. He forced a smile and stood. Sorry, brother. I didn't know this was Long Guest place. I'm leaving now. You're leaving? Where do you think you're going? The tall man stepped forward, blocking his path. Seeing this, Lu Yin and the remaining two friends panicked too. The room was wrecked, and if the reckoning came now, they had no way to handle it. If I broke anything, they'll pay for it. Move out of my way. Xie Feng's anger flared, especially with Zhao Xing watching. He couldn't lose face here. You're not going anywhere. The man's voice turned icy. Get lost. Xie Feng growled, veins bulging. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? The tall man suddenly shouted and kicked Xie Feng back into the sofa. Crossing his arms, Xie Feng grunted. The tall man reached out. One of his underlings handed him a silver-gray baseball bat. He stepped onto the edge of the sofa, pressing the metal bat against Xie Feng's chest with a cold smile. Try saying that one more time and see what happens. Xie Feng was about to stand up, but caught sight of the tall, thin man's spring-loaded knife clipped to his waist, and immediately felt a twinge of fear. No matter how brash Xie Feng was, it was only because his family was wealthy. These guys, however, were real street toughs. If they lost their temper, they really wouldn't hesitate to draw their blades. The few shady friends behind Xie Feng also immediately wilted. In this scene, who hadn't heard of the golden reputation of Brother Long? Even Big Xiong had said that Brother Long's men were not people to mess with, especially since they were causing trouble in Brother Long's own club. They were clearly out of line everywhere they went. Xie Feng completely backed down, forcing a smile as he said, Brother, please have mercy. Here, have a cigarette. He quickly took out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and handed it over. Screw you. The tall man slapped the cigarette away, his eyes cold and hard. Weren't you acting real cocky just now? I was just angry, brother. Tell me how to make this right. They'll pay for the damages. Xie Feng pleaded, trying to charm his way out. Who the hell called you brother? The tall man cursed, but seeing Xie Feng's submission, his tone softened a bit. Everything you broke, pay the price. No problem at all. Xie Feng nodded vigorously. The tall man looked around at the shattered glass table and overturned bottles mixing with the sharp stink of spilled liquor, the mess illuminated by the club's dim lighting. His eyes flicked. All this noise and destruction hurts the club's reputation. Brother Long's going to chew me out for sure. How are you going to cover the losses? Xie Feng inwardly groaned. This was clearly a setup to extort him. He plastered on a smile. Big brother, what do you think? Maybe I can treat you to a meal some other time? Think I give a damn about some meal? The tall man spat, staring coldly. His gaze swept across the hostesses, then rested on Bai Lu before lingering on Zhao Xing's curvy figure, and finally, settling on the innocent-looking bespectacled girl. Tonight, these girls stay here to reward the brothers. All you men get out of here. The women's faces drained of color at these words. No problem. Xie Feng forced out a tight smile while signaling Lu Yin. Let's get going. Let our big brothers have their fun. Hastily, he pulled Zhao Xing away, while Lu Yin grabbed the innocent-looking girl's hand, and they started moving toward the exit. The tall man coldly shouted, Did I say broads leave? Men out, girls stay. The number of men he brought matched exactly the number of girls, one for each, settling the score perfectly. Zhao Xing, mature and curvaceous with a slim waist and long legs. The bespectacled girl's youthful face and ample chest. With big, innocent eyes, these were exactly the type of women the club's men favored. There was no way they would be spared. Big brother, these two are me and my buddy's girlfriends. Can't we just take them with us? Xie Feng begged desperately. They stay. You both get out. The tall man roared. That's too much. Xie Feng gritted his teeth. Smack. A crisp slap echoed as the tall man struck Xie Feng, making his head ring. The surrounding henchmen brandished batons and metal pipes. If Xie Feng dared protest again, they might tear him limb from limb. Lu Yin quickly let go of the bespectacled girl's hand out of instinct. Xie Feng looked at Zhao Xing. Her voice trembled. Feng, I'm scared. Don't be. Big brother will take care of you. The tall man reached out to grab Zhao Ziying. Xiefeng clenched his jaw. Damn it, there were plenty of other women in the world. Getting into a fight with these street thugs was not worth it. With that thought, he let go of Zhao Ziying's hand. Feng Ge, what are you doing? Zhao Ziying's eyes widened in disbelief as she grabbed the hem of Xiefeng's shirt. Don't leave me behind. Xiefeng's lips trembled slightly, but he averted his gaze and ruthlessly shook off her hand. Zhao Ziying was completely panicked. She pulled out her phone, about to call the police, but the tall, slender man suddenly grabbed her wrist. Crack! The phone was snatched away as he simultaneously hung up the call. Then he raised his hand and slapped her face twice. Little girl, don't try any tricks. Even if you call the cops and get me locked up, when I get out, you'll be worse off. Got it. This was the most terrifying thing about these thugs. They weren't afraid of going to jail because their methods got even more ruthless once they got out. The other gang members around burst into laughter, taking advantage of the chaos to harass the nearby girls. Over by Lu, things were even worse as three men almost pounced on her at once. Xiefeng chickened out. Lu Yan chickened out. Even the burly De Xiong backed down. None of the big men dared to make a sound, all wanting to quietly slink away. At that moment, a fierce roar exploded. In broad daylight, what kind of lawlessness is this? Let go of them right now. Anyone who lays a hand on them, they'll break your damn hands. The voice came from Zhou Yang. In that instant, his whole body seemed ignited by fury. Even he barely recognized his own ferocity. He didn't care who the other side was. All that mattered was protecting those he cared about. Seeing Lu surrounded by those lecherous hands, he completely snapped. His right hand quietly pressed on the Higu point on his left hand, knuckles clenching tightly. His face flushed deeply, veins bulging. The emergency technique written on the golden scale instantly activated, squeezing out all his latent power in a short burst. Facing 7 or 8 violent thugs, this was his only option. The fastest yellow-haired thug charged forward, a punch whistling past Zhou Yang's nose. Before the fist could land, Zhou Yang's arm froze midair as 2 fingers accurately pressed Tai Fu point on the thug's upper arm and squeezed fiercely. The yellow-haired man screamed as if his bones had vanished, collapsing weakly to the ground. Another thug swung a steel pipe in a wide arc. Zhou Yang dodged to the side, simultaneously grabbing the opponent's wrist at the Yangshi acupoint, twisting lightly clang. The pipe dropped, and that hand instantly lost all strength. 2 more men lunged from either side. Zhou Yang ducked under a flying kick and slapped the chi high point on the first attacker's chest. The second had just drawn a spring knife when Zhou Yang grabbed his elbow joint's chu chi point, locking it behind his back. Crack! A faint sound of bone fracturing was heard as the knife clattered to the wooden floor, its blade sinking deep into the boards. The man broke out in cold sweat, screaming miserably. Zhou Yang stared coldly at the contorted face twisted in pain and said, "Don't move, or your fractures will get worse." With a shove, the man staggered and fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Yang radiated an unstoppable aura like a killer emerging from a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. His gaze burned sharp and fierce as he looked at the tall, skinny man. "Still want to fight? I'm ready to go all the way." Inside the private room, the crystal chandelier's light filtered through the lingering dust, illuminating every corner. A fallen fruit tray had rolled into the corner, broken steel pipes lay scattered in disorder, and wine-soaked napkins stuck to the marble floor. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol and blood. The tall, lean man swallowed hard, his heart tightening. After years running with the underworld, had seen many ruthless types, but Zhou Yang's brutality was on another level. Even with his last 3 henchmen combined, they stood no chance. But he couldn't lose face. Forcing himself steady, the tall man sneered at Zhou Yang. "You think taking down a few of my brothers makes you some big shot? I'm part of Long Guest crew." Before he could finish, Zhou Yang bent down, grabbed the heavy ashtray from the floor, and hurled it fiercely. Bang! The dull impact forced the tall man to stagger, and sweat beaded on his forehead. "Damn it! You're looking for death, kid," he roared in fury. "Is that so?" Zhou Yang picked up a dropped baseball bat, eyes cold as he scanned the room. "Let's see who dies first." He advanced, dragging the bat along the marble floor with a harsh scraping sound like a file against metal, tightening everyone's nerves. Just as the tension reached its peak, a catchy pop song suddenly blasted from a phone. "Let's learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow." The tall man's phone ringtone cut the thick atmosphere in two. Hastily, he raised a hand to stop the others. "Stop. It's Long Gu calling." Grabbing at this lifeline, he quickly answered, "Hello, Long Gu. I'm at the Imperial Court side." On the other end, Long Guest's low voice came through. "Weren't you supposed to be watching the place? Where are you?" "I'm right here. Someone's causing trouble. I'm calming things in the private room. Want you to come check?" "Trouble? Which room number?" 666. "All right, I'm on my way." As the call ended, the tall man's confidence surged. All his earlier hesitation vanished. He swaggered back onto the sofa, rubbing his bruised shoulder, smirking mockingly. "Kid, you're really unlucky. With Long Gu here, no matter how many arms you had, there's no way you walk out alive." Seeing this, Lu stomped anxiously. "Zhou Yang, Call the police. But her phone was still in the tall man's hand, and though she was desperate, she had no chance to dial. Zhou Yang gripped the baseball bat tightly, his gaze icy. Since they're gangsters, we'll settle this the way gangsters do. Long Gu or Tiger Zhou, however scared first, is the loser. His back straightened like a wall, shielding the women before him. Bai Lu admired him silently, while Zhao Xing and the bespectacled pure girl instinctively shrank closer to him. Without Zhou Yang, they would have been pinned down and violated on that sofa long ago. Nervously clutching each other's sleeves, they felt a deep respect growing for this man. Xie Feng hid at the side, face pale as death. Dare to step up? He wouldn't. Watching the women cluster behind Zhou Yang, he felt a sour bitterness swelling inside. Not long after, the private room door was flung open. Several burly men in black suits lined up inside, walking with sharp, synchronized steps radiating deadly intent. In the center strode a towering, bald man nearly 2 meters tall, standing like an iron tower. Long Gu. The tall man rushed over eagerly, raising his voice. You're just in time. These assholes caused trouble and beat up several of my brothers. So arrogant? Long Gu's eyes swept across the room, his gaze sharp like a blade cutting into everyone's faces. Xie Feng quickly pointed at Zhou Yang, trying to claim credit. He's the one who hurt your men. That's right, Long Gu, it was him. Lu Yin spoke up, introducing the guy as Zhou Yang, who had just threatened that no matter whether he was Brother Long or Brother Hu, he would fight whoever came at him. As soon as he finished speaking, several girls looked increasingly disdainful of Xie Feng and Lu Yan's behavior, especially Zhao Xing and the pure-looking girl with glasses. The two men had been so scared in the private room earlier that they didn't dare even make a sound, and now they wanted to send the girlfriends out to entertain others. Yet now that someone stood up for the girls, the two of them immediately jumped in to stir up trouble again, exposing their cruelty, selfishness, and cowardice. In the dimly lit corridor, Brother Long's cold gaze fixed on Zhou Yang, radiating the oppressive presence that only a powerful underworld boss could project, as if he might strike at any moment. Do you know what happens when someone causes trouble in my domain? His voice was low and threatening. Zhou Yang lifted his eyes, speaking calmly. First, I'm not the one causing trouble. These two came from the next room to provoke us, so I responded. Second, if you want to know why I hit your men, ask them yourself. Brother Long sensed something was off and narrowed his eyes, turning toward the tall, thin man nearby. Speak. The tall man's forehead sweat, but he forced himself to explain. Long, Brother Long, they caused trouble. I tried to stop it, but he wouldn't back down, so I fought back. You're lying. Zhou Yang cut him off sharply. You guys used your numbers to threaten us to keep all the girls and throw out the men. Is bullying men and dominating women still a thing in today's society? That's why I stepped in. Just because of that. Brother Long frowned. Yes. Smack. Brother Long raised his hand and slapped the tall man, who staggered backward. Scoundrels. Using my name to bully girls, aren't you ashamed? He took a deep breath and looked back at Zhou Yang. Little brother, my people messed up. They'll punish them. Zhou Yang didn't back down. Punishment is one thing. My friends were scared, and I personally fought them too. Some of us got hurt. We came here to spend money, didn't break any laws. Yet this is how we're treated. Brother Long, you owe us an explanation. A heavy silence fell over the crowd as they inhaled sharply. No one expected Zhou Yang to grow even more resolute. Zhou Yang, are you crazy? Xie Feng muttered angrily. Brother Long let it slide, and you still want drop it? Lu Yin also panicked, reaching for the girl with glasses. Xiaomei, let's go. He's lost it. But the girl stubbornly stood behind Zhou Yang. In that moment, when he shielded her and the others, she felt a spark of admiration. Zhao Xing also stepped over, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Xing, you're staying too? Xie Feng stomped his foot in frustration. Zhou Yang is right. Zhao Xing's expression was firm. We were just mentally humiliated. They should be held accountable. Idiot. Making a scene. Xie Feng's face darkened. Brother Long narrowed his eyes at Zhou Yang, his voice turning even colder. You want to demand an explanation from me? That's bold. If you're wrong, admit it. If you get hit, stand at attention. Zhou Yang met his gaze steadily. I believe you're a reasonable man. We won't accept this insult in silence. Please give us an answer. The two faced off, the tension thickening as if the air itself had frozen. At that moment, Brother Long's phone vibrated. Hey, did you meet Mr. Zhou? The voice on the other end was Qiao Yuliang, speaking quickly. Brother Long answered respectfully, Brother, don't worry. I'm already at the Royal Clubhouse, and we'll see Mr. Zhou soon. Good. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mr. Zhou's full name is Zhou Yang, in his 20s. Don't mistake him for someone else. Zhou Yang. Brother Long was stunned, slowly looking up at the imposing young man standing before him, someone who had just been called Zhou Yang, whose age matched perfectly. In that instant, Brother Long's scalp prickled with unease. The big brother sent me to meet Mr. Zhou. Could that young man right in front of me be him? In a flash, Long recalled how their boss, Xiao Yuliang, repeatedly emphasized the life-saving benefactor. In their underworld, Director Wei was practically worshipped like a deity, and his Zhongren hospital served as their safe haven whenever they were in dire straits. Zhou Yang supplied Director Wei with high-quality medicine, which in a way was like saving all their lives. This connection alone made Xiao Yang revere Zhou Yang like a god. As just one of Xiao's underlings, for me to dare to shout at such a revered figure was downright blasphemous. Along struggled to steady himself and cautiously asked, "Are you Zhou Yang? The Zhou Yang who helped Director Wei sign that contract?" "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" Zhou Yang replied coldly. "Mr. Zhou, it really is you." Along instantly softened, his fierce expression melting away into an awkward smile. The 2-meter tall man bent at the waist like a shrimp, grabbing Zhou Yang's hands with both of his. "Mr. Zhou, I came looking for you tonight." "Looking for me?" Zhou Yang blinked in surprise. Along turned and barked at his men, "Form a line and salute Mr. Zhou." "Yes." A dozen or so men snapped to attention side by side, saluting in unison. "Hello, Mr. Zhou?" Everyone in the room was dumbfounded by this sudden show. Zhou Yang himself looked stunned. "What are you doing?" "I just want to clear things up for my friends." Zhou Yang frowned. "Clear things up, you will?" "Absolutely." Along grinned humbly, bowing low. "This was our fault, a huge mistake. Please, Mr. Zhou, name your demands. We will comply without question." Since they were being so straightforward, Zhou Yang didn't hold back. "First, these guys who intimidated my friends tonight have to apologize on the spot." With that, Along strode over to the tall, skinny man and slapped the back of his neck hard. "Apologize to Mr. Zhou and the ladies here." "Yes, yes, yes." The skinny man's face drained of color, panic flooding his mind. If even Brother Long treated him this way, their backers had to be huge. He clasped his hands and kowtowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, it was our fault." "Not sincere enough." Zhou Yang shook his head. Bam! Along kicked the skinny man to his knees. His voice deep and stern. "Kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Zhou." Several men glared fiercely and closed in. Terrified, the skinny man and his crew dropped to the ground, pounding their foreheads so hard they echoed repeatedly. "Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. Please spare me." The skinny man's forehead instantly swelled up. The other men kowtowed along with him. The entire room filled with the relentless thudding sounds. This scene left Xiefeng and Lu Yin speechless. They had thought Zhou Yang had crossed Brother Long and was doomed tonight. Who would have expected such a dramatic reversal? Nearby, De Xiong, who had been bragging all evening about his underworld prowess to the girls, was completely stunned. Since the gathering began, had been boasting non-stop about how tough he was, but now, the tables had turned completely. At the same time as he belittled and looked down on others, always mocking Zhou Yang for being useless, cowardly, and the first to run away when trouble came. The present scene struck him like a loud slap in the face. Xiefeng held his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers and trickling down his cheek. Bai Lu's trembling finger pointed at him, her voice dry and hoarse. "They're bleeding from their heads." Her fingertip froze in midair, unable to look away. Earlier, when they prostrated themselves, the broken wine bottles on the ground had shattered completely. The sharp edges had cut one thug's forehead, and the blood had soaked through his shirt, spreading dark red and gruesome to behold. All right. Zhou Yang raised his hand to stop everyone, his voice sharp and decisive. Along and his men came rushing in, and he first cupped his hands and smiled broadly. "Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry. I just arrived and don't know what happened." As he spoke, he glanced toward the door and asked gravely, "I heard someone dared to stir up trouble inside your private room?" Zhou Yang lifted his chin and gestured toward Xiefeng and Lu Yan's group. "We were just having fun when these guys kicked in the door and barged in without reason, even starting a fight. I was only teaching them a lesson, but unfortunately it blew up in Brother Long's place." He lowered his voice on the last sentence with a hint of mockery. Along's face immediately darkened as he raised a finger at Xiefeng. "Are you all blind? Come here." Xiefeng and Lu Yan's calves trembled under the oppressive atmosphere, and they nervously shuffled forward. "Beat them." Along waved his hand, and more than a dozen of his men surged forward like a tide. Fists flew in unison, knees and kicks came one after another, and the private room echoed with cries of pain. Seconds later, Xiefeng was kicked to the ground and rolled under the sofa. Lu Yin bled from nose and mouth, lying on broken glass as he wailed and begged for mercy. In the distance, Zhao Ziying and the bespectacled, innocent-looking girl felt their backs chill. If they were still with those two now, they probably wouldn't even have the right to scream. Thinking this, they released a quiet sigh of relief, their admiration for Zhou Yang growing sharply. Once the thugs had beaten them until they bled profusely, Along raised his hand to signal a stop. He stepped forward, grabbing Xiefeng by the hair with his left hand and Lu Yin by the collar with his right, forcing their bloodied heads up in front of his eyes. "If you dare cause trouble on my turf again, I'll end you. We want dare again." The two grimaced, kowtowing repeatedly with voices trembling with tears. Scram! Along dropped his hands. The two crawled and scurried out the door without daring to look back at their girlfriends, fearing that lingering another second might mean more punches. Zhao Ziying and the innocent girl watched their backs with nothing but contempt. With the situation stabilized, Zhao Ziying struggled forward and quietly said, "Zhou Yang, I apologize for my earlier mistake. For the sake of being colleagues, please forgive me." Zhou Yang's gaze instead fell on Bai Lu and the others, his tone gentle. Are you all hurt? No. You protected us all. The group spoke at once, their eyes full of gratitude. Since no one's injured, your apology is accepted. Zhou Yang smiled, then shifted his tone. But you should compensate us for the mental distress as well. Along rubbed his shiny bald head. Compensate spiritually? How? With something material, of course. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. A VIP card for the club would be fitting. Along's eyes lit up as he waved his hand. Everyone here gets a VIP card. From now on, you get a minimum 30 discount, and the more you spend, the better the deal. The crowd cheered quietly, thinking tonight would be a disaster, but ending up lucky. All thanks to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as he smiled. Thanks a lot, Brother Long. Along laughed heartily. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. I'm the one worried about not treating you well enough. At that moment, Along turned serious and said to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, actually tonight I came mainly on my big brother's orders, to deliver you something. Your brother? Zhou Yang asked. Xiao Yuliang. Along answered immediately. The patient at Jiangren Hospital who had the massive hemorrhage. Oh, Zhou Yang suddenly realized. Just now, Director Wei had called him and said Xiao Yuliang wanted to thank him in person. Since he couldn't come himself, he sent his younger brother to express his gratitude. No wonder Brother Long was so polite from the start. Mr. Zhou, this is a gift from my brother Xiao Yuliang. Please accept it. Along waved to his men, who handed over a finely crafted zeton wood box. When the lid was lifted, golden light reflected off a thick gold card inside. Mr. Zhou, this is a pure gold nameplate engraved with my brother's company logo and contact details, Along explained. Only 3 of these were ever made. This is the last one, and I'm entrusted to pass it to you. That's impossible. Zhou Yang reflexively declined. The gold card was heavy and worth at least hundreds of thousands in gold value. The eyes of Zhao Xing and the others behind Zhou Yang sparkled like little lights, but he knew in his heart that such a lavish gift must not be casually accepted. Brother Long, I appreciate the sentiment, but please take it back. Zhou Yang shook his head. Mr. Zhou, you're putting me in a tough spot. Along smiled wryly. I'm delivering this gift on behalf of my brother, and if you refuse, they'll be blamed for failing my duty and will definitely get punished when I report back. Zhou Yang frowned, hesitating. Along added, this gold card is more than money. It's my brother's face and honor. Whoever holds it gets one unconditional request fulfilled. No matter when or where you call, he and his brothers will move heaven and earth for you. That's what really matters. The rules of this world were indeed complex, Zhou Yang thought to himself. But the promise of one help anytime was tempting. Since Brother Long said so, I won't be polite. He accepted the gift decisively. Ha ha ha. This is exactly what Mr. Zhou deserves. Jiangren Hospital in the future will rely on you. Along was especially happy. Mr. Zhou, it's too noisy here. I'll arrange the top floor VIP room for you, free of charge tonight. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven on Earth room on the top floor was opened and prepared for Zhou Yang, along with orders to clean up below. Yes, Brother Long. His men responded in unison. Along shook hands with Zhou Yang. I won't keep you any longer. I wish Mr. Zhou and all the ladies a wonderful time. Thank you. Soon, Zhou Yang and his group were escorted to the luxurious top floor suite. Waiters brought in premium drinks arranged entirely by Along. These young men and women, fresh out of university for just a year, immediately lost themselves in the decadent atmosphere, crowding around Zhou Yang and eagerly offering green bubbles doing the math on the costs in their heads. Bai Lu whispered in complaint, the junior I brought along is already everyone's. Oh, Bai Lu, don't be so stingy, teased a coquettish boy with a laugh. Our junior just doesn't like me. If he didn't mind, I'd show him 108 different poses. Shut up. Several girls shouted together. You're quite the flirt. De Xiong nearby joked with a laugh. He moved closer to Zhou Yang and tested the waters. Brother Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so low-key and full of surprises. Zhou Yang raised a hand to sip his drink, too lazy to respond. Brother Zhou, I'll have a sip with you. De Xiong drank a glass of wine, licking his lips. Brother Zhou, from now on I'm with you. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll deal with them. You should just take it easy. Zhou Yang waved him off and turned to the DJ booth. Nearby, the innocent-looking girl with glasses quietly leaned toward Zhao Xing. Sister, is Mr. Zhou your colleague? Zhao Xing replied vaguely, still thinking about how to get closer to Zhou Yang. I'm transferring to your department next week as a sales support specialist, the glasses girl said, eyes bright. That means I'll see Mr. Zhou every day? Zhao Xing's heart sank another competitor. The more she thought about it, the more attractive Zhou Yang seemed. Handsome, driving a car worth over 500,000 yuan, landing clients worth billions, and earning a hefty salary. He was practically a Prince Charming. She regretted missing earlier chances to make a move when they visited clients together in the car. If only she had tried harder back then, who knew when she'd get another shot. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xie Feng. Zhao Xing had no interest and hung up right away. But he kept calling repeatedly until she answered, annoyed. What do you want? She snapped. Xing, I'm sorry you had to see me mess up tonight. Xie Feng's voice betrayed his frustration. There will always be people better than you. I'm the one who lost today. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Ziying interrupted coldly. I'm done with you. Don't say that, Ziying. You just agreed to be my girlfriend tonight. You can't back out so soon, can you? Xiefeng's tone was eager. He had planned to win her over while drunk, but got cut off unexpectedly. They'll bandage my wound and come pick you up at Huanchao Club. The car's waiting outside. Come down. Get lost. Zhao Ziying snapped and hung up, immediately blocking his number. The glasses girl had expected this and turned off her phone too, blocking calls from Lu Yan. They both stuck close to Zhou Yang, teasing him from time to time. Although Zhou Yang's gaze lingered on by Lu, they persisted with their playful banter. That night, everyone had a great time, enjoying a night full of fun. The next day, Saturday, Zhou Yang woke up with a hangover and spent the entire day resting at home. On Sunday, Tang Yumei moved into the villa, and the two shared a cozy weekend. Zhou Yang, I might be heading to North America to expand the market soon, Tang Yumei mentioned casually after dinner. Oh, when exactly? It's hard to say, she smiled, shaking her head. But before I leave the country, I'll give you a gift. What kind of gift? Suddenly, Tang Yumei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she lifted her spaghetti strap slightly, the curve of her chest shifting delicately. I'm divorced and single now. What do you think I'd give you? Her pale fingers slid down toward her thigh in a teasing manner. Zhou Yang felt his blood rush to his head. Seeing Tang Yumei like that, could it be? Sister Mei, you're joking with me, right? Zhou Yang said. Tang Yumei leaned against the doorframe, chin raised, wearing a half smile. You're young and full of energy. That night in the restroom, you dealt with yourself. I saw the whole thing. That one sentence made Zhou Yang's ears burn. He did get carried away once and sneaked off in the company restroom, only to be unexpectedly caught by Tang Yumei returning for something. He clearly remembered the door was locked tight, so how did she see everything through the crack? But all that embarrassment no longer mattered. Their relationship had heated up rapidly. They shared even their most private secrets openly. Tang Yumei had freed herself from the constraints of family and marriage, feeling relaxed and carefree. Zhou Yang had shed his moral burdens, with no guilt weighing on his heart. All right, it's the weekend. Let's go out for a big meal, Tang Yumei suggested. Sounds great. Zhou Yang readily agreed. They changed into casual clothes, closed the door, went downstairs, and stepped into the afternoon sunshine, heading straight for the mall. Sunday flew by in the blink of an eye. Monday morning, Zhou Yang pushed open the company's glass door and immediately heard the tap-tap-tap of high heels. Zhao Ziying sashayed over with a bright smile. Congratulations, Zhou Yang. You're getting promoted. Huh. Zhou Yang was caught off guard, completely confused. You'll know soon enough. Zhao Ziying smiled mysteriously and clicked away toward the conference room in her heels. At 8:30 sharp, the Monday meeting began. Su Jing stood before the projection screen in a sharply tailored office suit and delivered big news right away. Business is tight. Leadership has instructed us to expand our sales and marketing department staff and structure. Marketing team, add 3 members each to the planning and research groups, with a manager appointed for each. Specific people to be announced later. Sales team, sales group and sales support group will each get a manager. Chen Shui will temporarily act as sales support manager until a more suitable candidate is found. Chen Shui stood and nodded. Understood, Director Su. The sales team is the largest. Su Jing flipped a folder. We need 2 sales managers to split East and West districts. For West District, Lu Yan, last year's sales champion, will act as manager, handling sales management and business follow-up. Got it, Director Su. Lu Yan stood to respond, but the bandage on his forehead was hard to miss. It had only been about half a month since he last wrapped it. East District Su Jing's gaze landed on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang had the best performance this year, securing the major client Sanqing. At last week's board meeting, the chairman personally praised him. Leadership has decided to appoint Zhou Yang as East District Sales Manager. The room fell silent, then erupted into chatter. Zhou Yang had only been in the department less than a month, and now he was already a manager? That promotion speed was like a rocket. Lu Yan was the first to speak. Director Su, I object. Zhou Yang lacks experience. There are many senior salespeople here capable of the role. No one will accept him as manager. His words reflected the feelings of many. Su Jing replied calmly, no need to worry. Both of you are acting managers and not yet permanent. During the probation period, if others perform better, we can replace you. Lu Yan fell silent. He wanted to stir trouble, but realized his own position was unstable, making the atmosphere awkward. For now, that arrangement would stand. Su Jing said that sales in the East and West city districts would be assigned to these 2 managers. The air conditioner hummed softly in the meeting room, the white light casting a cold glow on everyone's faces. After finalizing the district assignments, she quickly went over some daily routines and assessment criteria, then dismissed the meeting, leaving only Zhou Yang and Lu Yan behind, signaling them to follow her back to the office. Once inside, her tone was sharp but encouraging. From now on, you're no longer lone sales people. You're responsible for the performance in your districts. She tapped the desk twice and glanced at both of them. There are still openings in our management team, like the deputy director position. I plan to promote directly from sales managers. You two need to prove yourselves. Yes, General Manager Su. Lu Yin stood at attention, barely able to hide his excitement. I won't let you down. Zhou Yang merely nodded, frowning slightly as if weighing something. Zhou Yang, is there something on your mind? Su Jing noticed his expression. I feel uncertain. In little over a month, had gone from a nearly fired intern to acting manager. The rapid promotion felt surreal. Just put your heart into it like you did when you handled Seng Seng's account, Su Jing said calmly, reassuringly. If you treat this job with the same sincerity you showed the client, success or failure, you won't have regrets. Thank you, General Manager Sui understand now. Her few words cleared the fog in his mind. The conversation ended, and the two left the office to return to their desks. At noon, the glass facade of the company lobby reflected the harsh summer sunlight. Feeling drowsy, Zhou Yang planned to nap in his car parked underground cool, quiet, and undisturbed by co-workers. Just as he reached his vehicle, the sharp click of high heels came from the slope on the other side. Zhao Xing hurried over, her tight skirt outlining graceful curves, long pale legs swaying lightly. Her wavy hair draped over one shoulder, the deep neckline revealing a striking cleavage radiating the deadly allure of a mature woman. Zhou Yang heading out? She approached, tilting her head with a coquettish smile. No, just resting. He opened the driver's door and casually asked, what's up? Oh, so bossy now, Zhao pouted playfully. I just wanted to chat. You're on the West City sales team. Talk to your sales manager if you have business, Zhou said firmly as he got in. Before he could close the door, the passenger side was pulled open. Zhao slid in uninvited, shutting the door with casual confidence. Manager Zhou, I don't want to work in West City anymore. I want to be in your East City team. She bit her lips softly, her voice like a feather's whisper. I want to work under you. The suggestive remark practically set the air on fire. Zhou raised an eyebrow, calm but guarded. West City is performing well. If you come here, you'll be starved out. But East City has more potential. Zhao winked, her other hand settling lightly on his thigh. Please talk to General Manager Su and move me to your team. I promise I'll be obedient. Move your hand, Zhou said coldly, voice low and stern. He wasn't unmoved by her beauty, but they barely knew each other. Her brazen behavior made him doubt her character. Still mad at me? She crooned, putting on a sultry tone. That night was my fault. I shouldn't have teased you. I've broken up with CFO. No one compares to you. She leaned close, her breath warm by his ear. You're the real man. Frustrated, Zhou raised his hand to push her away. Move off, move off. Oh. Zhao's head fell forward with the motion, her upper body leaning onto Zhou's thigh. Meanwhile, a figure appeared ahead. It was a woman in a white dress, with a slim waist and long legs, her heels clicking sharply on the ground as her eyes locked onto a black car not far away. She was none other than LV Wei, Zhou Yang's ex-girlfriend. Through the windshield, LV Wei clearly saw Zhou Yang's hand resting on the back of Zhao Xing's head, pressing her down toward the seat. The scene was unmistakably intimate, and fury instantly surged in LV Wei's chest. She strode up to the car, knocked loudly on the door, and demanded, what are you two doing? Inside the car, Zhao Xing startled upright, her long hair tousled, her lovely face flushing deep red. Zhou Yang remained calm, rolling down the window and coldly retorting, why are you knocking on my car? You two messing around in the car, don't you have any shame? LV Wei snapped sharply, her gaze flickering instinctively toward Zhou Yang's waistband. His sweatpants had an elastic band no belt required, so a single move could pull them up easily. And Zhao Xing's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes hardly suggested innocence. Zhou Yang, this is the company. LV Wei raised her voice. You two having an affair in the parking lot, this looks really bad. Is that any of your business? Interrupted, and already simmering with anger, Zhao Xing shot back. I'm discussing work with Manager Zhou. Who the hell are you to interfere? Manager Zhou? LV Wei paused, confused. Who's Manager Zhou? Zhou Yang, of course. Zhao Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. Guess what? He was promoted to sales manager this morning. He's part of management now. LV Wei was stunned. She had already regretted breaking up with Zhou Yang, and hearing sales manager only made her feelings more complicated. Zhou Yang, you're really doing well. She forced out a compliment. No thanks to you. Zhao Xing took the cue to add. Manager Zhou just landed a huge 1 billion yuan client. He's obviously doing great. LV Wei had heard rumors that Zhou Yang secured a 1 billion client for the department. The admin team had stocked up on gifts, waiting for Zhou Yang to deliver them and build relationships with the client. Just then, jealousy pricked her like needles. 1 billion yuan. His yearly commission alone would be over 1 million, far better than that empty promise from CFO. What stung most was that Zhou Yang used to hand over his monthly salary management to her obediently. Now this massive sum was slipping right past her. She couldn't bear it and had been looking for chances to get back with him. On this Monday lunch break, she went to Zhou Yang's department to ask around, heard he was in the underground parking lot, and followed him just in time to catch this scene. Zhou Yang, can we talk alone? LV Wei lowered her voice, trying to soften her tone. We're already over. There's nothing to talk about, Zhou Yang said expressionlessly. You were my first love. LV Weiss's voice trembled. For years of college does your saying it's over mean it was all nothing? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Zhou Yang looked her straight in the eyes and fired back with a barrage of cold questions. Who heartlessly broke up with me? Who hooked up with a rich guy and kicked me aside? Who refused to endure hardship with me for life? Each sentence landed like a hammer, leaving LV Wei speechless. But I realize I still love you. Her voice grew faint. Have some shame. Zhao Ziying rolled her eyes nearby. You're living with CFO, yet you want to come crawling back to Zhou Yang whenever he does well. Your shamelessness is impressive. Bitch, who the hell are you calling that? LV Wei, both embarrassed and angry, completely lost it at this. Who are you calling a bitch? I think it's you. Zhao Ziying shot back without backing down. Enough, enough. Zhou Yang frowned, sharply cutting them off. Zhou Yang shouted sharply. You too. Take your noise elsewhere. I need to rest. Before he finished, he shoved Zhao Ziying out of the car. Manager Zhou, I'm not going to argue anymore, okay? Don't kick me out. Zhao Ziying whined coquettishly, tugging on Zhou Yang's arm as she pleaded. Don't touch him, you shameless woman. Seeing Zhao Ziying acting so provocatively, LV Wei was furious and reached out to grab her hair. Zhao Ziying didn't back down either. She spun around and clawed wildly at LV Wei's face. You're the shameless one, you filthy bitch. The two women scrambled through the car door, shaking the vehicle violently. Zhou Yang's anger flared. Should I call the police, or what? He bellowed suddenly, and the fighting stopped instantly. Let go of each other. He pulled LV Wei's hand away first, and Zhao Ziying reluctantly loosened her grip. Their clothes were torn and disheveled. Zhao Ziying's top was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her ample figure, while LV Wei's black lace bra was also visible. But Zhou Yang felt no spark of desire, only impatience flickering through his brows. Get out of the car. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Ziying. I'm not getting out, she tried to whine again. You don't get to say that. Get out now, or I'll make you. Realizing Zhou Yang was truly angry, Zhao Ziying hesitated but then got out quietly. Zhou Yang didn't glance back at either of them. He slammed on the gas and drove the car out of the underground garage. All he wanted was a quiet place to take a nap. The parking garage gradually fell silent again. LV Wei crouched on the floor, clutching her head and sobbing bitterly, regret flooding over her like a tide, wishing she could slap herself a few times. Zhao Ziying snorted coldly in disgust and turned away. The client was located in the East District, originally Zhou Yang's territory. But when they found out the sales director was Su Jing, they specifically requested her. The project's funding exceeded 100 million, so Su Jing decided to attend the meeting in person. The client arranged a dinner afterward. You'll come with me tonight, Su Jing told Zhou Yang. Sure. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Yang drove Su Jing to the client's designated restaurant, arriving around 6. It was a private-run eatery owned by the boss himself, with few customers present. Following the waiter's guidance, the two entered a private room. The room was luxurious, with an entire wall of intricately carved wooden panels depicting dragons and phoenixes, like stepping into an ancient wooden mansion. A massive round table sat in the center, with separate areas off to the side for tea and mahjong. At that moment, the owner, Mr. He, was sitting in the tea area sipping tea. He was in his early 50s, sporting a half-centimeter crew cut, and snow-white hair. Whether natural or dyed was unclear. He wore a plaid shirt with the collar open, a thick gold chain glinting under the light. Though the room's lighting wasn't harsh, he still wore sunglasses, looking like a streetwise big shot. Several subordinates accompanied him, quietly chuckling among themselves. President Su's here. Come have a seat. Mr. He stood and beckoned. But as Su Jing caught sight of his face, her brows instantly furrowed deep with disgust. Her expression soured so much she prepared to turn and leave. Zhou Yang, let's go, Su Jing said. President Su, where are we going? Zhou Yang was taken aback. We're done negotiating with this client, she said firmly. Just then, President He in the private room looked up and noticed a young man following Su Jing. His brow furrowed immediately. President Su, I called only for you. Why bring someone else? His tone was mocking. He Quan, do you think this is funny? Su Jing's gaze turned icy. You tricked me all the way out here for business talks, and you think you have nothing better to do? Don't be mad, President Su. I really have a big order. He Quan shrugged like a spoiled kid. Zhou Yang whispered, President Su, do you know him? Yeah. Su Jing nodded. In the headquarters system, He Quan's company was already flagged with a red warning, restricted cooperation and blacklisted entirely, meaning no dealings allowed. In reality, he had no real medical retail stores. The company was just a shell. Desperate, he concealed this info and instructed his branch to contact the city sales department to trick Su Jing into coming. President Su, don't go? He hurried forward. Years ago, when Su Jing brought a salesperson to negotiate with him, their project had fallen apart, and after being grilled by management, Su Jing's reputation took a hit. Naturally, she hated him. Our cooperation is over, Su Jing said coldly. Come on, President Su, you can't do this. He Quan's tone was casual, careless. I know I messed up before, but I did bring you some business. I'd rather not have that business. Su Jing was merciless. And do you have any idea how much money you've illegally pocketed? The biggest beneficiary is you. He Quan sighed but smiled, his teeth flashing. President Su is still as cold as ever. Let bygones be bygones. I really want to talk business today. Sorry, there's nothing to discuss. Su Jing quickened her pace toward the door. President Su. He Quan frowned and said sharply, surely money interests you? What do you mean? Su Jing stopped. If you give me a chance to cooperate, I'll give you 30 of the profits. He raised 3 fingers. That's my best offer. Last time I flipped drugs and made over 80 million. 30 is more than 20 million. Su Jing sneered. 30? Even if you gave me everything, there would be no deal. She turned away resolutely. President Su, you really don't know how to behave. He grit his teeth and motioned with his hand. An underling handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. He took a deep drag, eyes roaming over Su Jing's back with a filthy desire. Su Jing reached the door, but found it weighed down like it was filled with lead. She couldn't push it open. Ha. He Quan smoked slowly as he closed in. President Su, we haven't finished talking yet. How can you leave? What are you trying to do? Su Jing's eyes were as cold as frost. I want to do business. He Quan showed a half-golden tooth grin. What you're doing is illegal, Su Jing warned. You'd better behave, or you'll end up in prison sooner or later. President Su, you sure have sharp words. He Quan laughed louder, more brazen. But today, you're on my turf, and I hold the upper hand. Just one question, will you cooperate or not? No. Su Jing spoke with absolute resolve, showing not a hint of fear. This scene caught Zhou Yang's eye, and he felt a quiet admiration welling up inside him. Setting aside her title as sales director, Su Jing was only in her early 30s, yet she stood calm and commanding before a group of shady thugs. She was truly a heroine among women. Miss Su, don't refuse the toast only to end up drinking the penalty wine. He Quan took off his sunglasses, a cold glint flashing through his narrow eyes. He Quan, I'm telling you, don't try to scare me with these tricks. Isu Jing won't fall for it. Her delicate face flushed with anger as she raised her voice. Open the door, or I'll call the cops. Call the cops? He Quan sneered. Do you even think you can get through to your phone? Several of his henchmen stepped forward, their eyes sharp and fierce, clearly ready to snatch her phone the moment she reached for it. Miss Su, you're smart. You should know I don't do this alone. Someone has my back. He Quan smiled darkly. I'm just the errand boy. Our boss sent me here to talk business. If you don't cooperate, he'll get angry. I don't care who's behind you. He'll count to 3, and you must let us go today. Su Jing shouted. 3, 2. You're being too kind. He Quan bellowed. Tie her up. The henchman lunged at Su Jing immediately. Let's see who dares. Zhou Yang suddenly stepped in front of her. Su Jing blinked slightly as she looked at his solid back. She had feared Zhou Yang might get scared seeing all this, but instead, he boldly stood his ground. Still, if things turned violent here, bringing Zhou Yang along to meet this client might end up putting him in danger. She tugged gently on his sleeve and whispered, don't be impulsive. Then she called out to He Quan. He Quan, you wanted to talk business, right? Fine. They'll talk with you, just release my subordinate first. Su Jing's bravery warmed Zhou Yang's heart. This frail woman refused to back down in front of villains, and it earned his respect. Let him go? He Quan sneered coldly. Noticing how much Su Jing cared about Zhou Yang, he decided to use the man as leverage. If you cooperate nicely, everyone stays safe and no one gets released. Unless, let my subordinate go first. Su Jing pressed fiercely. Let him go to call the cops? Haha. Don't be ridiculous, Miss Su. He Quan's eyes swept over her from head to toe, finally pausing at her chest. The contract must be signed today, or else. Or else what? You gonna eat someone? Zhou Yang interrupted sharply. Who asked for your opinion? An angry henchman snarled and stepped forward. He Quan held him back and turned to Zhou Yang instead. Young man, how much do you make it work? Don't go crazy. I'm not looking to go crazy, Zhou Yang said coldly. But if anyone touches my boss, I won't hesitate to fight back. 1 life is cheap, dying to protect 1 is no loss. 2 is a gain. And if I can take you with me, they'll die happy. The room went still. Nobody expected this scholarly-looking young man to carry such a ruthless fighting spirit. You've got guts. He Quan squinted, but don't be stupid trying to move an elephant like an ant. In other words, he saw Zhou Yang as insignificant. Zhou Yang sneered. His confidence came from the golden badge dragon gave him at the KTV. I may be an ant, but I have an elephant behind Meth Xiao Yuliang from Huaxi. Ever heard of him? The gang looked rough, but Zhou Yang wagered they'd know the name. Never heard of him. He Quan snorted. You making up stories to scare me? No need to. Zhou Yang raised his hand. If you don't believe me, I'll call right now. Then you'll see who's the ant and who's the elephant. Huh? Think you're calling the cops? The one who calls ends up the loser. He Quan mocked. I'm a friend of Xiao Yuliang. If you touch me today, Xiao won't let you off. Seeing Zhou Yang's strong resolve, He Quan hesitated. Fine, make your call. Let's see this Xiao guy, he added, but the phone stays in front of us. No problem. Zhou Yang took out his phone, flashed the golden badge, and dialed the number. The group was first stunned by the sight of the badge, then waited on guard for the call to connect. After a moment, the call connected. Hello, who's this? A woman's voice came through, soft and a little lazy, clearly Xiao Yuliang's mistress. Zhou Yang stood in the dim living room of 88 Huijin Street. glanced over the armed men around him, then lowered his voice and replied, "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Qiao. This is Zhou Yang." As soon as she heard Zhou Yang, the phone was snatched away. Xiao Yuliang's voice came through, slightly hurried. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, what's going on?" That golden number had only one use whenever it rang. It meant one of the brothers was in trouble. Zhou Yang got straight to the point. "Mr. Qiao, sorry to bother you while you're recovering. I ran into some trouble today. I'm at 88, Huijin Street. Someone's taken me and my boss hostage. Could you pull some strings to help us out?" "Who are they?" Xiao Yuliang's voice was steady. "He Quan." Xiao Yuliang had never heard the name. He paused for half a second, then said, "Put him on." Zhou Yang handed the phone to He Quan. He Quan grabbed the phone with a toothpick in his mouth. "Hello? Who are you?" "This is Qiao Yuliang from Punan," Qiao said in a low, firm tone. "Zhou Yang is my brother. If you have a problem, talk to me directly." That one word brother made the whole attitude clear. No matter what happens, he's got this covered. He Quan scoffed. "Who the hell do you think you are? I've never even heard of you. Whether you have or not doesn't matter. Release my brother and his boss, and name your price." Xiao kept his anger in check. They'd be face to face. He might have kicked him already. He Quan laughed rough. "I don't have beef with your brother, but he's gotta act all tough defending his boss. I've got big business with that boss, and he's messing it up for me. What do you want me to do?" Xiao Yuliang didn't back down. "Big business or small, release them now." Bold words. He Quan was somewhat cowed by the commanding tone on the other end, but kept up his tough act. "Look, this deal belongs to my boss, How Go. You want to play in Punan? How guess the king around here? How Go." Xiao paused. "Li Hao? You know my boss?" He Quan's heart skipped a beat. Xiao sneered. "I didn't expect someone from Ahao's crew to be so undisciplined. I need to remind him of the rules." With that, he hung up and started dialing Li Hao's number. The woman beside him frowned and whispered, "That Li Hao's ungrateful. He hasn't come to see you once since he left. Do you think he'll answer now?" Xiao shook his head slightly. "He used to defy me, but now that he's got clout, he probably won't be looking to please me. Still, in this situation, if I reach out first, he can't ignore me." He tapped the phone to dial. As soon as it connected, a hearty laugh came from the other side. "Ha ha ha. Brother Liang, what wind blew you here?" Li Juhong's voice came through. In the spacious office, the speaker of the inkstone-shaped phone crackled as Qiao Yuliang's voice came through the line. "Do you have a guy named He Quan working for you?" "Yeah." Li Juhong paused briefly, then raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" "He Quan is holding one of my men hostage." Qiao Yuliang's voice was controlled but urgent. "No way, seriously? That's like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple." Li Juhong laughed casually but instinctively straightened in his chair. "Liang, you're calling me about this?" "Yeah. Ahong, I want your guy out immediately. Let him go." Xiao Yuliang's tone was firm, not open to negotiation. "Liang, let me be blunt." Li Juhong scratched his nose in a slick manner. "If your guy had behaved himself, why would my man hold him hostage out of nowhere? You used to teach me to be reasonable. If I'm going to let him go, I need to check with my guy first. What exactly did your man do? My guy is just a low-level employee. How could he have provoked you?" Xiao Yuliang snapped coldly. "Don't joke with me. Listen carefully, I want that man released today." Li Juhong clenched his back teeth, but forced a smile. "Ha ha ha. Liang, you used to be my boss, I respect that. Fine, I'll call He Quan now and get back to you." Before Qiao could reply, Li Juhong hung up. Xiao Yuliang frowned, staring at his phone, then told his mistress beside him, "Contact Ahu and have him bring a few men to 88, Huijin Street. Hurry." His mistress raised an eyebrow. "Didn't Ahong just agree to release the man?" "Ahong is ruthless and holds a grudge against me," Qiao muttered. "He's only agreeing on the surface because he's weaker now. He might play dirty. Get Ahu there quickly, just in case." "Got it." She immediately dialed Ahu. On the other end, right after hanging up, Li Juhong slammed his hand on the desk, splashing water from his teacup in an arc. "Damn it. Xiao Yuliang, does he still think he's my boss? Who the hell does he think he is, ordering me around?" He roared, veins bulging. Next to him, a frail man nicknamed Strategist pushed up his glasses and quietly advised, "Brother Hao, going head-to-head with him now isn't the time. Hold back." Li Juhong took a deep breath, his scowl twitching, before suppressing his anger and grabbing the phone to dial another number. "Hey, Brother Hao," came He Quan's voice through the receiver. "You've got Xiao Yuliang's guy?" Li Juhong asked. "Yeah, that kid is called Zhou Yang. Why hold him hostage?" Li Juhong pressed. I see Li Juhong paced by the desk, nodding slowly. If this deal went through, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions. He wouldn't let it slip away. He Quan was his most trusted tough enforcer, and this move was exactly what he wanted. "Ah Quan, remember Xiao Yuliang used to be my boss. We need to give him face." Li Juhong changed tone. "So you want me to release him?" He Quan's voice was reluctant. "You can release him, after the deal is sealed. I'm not going to lose this business on his say-so. What exactly do you want me to do?" "Move now," Li Juhong whispered firmly, "by any means necessary. Make sure those two women sign the contract. The tougher the tactics, the better. As for that Zhou Yang kid, just leave him alive." "Got it. Understood," He Quan replied. Inside the private dining room of the restaurant, He Quan ended the call, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yang, your big brother is useless. If the contract's not signed today, none of you will walk out alive. He raised his hand, and 5 burly henchmen immediately spread out near the door, eyes sharp and hostile. Slap. A contract, prepared well in advance, was thrown onto the round table. He Quan looked down on Su Jing, sneering, President Su, I don't have time to waste with you. Sign now, or I'll have my brothers take turns with you. Su Jing clenched her teeth, voice cold. He Quan, this way of doing things will only lead to a worse end for you. Cut the crap and sign. He Quan cursed, stepping forward to grab Su Jing's hand for a fingerprint. Zhou Yang stepped up to block Su Jing, his voice low but resolute. Anyone who touches my boss, they'll fight to the death with them. Looking for death? Beat him. He Quan's hand dropped, and a blonde henchman lunged first, his fist like a sandpot aimed straight for Zhou Yang's face. Zhou Yang, seasoned from recent fights, didn't retreat but moved forward, his left shoulder dipping to evade the punch. The blonde followed with a heavy horizontal punch that smashed into Zhou Yang's arm. Zhou Yang blocked, then twisted to grab the attacker's wrist, pressing his thumb sharply on the Yangshi acupoint at the wrist's radial styloid. Ah! The blonde screamed in pain as his entire arm went limp like a noodle. Zhou Yang spun upward, driving his right knee hard into the attacker's inner thigh at the Yinbao point. Bam! The blonde's knees buckled, collapsed onto the floor, his knees hitting the tile with a dull thud. He's a martial artist for sure. The scar-faced henchman saw his comrade down and swung a sturdy rosewood chair down at Zhou Yang's head. Crack! The solid chair arm smashed into Zhou Yang's arm, sending splinters flying. Zhou Yang staggered from the impact. Seeing Zhou Yang off balance, the scar-faced man raised the chair again, aiming for his head. Watch out! Su Jing shoved Zhou Yang away fiercely but took the full force herself, the chair smashing firmly into her shoulder. Thud! She groaned softly and stumbled back against a column inside the room. President Su. Zhou Yang's eyes flashed red with fury, his entire body filled again with reckless strength. Come and try me if you want to fight. He surged forward just as the scar-faced man swung the chair down again. Crack! The chair shattered on Zhou Yang's body, but he withstood the blow and kicked out hard. Bang! The scar-faced man was sent flying, crashing into 2 henchmen who were rushing forward. Zhou Yang closed in, his right hand's index and middle fingers snapping together like lightning, striking the elbow-crooked Tsuchi point on the scar-faced man's elbow holding the chair. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking bones, the scar-faced man screamed in agony as his entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Zhou Yang stooped and grabbed a broken chair leg from the floor, charging at the remaining henchmen. Grab your weapons. He Quan screamed. The 2 henchmen, dizzy from the scar-faced man's collision, barely steadied themselves when Zhou Yang's wooden rod smashed down on their heads. One scalp split open, blood pouring down. The other, wearing a floral shirt, stepped back hurriedly, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. Zhou Yang was already close in front of him. He recalled the vital joint points marked on the golden scales diagram. Before the other man could draw his weapon, Zhou Yang swung his staff straight at the Lianshuan acupoint just below the opponent's throat. Ah! The man in the floral shirt let out a sharp, agonized scream like a cat whose tail had been stepped one showing through the private room and sending chills down everyone's spine. Instantly, He Quan's 5 henchmen all went limp, losing their ability to fight. He Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. This seemingly slight young man possessed such formidable combat skill. Before he could think further, He Quan suddenly grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it toward Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang nimbly dodged to the side, the wooden staff swinging in a heavy arc, smashing hard against He Quan's left arm. Bang! A muffled thud as He Quan's arm took a solid blow. But he was tougher than those underlings. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swung a bottle at Zhou Yang's head. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered, shards flying everywhere like rain. Ignoring the stinging pain on his scalp, Zhou Yang lunged forward in a flash and grabbed He Quan's injured left arm. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. He Quan screamed, his face contorted with agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Yang pushed hard to twist the joint in the opposite direction. Ah! He Quan's wail tore through the air as the chandelier above swayed violently. But Zhou Yang didn't loosen his grip. His right index finger jabbed precisely under He Quan's armpit at the Jichuan point, while his left knee struck hard into his groin. He Quan instantly collapsed like all the bones had been pulled out, twitching desperately. Zhou Yang stomped on He Quan's face and leaned over, shouting fiercely, "I told you not to mess with my boss, but you just had to be stubborn. How's that working out for you now?" Blood mixed with the sting from the broken glass dripped down Zhou Yang's forehead onto He Quan's face. The searing pain completely broke He Quan's will to fight. "I give up. I give up," he yelled helplessly. Zhou Yang snorted and turned towards Su Jing. "Miss Su, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Jing rubbed her shoulder where the chair had hit her. It was a little swollen, but nothing serious. "They'll take you to the hospital." Zhou Yang helped her up, ready to leave. At that moment, a noisy shout came from outside the room. "Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou, which room are you in?" The door was kicked open and over a dozen burly men surged in, led by Tiger, one of Qiao Yuliang's top lieutenants. Although unfamiliar with Zhou Yang, the chaos inside showed they'd come to the right place. Mr. Zhou? Who here is Mr. Zhou? Tiger asked the fallen thugs. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang waved his hand from the side. Tiger was momentarily stunned, then hurried forward. Mr. Zhou, I'm the guy Qiao Yuliang sent to pick you up. Call me Ahu. You alright? I'm fine. Just some scratches, Zhou Yang replied. Tiger glanced around at the mess on the floor and the groaning thugs. Mr. Zhou, you took care of all these guys by yourself? Tiger asked in amazement. Just got lucky, Zhou Yang said with a faint smile. Awesome. Tiger gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuliang was anxiously calling Li Jiuho, who hadn't replied after so long. How? I told you to release them. It's been ages with no news. What's going on? Qiao barked from the other end. No big deal. Li Jiuho sipped tea at his desk, his voice slow. I'm discussing it with my guys. You know how these days, the underlings each have their own personality. Not easy to control. Cut the crap and free them. Qiao growled through gritted teeth. Free them? Don't worry, we'll tell them to. Gotta give you some face, haha. With that, Li Jiuho hung up abruptly. Qiao ground his teeth, cursing the schemer. He quickly dialed Ahu's number. Ahu, hurry up. Mr. Zhou is in danger. Boss, we're already here, Ahu replied. Found Mr. Zhou? Found him. He's fine. He took out all those punks by himself. Qiao Yuliang was somewhat surprised. How many people were there on their side? About 5 or 6, came Ahu's short reply. Heavy breathing could be faintly heard over the phone. One guy taking on 5 or 6. Impressive. Qiao Yuliang genuinely admired him. As a seasoned gang leader, he had seen plenty of ruthless figures. Online boasts of 1 fighting 10 were common, but those who could actually pull it off were mostly expert assassins or special forces, worlds apart from ordinary folks. Yet Zhou Yang had done it. To beat 5 or 6 strong men in a brawl required not just brute strength, but sharp wits, calmness under pressure, and formidable mental resilience. Plus, Zhou Yang's astonishing medical skills made him a rare talent worth a fortune. Even with all the fierce fighters around him, Zhou Yang stood in a league of his own. Is Mr. Zhou hurt? Qiao Yuliang asked immediately. He's got some minor injuries, Ahu answered. Get him to the hospital right away. He'll take care of the rest with Li Jiuhua. Qiao Yuliang ordered firmly. Yes. Ahu responded before hanging up. Qiao Yuliang wiped his face and dialed Li Jiuhua's number. The phone rang a long time before it was picked up, and the voice on the other end sounded as casual and nonchalant as ever. Brother Liang, what now? You should have said earlier you were letting them go. Don't keep pushing, I'm busy too. Qiao Yuliang's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm not calling to urge you to release them, this time I'm checking up on you. Li Jiuhua was taken aback and frowned. Checking on me? What for? Your men all got knocked down pretty badly, right? Qiao Yuliang's tone brimmed with barely concealed pride. I warned you not to stir trouble, but you insisted on fighting. Well, now your guys got soundly beaten. You're asking for trouble. He emphasized asking for trouble with a clear warning. Li Jiuhua was utterly confused. What exactly do you mean? Qiao Yuliang sneered. If you don't get it, just ask your own men. And a little advice, don't try to go against me. You don't have what it takes. With that, he hung up abruptly. The dial tone buzzed on the other end as Li Jiuhua's anger flared. He grabbed the desk phone and called He Quan. After a few rings, the call was answered. How's the job going? Li Jiuhua couldn't hide his fury. Brother, how? Ugh, that kid beat us up. He Quan groaned. All our guys got hurt, and that kid was taken away. Damn useless. Li Jiuhua slammed a purple clay teapot onto the floor, shattering it, and splashing tea everywhere. Who took him away? A huss with Qiao Yuliang. He Quan answered nervously. So the ones who attacked you are also Qiao Yuliang's men? Li Jiuhua pressed coldly. No, it was Zhou Yang. Just him alone. He Quan's voice dropped further with shame. No wonder Qiao Yuliang was so confident, already knew. Li Jiuhua clenched his phone tightly, veins bulging. Why the hell didn't you tell me right away? Brother, how? I was in too much pain to talk. Only just managed now, He Quan hurriedly explained. After I got knocked out, all I could think about was how to report this to you, 5 or 6 of us taken down by one young guy. How can I face you? Useless, all of them are useless. Li Jihao angrily slammed down the phone, grinding his teeth. Qiao Yuliang, just you wait and see. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, the night breeze blew briskly. Seeing Zhou Yang and Su Jing bloodstained, Ahu and the others quickly offered to take them to the hospital. I'm fine, I can go by myself. No need to trouble you, Zhou Yang said gently but firmly, tugging at his sleeve. Ahu scratched his head. You say that, but we hardly did anything to help. At that moment, Ahu's phone rang, caller ID showing Qiao Yuliang. He handed the phone to Zhou Yang. Mr. Qiao, thank you for your help, Zhou Yang said as soon as he answered. Sigh, no need to thank me, Qiao Yuliang replied quietly. You handled it yourself this time, so credit goes to you. The gold card is still valid if you need anything, just call. Will do. Zhou Yang laughed. Qiao Yuliang added with concern. Mr. Zhou, I heard from Ahu you got a minor injury. Let them take you to Jiangren Hospital, I'll cover all expenses. Deep down, he hoped to meet Zhou Yang in person. No, thank you, Mr. Chiao. There's a hospital nearby. They'll just get it treated there. Please tell your friends to head back first. After hanging up, Ahu and the others had no choice but to leave. The car headlights cut through the silent streets as they slowly drove away into the night. Once alone, Zhou Yang started his own car and drove Su Jing to the closest hospital. Entering the emergency room, the harsh smell of disinfectant hit them immediately. He registered Su Jing first, then gently helped her into the treatment area. The doctor checked her and said, just superficial wounds. A few days of rest will do. Zhou Yang's forehead, however, had a more alarming bloodstain. The doctor frowned and warned, your wound needs immediate cleaning and disinfection. No worries. Treat her first. He'll register afterward. Zhou Yang waved him off. Su Jing looked at him. Feeling something softly pressing on her chest, this man was injured but still put her first. She gently urged, Zhou Yang, don't worry about me. Take care of your own wound first. Once reassured she was okay, Zhou Yang went to register himself. After a quick cleaning and bandaging, he returned to accompany Su Jing. By the time they left the hospital, it was past 9 at night. Neon lights cast a warm glow on the street. Both their stomachs began to protest. Hungry? Su Jing asked, tilting her head. A bit, Zhou Yang said, rubbing the bandaged area on his forehead. Come on, they'll take you to a good restaurant nearby. The car stopped in front of a small local restaurant. Pushing open the door, the smell of oil and soy sauce greeted them. Hey there, beautiful lady, back again. The owner recognized Su Jing and greeted her with a big smile. His eyes then landed on Zhou Yang behind her, and he teased, so, you finally brought a boyfriend? Handsome guy? But what happened to your head? Su Jing blushed. Just bumped it. The owner waved a hand in concern. Be careful. A head injury is no joke. You just found such a beautiful girlfriend. If you lost your mind, that would be a shame. Wouldn't want to give him away to someone else, right? Embarrassed by the teasing, Zhou Yang looked shyly at Su Jing. Her ears flushed bright red, the color spreading from her neck all the way up to her ear tips like the glow of sunset. Boss, he's not my boyfriend, he's my colleague. Let's order, Su Jing whispered defensively. Oh, still in the probation period? Good luck, young man. The owner quickly handed over the menu. His words made Su Jing even more flustered. She looked up just in time to catch Zhou Yang's gaze. Their eyes met, and for a moment, she felt completely at a loss. Zhou Yang, I know this place well, so I'll just order the dishes myself, okay? Su Jing said. Her fingers swiftly swiped across the electronic menu, and soon a list of home-style dishes was finalized. After the waiter left, the soft light by the table warmed the atmosphere between them, and their conversation shifted from work to personal life. I heard you're dating a girl from the administration department? Su Jing asked directly. Huh, no, not at all. Zhou Yang looked up, his expression open and calm. Su Jing glanced at her watch and said casually, it's after work now. There's no boss subordinate here, so feel free to speak openly. In fact, Lu Wei had been spreading rumors about dating Zhou Yang, and those gossip eventually reached Su Jing's ears. As his superior, she usually kept out of her team's private matters, but since they were dining together, she took the chance to ask. I have nothing to hide, Zhou Yang said straightforwardly. Lu Wei from administration and I were indeed a couple once, but we broke up later. Oh, Su Jing nodded and pressed on. Then how did you meet those people from outside the company? That was a coincidence. Zhou Yang briefly recounted the day he met a client and ended up helping Xiao Yuliang stop his bleeding. When talking about the details, a faint pride flashed across his features. Su Jing remembered how skillfully he had pressed acupoints to ease her menstrual pain, and a subtle warmth stirred within her. You're so good with medical techniques. Why sales instead of becoming a doctor? She asked. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. For my dream. Dream? Su Jing didn't understand. Doctors can only save a handful of people, but if I can climb to a high enough peak and promote my family's heritage, I could help save the world. When he said this, his eyes sparkled like they could ignite the air. Su Jing felt her heart skip slightly. This guy was a bit dramatic, but genuinely sincere. The dishes arrived one after another, steam rising from the plates. They ate and chatted. Tastes great, Zhou Yang praised. Su Jing's eyes curved into a smile. Of course. I don't have time to cook after work, so I come here. Su, you always have such sharp taste. Zhou Yang complimented as he picked up his chopsticks. Women naturally love compliments, and even someone as strong as Su Jing couldn't help feeling a little pleased inside. Su, the owner just told me you're still single. Zhou Yang said in a curious tone. Such an outstanding woman like you, how come you're still single? That doesn't make sense. I'm asking about you, not me, Su Jing said coolly. Oh, I already spilled everything about myself. Now it's your turn, Zhou Yang grinned. You asked too many questions. Come on, tell me. Shut up and eat. Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks, pretending to be annoyed. That's unfair. You said it's after work, but now you switch to boss mode. You say one thing and do another. You. Su Jing furrowed her brow, stayed silent for a long moment, then sighed. I have a fiancé. Really? Zhou Yang was surprised. But I don't like him. Su Jing clenched her fist under the table. I moved out to live alone just to avoid him. Then break up. Zhou Yang said matter-of-factly. We never dated. So how could I break up? Su Jing gave a bitter smile. My fiancé is a CEO of a big corporation, arranged by my family. I see. Zhou Yang sighed. No wonder a woman as exceptional as you would only be matched with a CEO. I don't care about that. Su Jing looked him straight in the eyes. Money and love are two different things. I've been living on my own these past few years to show my family I can make enough money on my own and don't need a CEO to marry. Zhou Yang nodded. If my girlfriend had thought like you back then, we wouldn't have broken up. His slightly flirtatious remark subtly put Su Jing and his ex-girlfriend on the same level and quietly brought them closer. Su Jing looked up and softly said, Then she tucked away her emotions. Let's not talk about this, let's eat first. In the restaurant, the two quickly finished what was just another ordinary work meal. After dinner, Zhou Yang stood to see her off. Don't bother. Su Jing waved him off, a smile tugging at her lips. I rented a place right here in the neighborhood. It's just a short walk. Remember to be on time for work tomorrow. In an instant, she shifted back into the cold, aloof director. The warm, girl next door vibe she'd shown moments ago vanished completely. All right, Miss Su. Take care. Zhou Yang sighed and turned to open the car door. Zhou Yang. Su Jing suddenly called him back. Yes, Miss Su. He paused. Thank you for today. With that, she quickly turned and strode into the complex, the flush on her cheeks almost like she was afraid someone might see. No need to thank me, you're my boss. It's only right. Zhou Yang started, but she had already disappeared behind the gate. Is Miss Su always this nonsense? He muttered to himself with a self-deprecating shake of his head as he got in the car and left. The lights in the villa stayed on late into the night. Tang Yumei sat alone in the vast living room, lost in thought. Meijia, why aren't you asleep yet? Zhou Yang slipped into slippers and sensed the uneasy atmosphere. What happened to your head? Tang Yumei came forward, examining his temple with concern. I bumped into something at work today, Zhou Yang said offhandedly. You're so careless. She sighed but didn't press further. Instead, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It's almost 11. Zhou Yang sat beside her and lowered his voice. Is something on your mind? It's not exactly a problem. Tang Yumei forced a smile. Suddenly, she looked up, her clear, gentle eyes serious. I'm going to the US next week. Zhou Yang's expression tightened. She had mentioned expanding the North American market before, but hearing the schedule set in stone left a sinking feeling in his chest. So soon? They need me fully focused over there. I can't delay. Actually, I was supposed to leave this week. She hesitated, but I haven't given you your gift yet. That one word gift made Zhou Yang instantly understand why she had postponed. His nose tingled with emotion, but he forced himself to stay calm. Meijia, don't put off important work for me. The gift can wait. Your career matters more. No. Tang Yumei stood up and took his hand, her tone soft but resolute. I have to give you your gift before I leave. She pulled him to his feet. Her fingertips were cool but determined. The living room light highlighted her delicate profile, both mature and imbued with a youthful innocence. Zhou Yang, you like me, don't you? Yeah. Zhou Yang didn't evade the question. The passionate kiss in the bathroom had already said enough. There was no denying it. Then do you want to be with me? She wrapped her slender arms gently around his neck. His heart pounded. He suspected her intentions, but hearing her say it out loud still stirred a tidal wave inside him. What? You don't want to? She looked at him expectantly. It's not that I don't want to. It's just, are we right for each other? I'm divorced and single. You don't have a girlfriend. Love between a man and a woman is legal and moral, isn't it? As she spoke, Tang Yumei grasped his wrist and gently guided his hand to rest on her soft waist. Hold me tight. Zhou Yang was distracted and restless under Tang Yumei's teasing, his hand naturally drifting upward. The two of them pressed almost against each other, their warm breaths mingling, and a sudden surge of passion filled the entire living room. Moonlight streamed through the semi-transparent curtains, casting a soft silver glow. The slit of Tang Yumei's dress revealed a long, elegant leg, her skin seeming to glow gently in the moonlight, utterly captivating. Zhou Yang, she whispered softly. Her crimson lips parted slightly, the sweet aroma of lychee wine shed just sipped lingering between them. At this moment, in Zhou Yang's mind, she was stunning, sensual, incomparably a goddess unique in the night. Youthful and impetuous, he couldn't resist the temptation and leaned in to kiss her. When their lips met, he tasted the delicate sweetness of the wine, like biting into a fresh lychee bursting with juice. Tang Yumei's body softened, sinking onto the leather sofa. Her jade bracelet tapped against the armrest with a muffled sound. The pearl pendant on her earlobe trembled gently with her rapid breathing. Just as the atmosphere grew even more intense, she suddenly grasped Zhou Yang's wrist. Zhou Yang, not yet. Why? Zhou Yang was caught off guard. My relatives have arrived, Tang Yumei explained, flushing. Zhou Yang instantly felt tricked. Don't be mad. She looked up at him with gentle eyes. I just wanted to be sure whether you really want to accept the gift I'm giving you. It would be so awkward if it was only one-sided. And now? Can you be sure? Zhou Yang frowned and pressed. Yes, she said softly. Actually, I was supposed to go to the US last Friday, but because of my relatives arriving, I couldn't give you the gift, so I postponed it by a week. Only then did Zhou Yang understand she had delayed her trip a whole week just to prepare a gift for him, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Mei Jia, how long will you be in the US this time? That's hard to say, Tang Yumei said, gently caressing his cheek with her cool fingertips. It depends on the work progress. If all goes well, maybe 1 or 2 months, then he'll come back for a while. If not, I might stay longer, and I can't guarantee when he'll return. Are you planning to settle in the US? Zhou Yang asked. No way. She smiled teasingly. You're here, so why would I move to the US? He'll secure the business and come back. MMHM. Zhou Yang nodded. Before I leave, I'll tell you a secret you've always wanted to know, Tang Yumei said with a mysterious smile. Mei Jia, you've really got me itching with anticipation. Zhou Yang chuckled bitterly. Just wait. In 2 or 3 days, he'll give you the gift and tell you the secret. All right, he'll be waiting, Zhou Yang replied. That night, back in his own room, he found it hard to fall asleep after what had just happened. His mind kept replaying the moves he had learned since childhood at Jinlin. Lately, every time there was a conflict, as long as he stayed calm, he could rely on those skills to defeat his opponents. Although living in a harmonized society, dangers still lurked in the dark corners. Zhou Yang decided that from today on, he would focus more on physical training. He had been physically trained far more rigorously than ordinary people since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance against so many street toughs, let alone come out on top. With that solid foundation, combined with the secret techniques recorded in the Jinlin manual like stimulating the Higu acupuncture point, could often double his combat power in an instant. The mysteries of the human body surpass common imagination. Martial arts novels often mention unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, but the Jinlin manual describes a different approach. By stimulating specific acupoints or energy gates, one could temporarily become impervious to blades and bullets, with dull pain sensation. Some activation points even unleash astonishing speed in the limbs and grant razor-sharp mental clarity. Powerful as these methods were, they always exhausted the body afterward. Zhou Yang understood clearly that to establish himself long-term, he had to rely on solid physical strength. So he quietly set a plan for himself. Train his body intensively first, and save these trump cards for critical moments. Lost in thought, he leaned back against the chair, sleepiness washing over him until he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he stepped into the office. Before reaching his desk, he noticed his colleagues casting subtle, lingering looks his way. The corridor lights were cool and white, but the air smelled faintly of secret gossip. Zhao Ziying, wearing 7-centimeter high heels, intercepted him first. Her voice was sweet and cloying like ripe fruit. Manager Zhou, I need to talk to you. She glanced toward the hallway as she spoke. What's so secret it can't be said here? Zhou Yang frowned. Zhao Ziying was exquisitely pretty, her makeup highlighting mature allure, her curves striking. She walked like she was on a runway. She leaned in, lowering her voice. It's personal. Her tone lingered slyly. This is the office. No personal talk, Zhou Yang replied calmly. Her expression darkened abruptly. Then, almost blurting out, she said, why do you still have a habit of going back to old flames? How am I not good enough for you? What do you mean? Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned. You know perfectly well. She gave him an annoyed, coquettish glare. You ignore the fresh fruit and cling to the old rotten tree. So annoying. With that, she swayed her waist, spun coquettishly on her heels, and clicked away back to her desk. Zhao Ziying's charms made several male colleagues glance at her with heated eyes, but Zhou Yang didn't even spare her a second look. He casually surveyed her retreating figure with a faint gaze, then lowered his head to boot up his computer to check emails. She had thought her little stunt would entice Zhou Yang, but when she stole a glance, she only saw his indifferent face and fingers flying rapidly over the keyboard. He hadn't taken her words seriously at all. Frustration immediately swept over her carefully applied makeup. After all, she was the leading lady in several male colleagues' late-night projects. The more rejected she felt, the stronger her urge to reclaim her presence in Zhou Yang's world grew. She couldn't tell if it was to prove her charm or if she had unconsciously fallen for this man. Either way, her goal was clear. She had to win Zhou Yang over. At that moment, Zhou Yang's phone vibrated, a clear ringtone breaking the office silence. The screen read by Lu. He stood, walked outside, and answered. Senior, what's up? Manager Zhou, how come you didn't tell me about such a big promotion? Bai Lu's voice was warm with teasing. I only got promoted yesterday, and it's still an acting manager position, Zhou Yang responded politely. Less than a month at headquarters, rising from specialist to management, that's a miracle. Bai Lu's tone was both playful and sincere. Congratulations. Thanks, senior. He'll treat you to dinner sometime. I'm not calling to ask for a dinner invite today, Bai Lu laughed softly. Then what is it? Zhou Yang asked. Our colleague Lu Wei has been going around telling everyone she's your girlfriend. Bai Lu said. If I didn't know better, I'd almost believe her. Zhou Yang thought. No wonder Su Jing also heard rumors about him having a girlfriend. Now he fully understood the bizarre remarks Zhao Xing made earlier. On the phone, Bai Lu lowered her voice and added. She spoke so convincingly. You'd better handle this quickly, or soon the whole company will believe it. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. Feeling Anietso the strange line Zhao Xing said before, turning down better options just to hang on to one tree, was clearly aimed at this rumor. He took a deep breath and said coldly, that Lu Wei really knows how to stir up trouble. After hanging up, he couldn't hold back anymore. Snatching up his work ID from the desk, he headed to the administration department. Senior, I'm coming to your office now. Hey, wait. Lu tried to warn him, since Lu Weisex was there too, but before she could finish, the call was cut off. Within 5 minutes, Zhou Yang appeared in the hallway on the first floor of the admin building. Under the bright fluorescent lights, he immediately saw Lu Wei linked arm in arm with a man. The man had a conspicuous bandage wrapped around his head, none other than Xie Feng, who had been beaten at the Huanchao club before. Lu Wei, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Xie Feng's voice was hoarse, barely controlled rage bubbling over. You came to find Zhou Yang just to piss me off? Nonsense. Lu Wei lifted her chin defiantly. Gritting his teeth, Xie Feng's eyes blazed with mad fury. What's so great about Zhou Yang? Where does he beat me? Lu Wei scoffed, speaking each word like a dagger. He beats you everywhere, especially in that department. That department? Xie Feng paused briefly, then instantly understood. His face flushed deep red, veins throbbing as if about to burst. Taking advantage of his shock, Lu Wei raised her voice to make sure everyone could hear. Anyway, I don't like you. Zhou Yang is my boyfriend. Her words landed like a heavy blow on the last shred of Xie Feng's pride. In truth, she wasn't lying. She never liked Xie Feng and only hung on to his family status and money. But now, Xie Feng's backing had crumbled. His father Xie Yong was demoted to manager for framing his wife Tang Yumei. If Zhou Yang became permanent staff, they'd be on equal footing. Unable to bear the shame, Xie Yong quit, and Xie Feng's HR business lost its contracts immediately. Worse, his relationship with his mother Tang Yumei hit rock bottom. Xie Feng was left with no backing and no money. Why would Lu Wei waste time on a man like that? Suppressing his anger, Xie Feng snarled darkly, Lu Wei, you'll regret treating me like this. Lu Wei didn't even spare him a glance, walking past him to Zhou Yang by the corridor entrance. She purred sweetly, honey, you're here, and tried to throw herself into his arms. Xie Feng was so furious he looked like he might have a stroke, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhou Yang raised his hand to push Lu Wei away, his voice cold and commanding. Lu Wei, I'm warning you, stop spreading rumors, or I will take you to court. Lu Wei winced but still clung to his arm, looking hurt. But I only did this because I like you. You don't pay attention to me, so I had no choice. From today on, keep your distance, Zhou Yang said fiercely as he shook off her hand. If you pull any more stunts, I won't be so polite. Understand? Seeing he was truly angry, Lu Wei finally nodded timidly, saying nothing more. Zhou Yang snorted coldly and turned to leave. As Zhou Yang passed by Xie Feng, a sudden impulse stopped him in his tracks. He turned around to look at Xie Feng. Isn't she your girlfriend? Watch closely, and don't let her come bother me again. If I'm ever in a bad mood and take care of her, you'll be the one getting cheated on, Zhou Yang said lazily, each word sharper than the last. You fucking, Xie Feng yelled, fists swinging, but remembering Zhou Yang's insane fighting skills, he abruptly pulled back, his anger deflating instantly. He spat viciously, you two scumbags won't get away with this. Just wait and see. With that, he stormed off, footsteps pounding angrily. Zhou Yang ignored LV Wei completely and headed straight to the front desk at the end of the corridor. LV Wei gazed after him, her emotions tangled regret, anger, helplessness all mixed together. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Zhou Yang just said if I'm in a bad mood, we'll take care of her. That must mean he still cares for me, right? As she fantasized, she wondered how to really make Zhou Yang take care of her. By now, Zhou Yang had reached the front desk and greeted Bai Lu. Senior, you busy? Not too bad right now. Bai Lu stepped out from behind the desk, smiling with a teasing tone. I just saw LV Weiss X storm out in a huff. Didn't he lose to you in a fight? Don't waste my energy on him, Zhou Yang said indifferently. Thanks for the tip-off. If LV Wei had been scheming behind my back, I'd have been clueless. No need to thank me. You helped me get better. I still haven't thanked you properly, Bai Lu smiled, though tiredness lingered in her eyes. You don't look well today, Zhou Yang frowned. Insomnia acting up again? No, Bai Lu sighed. Got a difficult neighbor. Last night, that brat upstairs threw a party all night with a bunch of troublemakers. I knocked on her door, but she ignored me and threatened to report me if I called the cops. She's pretty, fiery, and has some rough friends. I don't dare mess with her. Why not just call the police? Zhou Yang raised his brows. Ugh, Bai Lu shrugged helplessly. People like that just get a slap on the wrist. Back on the street, if anything goes wrong, I'm the one who suffers. I'm from out of town and alone in Shin City. I can't afford to take risks. Bai Lu came from a well-off family elsewhere. When she graduated, her parents wanted to send her to South Korea as a trainee, but she insisted on making it on her own. Now here she was, alone in Shin City, with no backing. With such a neighbor, she felt powerless. Her chronic insomnia made the noise even more unbearably double torment. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, already making plans. Senior, are you free tonight? Yeah, Bai Lu answered without hesitation. What's up? I just got promoted, so I want to treat you to dinner. Great. Where? Ill drive. Bai Lu's mood visibly lifted at the mention of food, though a yawn betrayed her fatigue. Zhou Yang noticed and softened his tone. He'll drive tonight straight to your place. Huh, you're taking me to my place when you're treating me? Bai Lu's sleepy mind struggled to catch up. You showed off last time. Now it's my turn to cook for you. Zhou Yang smiled. I know how to cook. You can cook? Bai Lu was surprised, then quickly grinned. He'll be looking forward to tasting your skills. See you tonight. Zhou Yang nodded. After getting home, Xiefeng grew angrier and angrier, eventually storming around and smashing things in a rage. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Xieyong, sitting on the couch, frowned deeply, irritated to the point he couldn't even light a cigarette. Ever since divorcing Tang Yumei and losing his job, had felt like a shadow of himself, barely maintaining appearances by relying on that company still registered under his mistress' name. Money wasn't the immediate problem, but every night lying in bed, he couldn't stand to see that woman anywhere. His mind was consumed by Tang Yumei's image. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Zhou Yang. If it weren't for that kid, his marriage would never have fallen apart. Xiefeng felt exactly the same, blaming Zhou Yang entirely for the family's ruin and heartbreak. The one trait the two shared was never looking inward when things went wrong. That bastard Zhou Yang. I hope he dies miserable. Xiefeng's eyes were bloodshot, his rage like an uncontrollable beast unleashed. The moment he heard the name Zhou Yang, Xieyong's anger flared too. He's stirring up trouble again? He stole my girlfriend. Xiefeng ground his teeth. That shameless bitch went back to him even after we broke up. Xieyong shook his head in frustration. This little Zhou Yang had not only wrecked his own marriage, but also stolen his son's girlfriend. Both father and son had been defeated by him in matters of the heart. A humiliation neither could stomach. Xiaofeng, don't just shout slogans. What are you going to do about it? He stared at his son expectantly. I haven't figured it out yet. Xiefeng's confidence deflated instantly, making Xieyong feel like his son was hopeless. All talk, no plan. But really, it wasn't entirely Xiefeng's fault. Zhou Yang truly was flawless. I've mostly just worked at the company these years, but I know some people on the streets. Xieyong lowered his voice, tone darkening. We're not stopping halfway. That Zhou Yang. I'm going to sink him to the river and feed him to the fish. A fierce light blazed in his eyes. Xiefeng had never seen his father like this before, and a chill crept through his heart. Dad, is that even possible? Murder is illegal. Xiefeng's voice trembled. Cursing Zhou Yang was one thing, but real violence? He dared not go that far. The worst punishment had imagined was crippling Zhou Yang, preferably taking away his manhood. Luwai's comment that he's better than you in that department had shattered his pride. But he hadn't expected his father to be even more ruthless, threatening to drown the guy. Murder is illegal, of course. Xieyong squinted, wrinkles folding his face like a sly old fox. But what if he just happens to fall into the river by accident? Dad, you mean? I know the right people. For money, they do anything. They have ways to make someone completely disappear. Xieyong said coldly. Perfect. Xiefeng's face twisted in a grimace. Then let's do it. End Zhou Yang once and for all. Without hesitation, Xieyong pulled out his phone, scrolling through contacts to an old number he hadn't called in a long time. Lu Dafian tapped to dial. Dafei, what have you been up to lately? Hey, long time no see. Nothing much. What's up, boss? Xie? The voice on the other end was casual and teasing. I have a job for you. Name your price. Xieyong was blunt. There are levels to this. Want him taught a lesson? Crippled? Or terminated? Different packages, different prices. Lu Dafia's tone was half-joking. Xieyong ground his teeth. Terminated. Holy shit. The joking tone vanished instantly. Boss, yeah, you're serious? You think I'm joking? Xieyong's voice went icy cold. Can you handle it or not? Piece of cake. Lu Dafia's tone turned casual again, as if wiping someone out was a simple task for him. But this was a matter of life and death, and yet he spoke as if discussing the weather. We'll need to meet in person to discuss details and price. All right. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Xieyong sounded eager on the other end of the line. Not tonight. I'm busy. Lu Dafei declined curtly. Still had plans to have fun at Lu Qianqian's place. When are you free then? He'll let you know in advance. Wait for my call. After hanging up, Xieyong immediately dialed his mistress. Hey, Xiao Jia, get some cash ready. I've got an emergency, the more the better. Night fell. After work, Zhou Yang drove a black Cadillac and dropped Bai Lu off at her neighborhood. Manager Sheng really knows how to live driving a Cadillac now. Bai Lu teased with a smile. It was a gift from a friend, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. What friend gives cars as gifts? I want one too. Bai Lu laughed heartily, pretending to envy him. Carrying fresh groceries from the market, they headed upstairs. Zhou Yang had been to Bai Lu's place several times, and as soon as the door unlocked, he moved with practiced ease. Taking off shoes and washing hands, he went straight into the kitchen. Within 10 minutes, the sizzle and fragrant aroma of oil mixed with spices slipped through the door cracks. Bai Lu leaned against the doorframe, peeking in. Zhou Yang, you're pretty good at cooking? Not really cooking skills, just know how to use seasonings well. Zhou Yang shrugged. Modest. For dishes and a soup soon covered the table, and the two ate voraciously. After the meal, Zhou Yang suggested a walk downstairs. The real reason? To let neighbors see Bai Lu wasn't alone and to warn off anyone thinking of causing trouble, especially the neighbor upstairs. Bai Lu didn't suspect a thing and agreed cheerfully, thinking it was just a post-dinner stroll. Around 8 o'clock, a sudden roar came from outside the gated community. A Harley motorcycle rolled into the courtyard, its exhaust rumbling enough to make the window panes vibrate. A girl with a high ponytail stepped off the bike. Under the lights, her skin shone cold and pale like a white fluorescent tube. Her tight t-shirt clung to her. Dark green shorts showed long, straight legs. Thick-soled leather sandals touched the ground, and her yellow-green glowing nails shimmered in the street lamp. Bai Lu sighed, already feeling a headache coming on. Is that the girl upstairs? Zhou Yang asked. Yeah, she nodded. Following the light, Zhou Yang caught only the girl's profile but noted the piercing cold pallor of her skin. She answered her phone with a crisp voice. 9 o'clock tonight. Come to my place. Don't be late. Hanging up, she pushed her Harley against the wall and turned to enter the building. Bai Lu exhaled, another party tonight. They'll remind her not to disturb everyone late at night, Zhou Yang said, moving forward. No. Bai Lu grabbed him quickly. Don't provoke her. Last time some young guy bumped into her in the neighborhood. She called her friends, and they beat him so badly he was in the hospital for days. Nobody dares mess with her. She knew Zhou Yang was tough in fights, but the girl had many cronies, all seasoned troublemakers, and Bai Lu worried he'd be at a disadvantage. But Zhou Yang wasn't concerned. It's fine. I just want to warn her. Saying that, he walked toward the girl. Because Bai Lu's interference delayed him, Zhou Yang had only taken a few steps when the girl hurried upstairs. Seeing the little troublemaker disappear around the staircase corner, Bai Lu finally relaxed a little, at least there seemed to be no more conflict for today. She turned to Zhou Yang with a sweet smile. Zhou Yang, thanks for the meal you made today. I really liked it. Maybe you should head back and get some rest early. She was genuinely worried that if Zhou Yang followed them upstairs, things might spiral out of control, not realizing that he had come tonight specifically to back her up. Senior, why are you in such a rush to send me off? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you hiding something from me? No, not at all. Then why the hurry? Come on upstairs for a bit. Before he finished speaking, a sharp thud echoed as a black plastic bag flew down from a fourth-floor window, landing squarely on Bai Lu's shoulder. The bag was full of leftover food and torn paper scraps, which burst open and spilled everywhere, even mixing with a sticky sanitary napkin. Bai Lu turned pale in shock and hurriedly brushed off the mess on her shoulder, relieved that her clothes weren't stained much. Watch where you're walking. The fourth-floor window swung open angrily, and the little troublemaker stuck half her body out, shouting arrogantly, You're in the way of me throwing out my trash. Are you blind? Don't you see there are people down here? Zhou Yang shouted up in anger. You're the ones who can't see. The girl snapped, chewing gum as she spoke. Don't you see him throwing out trash? You're just standing there blocking me. That's why the bag broke. What a pain. Then she pointed at Bai Lu. You, pick up the trash and throw it in the bin. Bai Lu's face flushed red, but she still lowered her voice to reason. You threw the trash. You should come down and clean it up yourself. If it hadn't hit you, would it have broken? Cut the crap and pick it up fast, or don't blame me for being rude. The girl grew more aggressive with each word. Wanting to avoid escalation, Bai Lu reluctantly bent down to pick up the torn bag. Senior. A hand quickly grasped her wrist and helped her stand straight. Zhou Yang's gaze sharpened. You're too lenient with her. That's why she's gotten used to bullying you. He looked up and yelled at the window. You, come downstairs and clean up your mess yourself. The girl gritted her teeth and sneered. Who the hell do you think you are? Her boyfriend? Mind your own business. Come down this instant. Zhou Yang's voice turned dangerously low. Having a boyfriend makes you bold, huh? TCH. She sneered disdainfully at them. Pick it up or not. The trash broke on you either way. Then she slammed the window shut with a bang. Damn it. Zhou Yang cursed under his breath, his chest burning with anger. Seeing Bai Lu's hurt and helpless expression only made him more restless. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the stairs. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang. Bai Lu called out in alarm and hurried after him. But Zhou Yang was determined and took 2 steps at a time going upstairs. On the 4th floor, Lu Qianqian was humming a little tune with a cigarette dangling from her lips, her feet in a pair of loose slippers. Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking shook the door panel, and she frowned, cursing. Who the hell is knocking? Can't you be quieter? The door opened, and Zhou Yang's cold glare swept over her. I told you to come downstairs and clean up the trash. Did you not hear me? Damn moron, get lost. Lu Qianqian spat, raising her hand to slam the door shut. Zhou Yang grabbed a fistful of her hair before she could react and yanked her out the door with brute force. Hey, let go. Let go of me. Lu Qianqian screamed, one slipper flying off as she staggered while being dragged. Downstairs, Bai Lu saw them appear and turned pale, her heart pounding like it might burst. Lu Qianqian's hair was disheveled, and only one slipper remained on her foot as Zhou Yang dragged her all the way down to the trash bag on the ground. Zhou Yang pointed at the sanitary pad on the floor and barked, Eat it. What the hell? Do you even know who I am? Lu Qianqian cursed loudly, glaring at him fiercely. Even with Zhou Yang grabbing her hair, she remained defiant. I don't care who you are. Eat it. Zhou Yang's voice was cold and sharp like a knife. Fuck you, let go, or I'll have someone finish you off. Lu Qianqian shouted. Slap. A crisp smack echoed as Zhou Yang slapped her across the face. He usually didn't hit women, and even he froze for a moment afterward, but his anger had robbed him of all reason. Lu Qianqian's cheek burned with pain, her eyes reddened with rage. If you want to eat it yourself. I swear I'll kill you. Still talking back? Zhou Yang grabbed her by the shoulder and shoved her down hard. Ah! Her scream echoed through the hallway as her knees buckled, and she ended up kneeling awkwardly, forced into a split. Are you going to eat it or not? Zhou Yang pressed her head down, his mouth inching closer to the bloodstained pad. Why, you're a grown man bullying a girl. What kind of person are you? Lu Qianqian finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Yang frowned. Just now she was threatening to kill him, and now she was crying like this? What's with the tears? Weren't you acting all tough earlier? Eat that disgusting thing. You're clearly the bully. She choked out. Did you ever consider how it feels when you bully others? Zhou Yang pressed. I was wrong, Lu Qianqian sniffled. Will you bully people again? No, I won't. Apologize to my friend, he said, pointing to Bai Lu nearby. I'm sorry, Lu Qianqian lowered her head, her voice barely audible. It was the first time Bai Lu had seen her so meek, but her intuition as a woman caught a flicker of cunning behind Lu Qianqian's eyes. She quickly urged, Zhou Yang, let it go. We're neighbors after all. Zhou Yang's face stayed cold. Pick up this trash and throw it in the bin. Okay, Lu Qianqian, injured and humiliated, slowly got up and gathered the pad along with the scattered tissues, then tossed them into the garbage can at the end of the hallway. After finishing, Zhou Yang and Bai Lu turned to head upstairs. Halfway there, Bai Lu suddenly stopped. I need to go back down for a moment. He'll be right back. On the fourth floor, Lu Qianqian slumped on the sofa, rubbing her sore thigh as she dialed a number. What are you doing here? She glanced up as Bai Lu entered. I came to apologize, Bai Lu said softly. I'm sorry on his behalf. Don't call your friends from the streets to cause trouble. ITLL only make things worse for everyone. I'm scared now. Lu Qianqian sneered and answered the phone. Fei Gu, someone's bullying me. When are you coming? What? Who dared to bully you? That little bitch downstairs got a boyfriend and is using him to scare me into eating a bloody pad. When have I ever tolerated something like this? Fei Gu, hurry up and come wreck him. Qianqian, hold on. I'm coming with the guys right now, Lu Dafei said. At Bai Lu's home, Zhou Yang sat comfortably on the single sofa in the living room, one leg casually crossed over the other, slowly peeling grapes and savoring each bite. He heard faint jingle of keys at the door, and Bai Lu entered, still carrying her bag, but her expression clearly showed some unease. Senior, you went upstairs, didn't you? Zhou Yang looked up with a calm smile. How did you know? Bai Lu asked in surprise. I saw you head straight for the stairs when you left. Zhou Yang tossed the grape peel into the fruit bowl. And I'm guessing you want to patch things up with her. Since Zhou Yang had guessed everything, Bai Lu decided not to hide it anymore. People like her aren't worth our time. She can scheming against us all day long, but we need to focus on work. We don't have the energy to waste on her. You're right, Zhou Yang agreed, putting down the grapes. But these kinds of people usually pick on the weak. Better to strike first and save yourself from getting hit 100 times. The problem is, Lu Qianqian seems pretty stubborn. She doesn't look like someone who would back down, Bai Lu frowned, recalling earlier. She says all the right things, but her eyes showed no fear at all. When I was upstairs, she even called someone for backup right in front of me. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. I knew she'd get help. With her temper, if she's not completely convinced, she won't stop. The wall clock pointed to 11. Bai Lu glanced at it. It's late. You should head home. Senior, don't you have 2 rooms here? He'll spend the night, Zhou Yang said, making no move to stand. What? No, that won't work. Bai Lu was both alarmed and surprised. Why not? I don't have a boyfriend. What's the big deal if I stay here? Her face flushed. Honestly, she didn't mind Zhou Yang staying. It even made her feel safer. But since Lu Qianqian had summoned help, if Zhou Yang stayed, trouble was inevitable. Leaning back against the sofa, Zhou Yang spoke calmly. Senior, honestly, the real reason I'm here is to deal with your upstairs neighbor. How could you think that? Bai Lu's eyes widened, but inside she wondered if he had meant to help her all along. I just like to punish the wicked and reward the good. Is that so wrong? Zhou Yang shrugged. Besides, I'm helping with your health. If she causes trouble and you don't recover well, wouldn't that mean my treatment failed? Watching him argue so earnestly, warmth swept through Bai Lu's heart. This junior, just 1 year behind her, made her feel more at ease than ever before. Suddenly unable to resist, she stood quickly and softly kissed Zhou Yang's cheek. Zhou Yang was stunned. Her cheeks flushed like the sunset sky. She quickly turned away and shyly said, Zhou Yang, thank you. Zhou Yang scratched the back of his head. Senior, that's a pretty unique way to say thanks. Being kissed by the most beautiful school flower in Shin City made a sweet rush flood through his body. After a moment, Bai Lu regained her composure. Zhou Yang, listen to me, you need to leave now. When they come, you won't be able to get away. If I leave, what about you? Zhou Yang asked. I'm a girl, They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. The issue is, you just fought someone. Lu Qianqian's anger is aimed right at you. Bai Lu explained. No way. I just got a kiss from senior sister and haven't even processed it, yet I'm not leaving. Zhou Yang said firmly. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed slightly. She tapped her foot softly and urged in a low voice. Come on. Quit joking around and hurry up, or he'll get mad. Before she finished speaking, the doors suddenly shook under a heavy pounding bang. 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 Rapid and dull. Open up, open up. Outside, Lu Qianqian's sharp, furious voice rang through the room. They're here. Bai Lu's heart raced wildly, panic flooding her mind. But Zhou Yang merely smirked and calmly straightened his pant leg. Good. Let them come. With that, he strode to the door. Zhou Yang. Bai Lu reached to grab him, but before she could finish, the door swung wide open. Lu Qianqian stormed in first, her sharp heels striking the wooden floor hard, a bulging black plastic bag in her hand. Behind her came 7 or 8 thugs, dressed in black with tattoos, all oozing menace. Their leader was a bald man of average height but broad shoulders, a fierce look on his face, closing in step by step. With a snap, Lu Qianqian slammed the plastic bag on the floor. The thin film tore open to reveal a stack of sanitary pads. Though her fingers trembled, her tone was icy cold. Eat this. Bai Lu hurried forward, placing herself between them. Miss Lu, let's just sit down and talk. None of your business. Step aside. Lu Qianqian shoved her away and closed in on Zhou Yang again. I said eat it. Don't you understand? A mocking glint flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes as he smirked. Looks like you really like courting death. Lu Qianqian gritted her teeth in anger and spun around to bark orders to the bald thug behind her. Fei, he's not cooperating. Deal with him. Got it. Lu Dafei rolled up his sleeves, muscles nodding under the light, and with his men quickly surrounded Zhou Yang. Lu Qianqian leaned against the doorframe, lit a cigarette, and said without looking back, the scene's too ugly, I don't want to watch. Bai Lu trembled as she pulled out her phone. I'm calling the police. Don't bother. They're no use against these guys, Zhou Yang said softly but firmly. That's smart of you. Lu Dafei sneered. Calling the cops will only make things worse. Enough talk. Hit him. Lu Qianqian's voice drifted in as she exhaled smoke calmly. Take him down. Lu Dafei signaled sharply. The next moment, the room exploded in chaos. Thuds and punches slammed flesh, dull thuds punctuating the air. Glass shattered everywhere. Coarse roars and painful groans rose and fell, tearing the space apart. Outside, Lu Qianqian stubbed out her cigarette, stepped down hard, then turned and re-entered. Fei, already done? Aye. Her words caught in her throat, her pupils snapped wide. On the floor wasn't Zhou Yang, but a writhing heap making pitiful noises. Lu Dafei lay face up, bleeding from his head, Zhou Yang's foot pressing down on his chest. Clutching his head, he begged through clenched teeth. Boss, please show mercy. Bai Lu gasped, covering her lips with both hands, eyes wide. The fight played in her mind like a slow-motion movie. She even forgot to blink. Zhou Yang panted, sweat dripping from his temple. To unleash such explosive power, had triggered a pressure point beforehand, exhausting himself greatly, but he was still fierce as a tiger now. Mercy? Zhou Yang looked coldly down at him. If I were underfoot, would you show mercy? Boss, I was wrong. Lu Dafei's nose was crooked, voice trembling with tears. Please let me go. I swear I won't cross you again. The helplessness Head felt moments ago was like a nightmare seared into his soul. All he wanted now was to get to a hospital and treat his broken nose. Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Qianqian. The young lady said the same thing earlier, didn't she? And yet she had you all come to get revenge on me. My name's Lu Dafei, he babbled, bowing repeatedly. Everyone on this street knows him reasonable well. Keep out of your way from now on, and cause no more trouble. Zhou Yang fell silent for a moment. Then, seeing the man completely cowed, he suddenly kicked Lu Dafei hard in the shoulder, sending him staggering toward the door. Get lost. Hey! Lu Dafei barely registered the pain as he scrambled out, crawling and stumbling. His underlings each clutched their wounds and scattered like startled rats. Only Lu Qianqian remained frozen in the doorway, trembling violently. What else do you want to say? Zhou Yang stood over Lu Qianqian and said, looking down at her. Huh. Lu Qianqian suddenly snapped back to reality, her knees trembling uncontrollably. All she wanted now was to turn and run, but her feet felt like they were weighted with lead she couldn't escape. I was wrong. She forced out. Zhou Yang raised his hand, pointing to the open garbage bag inside the room. So you really want me to eat your used sanitary pad? No. Lu Qianqian frantically waved her hands, cursing Lu Dafei 18 times in her mind. Abandoning your teammate at a critical moment. You're really worthless. Big brother, I sincerely apologize. I won't dare do it again. The only reason Lu Qianqian bullied Bai Lu was simple. Bai Lu was too beautiful, too cool, igniting a jealous fire inside her. In fact, this woman felt a complicated, indescribable urge toward Bai Lu's extraordinary beauty. Lu Qianqian was naturally somewhat bisexual. She could be moved by handsome men and also distracted by beautiful girls. So, unconsciously, she transformed those complex feelings into teasing bullying like a child pulling their crush's pigtails, but without any boundaries. Now, with Zhou Yang here, all those twisted thoughts were instantly extinguished. Big brother, I swear I'll keep my word. I won't bully Miss by anymore, and I won't disrespect you either. She raised her hand to swear. You're quite pretty yourself. If you'd been reasonable earlier, it would have saved us a lot of trouble, Zhou Yang said matter-of-factly. Oh, Lu Qianqian nodded eagerly. Clean up this room properly. Pay for anything broken. This time, they'll forgive you, Zhou Yang added. Got it. Lu Qianqian agreed immediately. But as she bent down to clean the broken glass, Zhou Yang's words "you're quite pretty" echoed in her mind. Lu Qianqian unexpectedly felt a strange excitement. He complimented my looks. Throughout the whole cleanup, that remark buzzed in her head nonstop. At 1 a.m., the room was tidy again. The damaged items were recorded in the ledger. Exhausted, Lu Qianqian dragged herself upstairs. Senior, I'm heading back. Zhou Yang looked up and said to Bai Lu. Huh. Bai Lu was taken aback. Didn't he say he was staying the night? Zhou Yang teased, seeing her surprise, grinning as he asked. What? Senior, don't want me to leave? You're so cheeky. Bai Lu pouted in mock scolding. You say you're staying, and then you say you're not. What do you think this is, my home? I'm just worried about your reputation. Zhou Yang shrugged. Shin University's most beautiful campus queen spending the night with some stranger scandalous fire and passion. Ugh, don't be ridiculous. Bai Lu blushed. If you're staying, go shower. If not, I won't stop you. All right, I'm staying. Zhou Yang quickly agreed. Bai Lu smiled quietly, then composed herself. They'll go get you a towel. Thanks, senior. Zhou Yang waved at her. After fighting that group, he was drenched in sweat and went straight to the bathroom. As soon as the light came on and he stepped inside, he froze. A neat row of clothes was hung on a hanger above him: socks, underwear, and other small items. The most eye-catching was a black lace piece, delicate and suggestive. Zhou Yang couldn't help but imagine what Bai Lu would look like wearing it. Snapping back to reality, he stripped and stepped under the shower. After a moment, he raised his voice. Senior, is the towel ready? It's hanging on the doorknob outside your door. Bai Lu replied. Zhou Yang opened the door and reached out for a towel. Since he hadn't brought any pajamas, he could only dry off and wrap the towel around himself as he stepped out of the bathroom. Steam still clung to his tanned skin, droplets of water tracing down his toned muscles, catching the soft light. Bai Lu was sitting by the coffee table in the living room, scrolling on her phone, when her gaze suddenly landed on this scene. Her heart leapt sharply. Oh, why did you come out like this? She blurted, instinctively covering her eyes, but secretly peeking through her fingers. I didn't bring pajamas either, and I'm still damp. Just airing out a bit. Zhou Yang explained casually, his tone light. Bai Lu lowered her head, cheeks flushing like a ripe peach, radiant and flushed. I'm going to take a shower. She stammered, clutching her change of clothes and practically fleeing into the bathroom. Once the door was shut, she noticed a row of pink lace hanging on the coat rack behind her only set of intimate lingerie. Having been single for years, she had always played it safe and conservative. But after watching all kinds of influencers confidently flaunt themselves in short videos, she couldn't help but feel a secret desire to be bold too. Proud of her figure, she impulsively bought this set online and had only ever tried it alone late at night, admiring herself in the mirror. This morning's rushed departure had left it hanging out in plain sight. If Zhou Yang had glanced that way, he would have seen everything. The thought made her want to vanish on the spot. Shaking off her embarrassment, she turned on the shower. The warm water cascaded over her skin, and a sudden realization hit her: Zhou Yang was the first man to ever shower in her bathroom. That thought sent a fresh flutter through her chest, hard to suppress. She forced herself to drown the feeling in the sound of the water, then wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out. In the living room, Zhou Yang had already sunk into a deep sleep on the sofa. Having overextended himself with his golden scale technique earlier that evening, he was practically drained, losing consciousness the moment he sank into the soft cushions. The wall light gave off a warm yellow glow, his breathing steady but heavy with exhaustion. Bai Lu softly called a few times. Hey, go back to bed. When he didn't respond, she gave up. Well into the night, she fetched her own blanket from the bedroom and carefully draped it over Zhou Yang. Only after doing this did she return to her room and hurriedly pull the thin cover over herself. They didn't speak the whole night. Just after 6 in the morning, Zhou Yang was the first to wake. The faint lingering scent on the blanket lifted his spirits. It was Bai Lu's quilt, after all. He had tossed and turned throughout the night. The towel had long slipped off, leaving him almost naked but cocooned in her warmth. He pictured Bai Lu last night, probably lying wrapped in the same cover, and an inexplicable happiness filled his chest. The bedroom door creaked open, and Bai Lu, still groggy, stepped out. Zhou Yang instinctively closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, but his taut muscles betrayed him. Bai Lu saw clearly, but said nothing. She walked to the window and drew back the curtains. Morning sunshine poured into the living room, filtering through her thin sleepwear, revealing graceful curves and soft silhouette. Just waking up, Zhou Yang was suddenly alert, his gaze drifting to the delicate outline painted by the light. His body responded immediately and unmistakably. Bai Lu chuckled quietly to herself and suddenly bent down to grab the blanket's corner. I saw you pretending to sleep. The sun's up, get your butt up. Before she finished, the blanket was yanked clean off. Her eyes locked onto the strong male form, fully exposed and unmistakably awakened. Ah, Bai Lu gasped, hastily covering her eyes and turning away. She hurried back to the bedroom, footsteps frantic. The door slammed shut behind her, but the image was already deeply imprinted in her mind, impossible to erase. The two of them quickly finished packing, had breakfast together, and headed to work. The day's work flew by in an instant. When night fell, Zhou Yang pushed open the door to the villa. The living room floor was neatly lined with cardboard boxes. The workers Tang Yume had hired had just left, and she was tidying up the last suitcase on the sofa. Thinking about how she would be leaving for the United States in a few days, a deep sense of reluctance welled up in his heart. Zhou Yang, where were you last night? Why didn't you come back all night? She looked up and asked. I was helping a friend and got caught up working late, so I didn't come back, Zhou Yang said, casually hanging his coat over the chair, though fatigue lingered beneath his tone. Tang Yume nodded, not pressing further, then continued seriously, this villa counts as part of the marital property, and Xie Yong also owns a small share. Since I'm going to North America, I have to sell it, so I'm setting aside some money for you. You should move out and rent a smaller place, cleaner, simpler, and safer. She spoke lightly, but it was to protect him. Tang Yume knew once she was gone, the resentment from Xie Yong and his son would surely fall on Zhou Yang. Rather than letting him remain in this conspicuous house, it was better for him to live somewhere more discreet. Zhou Yang nodded. Mei Jie, I won't stay here if you're not around. I can handle my own rent, so you don't need to give me any money. Why be so polite with me? Tang Yume waved her hand. You haven't even been paid for this month yet. Just listen to me. Seeing her firm attitude, he had no choice but to agree to avoid upsetting her. The room fell into silence briefly. Tang Yumi's nose tingled with the onset of tears, so she quickly changed the subject. Funny that you weren't home last night. Xie Yong and his son came by. Oh, your ex-husband and his son? Zhou Yang asked. Right, she sighed softly. They came to say goodbye early. Had some drinks. Atmosphere was okay, at least no shouting or fighting. Zhou Yang nodded. After all, they were married once, and Xie Feng is your flesh and blood. Tang Yume spoke quietly. Sigh, he's close to his dad. Between him and me, there's always been a huge gap. After finishing packing, she stood and steered the conversation lighter. Enough about that. A new tea restaurant just opened at the corner. I heard it's pretty good. Want to try it? Sure, this time it's my treat. Zhou Yang smiled and reached for his keys. You haven't been paid. They'll treat you. You've got to give me a chance, Mei Jie. When you come back from America, they'll treat you to a big meal. Deal. Tang Yume finally agreed, and the two left the house together. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Xie Yong and Xie Feng had reserved a private room in advance, waiting for Lu Dafei. The lights were dim. The father and son sat silently facing each other. More than half an hour later, the door opened, and Lu Dafei entered, a bandage wrapped around his head. A white strip across his nose stood out sharply, and a few fresh scrapes on his cheek had yet to scab over. How'd you get these? Xie Yong frowned. Life on the streets, fighting and brawling are unavoidable, Lu Dafei shrugged, speaking casually, but still shivering inside, recalling the terrifying skill of that man last night. The man had scared them half to death empty-handed. If Head had a weapon, their lives might have been forfeit. But in front of his employer, Lu Dafei pressed down his fear tightly. Speak. Why did you call me here today? What's the job? Lu Dafei sat down. Xie Yong lowered his voice. I want you to take someone out. Lu Dafei glanced sideways at Xie Feng beside him. And this is who? Oh, look at me. I forgot to introduce him. This is my son, Xie Feng. Xie Yong said firmly as he pushed the young man forward a step. He's one of us. Oh, hello. Lu Dafei quickly stood up and reached out to shake Xie Feng's hand. Their rough palms met briefly but firmly. Once he confirmed there was no one else in the private room, his expression turned serious as he pulled his chair back and sat down again. Tell me the details. Xie Yong leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold and hard. The man I want you to handle is in his 20s, just graduated from university. His name is Zhou Yang. Because of him, my wife left me and my family fell apart. He paused, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. He has to be erased. Boss Xie, Lu Dafei's eyebrows twitched, his voice lowering. Erasing someone is a serious matter, extremely risky. Unless absolutely necessary, I really don't recommend it. He had been in these circles for years, stabbed, crippled, but killing someone? Exposure meant execution. It made his heart race. Xie Yong shot him a glance, voice ice cold. What, Dafei, are you scared? A faint sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. Me? Huh. Lu Dafei snorted, tapping his knuckles on the table. I've been on the streets so long, my head's practically hanging by my belt. Whenever it falls, it falls. What's there to be scared of? Good. Xie Yong leaned forward, tapping the table with his index and middle fingers held up together. If you get Zhou Yang for me, I'll give you this amount. 2 fingers stood steady. Lu Dafei's brow immediately furrowed. Just 2 million? How much do you want? Xiaoyong countered, testing the bottom line. Clearing his throat, Lu Dafei said calmly, like I said before, there are difficulty tiers and package prices. If a young guy in his 20s suddenly disappears, his family will investigate thoroughly. This deal's risk level is off the charts. He spread his hand, all 5 fingers slowly stretching out. This amount, 5 million. Xiaoyong's frown deepened. Nowadays, even a fatal car accident might be settled with a few $100,000, so this felt like an outrageous demand. But Lu Dafei knew his price was steep, and for such a huge risk, a light charge wasn't worth it. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyong finally nodded. No problem. Lu Dafei felt a sudden rush of relief flood away his doubts. That was solid cash, real gold and silver, enough to stack into a bed. He took a deep breath and gestured, give me a photo of the target. Also his hobbies, schedule, usual routes, daily habits, all the details. No need for all that trouble. Xiaofeng spoke up for the first time, his tone crisp. We already scouted everything out for you ahead of time. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Dafei raised an eyebrow and leaned in. Xiaofeng pushed the prepared file onto the table, peeling back the seal as he explained. Zhou Yang is a sales manager now. During the day, he meets clients with his team, so it's hard to catch him then. The best chance is when he's off work in the evening. He pulled out a photo, pointing to the address on the back. He lives in my mother's villa. You sneak in at night, take care of Zhou Yang, and get the body out. How you dispose of it, you know better than we do. Lu Dafei flicked through the photos, eyes flickering. But how would I get into your mother's villa? I have the keys. Xiaofeng jingled a keychain in his hand, the metallic sound crisp. No one knows we have them. Just slip in quietly, clean and quick. Make sure the scene is spotless, move the body out without a trace, so no one realizes a thing. As long as my ex-wife doesn't find out, it's none of her business. Xiaoyong added with a sharp edge, just be fast, and leave no evidence. Got it. Lu Dafei was silent for a few seconds, the corners of the photos curling slightly under his grip. Finally, he set them down and nodded, forcing out the words, sounds good to me. It turned out that last night, Xiaoyong and Xiaofeng went to see Tang Yumei, claiming it was to bid her farewell before her trip to America, but they had a different agenda altogether. As soon as they walked in, they put on the act of a joyful reunion after a long separation, coaxing her to drink and reminiscing about the warm days when the three of them were a family. Their words were steeped in the sentiment of blood is thicker than water. Tang Yumei was gradually lulled by this emotional onslaught, and her glass quickly emptied. Under the dim living room lights, the atmosphere felt vaguely intimate and blurred. Taking advantage of the moment when Tang Yumei got up to fetch ice, Xiaofeng quietly pulled out a pre-prepared silicone mold and pressed it gently into the keyhole. The key's outline instantly took shape. Then he pretended to step outside for some fresh air, using the chance to cut several hidden wires connected to the surveillance cameras. The monitors instantly went blank. When he returned, the wine bottle had rolled to the edge of the carpet, but Tang Yumei noticed nothing. After their late-night departure, Xiaofeng immediately used the mold to craft a new key. Technically, as father and son, they had the right to request a spare key from Tang Yumei, but formally asking would leave a paper trail. Since Tang Yumei alone held the key to the villa, if anything happened to Zhou Yang, the police would immediately suspect her. Would she get implicated? Xiaoyong felt no worry. In fact, he secretly hoped Sohe's resentment toward his ex-wife had long since turned bitter. That same night, while urging Tang Yumei to drink, Xiaoyong subtly probed the possibility of reconciliation and rekindling their married life. The regret of not sharing a bed for years transformed under the influence of alcohol into a blunt request only to be coldly shut down by Tang Yumei's firm words. Let's set clear boundaries. Her refusal stirred a surge of anger in Xiaoyong and made him even more ruthless in his plans. At first, Xiaofeng had genuine concerns about involving his mother. But Xiaoyong kept pushing the idea that Tang Yumei's inheritance would ultimately go to him, the sole heir. Besides, the relationship with her parents on the maternal side was distant, and since Tang Yumei currently offered no benefits, his son's worries were completely crushed by those words. This plan between father and son turned into a literal 2 birds with 1 stone. You need to get it done quickly because in a few days, my ex-wife is leaving the country, and the villa will be put up for sale online. After that, it'll be much harder, Xiaoyong whispered. Don't worry, Lu Dafei rubbed his fingers together. Pay me first. I can give you 1 million as an advance, and the rest after it's done. Lu Dafei frowned. The down payment can't be less than 3 million. Xiaoyong gritted his teeth. Fine, let's go get it now. After finalizing the amount, Lu Dafei turned to Xiaofeng and gestured, give me the key and also send me some recent photos of the target, so I don't mistake the person. Sure, but I don't have any pictures on my phone. He'll have to get some clear ones from his company first. Xiaofeng nodded, but didn't hand over the key immediately. Remember, this is off the record. The key has to be destroyed after the job is done. Lu Dafei smiled confidently. Relax, leave professional matters to professionals. Okay, they shook hands, sealing the deal. 3 days later, night had fallen. Inside the villa, candlelight flickered softly, casting warm shadows. Wine glasses glowed faintly red on the table spread with Boston lobsters, premium steaks, foie gras, truffles, and other luxurious delicacies. Tang Yumei was set to fly to North America tomorrow, and everything was perfectly arranged. She wore a light-colored long shirt paired with tight yoga pants, her silhouette sleek and her complexion more radiant than usual. Across the table, Zhou Yang had just taken his seat. Sitting opposite each other, a subtle, almost intangible intimacy filled the air. Zhou Yang, try this. Tang Yumei eagerly offered a bite, seemingly savoring each moment of this shared closeness. Mei, you should eat too, Zhou Yang encouraged. The two of them drank and chatted, reminiscing about how they first met, and every detail of their journey together, moments of laughter, heartfelt emotions, and bittersweet farewells. As their spirits rose, Tang Yumei moved closer to Zhou Yang and quietly said, Zhou Yang, you know, I'm aware whenever you handle things on your own. What? How do you know? Zhou Yang asked. Don't you use toilet paper? Tang Yumei smiled mysteriously. I have to criticize you. Even if you're young and healthy, you shouldn't treat yourself so roughly. Doing that every few days is such a waste. He grinned. Heh. Being with a beautiful woman like you every day makes it hard to hold back. Tang Yumei sighed. Poor you. Suddenly standing up, she sat on Zhou Yang's lap. Today, you don't have to hold back anymore. I'm giving myself to you as a gift. Meijia. Zhou Yang, emboldened by the wine, no longer held back and gently cupped Tang Yumei's cheeks. They kissed passionately, their movements causing a few plates to fall off the table. Zhou Yang, I want to be in your room, Tang Yumei panted. All right. Zhou Yang lifted her up and carried her into his room, closing the door behind them. At that moment, Lu Dafei and Dada sneaked into the villa. It was already past 11, and the lights inside were off, so they assumed Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei were asleep. Using a key, they quietly unlocked the front door, wearing black masks as they entered. Unexpectedly, candles were still lit on the dining table, though the light was dim. Feej, did you get the target's photo? Data whispered. Not yet, Lu Dafei answered. But no worries, only Zhou Yang lives here. Then, he added quietly, you start recording with your phone. Later, I'll grab the footage to send to our employer for the final payment. Got it. Data turned on his phone camera. Following the clues from Xia Feng, they cautiously approached the door. Suddenly, a low moan came from inside. Whoa, Lu Dafei was stunned. Sounds pretty intense, Data whispered. Lu Dafei took a deep breath, cursing Xia Feng silently. He told us Zhou Yang was just your mom's tenant, right? This clearly means they're sleeping together. Since it was like that, they had no choice but to wait for the right moment. Still, being hot-blooded young men, the situation excited them. They hid near the door to eavesdrop, while Data recorded everything. After more than half an hour, the sounds reached a climax and then gradually stopped. Voices could be heard inside. Though faint, they caught the word turn over, followed by another long symphony of sounds. Outside, they waited in frustration. When Data got tired of holding the phone, he grabbed a small phone stand from the table, set the phone at a good angle, and let it record hands-free. After another half hour, the noises finally ceased. They heard footsteps moving inside the room. Quick, hide behind the sofa. Dafei and Data hurried behind the sofa, but forgot to grab the phone back. The next second, the door opened. Tang Yumei walked out, radiant, pulling on her pants as she went. Because the living room was messy and the candlelight was dim, she didn't notice the phone set up in the shadows recording everything. This scene was fully captured by the phone camera. When do we make our move? Big Head squatted behind the sofa, whispering to Lu Dafei. Don't rush. Wait until they fall asleep, Lu Dafei replied in a low voice. But what if they sleep in the same room? How are we supposed to act then? Big Head frowned. Lu Dafei sighed gloomily. According to the intel from the client, Zhou Yang is the tenant and sleeps in a separate room from the hostess. That narrows down what the phone can capture. For now, we just have to watch closely and wait for them to come out for the bathroom. Stay calm, Lu Dafei reminded himself. All right. Big Head's face brightened. Thinking about the million-yuan bonus waiting for them stirred excitement until his cheeks flushed. After a while, Tang Yumei came out of the bathroom, apparently just taking a shower, then headed straight back to Zhou Yang's room without even closing the door. Sis Mei still coming? Zhou Yang joked. What, can't keep up? Tang Yumei teased back. Of course not. I'm just worried you might miss your flight tomorrow. If you can make me miss my flight, I won't leave. Tang Yumei pouted playfully. Well then, be ready for my stormy treatment. Zhou Yang replied. The bed rocked again as sounds of pleasure filled the room. Big Head skillfully adjusted the phone camera to focus on the two figures tightly entwined on the bedroom bed, watching intently. Lu Dafei grew restless. These two lovebirds, aren't they done yet? Big Head laughed. Even though we're not in the room, this live-you action is pretty thrilling. Loser. Lu Dafei cursed him under his breath. Almost an hour later, the two finally parted reluctantly. Lu Dafei nearly dozed off leaning behind the sofa. Then both of them came out together, went to the bathroom, took a mandarin duck bath, and came back to sit on the sofa. Zhou Yang, you're amazing. Tang Yumei gasped. I'm about to fall apart. That was just me saving some strength, Zhou Yang smiled. What? You still have energy? Tang Yumei couldn't believe it. That won't do. I can't accept that. Then what do you want? Zhou Yang asked. All these years I've been alone. Tomorrow I have to leave for America. Tonight, I'm breaking all the rules, and I'm going all the way. Tang Yumei was resolute. Okay, sis Mei, if you want it, I'll give you my all. Let me make up for all your loneliness in one go. Zhou Yang promised solemnly. Zhou Yang, you're so wonderful, I really don't want to leave you. Their voices softened and grew intimate. Tang Yumei slumped onto the sofa. At this moment, Lu Dafei felt completely hopeless. Were these two crazy? Don't they need sleep? But he and Big Head could only hide behind the sofa, trembling, afraid to make any noise, silently enduring as they waited. Laughter and banter continued on the sofa, which occasionally rocked. The earlier sounds from the bedroom were fairly soft, but now, so close, Lu Dafei and Big Head both felt their bodies flush. Maybe because the location changed, their passion surged even more intensely, lasting over an hour before stopping. I can't go on. Tang Yumei finally gave in, breathless. Sis Mei, are you feeling okay? Zhou Yang asked with concern. Very good, just tired. Tang Yumei smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Yang, you make me so happy. Sis Mei being happy is all I need, Zhou Yang said with a smile. He was so capable. Of course it wasn't something he was born with. There's a recipe in Gene Lin for male vitality. Such formulas work wonders for patients and can greatly boost a healthy person's fighting strength. Years ago, when Zhou Yang was just hitting puberty, he followed the recipe in Gene Lin, bought the herbs himself, and started self-treating. Though he often had nosebleeds, he built a solid foundation during his growth, gaining combat abilities far beyond ordinary people. That's why LV Wei was so attached to him. Now Tang Yumei is also captivated by his strength, though she still has to focus on her career. In the living room, after only a few words between them, Tang Yumei couldn't help but stretch out a long yawn. Mei, we should probably sleep in separate rooms, Zhou Yang said bluntly. I'm worried if we sleep together, I won't be able to control myself. My goodness, you really are something else, Tang Yumei teased as she rubbed her temple. Zhou Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Good night, Mei. The lights went out, and they each retreated to their own bedrooms, the house quickly falling silent. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance inside a van, Lu Dafei and Dadu were aching from standing guard for so long. Don't rush, Lu Dafei whispered. They've been up all night. They'll be out cold soon. Then we sneak in and grab him. Got it. Dada gripped his dagger, but looked tense. Suddenly, Lu Dafei's phone vibrated. Hadn't noticed earlier because it was on silent mode. Opening the message from an unknown number, a few grainy color photos appeared, showing Zhou Yang's daily life. The employer just sent the photos? Dada asked, peering over. No, they came early this morning. I just didn't check my phone before. Lu Dafei frowned, zooming in on the face. The face looked familiar, but his memory was stuck, couldn't place where he had seen him. Let me see. Dada leaned in, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Holy crap, Fei, isn't this that guy? The words snapped Lu Dafei back to full alert. The boyfriend of that beauty downstairs at Qianqian's building. Exactly. The bastard who kicked me in the groin that day. Data's face went pale. That night he took down all 6 of us single-handedly, and even 6 more wouldn't be enough for him. Lu Dafei muttered. No wonder he can fight for 3 hours straight. This guy's no human. He's a mythical beast. Datu immediately lost hope. Fei, I can't take this job. I have to go home. Lu Dafei grabbed him. Don't leave yet. Fei, please spare me. It's just the 2 of us. We can't beat him. If we don't run now, we'll end up in jail. I know, Lu Dafei growled but still held on to him. At least put your phone away before you run. He pointed to the phone stand on the ground with its screen still glowing. Oh right. Data scrambled to pack his gear. They sneaked quietly out of the van and sprinted across the street, ducking into the budget hotel on the opposite side. They had pre-booked the room before the operation, so returning without any action wouldn't alert the target. As the door shut behind them, they leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Damn, that was way too dangerous. Lu Dafei patted his chest, still shaken. He cursed inward line of wonder. He asked Xie Yong for 5 million. Xie Yong agreed without hesitation because the target was some kind of monster. Trying to do big work on the cheap, they threw all the risk on him. Fei, what now? How do we explain this to the boss? Data asked anxiously. Explain nothing. Turn off the phone. Lu Dafei pressed the power button with the decisiveness of drawing a blade. Huh, don't hummy. Sleep first, then make the run. Lu Dafei had already decided. The 3 million advance payment was non-refundable. He was betting Xie Yong wouldn't dare call the cops if he did. It'd be the end of both of them. With that thought, Lu Dafei suddenly felt pure joy and settled in for a good sleep. The poor Xie Yong and his son spent the whole night clutching their phones, waiting anxiously. By late morning, sunlight pierced through the living room curtains. Xie Feng nudged his father, who was still lying on the sofa. Dad, wake up, wake up. It's already 10 o'clock. Why haven't we heard from Dafei yet? Xie Yong jolted upright and immediately dialed Lu Dafei's number. Damn. As soon as he spoke, his face drained of color. His phone's off. They had avoided contacting him too frequently the night before, only dozing briefly when exhaustion hit. Now that they tried reaching him, they realized he was unreachable and alarm bells rang in their minds. Could he have taken the money and run? Xie Feng paced angrily. Xie Yong snorted coldly. Do you think I'd hand over 3 million without a backup plan? He opened the location app on the map. A red sat steadily on the street opposite Tang Yumiai's villa. The car hasn't moved all night. Xie Yong gritted his teeth. Xie Feng frowned. If the plan truly failed, wouldn't he at least have sent a text? Stop guessing, Xie Yong snapped. Call up your pals. Let's go check it out. After a flurry of calls, Xie Feng gathered a few shady acquaintances, and father and son hurried toward the villa area. Upon arrival, Xie Yong scanned the surroundings and noticed the complex had underground parking. His mind churned with unease. Why is this so complicated? As they circled the street, the villa's iron gate suddenly slid open, and a cargo truck rolled out slowly. Tang Yumei had already packed everything, sealing the boxes to be shipped by logistics to the United States, with the driver arriving early for pickup. No sooner had the truck disappeared around the corner than Tang Yumei and Zhou Yang appeared at the courtyard gate and spotted the Xie pair on the street. What are you doing here? Tang Yumei, thinking their late-night heart-o-heart meant they'd come around, spoke softly. You're not here to see me off, are you? My flight's this afternoon. But Xie Yong and Xie Feng's gaze was fixed on Zhou Yang standing intact in the morning light. He's not dead. He's alive and well, Xie Feng murmured. Xie Yong's mind raced. Did Lu Defei's plan fail? Or did he never even move? With no clear answers, they found themselves caught in a quandary. Zhou Yang glanced coldly at them both before turning back inside. Tentatively, Xie Yong asked Tang Yumei, Yumei, did anything happen last night? Recollecting her intimate moments with Zhou Yang, Tang Yumei's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly shook her head. No, nothing. Relieved by her denial, Xie Yong exhaled. Though the mission was a bust, at least no major scenes had been made. He immediately ordered Xie Feng's friends to watch Lu Defei's car, while he and Xie Feng acted nonchalant, striding boldly into the villa. Inside the living room, Zhou Yang sat alone on the sofa, elbows on knees. His expression forlorn. Tang Yumei was leaving for overseas this afternoon, and he didn't know when they'd meet again. Well, Zhou Yang. Xie Feng's polished shoes clicked harshly as he entered, dripping with sarcasm. Feeling a little worried? Looks like you're about to become homeless. Huh. Xie Yong joined in. Zhou Yang, this villa belongs to me and Tang Yumei. After she leaves, we're putting it up for sale online. So I'm ordering you to move out immediately. What are you two doing? Tang Yumei asked. The air in the living room instantly tightened. She stood at the staircase entrance, her tone filled with reproach. Even if Zhou Yang wants to find a place, he needs time. Xie Yong crossed his arms, his face darkening. I don't care if he needs time or not. The house has to be listed today. Not a second can be delayed. Xie Feng tossed his phone onto the coffee table and sneered, adding, Mom, you've been putting up with that loser for so long. Now that you're going to America, it's time for his daydream to end. He took 2 steps closer to Zhou Yang, leaning down to whisper harshly into his ear, Zhou Yang, you wanted to hit on my mom? Too bad, no chance now. You'll always be just a lowly ant at the bottom. How could my mom ever be interested in you? Zhou Yang looked up calmly. How do you know May won't be interested in me? What the hell? You actually think that? Xie Feng scoffed. If she liked you, she wouldn't be running off to America with no set return date. Stop dreaming. Their voices were intentionally low, so others nearby only saw them glare at each other without catching the words. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and said nothing further. Still unsatisfied, Xie Feng's tone grew more spiteful. Zhou Yang, even though Lu Wei has changed her mind now, don't forget I stole her from you. I put a green hat on you'll never hold your head up again. Zhou Yang sneered in response. I didn't think you'd still be hung up on that. Lu Wei? I lost feelings long ago. What green hat? Besides, she was just something I used up. Before she kissed you, do you even know where she kissed me? That comment hit like a sucker punch. Xie Feng's mind immediately flashed with memories of Lu Wei and Zhou Yang's close moments throughout their 4 years at university. His face instantly turned dark. Damn you, Zhou Yang, he shouted. Anyway, I took your girlfriend. In this matter, you'll never beat me. You're crazy. Zhou Yang shook his head, barely containing his amusement. The name Lu Wei no longer carried any weight for him, just a faint breeze that stirred no emotion. Yet Xie Feng clung to the past, obsessing over old grudges, which was both ridiculous and irritating. Seeing the tension escalate, Xie Yong suddenly waved his hand. Zhou Yang, I don't care what dirty thoughts you had about Yumei before. Now that Yumei is leaving, I don't want things to get ugly. Know your place. Yumei has pity on you and lets you stay here, but don't think you can stand on equal footing with us. You're not worthy. He scolded with his mouth, but churned with regret and jealousy inside. If it weren't for Zhou Yang, he and Tang Yumei might still be a married couple. He remembered earlier, when Yumei came in wearing a white tank top and tight yoga pants, her perfect curves and goddess-like face, making him feel like he was back on their wedding day. What was I thinking back then? Xie Yong punched his chest in frustration. Just then, Xie Feng's phone vibrated. He answered, hearing his friend urgently say, a phone? 2 guys just got into that car. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Xie Feng ordered immediately, then shouted to Xie Yong, Dad, we found them. Hurry. Father and son sprinted out of the villa. Across the street, Xiefeng's friends had already cornered Lu Dafei and the two inside a car. Lu Dafei gripped the steering wheel, his expression terrified, while the two shrank in the passenger seat, eyes darting nervously. Seeing their targets, Xie Yong and Xiefeng's eyes reddened with rage as they dashed forward. Xie Yong picked up a fist-sized stone from the roadside, swung his arm hard, and smashed it against the car window. Lu Dafei and Dada were startled and shouted outside, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! You damn come out now!" Xiefeng grabbed a paving stone, swung his arm hard, and smashed it against the car window. The tempered glass instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, about to shatter completely. "Drive! Hurry!" Lu Dafei's face was pale with panic as he yelled back to Datu. Data slammed on the accelerator. The SUV screeched like an arrow from a bow and sped off straight towards Xie Yong standing ahead. Xie Yong only managed to scream before being violently hit and thrown to the asphalt, slamming down hard. "Dad!" Xiefeng's face went deathly pale as he scrambled toward him. Though conscious, Xie Yong's right leg was bent at a strange angle, clearly broken. Taking advantage of the moment, Dadu frantically turned the wheel and floored the gas, the car roaring away. But barely 10 meters out, one of Xiefeng's companions suddenly hit the accelerator and charged at them from the side. Bang! A deafening crash. The car Lu Dafei and Dadu were in flipped on the spot, rolling over before coming to a stop. Windows shattered, both men dripping blood and dazed, crawling out. Xiefeng and his men swarmed and pinned them down amid shards of glass and dust. "Damn it, try running again." Xiefeng spat through gritted teeth, his voice sharp as a blade. Dragging his injured leg, Xie Yong limped over to Lu Dafei and slapped him hard. "Bastard. Took my money and didn't get the job done, and now you want to run? You think you can get away?" Lu Dafei's lip bled as he roared. "You expect me to kill that terrifying guy for just 5 million? You think I'm a fool?" "What terrifying guy?" Xie Yong and Xiefeng both froze. "Don't play dumb." Lu Dafei gasped for breath. "Zhou Yang's no ordinary man." Xie Yong flew into a rage. "Can't handle the job, so you make up excuses? Running off with the money is a lousy excuse." Lu Dafei gritted his teeth and snapped back. "Don't believe it? My brothers and I went up against Zhou Yang. We were no match. 5 million won't cut it for that level." Xiefeng sneered. "I admit Zhou Yang's tough, but you're exaggerating. If you're making excuses, at least be logical." Fury exploding, Lu Dafei yelled. "If he was so ordinary, your mother wouldn't have been under him." "You say that again." Xiefeng viciously grabbed Lu Dafei by the collar. Lu Dafei motioned to Datu. "Show him the video." Data trembled as he pulled out his phone and played the footage. Everyone gathered around. On the screen, Zhou Yang's room emitted ambiguous moans and the sound of a bed creaking. Xie Yong and Xiefeng's faces turned ashen. Data fast-forwarded, door flung open, revealing Tang Yumi's smooth, straight legs stepping into view. She wore only a loose t-shirt on top, hastily pulling up her pants as she walked. The scene hit father and son like a thunderclap. Xiefeng saw his mother emerge from Zhou Yang's room with her pants still undone, anger and humiliation surging inside him. Several companions glanced at each other, stifling amused laughs. Data paused but then excitedly said, "You think this is it? The juicy part's coming." He hit fast forward again. The video showed Tang Yume showering, then returning to Zhou Yang's room. The door closed behind her and louder bed noises and heavy breathing followed. Then they talked again. Having crossed the first forbidden boundary, both seemed more uninhibited and louder. This time, the door wasn't even closed. Xiefeng and Xie Yong watched helplessly as two figures tangled before their eyes. Xie Yong's blood pressure skyrocketed, and his head spun. That was Tang Yume, Xie Yong's wife of decades whom he had never truly enjoyed. She had even given birth to Xiefeng through in vitro fertilization. Yet now, she was pinned to the bed by Zhou Yang, their intimacy shocking and intense. The gasps from the screen grew louder and more urgent. Xiefeng felt as if his chest was on fire and his head pounding. Not long ago, he had arrogantly bragged in front of Zhou Yang, "I stole your girlfriend." But now, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Yang leveled up to become his own father's rival. The humiliation stabbed deeper than being paraded naked in a crowded street. Thought that was all. Big Head pressed the fast-forward button, seemingly excited by their reactions. There's more. The scene shifted. The leather sofa was nearly collapsing under the roughness of Zhou Yang and Tang Yume. Under the lights, their sweat-drenched skin glistened. Xiefeng's throat tightened as he faintly heard his blood vessels thumping dangerously close to bursting. This image would haunt him forever. Meanwhile, the crowd gathering from the car accident grew larger, their whispers rising and falling. It just so happened the accident happened outside Zhou Yang's home. Zhou Yang and Tang Yume emerged, straightening their clothes. When Xiefeng and Xie Yong saw the main parties again, fury and shame overflowed like a dam breaking. "Tang Yume, what have you done?" Xie Yong shouted hoarsely. Tang Yume raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with me?" Xie Yong's arm trembled as he pointed at Zhou Yang. "Last night you slept with him?" And 3 times, Xiefeng snarled, adding fuel to the fire. Big Head offered more expert details. One time lasted over half an hour, the last almost an hour. Onlookers were confused. Who slept with who? What 3 times? Tang Yumi's cheeks flushed red. Then she coldly scanned the crowd. Spying on me. Since it was already exposed, she shrugged and admitted with calm defiance. Yes, I'm involved with Zhou Yang. So what? You shameless. Xie Yong roared. Tang Yume smiled bitterly. I'm divorced, single, and open about dating. What rule of morality am I breaking? Her words struck home. Xie Yong clenched his teeth in fury, but found no argument. Xie Feng grew desperate. I won't stop you from dating, but why him? Don't you know he's close to you just to get revenge on me? Tang Yume took a deep breath, her palm trembling slightly, then shook her head bitterly. If you weren't my son, I'd slap you. After all these years I gave you my heart, and you and your father spy on me? If you didn't do shameful things, why would I spy? Xie Feng contorted her logic. Oh, so I'm shameful? Tang Yumi's eyes welled with tears as she bit her silver teeth. I like Zhou Yang because he's young, handsome, and kind. Who I love is none of your business. Think it's shameful? From today on, our mother-son bond is broken. Hearing cutting ties, Xie Feng panicked instantly. He wasn't afraid of emotion, she feared money. His father Xie Yong was far weaker than the Tang family. Almost all his resources were tied to Tang Yume. Losing this powerful mother would leave his future in ruins. Mom, don't be angry, I didn't mean it that way. His voice wavered. Xiaofeng, she's like this, and you still call her mom? Xie Yong barked. What's wrong with me? Tang Yume sneered at Xie Yong. Did I cheat during our marriage? Buy a house for the other woman? Make her my company's boss? Each accusation hit Xie Yong's past wrongs like a knife, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, Tang Yumi's expression hardened as she stared at the two. How do you know about Zhou Yang and me? It only happened last night, yet you know everything today. Are there cameras in my villa? The thought of hiring someone to kill flashed through Xie Yong and Xie Feng's minds, chilling their spines. If the crowd learned they had planned such deeds, everything would blow up. Sorry, I installed the cameras. Xie Yong lowered his head, hoping to minimize the fallout. But Tang Yume wasn't done. Where are the cameras? Take me to see them. That one sentence completely cut off Xie Yong's way out. His face pale and worn, he raised his hand to plead desperately with Tang Yume. Yume, I know I was wrong. Please forgive both of us, me and my dad. You and Zhou Yang can be together however you want, we won't interfere anymore. Zhou Yang sneered. Interfere? What right do you have to interfere? Xie Yong. Damn it. You Xie Feng cursed furiously. Tang Yume shot them a cold glare, her voice sharp and commanding. Xie Yong. I'm asking you, where's the camera? Yume. Xie Yong urged quickly, don't look for the camera. You're flying to the US this afternoon. Zhou Yang is moving out, and I only installed it for the sake of the agent when selling the house later. If I give the keys to the agent, they'd be coming in all the time. What if the house ends up belonging to them? The explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, so Tang Yume didn't press further. With the Xie father and son finally backing down, she dropped her fierce attitude and raised her chin to declare, from now on, my affairs are none of your concern. I will be with whoever I want to be with. Fine, we're divorced. I have no right to interfere with your personal life, Xie Yong muttered, relieved that she gave up looking for the camera and eager to save face. Xie Feng, worried the mother and son might truly break apart, bowed his head in silence. In contrast, Zhou Yang felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration inside. Zhou Yang, let's go. Take me to the airport later, Tang Yume said generously, linking her arm with his as they headed toward the villa. Behind them, Xie Feng suddenly spat curses under his breath. Bastard, you green turtle. Zhou Yang stopped in his tracks and turned sharply to confront Xie Feng. Still can't face reality after all this time? What reality? Xie Feng grit his teeth. Zhou Yang leaned in close and whispered, that am your father. Damn your mother. Xie Feng exploded in rage, swinging a punch, but Zhou Yang was quicker, raised his knee hard into Xie Feng's lower abdomen. Agonized, Xie Feng doubled over and dropped to his knees, clutching his belly. Zhou Yang clapped his hands lightly and glanced back at Tang Yume. Sister Mei, he insulted me. I lost control for a moment. Tang Yume, slightly worried, cautioned softly, don't beat Xiao Feng to a pulp. Don't worry, it just hurts. Zhou Yang smiled as they walked side by side into the house. Somebody had called 110, and the police arrived quickly. Lu Dafei and the Xie father and son all had their own schemes and just claimed it was an accident to avoid trouble. After signing a settlement on the spot, they sent the officers away. Back in the living room, Tang Yumi's expression remained grim. Encountering this just before going abroad was truly disappointing. Zhou Yang comforted her, Sister Mei, since we've decided to be together, it was only a matter of time before they found out. Them causing trouble was inevitable. You're right. Tang Yume nodded, then looked up toward the ceiling. This villa has cameras. We can't stay here. Let's go, we'll need a ride to the airport. I'm a VIP at the airport cafe. We can hang out there. Sounds good. The car merged onto the highway, afternoon sunlight streaming across the windshield. Upon arrival at the airport, they entered the quiet VIP lounge, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the silver jets taking off and landing. The scent of coffee mixed with the bittersweet feeling of farewell, the silence between them weighed heavy. So much left unsaid, yet somehow everything had been said. Suddenly, Tang Yumei remembered something, lightly tapping the table. Oh, right. I nearly forgot. I wanted to tell you a secret before. If Sister May hadn't said it, I wouldn't have remembered. Zhou Yang's eyes sparkled. What secret? Tell me. Zhou Yang suddenly felt energized. He had never fully understood how he was transferred to headquarters, and eventually stopped trying to figure it out, believing the truth would reveal itself someday. Now it seemed Tang Yumei held the key. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the tarmac was brightly lit, and the distant roar of airplane engines could be heard. Tang Yumei withdrew her gaze from the night, and gently twirled a curl around her finger as she said, "Do you remember that day you told me you'd been fired? That night, I took you to meet some friends in hopes they could help you find a job, but you told me about your ambitions instead. I immediately knew you had big dreams." That memory flashed vividly in Zhou Yang's mind, the club's dim, sultry lighting, him sipping red wine, and sharing his hopes for the future, one by one. Really? He blurted out. So it was truly your connections that helped? It really was. His voice mixed surprise and delight. You got the vice president himself to personally recommend me? Just one word from him could decide everything. Tang Yumei smiled softly, her eyes curved warmly. I knew you were proud at heart, and wanted to succeed on your own merits. That's why I kept it from you. I didn't want you overthinking it. Now that you've earned your sales manager position by yourself, no one dares gossip behind your back anymore. I can admit it. I recommended you because I saw your potential. All you needed was the right platform, the right chance. Yume. Zhou Yang felt a rush of warmth to his eyes, tears welling up. You've been too good to me. Boys don't cry, she said, brushing away his tears with warm fingertips. You've been good to me too. We've kept each other warm. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Yume, they'll be waiting in Shenzhen. Come find me as soon as you get back from the US. Tang Yumei shook her head gently, her gaze both tender and distant. Silly boy, why wait for me? You're young and have plenty of time. If you meet someone you love, treasure her. What we had is already something beautiful. Her words only made Zhou Yang feel worse. Go home now, she urged softly. You need to find a place to live. I want to be alone for a bit. If you stay until the last moment, I'm afraid I won't be able to say goodbye. At that, Zhou Yang's tears streamed again. Choking back a sob, he nodded. Yume, I'll go. Biting her lip, Tang Yumei turned away to hide her tears. Zhou Yang knew better than to linger, stood up, and walked out with frequent glances back. As he pushed the door open, he mustered courage and called out loudly. Yume, take care. The cabin announcement beeped, and the door shut nearly simultaneously. Tang Yumei waved forcefully, and the tears finally fell like broken pearls. After a brief sadness, she wiped her eyes, a gentle but resolute hope shining in them. Zhou Yang, I never told you I have a condition that makes me easy to conceive. Last night, 3 times, I didn't ask you to be careful because she paused, voice soft. I want to have a child for real. She stared in the direction he had gone, whispering to herself, but even if I did have your child, I wouldn't tie you down. I would protect him and watch him grow slowly. In the dark night, she took a deep breath and raised her eyes once more, calm and determined. Zhou Yang, goodbye. After leaving the airport, Zhou Yang felt deeply unsettled. Over the past while, he had completely gotten used to living with Tang Yumei. Now that they were separated, he had to find a new place to live immediately. With no clear plan yet, he booked a simple hotel nearby and dragged his suitcase inside. If he found a suitable apartment within a few days, he'd move. If not, he'd stay in the hotel a bit longer. Fortunately, Tang Yumei had left him some money before she left, enough to cover his rent and daily expenses for a while. He had no work shift that afternoon, so he spent the whole afternoon visiting several rental agencies. As dusk settled, he finally found a barely acceptable apartment not far from his companion modest building in a community about a 10-minute walk from work. The neighborhood was surprisingly tidy, with neatly trimmed greenery by the entrance. Zhou Yang had a vague sense he'd been there before, though he just couldn't place when. Inside, the apartment was well maintained. 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with clean floors and cream-colored walls. To save money, he rented the smaller bedroom. The master bedroom was already occupied. Before signing the lease, he casually asked, by the way, what's the name of the person in the master bedroom? The landlord, an elderly man, patted his forehead as if trying to remember. Ah, what was her name again? See, my memory isn't what it used to be at my age. You'll meet her yourselves. All right, sounds good, Zhou Yang replied with a nod. Rent was 1,500 yuan per month, with a deposit and 3 months advance. The landlord spread the contract on the coffee table, handed him a pen, and warned, young man, I should remind you the girl in the master bedroom originally didn't want to rent with a male roommate. She was worried about inconvenience. But since you seem decent and work with her, they'll rent to you. Just be careful with your behavior. If she complains, they'll have no choice but to ask you to leave in no deposit refund. Don't worry, sir. Zhou Yang signed the contract. With 9 years of compulsory education and 4 years of university, my morals are definitely up to standard. The landlord chuckled, barely able to hide his grin, and handed him a bunch of keys. The numbers are on the contract. Call me anytime. After the landlord left humming, Zhou Yang caught a glimpse of the thick stack of bright red bills in his hand, his face beaming with secret pride. 1,500 a month. Places around here rarely go under 1,000. And the current tenant had already told the landlord she only wanted female roommates. This old man, impatient to make money faster, deliberately rented to a guy and made sure the no refund on deposit clause was ironclad ready to cash in if friction arose. That little scheme was crackling in his mind like dry wood. Zhou Yang, oblivious to it all, just focused on settling in. He dragged his luggage into the smaller bedroom, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work, taking down dusty curtains to dust, quickly changing the sheets and duvet cover, then filling 2 buckets with water from the bathroom to wipe down every corner of the apartment. Oddly enough, even though it was a shared flat, the common areas were impeccably kept. Magazines arranged by size on the coffee table, a light gray leather sofa neatly draped with a perfectly folded off-white blanket. Near the master bedroom door stood a white open shoe rack, most prominently displaying a row of women's shoe sneakers, casual shoes, and a pair of heels with dramatically pointed cones. Everything suggested a careful, orderly presence, one that Zhou Yang now found himself quietly stepping into. And every pair of shoes was a branded one spotless and immaculate. She looked like a girl with real taste. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Yang carried his water bottle into the bathroom. Under the light, his eyes were drawn upward near the window. A steel wire stretched across, from which several hangers dangled shakily, holding 4 or 5 sets of women's lingerie in various styles. Lace, bows, cutouts, all in bright, suggestive colors. The exquisite designs, one's head never seen in real life, instantly made him picture the beautiful lady of the master bedroom the landlord had mentioned. Imagining her wearing these delicate pieces, his heart thumped faster. Zhou Yang felt like he'd hit the jackpot and developed a strong fondness for his roommate, even before meeting her. But for the next few days, no one returned to the master bedroom. The entire apartment was so quiet you couldn't even hear an echo. Puzzled, Zhou Yang thought about calling the landlord but decided against it. After all, the tenant's personal affairs weren't his business, and asking too much might seem intrusive. With the girl not showing up, he just enjoyed the spacious apartment all to himself. The good times didn't last. Just as he was getting used to living alone, one night, he heard the door lock click softly. The girl was back. Half asleep, Zhou Yang just turned over, not bothering to get up and check. The next morning, his phone vibrated with a call from the landlord. "Hey, young man, the female tenant complained about you last night," the landlord said bluntly. "She says your snoring is terrifying." "What? I don't usually snore like that." Zhou Yang was stunned. "How should I know? Girls sleep light. You've got to be considerate. If she complains again, he'll have no choice but to ask you to move out. Or just sleep with your quilt over your head and seal it up tight," the landlord rambled. "Are you trying to suffocate me? Besides, it's my place. How can she hear me from across the living room? This isn't fair." Zhou Yang was furious, his heart pounding. The landlord ended with a casual, "Just watch yourself," before hanging up, a sly smile tugging at his lips. In reality, the master bedroom tenant hadn't complained at all, was deliberately stirring up trouble to pit them against each other so he could kick Zhou Yang out later. Putting down the phone, Zhou Yang felt a burning anger in his chest. Complaints already after one night? Gritting his teeth, he vowed to wait up for her that evening and confront her properly. He went to wash up, but noticed the row of delicate lingerie hanging there yesterday was now gone. Only an empty wire remained. On the bathroom mirror was a waterproof sticky note. "Please keep clean." Those few words pricked at his nerves like needles. Damn it. Zhou Yang nearly blew his top. He cleaned the bathroom and kitchen every day and even wiped the dust off the living room by himself, yet the other party acted like the owner, leaving notes to criticize him. The more he thought about it, the more squeezed and frustrated he felt. Staring at the flushed, angry face reflected in the mirror, he muttered, "No way tonight. I'm going to lie in wait. Let's see what kind of girl you really are." At 10 o'clock at night, Zhou Yang's eyelids were fighting to stay open again. Lately, the company's projects seemed to be on fast forward, with various tasks advancing simultaneously. The sales and marketing departments were each split into 2 teams, with Zhou Yang and Liu Yin leading their squads, both racing hard to hit targets. The group wanted to select a deputy director from either a sales manager, marketing manager, or director's secretary by the end of the year. Both men were strong contenders, so this was a showdown until the very last moment. Meanwhile, Su Jing, the head of marketing and sales, was being held back by another crisis. A glitch during the launch of a new drug had triggered customer complaints and partner claims, making both departments feel like ants on a hot pan every single day. To steady the situation, Su Jing had been running around with regional managers all over the place, barely showing up at headquarters. The massive marketing and sales teams were a buzzing hive of activity documents, calls, and meetings stretched deep into the night, their pace like a race against time. Under days of high pressure, Zhou Yang's nerves were taut during daylight hours, but at night, he just couldn't keep himself awake. The ticking quartz clock in the meeting room was the only sound as he propped his head at his desk and gradually drifted off. He had no idea how long he slept before the click of a door closing on the opposite side jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head to clear the drowsiness, he got up and walked over to the master bedroom door, only to hear muffled voices inside. Mom, I told you, my business isn't yours to meddle with. The female voice was low but clearly stubborn. Sensing it wasn't his place, Zhou Yang quietly backed off and lay down on the living room couch, planning to wait until the call ended before knocking. But no sooner had he closed his eyes than he slipped back into deep sleep. When he woke again, it was past 2 a.m., and the master bedroom light was off. Ugh, you sleepyhead, you really caused trouble for yourself, he muttered, tapping his forehead gently. It wasn't the right time to knock now, but at least he was sure the other tenant had come home and had been staying 2 nights in a row. Zhou Yang silently promised himself, tomorrow, no matter what, he would not fall asleep like this again. The next day rolled in with another flood of overwhelming tasks. By the time he dragged his heavy body back to the rented apartment, the first thing he wanted was a shower, but water was already running in the bathroom. She's home this early? He quickened his steps toward the bathroom door to check. Behind the translucent frosted glass was a vague female silhouette. Who's there? The girl sensed movement by the door, her voice wary but steady. Oh, it's me, Zhou Yang hurried to explain. The tenant in the spare room. You can't see him showering? Her words cut through the sound of water, dripping with anger. That familiar tone sent a jolt through Zhou Yang's chest, seemed to have heard it somewhere before, but the memory escaped him. What exactly do you want? Leave now, or I'm calling the police. The cold shout came through the mist and glass along with the rushing water. Hey, I mean no harm. I just wanted to talk with you. Zhou Yang stumbled over his words, feeling awkward with every sentence. A naked girl, separated by a frosted glass wall in the bathroom, standing there outside was a stranger. The cramped space and rising steam amplified her helplessness, a helplessness so overwhelming it almost filled the air itself. Any ambiguous words make her overthink. I don't want to talk to you. Su Jing shouted sharply through the frosted glass of the bathroom. Don't bother me while I'm showering, or I'll really call the police. Outside the door, Zhou Yang raised his hands in surrender, his voice full of helplessness. Okay, don't call the police. They'll go back to my own room first. When you're done, we can have a proper talk. Fine. Su Jing threw the word back curtly. As promised, Zhou Yang retreated to the guest room, locked the door behind him. Su Jing peeked through the crack to confirm he was inside, then hurriedly wrapped a towel around herself, tiptoeing silently back to the master bedroom and locking the door. Living under the same roof, yet neither recognized the other's identity. This terrifying, awkward coincidence made the air heavy and tense. Su Jing immediately called the landlord, Mr. Cui. Hello, sir. How could you rent to a male tenant without my permission? Didn't I say no male roommates? Ah, miss, the rental market's rough these days. I need to make a living too. I hope you understand, Mr. Cui sighed. I'm trying to understand you, but are you trying to understand me? I was just taking a shower, and that guy stood right outside talking to me. I said I'd call the police before he finally left. You've basically rented me a pervert. Mr. Cuy's interest peaked. What? He blocked the door while you were showering? Pretty much, Su Jing gritted her teeth. That little brat. Looks so decent, but turns out like this. Mr. Cui was furious. Don't worry, they'll tick him out immediately. After hanging up, he called Zhou Yang at once. Young man, what's your problem? Peeping while the girl's showering? Do you know she was ready to call the cops? I wasn't peeping. Zhou Yang tried to explain. I just wanted to talk to her. Talk. I warned you from the start that living with a girl requires extra care. For the safety of the tenants, you can't stay here. Pack your things and leave. I've only lived here a week. You won't even refund my deposit? Zhou Yang was anxious. Sir, I really didn't mean anything wrong. I was just trying to be polite. Polite? Right outside the bathroom door? Mr. Cui was not convinced. No excuses. Pack up now, or I'll call the police. That's so unfair. Zhou Yang raised his voice. It's not me. It's the girl who says you're a creep. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yang said, I'm going to talk to her and clear this up. He hung up and stormed over to the master bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, beautiful. It was just a misunderstanding. Open the door and let's talk. From inside came Su Jing's angry voice. Are you done yet? I've dealt with creeps before, but never one so persistent. Who are you calling a creep? Zhou Yang snapped back. Are you out of your mind? If you're not a creep, then what are you? Su Jing scoffed. I'm warning you. Move out immediately, or you'll regret it. Zhou Yang laughed instead. Oh, so you're not someone to mess with? Then open the door. Don't push me. You're the one pushing me. Say whatever you want to say. I'm here. Knock, knock, knock. He kept on knocking. Su Jing covered her ears, fed up. She immediately dialed 110. Hello, I want to report a pervert harassing me. He keeps knocking on my door even after I told him to leave. I feel unsafe. Please send the police quickly. After giving her address, she hung up and leaned against the door silently. Outside, Zhou Yang lowered his voice but still talked non-stop through the door. Fine if you don't want to come out. I just want to say a few things. First, I don't snore at night. Don't make up stories to complain to the landlord. Second, I'm very tidy. I've been cleaning the living room all this time. Third, I'm not a pervert. I heard water running in the bathroom and just wanted to make sure it was you who came back. Now the landlord's kicking me out without returning my deposit. I've only been here a week. Moving again is such a hassle. That's none of your business. Su Jing said coldly. I barely know you. She was certain he was fishing for sympathy and stayed on high alert. The second hand on her watch ticked forward. She calculated. The station wasn't far. If she could stall for about 10 more minutes, the police would arrive. Zhou Yang felt truly helpless. The woman opposite him was treating him like a peeping Tom. No matter what he said, she twisted it into something sinister. For now, the only option was to wait until she calmed down before talking again. But just as he turned to head back to his room, there was a firm knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? He asked through the door. Police, open up. Came a cold, commanding male voice echoing down the hallway. Police? Zhou Yang froze for a moment, his mind racing. Most likely the girl inside had called them. Thinking this, he snapped toward the bathroom, muttering, Hey, are you kidding me? I didn't do anything to you. Why did you call the cops? You're standing at my door, pounding on it like crazy. Isn't that enough? Su Jing raised her voice from inside the bathroom. Open up quickly. If you don't, the police will break the door down, and things will get worse. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to open the door. Two young police officers stood there. The lead officer glanced over at Zhou Yang, then asked, Who called the police? I did. Su Jing pushed the door open and stepped out. Their eyes met directly in the hallway, and they both said at the same time, It was you? This stunned the officers. What's going on here? Su Jing hurriedly waved her hands. Sorry, officers, it's a misunderstanding, really. A misunderstanding? The officer frowned. Didn't you say on the phone that someone was behaving abnormally? Zhou Yang scratched his head, giving a dry laugh. It really is a misunderstanding. He's not some weirdo. He's completely normal. I messed up, Su Jing said honestly. The officers sighed. Do you know that false reports waste police resources and can delay other cases? Yes, it's all my fault, Su Jing admitted quickly. The two officers were young and spirited, and the first time they saw Su Jing's delicate face, they were taken aback. Seeing her cooperative attitude, they decided not to probe further. We'll take a brief statement. After you sign it, we'll go. Okay, Su Jing nodded repeatedly. A few minutes later, after signing the statements, the police left the shared apartment with a puzzled look. As the door closed behind them, the apartment quieted down, leaving only the two residents breathing. Su Jing changed clothes. Her yoga pants traced the lines of her long legs. She sat on the living room sofa, crossing her legs, looking like a sleek silhouette. Zhou Yang stood across from her near the coffee table, head lowered, uneasy like a culprit. Director Su, clearly you misunderstood me, but you're acting like you're interrogating me, he muttered. You blocked my door while I was showering, then again when I was going to my bedroom. You can't blame me for thinking you're some weirdo. Su Jing crossed her arms. Besides, you scared me. Well, you complained to the landlord about me, didn't you? Zhou Yang looked as wronged as a schoolboy, saying my snoring was disturbing you at night. But the next day, I recorded my phone and I wasn't snoring at all. When did I ever complain? Su Jing's brows furrowed sharply. I wasn't even living here the past few days. I only came back yesterday. Did I have time for that? Director Su, you're my boss. Don't lie to me. Zhou Yang pleaded. Why would I? Su Jing shrugged. Zhou Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. I get it now, it's the landlord tricking me. What do you mean? Su Jing's eyes flickered. When I moved in, he said if any female tenant was unhappy with me, I'd have to move out immediately without getting my deposit back. I bet he wants to collect a new deposit. So he's stirring up trouble between us to force me out. Su Jing thought for a moment, then nodded with a cold snort. Old man Shui is a money grubber. He's capable of that. Zhou Yang said, Ms. Su, I'm a bit puzzled. You're a director at a Fortune Global 500 company. How come you chose to rent such a small place? And you're even sharing it with roommates? Su Jing took off her headphones, her gaze calm and steady. I've actually rented more than one place. To keep costs down, I consider this just the cheapest spot to crash. Huh? Why do you rent so many places? Zhou Yang pressed on. Realizing why the master bedroom had been empty lately, she must have another residence. Don't ask about that. I have my reasons, Su Jing said with a frown. Zhou Yang quickly nodded, rubbing his hands nervously. Then please, Ms. Su, could you do me a favor and call landlord Shui? Why? Is he trying to kick you out? Exactly. You have to put in a good word for me, so he lets me stay. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling at her lips. I only said you're not a weirdo. That doesn't mean I promised you can stay. Her playful grin was like a gentle spring breeze, dazzling him. Zhou Yang frowned with a pitiful look. Boss, don't mess with me. I moved in with all my bags, paid 3 months rent plus a month's deposit. Couldn't you have a little mercy? I don't share with men. Too inconvenient, Su Jing said, frowning. I won't bother you. She sighed. Our positions are sensitive. I'm your superior. If anyone finds out we're roommates, there'd be endless gossip. Suddenly, Zhou Yang had an idea. Since you've rented so many places, why don't you try staying somewhere else first? We'll find a proper place and move out later, okay? Su Jing considered briefly, then nodded. Fine. But if there's the slightest thing I don't like, they'll kick you out immediately. Don't worry, boss. Zhou Yang snapped to attention, saluting crisply. They'll behave perfectly and make you proud. Su Jing burst out laughing. The usually icy, aloof female director mask melted instantly, revealing a smile as bright and fresh as spring blossoms. Zhou Yang stared in surprise, secretly thinking, there really is a flawless woman in the world, and she lives under the same roof as me and one lucky guy. They'll call old landlord Shui now and tell him to let you stay temporarily, Su Jing said. I'm all ears, boss. Zhou Yang saluted again. Enough with the antics. Su Jing rolled her eyes and dialed, explaining there had been a misunderstanding between them. Resigned, the landlord agreed. If it gets uncomfortable, we'll handle it then. After hanging up, Zhou Yang eagerly offered, Miss Su, haven't you eaten dinner yet? How about I cook to celebrate becoming roommates? Su Jing's eyes lit up. You can cook. 5-star chef level. Zhou Yang boasted, pounding his chest. Fine. Cook some dishes for me. If it tastes bad, you're out tomorrow. Living with you is like walking on thin ice. Zhou Yang muttered under his breath. Su Jing, usually busy working late and eating cafeteria or takeout, rarely used the kitchen. After Zhou Yang moved in, he filled the kitchen with pots, pans, and spices. Now all that was left was to buy groceries. He went to the nearby market, carefully selecting green peppers, beef, broccoli, and shrimp, lugging 2 big bags of ingredients back home. When he walked in, Su Jing was sitting at her bedroom desk typing, the door open. It was the first time Zhou Yang truly saw her room. Crisp white sheets, spotless floors, a few framed portraits of her on the walls showcasing her tall, graceful figure. The desk piled neatly with files and professional books, a faint fragrance in the air. Ms. Su, the cooking might be a bit noisy. Want me to close the door? Zhou Yang asked. The open door meant she wasn't putting up barriers around him, and that thought secretly delighted him. Soon, the kitchen filled with the sizzling sound of stir-frying. 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Lightly stir-fried broccoli, garlic shrimp, black pepper beef strips, green pepper shredded potatoes, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Su Jing stretched, her long white shirt outlining her slender waist and perfect curves. She walked to the table, inhaled the aroma, eyes bright with surprise. Wow, this looks amazing. Just as they were about to sit down, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Zhou Yang called. The voice outside hesitated, sounding cautious. Is Xiao Jing there? The moment Su Jing heard that voice, her expression changed drastically. The reason she had rented several apartments around the city at the same time was precisely to avoid this guy. Who is it? Zhou Yang asked curiously, noticing her sudden unease. Just tell him I'm not home, Su Jing whispered sharply. No sooner had she spoken than the man outside raised his voice. Xiao Jing, I know you're there. Today's your birthday. I just came to wish you a happy birthday. Huh? President Su, it's your birthday? Zhou Yang reacted in surprise. Su Jing impatiently pointed toward the door. Open it. The door opened, and in stepped a man about 27 or 28, wearing a slim-cut pale blue name-brand shirt, sharply creased dark dress pants, and impeccably polished shoes that gleamed under the light. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold gleam, and his hair was slicked back neatly. Behind him followed a young female secretary in a dark gray OL suit, with impeccable makeup and a stern expression. Xiao Jing, I went to find you on Yuanxi Road, but you weren't there. Your roommate said you've got another place here, so I came over. The man strode inside without the slightest courtesy, acting as if this was his territory. He glanced around the modest living room and finally rested his gaze on 2 simple home-cooked dishes on the coffee table, raising an eyebrow in contempt. Xiao Jing, how can you live in a place like this? It's your birthday today. How can you eat something so cheap? Come on, let's go out to eat. With that, he turned to the secretary and ordered, book a VIP room at Fenglin Restaurant and order all their signature dishes. Mr. Gao, this is fine for me. No need to trouble yourself, Su Jing said coolly. Why are you so distant with me? The man looked hurt. I'm your fiancé. Mr. Gao, don't joke around. We're nothing to each other. Su Jing's expression remained calm but firm. And today I'm telling you directly, don't bother looking for me anymore. We're not compatible. Xiao Jing, your uncle and aunt have already prepared the dowry, and my parents bought us a villa waiting for our wedding. Don't be so rebellious. You're the son of the Gao Group's chairman. You can have any woman you want. Surely there are better ones than me, Su Jing said as gently as she could. That hurts my feelings, Gao Shuilin said, moving behind her and resting his hands lightly on her shoulders. His tone was tender but insistent, in the faithful type. I've chosen you, only you. Su Jing was utterly speechless. For more than 2 years, she had moved several times because of this man. Every time she moved, Gao Shuilin found her through all sorts of channels. Eventually, she rented multiple apartments simultaneously and lived in them on rotation just to keep him guessing. She could only avoid him instead of confronting him head-on for 2 reasons. First, their parents had secretly arranged a marriage. After they wed, Gao Shuilin would become vice president of Gao Group, and both families would run their business empire together. Second, more than 70 of the Su family's business relied on support from Gao Group. If the Gao family pulled out, the Su family would be crippled. So although Su Jing disliked Gao Shuilin, she found no reason to make him give up. and had no choice but to keep hiding from him wherever she could. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt incredibly awkward. He clearly remembered Su Jing casually mentioning before that she had an engaged fiancé she didn't like, but he never expected that fiancé to show up in person today. Seeing their private matters unfold right before him, Zhou Yang thought to himself, what business is this of mine? I better find an excuse to slip away quickly. Just as he was about to edge toward the door, Su Jing lifted her eyes calmly and said to the visitor, Mr. Gao, to be honest, I already have a boyfriend. What? Gao Shuilan's voice suddenly sharpened as he instinctively shot a glance at Zhou Yang. Is it him? Yes, Su Jing answered plainly. He's been chasing me for years, and I just agreed to be with him today. Gao Shuilin, confident in his own advantages, hadn't even glanced at Zhou Yang since entering. Now, hearing Su Jing name him directly, the confidence on his face cracked a little. Xiao Jing, you must be lying, right? You just want to force me to give up? His speech sped up, eyes burning with intensity. You're wrong. My love for you is unwavering, and I will never give up. Growing more emotional, he suddenly pointed at Zhou Yang. Kid, I'm going to compete with you fairly. Zhou Yang cursed inwardly. Lately, it seemed like he couldn't catch a break, and now he had to deal with some rich air too. Wait, man, he opened his mouth to explain. But Su Jing pinched his arm sharply and coughed lightly to cut him off. Mr. Gao, we're already in a relationship. Please don't be so persistent, okay? She hated how aggressive Gao Shuilin was. Xiao Jing, I can't live without you. Gao Shuilin's eyes shifted from despair to menace, locking onto Zhou Yang. You, come with me for a talk. What's there to discuss? Why not say it directly here? Zhou Yang responded coolly. Seeing Zhou Yang refuse to move, Gao Shuilin gritted his teeth and pulled a checkbook from his suit pocket. Kid, if you leave Xiao Jing, they'll give you. He held up one finger 1 million. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. 1 million? If he agreed to this, wouldn't he get a big payday? He was about to nod. Su Jing interrupted firmly. Mr. Gao, what do you think we are? Money can't buy love, right, Zhou Yang? Yeah? Yeah, that's right. Zhou Yang quickly backed her up. 2 million. Gao Shuilin raised his eyebrows. Cut it out, okay? Su Jing said sternly. 3 million. Gao Shuilin increased the offer. The numbers kept climbing, and Zhou Yang's heart was pounding along. Kid, just let go, okay? Gao Shuilin's voice dropped lower. 5 million. Zhou Yang swallowed nervously and quickly pulled Su Jing to the side, whispering, Su, this guy's loaded. Should we make him pay more? What do you mean? Su Jing frowned. He'll pretend to break up with you, get the 5 million, and we split it in a half each. We weren't really a couple anyway. Zhou Yang smirked and gestured. Zhou Yang, I really want to slap you. You chase every penny? No shame at all. I just can't stand the way he acts like money makes him better. Zhou Yang spread his hands. Enough nonsense. You've got to hold your ground today, or I swear I'll fire you tomorrow. Su Jing glared at him. No. I'm listening. Zhou Yang immediately put on a big smile. After they finalized their plan, Gao Shuilin couldn't wait to ask, so, if you agree, they'll write the 5 million check right now. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Mr. Gao, who do you take me for? A mercenary? Not 5 million, not 10 million, not a billion. I will never agree. I love Xiao Jing, and my feelings are steadfast. With that, he took Su Jing's hand publicly, slipped his other arm around her slender waist, and stared fiercely at Gao Shuilin, declaring, You will never tear us apart. The moment he made that move, Su Jing was completely stunned. She had only intended for Zhou Yang to pretend to be her boyfriend, but she never expected him to actually drape his arm around her slim waist so intimately, and without reservation. This was the first time a man had crossed such a line with her. By the door, Gao Shuilin's eyes bloodshot, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked like he might bite through his molars. He stormed over and grabbed Zhou Yang's wrist. Let go of her. Mr. Gao, what exactly do you think you're doing? Please don't interfere in my life. Su Jing shouted back, her voice sharp. She had always dodged and avoided conflict before, but now that things had come to this point, there was nowhere left to back down. If her relationship with the Gao family was going to break down, better to do it now and get it over with. I've told you I don't like you. We'll never be together. Please, just leave me alone, okay? Her voice was tired but resolute. Gao Shuilin lowered his head and sneered coldly, his laugh growing sharper and more bitter. Su Jing, you ignore what your uncle and aunt want, and choose to be with this kind of trash, insulting yourself and slapping the Gao family in the face. Fine then, from now on, the Gao family won't tolerate the Su family anymore. Whatever business decisions we make, Su family, don't come complaining. He finally tore off his mask. In the past, when Su Jing refused and dodged him, he could tolerate it because she was still single, but now her hand was held by another man, her waist hugged by another man. There was no hope. He might as well cut ties completely. Hey, Zhou Yang spoke up calmly, but with a sharp edge in his voice. What did you just call me? What? You call me trash? Zhou Yang frowned. That's pretty insulting. Trash is already giving you too much credit. Gao Shuilin said with undisguised contempt. What qualifications do you have to be Su Jing's boyfriend? His gaze swept over Zhou Yang. Cheap shirt. worn jeans, the unbranded sneakers by the door plus the plainly ordinary home-cooked dishes on the table. The conclusion was obvious, broke. And his judgment wasn't wrong. Zhou Yang really was short on money. Gao Shualin's arrogance swelled. I've seen too many like using sweet talk to fool girls, then hoping to climb up through their families. What do you call that? He glanced at his female secretary standing nearby. Her expression was cold and indifferent as she said softly, Phoenix male. That's right, a Phoenix male. Gao jabbed a finger almost into Zhou Yang's nose. Kid, feel free to be arrogant now. When the Gao family pulls out our investment, the Su family will collapse. Then little Jing will realize what really matters and make the wise choice. Xiaoqing, let's go. With that, he swept his sleeve and strode out with the secretary following close behind. The door slammed shut, and the living room fell completely silent. Su Jing sank into a chair, her chest rising and falling with great force. For so long, she had tried everything to avoid a confrontation, but today she had set fire to all her escape routes with her own hands. She looked up at Zhou Yang and suddenly understood just now. She had truly treated Zhou Yang as her boyfriend. That was why, when he was insulted, she was so furious and had cut ties with Gao Shualin completely. But thinking back now, she realized she had been too impulsive. I had been holding it in for so long, but because of Zhou Yang's interference this time, everything completely fell apart. The large private room was softly lit, yet Su Jing felt as if a massive weight pressed down on her chest. She could practically foresee that after Gao Shualin left, he would exaggerate tonight's events when reporting back to the Gao family. Soon after would come the withdrawal of all their cooperation. The capital and progress the Su family had painstakingly built could collapse in an instant and all because of a moment of her recklessness. What else could she do? Did she really have to marry Gao Shualin for the sake of the family's interests? Torn between national ambition and personal happiness, her heart felt like it was being sliced over and over with a dull blade. Miss Su, I didn't know today was your birthday. In the heavy silence, Zhou Yang forced out a sentence, trying to ease the tension. What difference does it make if it's my birthday or not? Su Jing sighed, her gaze fixed on the dishes on the table long since cold and her voice was barely audible. Zhou Yang scratched his head and stood up. How about I go buy some wine to celebrate? No need. Su Jing didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Her brow furrowed deeply as her mind raced over the Su family's next steps. Then what about a cake? At least some sense of ceremony. Ugh, aren't you annoying? She snapped her head up sharply, harsh in tone, but quickly dropped it again, guilt softening her voice. Sorry, that's not directed at you. Zhou Yang quietly nodded and sat back down. Silence settled once more. Neither spoke nor touched their food. The only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioner. Zhou Yang, you looked pretty pleased earlier, huh? Suddenly, Su Jing dropped a curveball. Huh? What do you mean? Zhou Yang was startled, sitting up straight. Who told you to hold my hand and put your arm around my waist? Taking advantage of the situation, huh? A sharp glint flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Zhou Yang quickly raised both hands, speaking rapidly. I swear on heaven and earth, Miss Su, I just wanted to act it out a little better. If I don't cooperate well, I'm the one getting fired. Isn't it wrong for me to try my best? Seeing his pitiful expression, Su Jing bit her lip silently. This kid sure knew how to talk his way out without leaving a flaw. He suddenly stopped smiling and looked serious. Of course, I admit I went too far and completely ruined your relationship with Gao Shualin. I know your biggest worry right now is the Su family, so I want to make it up to you. Make it up? Su Jing shook her head. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who asked you to do it. But I don't want to see you unhappy. When Zhou Yang spoke, Su Jing felt her heart tug gently, as if pulled by a thin thread. This wasn't a love confession, but genuine care she, as a strong woman, had never felt before. I'm not unhappy. She straightened her shoulders, forcing the emotion away. As a leader, showing anger or happiness at what would mean losing her authority. Miss Su, let me try. Zhou Yang leaned in slightly, his tone sincere. Who knows? It might help. Try what? Let me talk to Gao Shualin. You talk to him? About what? Su Jing was surprised. Guy stuff. Zhou Yang smiled softly. Don't ask about the details. I promise, it won't get worse than it is now. Su Jing snorted lightly. Both families are at a deadlock, and even those involved can't do anything. What can you, a totally unrelated person, possibly do? I'm not belittling you, it's just that I'm afraid you'll just argue with him. Have you noticed the woman secretary by his side? Don't think she's just a secretary. She's more like a bodyguard. Rich kids do have style. Zhou Yang shrugged. Even their bodyguards are beauties. TSK. Changing the subject, his gaze became resolute. I like a challenge. I promise no arguing. If it doesn't work out, he'll step back. Just let me have one chance to make things right. Zhou Yang, I really want to know what's in it for you to do this. It doesn't benefit me. Zhou Yang's smile was faint but earnest. But if it works, at least you'll be happy. Su Jing, is this guy serious? A feeling she had never experienced before flashed through Su Jing's heart. Gao Shualin had always insisted, I like you. I love you. I'd do anything for you. But she was never moved by those words. Yet Zhou Yang's simple phrase, I just want to make you happy, so straightforward and plain, somehow reached the softest corner of her heart. Compared to those flashy declarations, his words felt like a genuine, instinctive care. Su Jing withdrew her gaze and softened her tone. Are you really willing to try? Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded. So what do you want me to do? Help you set up a meeting with him? She pressed. No need. Just give me his phone number. Zhou Yang held out his hand. For some reason, against her own expectations, Su Jing found herself trusting Zhou Yang's words. She pulled out her phone, flipped to her contacts, and handed over the number. Zhou Yang dialed the number in front of her. Hello, Mr. Gao. This is Zhou Yang, Su Jing's boyfriend. A curse exploded from the other end. You've got some nerve calling me. I want to talk. About what? You'll be very interested in the topic. But I want to talk face to face. Please give me a chance. Fine, talk then. Say it over the phone. No, this must be in person. Zhou Yang's voice was calm. Talking with me will only benefit you. Believe it or not, I have no choice either way. He'll wait for your reply. Then he hung up. Su Jing frowned, a wry smile on her lips. Zhou Yang, you don't really think such a childish tactic will make him want to meet with you, do you? Let's wait and see. Zhou Yang shrugged. Less than 2 minutes later, her phone vibrated. Gao Shuilan's name lit up the screen. Kid, Tianluan Hotel, first floor restaurant. I'm free now. Okay, I'm on my way. Zhou Yang answered. Warning. If you waste my time, I won't be polite. Of course not. I believe meeting me this once will benefit you for life. Zhou Yang sounded calm. There was a pause on the other end before the call ended. Do you want me to come with you? Su Jing asked anxiously. No, he'll go alone. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder, his gaze resolute. Though still uneasy, Su Jing stayed behind, ready to assist if needed. At 10 p.m., Tianluan Hotel, first floor private room. The crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Gao Shuilan sat upright in his sharp suit, elegantly cutting a steak. The crisp clicks of knife and fork created a rhythm for the meeting. The door opened, and Zhou Yang entered. Gao Shuilan glanced up and motioned to the waiter, handily passing the menu to Zhou Yang. Order whatever you like. Zhou Yang smiled. Just a juice, thank you. After the waiter left, Gao Shuilan set down his utensils and got straight to the point. The only reason I'm giving you this meeting. What reason? Zhou Yang held his glass. Is that I want you to leave Xiao Jing, and more than that, you must leave her. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly. Mr. Gao, isn't that a bit too domineering? I won't entertain any other topics. Gao Shuilan's voice turned cold. My bodyguards are outside. If you don't agree tonight, don't expect to leave this room. The juice arrived. Zhou Yang took a sip, then spoke slowly. Mr. Gao, everything else is negotiable, but leaving Su Jing you have to ask if she wants that first. You're threatening me with Xiao Jing? Gao Shuilan set down his fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. I'm not threatening you. Zhou Yang placed the glass firmly on the table, eyes steady. I came here today to help you too. What do you want from me? Zhou Yang said. This is our first time meeting today. I see dark circles under your eyes and unsteady steps. Your body must be completely drained, isn't it? The lighting in the private room was soft, yet it couldn't mask the flicker of surprise flashing across Gao Shuilan's handsome face. The handcrafted ceramic teacup at the center of the table still steamed gently, but the knuckles gripping the lid suddenly tightened. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his usual composure, as if that moment of panic had been an illusion. What do you mean? He lifted his eyes, his voice low and controlled. Are you suggesting my personal life is chaotic? I don't know about your personal life, Zhou Yang said calmly, sitting upright in his chair, but I can tell your body is far older than your age. Gao Shuilan snorted coldly, tapping the tea lid against the cup rim, producing a sharp sound. Are you a doctor? A practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Huh. Gao Shuilan sneered, a mocking curl on his lips. TCM relies on experience. You are just a kid, barely grown, and yet you have the nerve to lecture me on it? Zhou Yang remained unfazed and changed the subject. Mr. Gao, how old are you this year? 30. But to me, your physical condition looks like you're 50. As the words left his mouth, the air seemed to drain of energy. Gao Shuilan slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to splash out. Enough already, will you? Footsteps suddenly approached outside. A tall, beautiful bodyguard entered, her expression frosty. Boss, do you need anything? Suppressing his anger, Gao Shuilan waved her away. Nothing. You can leave. Once the door shut again, he took a deep breath and fixed his piercing gaze on Zhou Yang. Kid, be smart and stay away from Xiao Jing. I can pay you off. I don't want your money. Zhou Yang shook his head. Besides, I can help you get your health back. Yeah, you? Don't believe me? Zhou Yang leaned forward slightly, voice steady. Your current condition is lifting but not rising, and soon your liver and kidneys will be compromised. I guess you've been taking a lot of supplements and meds to chase better performance, right? That statement sliced through Gao Shuilan's facade like a sharp blade. Since adolescence, he had indulged in pleasures, taking countless tonics and Western medicines to fuel his escapades. Medicine always carries some poison, especially Western drugs, which are harsh on the kidneys. The kidney is the root of vitality. The liver governs detox and emotional flow. Since the liver and kidney share origins, drug-induced damage affects both. Liver stagnation causes impotence. Kidney deficiency causes premature decline. Together, These dual weaknesses deliver a near-fatal blow to a man. Zhou Yang looked at him calmly. Mr. Gao, he'll be blunt at your current state. Even if Su Jing stays with you, she won't be happy. You have great wealth and plenty of admirers, but if your body can't keep up, how are you supposed to enjoy life? Isn't that a loss? A heaviness settled in Gao Shuilan's chest, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. Indeed, the nights of revelry in the past now left him increasingly powerless. In recent years, had even toned down his nightlife to almost nothing, dreaming of a platonic relationship, hence his focus on Su Jing. But Zhou Yang's words forced him to face reality. Poor health would inevitably ruin his marriage. Women lose their appeal when they stop caring about beauty. For men, losing desire means the end is near. Zhou Yang spoke evenly. Your condition not only ruins your future quality of life, but will drastically shorten your lifespan. You're just 30 with a privileged background. Are you really willing to watch the second half of your life wither away? After a long silence, Gao Shuilan's fingers gripping the cup turned slightly pale. He had to admit, every word hit the mark, truly felt time was running out, but felt powerless to act. Sensing his hesitation, Zhou Yang tapped twice on the table, his voice clear. Mr. Gao, I can help you reclaim your vitality, rejuvenate your body, and give you a healthy new start. Are you willing to give it a try? Now that he thought about it, Gao Shuilan's mind stirred with new ideas. Originally, his desire to find one person to grow old with and experience pure love had stemmed from his body giving out completely. But now, with Zhou Yang's casual promise to help him regain his vigor and extend his life, he was pulled back into a world of luxury after all. With his wealth, he could afford to be a groom every night without blinking. Sure, Su Jing was a rare beauty flawless in ability, looks, temperament, and figure. But asking Gao Shuilan, who was known for his many conquests, to give up the whole forest for one tree was impossible. Temptation always goes hand in hand with power. When you lack money and influence, a muse feels out of reach. Once you gain status, the admirers come flocking. Besides, Zhou Yang's offer wasn't just about regaining vigor, but might also extend life. Any man would be tempted. The only uncertainty was whether Zhou Yang was lying. Gao's family had long consulted top doctors from China and abroad and tried countless treatments for his illness, only to find his condition worsening. Now, he was truly in a state where even birds flying by would not be startled. The Gao family, one of Shun City's elite, eagerly wanted heirs, but relying on high-tech procedures would only worsen Gao's fragile constitution. Gao Shuilan had been depressed for days, so when this opportunity appeared suddenly, of course he was willing to take a chance. What's your name again? He asked lazily, barely remembering. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang. I admit my boat is a mess and I want to be healthy again, like you said. Gao lounged on the sofa, his tone carrying a hint of threat. But we're strangers. I don't get the feeling you're a doctor. You know what happens if you lie to me. Why would I lie? There's no benefit for me in deceiving you, Zhou Yang replied calmly. Good. Gao Shuilan lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke. Then let's cooperate once. If you really cure me, I'll agree to anything you ask, as long as it's within my ability. My only requests are that you stop pursuing Su Jing, and that the existing cooperation between your two families continues. Zhou Yang set his conditions. Of course that's fine. Gao did not hesitate. The Gao family's coastal enterprises vastly outweighed the Su family's minor holdings. All right, I'll take your pulse now. Zhou Yang rolled up his sleeve. Gao Shuilan extended his wrist. Zhou Yang touched the pulse point with his fingers and was silent for half a minute, then nodded slightly. Almost exactly what I expected. Your problem can be solved. Really? Gao's eyes brightened, trust beginning to grow inside him. The treatment has 3 phases. Phase 1, medication combined with physical therapy. It'll deliver the medicine on time. You'll go to reputable institutions for therapy, and it'll write out the plan. By the end of Phase 1, you'll be full of energy and will respond naturally every morning. Hearing respond naturally every morning, Gao's pupils dilated. Suddenly hadn't had morning arousal for years. If this really happened, it meant Zhou Yang wasn't lying. Even Zhou Yang could be called a miracle doctor. To cure his embarrassing illness, Gao Shuilan had nearly visited every renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the city and taken countless remedies, yet saw no improvement at all. Now, Zhou Yang glanced at him briefly and divided the condition into 3 stages, confidently outlining a treatment plan. This is only the first stage, Zhou Yang said evenly, taking a sip of tea. What about the second stage? Gao Shuilan leaned forward eagerly, afraid to miss a single word. The first stage will last at least a few months. Since you delayed so long, the effects can't appear all at once, Zhou Yang explained, raising his eyebrows. Once your botus functions have fully awakened, the second stage is just medication, and you can even try dating girls. It has to be gradual, but if you grit your teeth and get through it, you'll recover at least 80%. The third stage is acupuncture. That's the rejuvenation phase. You'll feel completely renewed by then. How it feels exactly, you'll experience it yourself. As soon as he finished, Gao Shuilan trembled with excitement, clutching at this lifeline. Divine Dr. Zhou, please don't lie to me. Lying won't benefit me. Zhou Yang smiled, spreading his hands. If I did, you could send someone to deal with me anytime. True. Gao Shuailin slapped his thigh, standing immediately to shake Zhou Yang's hand, looking forward to working together. Likewise, Zhou Yang returned the smile and handshake. Zhou, you're so young, how is your medical skill so miraculous? Gao Shuailin couldn't help asking. It's a family inheritance. Sorry, it's a secret, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Haha, lucky me. Gao Shuailin laughed heartily. Come on, sit down. Let's have a few drinks tonight. Waiter, that's fine, but you'll have to stop drinking starting tomorrow, Zhou Yang reminded him. Then tonight you'll drink until I drop. Gao Shuailin waved to order more wine. The door opened, and bodyguard Shen Qing stood at the entrance, watching the two men chatting warmly. She was stunned. Weren't they at odds just a moment ago? Now they looked like brothers. Xiaoqing, Gao Shuailin waved through the crack in the door. Come in and join my brother Zhou Yang for some drinks. I think you'll stand outside. I need to look after you. Shen Qing declined repeatedly. No need tonight. I'm feeling good. Just keep my brother happy, Gao Shuailin said in a big boss tone. Unable to resist, Shen Qing entered the room to join the drinking. After several drinks, Zhou Yang put down his glass and stood up to leave. Mr. Gao, Miss Shen, sorry but I have to get going. Going already? The night's just getting started. Gao Shuailin put an arm around him. He'll take you to meet some beautiful girls later. Then he lowered his voice. Even though I can't now, you can live it up for me. And when I'm better, I'll take over myself. Aha. Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head. Indeed, this playboy nature was hard to change. Had only pretended to be lovelorn because of his illness. Now with hope of recovery, his mind was already wandering. Mr. Gao, I appreciate the offer, but it's Su Jing's birthday today. I need to go spend time with her. Zhou Yang politely declined. Oh, I almost forgot. Gao Shuailin slapped his forehead. To thank you, I'll go with you to celebrate. Don't worry, I won't cross any lines. You talk to your girl. They'll promise Su Jing face-to-face so she can feel at ease. All right, Zhou Yang thought. Su Jing's place. At this moment, Su Jing was extremely anxious. It had been nearly 2 hours since Zhou Yang left, but there was still no sign of him. She picked up her phone, then put it down. Calling first would make it seem like they were too close. The room was so quiet that only the ticking clock remained. She paced back and forth. When she glanced again, the digital clock on the wall showed a little past 10 p.m. A sinking feeling hit her. Zhou Yang had probably fallen out with Gao Shuailin and was being held up. With that thought, she quickly took out her phone, ready to call Gao Shuailin directly. She couldn't let Zhou Yang take the blame for her. Just as her finger touched the dial button, the doorbell rang suddenly. Who is it? She raised her voice. It's me, Zhou Yang replied from outside. Her heart, hanging in suspense, finally dropped. Su Jing rushed to open the door, muttering, Geez, you've been gone so long. She was worried sick. The moment the door swung open, she froze. Zhou Yang stood there at the threshold, holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers in his arms. Behind him, Gao Shuailin was struggling to carry a sizable silver-gray insulated box. You too, Su Jing began, but before she could finish, Zhou Yang handed her the flowers, saying, These are for you. His movement was stiff, clearly not from the heart. In truth, Gao Shuailin had bought the flowers. The box contained a Michelin birthday meal, also paid for by Gao. He had specifically told Zhou Yang not to mention the expense, only wanting to play matchmaker for the two sweethearts, while also making clear that he had cut ties with Su Jing. After all, Zhou Yang was now his top man. They're beautiful. Su Jing gently touched the petals, then casually asked Zhou Yang, Did you buy them? Yes, Gao bought them for you. Gao Shuailin chimed in from behind as he set the box down in the hallway. Su Jing was completely confused. What are you doing here? We're here to celebrate your birthday with you, Gao Shuailin said with an easy smile. No, you're not welcome here. Su Jing's tone froze like ice. Zhou Yang quickly tried to smooth things over. Ms. Su, Jingjing, please don't be like that. Brother Gao really means well with the birthday wishes. That pet name Jingjing made Su Jing shudder. Celebrate. I'm not throwing such a big party. Jingjing. Zhou Yang called again. No, please don't call me Jingjing. It makes me uncomfortable. Then what should I call you? Oh, I know, darling. Zhou Yang said it all in one breath, then sped up. Listen, you've misunderstood, Brother Gao. Darling? Su Jing cursed in Wardleth. This guy was really pushing his luck. She was his boss. But to avoid exposing him, she bit her lip and asked, How have I misunderstood him? Zhou Yang took a deep breath. Brother Gao has completely come to his senses. Forcing something never works. He's here to tell you he won't bother you anymore. The family business cooperation will continue as usual and won't change. What? Su Jing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Gao Shuailin. Are you serious? Of course. Gao nodded. Zhou Yang and I talked for over an hour. His sincerity moved me and made me realize he is the person who loves you most in this world. Inside, Zhou Yang screamed in frustration. Damn, Gao. If you're going to improvise, at least give me a heads up. But Gao Shuailin remained proud and confident, giving Zhou Yang a knowing look, silently saying, Bro, that's all I can do to help. Besides, I don't want anyone but Zhou Yang to know about my issues in that department, especially not a beautiful woman. That would have been really embarrassing for him. So, he came up with an excuse. This move immediately threw Su Jing off. She never expected Zhou Yang to silence Gao Shaolin with just one sentence. What exactly did Zhou Yang say to you? She whispered, her cheeks burning with curiosity. Gao Shaolin smiled openly. Yeah, Zhou Yang's deep affection completely convinced me, so I've decided to back off and never bother you again. I'm here to celebrate your birthday and send my best wishes. He bent down and opened a silver-gray gift box, revealing a cream cake and a row of delicate pastries shining under the light. Hope you two stay sweet and happy for a long time. Come on, let's enjoy this feast together. Su Jing was stunned. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed this guy suddenly had a change of heart. She had struggled for over 2 years trying every possible method to get rid of Gao Shaolin without success. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang settled it with just one talk. As the sales director, a top-notch negotiator herself, she had to admit Zhou Yang's negotiation skills were even more ruthless than the best salespeople. An awkward silence fell over the room. The three sat around the coffee table. Zhou Yang pushed the cake towards Su Jing and lit the slender candles. The warm glow reflected off the two men's faces as they spontaneously started to sing the birthday song. Su Jing forced a smile and clasped her hands to make a wish. When the song ended, Gao Shaolin stood up, smoothed his suit, and said, I've said all I needed to say. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm leaving now. Before he left, he gave Zhou Yang a meaningful glance. Keep in touch. Will do. Zhou Yang nodded. As soon as the door closed, Su Jing immediately asked, not only did you two call a truce, now you're best buds? Keep in touch anytime? Zhou Yang. To be honest, how did you manage to get him to back down? You heard me. Zhou Yang shrugged. I just told him without you, I can't live. My devotion is only for you. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Though skeptical, since Zhou Yang had just solved her biggest headache, she didn't push any further. All right then, let's eat the cake, she said. Sounds good. Just as the creamy aroma spread, Zhou Yang's phone vibrated. The screen showed Bai Lu. A call from his senior so late at night surprised him, and he quickly answered, Senior? Zhou Yang. I'm scared. Bai Lu's voice on the phone was trembling with tears. What's wrong? I just finished showering and was about to change into pajamas when someone outside the window took secret photos. What? But isn't your place on the third floor? Zhou Yang was stunned. In front of Bai Lu's place was a wide artificial lake, with no buildings opposite. Even without curtains, no one should be able to see inside. They're using a drone to film, she said urgently. I didn't close my curtains properly at first, thought it was just a bird, but the lens reflection made me realize. Did you see who it was? No, but I suspect it's those troublemakers upstairs. That little punk Lu Qianqian? Zhou Yang's surprise deepened. That can't be right. I've seen that drone before. Li Qianqian's boyfriend was flying it downstairs earlier. Bai Lu said. Those words struck a match to the fire of anger burning inside Zhou Yang. He looked across at this girl who had no family background or powerful connections, but was fighting tooth and nail to survive in Shenzhen. His chest felt tight and burning. Someone who worked this hard shouldn't have to endure bullying from petty thugs, nor be spied on by a few hoodlums. Apparently, last time he hadn't gone hard enough. Mr. Su, I've got some urgent business and need to head out, Zhou Yang said, gathering his papers as he looked up at Su Jing, who was about to shut down her computer. So late, where are you going? Su Jing blurted out, her tone tinged with concern. As soon as she spoke, she froze. After all, they were just colleagues and roommates, but her words sounded like she was worried about a boyfriend. Zhou Yang paused too, a flash of Tang Yumi's care for him years ago crossing his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. A friend's being harassed. I need to go help. Okay, go then. Su Jing nodded but called after him as he passed through the entryway. Oh wait. Yes? Zhou Yang turned, expecting her to remind him to come back early. Don't call me Mr. Su after work anymore. Use my full name, or Jingjia. Her voice softened, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Since university, this was the first time she'd lived with a guy, and the first time she'd asked to be called by a nickname. Zhou Yang felt warmth bloom inside and nodded solemnly. Got it, Jingjia. You rest early. Bye. Outside the complex, he summoned a ride with a wave, the streetlights casting a soft golden glow on the car roof. 20 minutes later, he pressed the doorbell at Bai Lu's apartment. Only a single wall lamp was on in the living room. Bai Lu sat curled up in a corner of the sofa, the glow from her phone screen making her pale. Senior, are you sure it was from upstairs? Zhou Yang crouched by the coffee table. Not 100, but I recognize that drone. It belongs to Li Qianqian's boyfriend. After it filmed my bedroom, it flew straight up and disappeared. Bai Lu's voice trembled. Anger shot straight to Zhou Yang's brow. Wait here. Zhou Yang. She grabbed his sleeve. Just get the video back. Don't do anything rash. Okay, lock the door first. With that, he strode up the stairs. The third-floor corridor was dim. He knocked briskly. Li Qianqian, I know you're in there. Stop pretending to be innocent. After a long wait, the door slammed open with a bang. A bald man stuck his head out, looking annoyed. What are you yelling for? Li Qianqian's not here. Zhou Yang pushed the door open and stepped in. The room reeked of smoke. The living room lampshade swayed. Two men crowded around a laptop, smirking at the screen. On the coffee table, the drone's arms still dripped with rain, its blue light flashing as it synced with the computer's Bluetooth. Everyone stop. Zhou Yang's voice was low but commanding as he headed straight for the laptop. Who the hell are you? Get out. The bald man roared and lunged, raising his hand to shove him. A fist cut through the air. Zhou Yang turned sharply, tightened his shoulders, and punched the bald man square in the face. Bang! The bald guy staggered backward, dizzy and disoriented, before finally collapsing to the ground. Boss. The two young men at the computer jumped up instantly, each grabbing whatever could be used as a weapon nearby, shouting as they charged at Zhou Yang. The first chair whistled through the air, but Zhou Yang sidestepped just in time. Then he delivered a kick to the second guy's abdomen. The man dropped to his knees immediately, clutching his stomach and letting out a wail of pain. The chair missed its mark and crashed into a nearby fish tank. Glass shattered, water splashed everywhere, and a few goldfish flopped desperately on the floor, scattering tiny droplets. Damn it! The young man had broken the tank, growled in anger, snatching an ashtray off the table and swinging it again at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang kept retreating while grabbing a stool to counterattack. The ashtray missed, and the man hastily raised his arm to block crack. The stool shattered on the spot, and the blow staggered him backward, blood instantly streaming from his forehead. Zhou Yang didn't give him a moment to recover, charged forward, and kicked him into the wall, the back of his head slamming painfully. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yang grabbed the drone and laptop, then turned toward the door. Just then, Lu Qianqian pushed the door open. Her shorts showed off two long, slender legs. A fitted jacket over a t-shirt and a high ponytail made her look sharp and eye-catching. Her fair skin seemed to glow faintly in the dark. What are you all doing? She looked at the mess on the floor and gasped, then noticed Zhou Yang carrying the devices and quickly stepped to block his way. Did you do this? Yes. Zhou Yang's gaze was cold. The memory of their last fight still fresh. Lu Qianqian was wary of him. Biting her lip, she stood firm in the doorway, her curvy figure blocking him. Aren't you being a bully? Me a bully? Zhou Yang scoffed. You don't know what your boyfriend did, do you? Lu Qianqian turned to the bald guy. Boss, what did you do? The bald guy wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, shouting defensively. I didn't do anything. He came in and started hitting people. I was shocked. Then he lunged to grab the drone and laptop. Give them back. Bang. Zhou Yang delivered a back kick, sending the bald guy sprawling onto the couch. What are you doing? Lu Qianqian was both shocked and angry. Even if you can fight, striking someone for no reason in broad daylight is illegal. Oh, now you're talking about the law. Zhou Yang sneered. Fine, then wait for the law to take care of this. He resumed, heading for the door. We can't let him leave. Keep the laptop and drone here. The bald guy yelled. But his two companions were already out of the fight, and no one dared charge again. So the bald guy turned to Lu Qianqian in desperation. Qianqian, the drone and laptop belong to me. Don't let him take them. Lu Qianqian stood firm at the door. I won't hold you responsible for hitting them, but you have to leave the stuff behind, right? Zhou Yang refused to budge. They deserve what they got. The stuff stays with me. Also, I didn't break the fish tank, just one stool. Let's be fair. They'll pay for the stool, but that can wait. With that, he pushed the door open and walked out. Hey, can't you be reasonable? Lu Qianqian tried to block him again. Move. Zhou Yang snapped. Afraid, Lu Qianqian stepped aside. Zhou Yang went downstairs and back to Bai Lu's house. He opened the laptop and played back the footage just transferred from the drone. Luckily, the drone was spotted by Bai Lu just in time, so the footage was rushed and didn't capture her changing clothes at all. The shots were shaky and blurry too. Who even dares to do sneaky filming with tech this bad? It's hilarious. Zhou Yang flipped through the footage quickly, mocking without mercy. Bai Lu's big bright eyes widened as she scolded. You're still not satisfied that they didn't get clear shots? Zhou Yang shrugged with a mischievous grin. If they shot clearer, I'd get to enjoy the view too. You're such a bad guy. Bai Lu playfully punched his shoulder with her soft little fist. Without even realizing it, they were growing closer, and the air between them was tinged with a subtle, unspoken chemistry. Just kidding, senior, Zhou Yang said with a grin as he worked the computer. I deleted all the videos they sent over and cleared the cache. No trace left, absolutely. Thank you, Bai Lu exhaled, gratitude shining in her eyes. How can I ever repay you? Tapping the desk, Zhou Yang blinked solemnly. How does senior want to thank me? Bai Lu hesitated a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. You've helped me so much. I feel no thanks could be enough. Then how about senior pledges herself to me? Zhou Yang's smile grew wider. Io, why are you so unserious again? Bai Lu blushed furiously and quickly turned away, but couldn't help stealing glances. In that moment, the playful junior beside her suddenly looked especially appealing. A flash of memory came to her that day in her living room, lifting the blanket to see his firm abs. For some reason, that image often popped into her mind late at night or early morning, making her heart skip, even prompting her to change her underwear more often than usual. Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh wow, what is it?" she asked, leaning in. There's an unexpected find. Zhou Yang opened a hidden folder, and the screen instantly filled with dense video thumbnails. He clicked the first clip. To their shock, it showed a couple's private moments in their bedroom. captured from a tricky angle with crystal clear quality. Even the curtain's texture was visible. These guys are seasoned offenders. Zhou Yang's expression darkened. It's not just you they've filmed. He pointed at the screen. Look how professionally placed the camera is. Everything's so clear. Ah, don't look. Bai Lu glanced at the couple on the bed, her face burning with embarrassment. Watching such footage with her junior felt mortifying beyond words. Zhou Yang shut off the video and opened another folder. This is worse, the girls' bathroom series. They installed micro cameras in the women's restroom, filming every girl coming and going. He summed it up quickly. They're filming all kinds of illegal videos and selling them to foreign websites for profit. A fool and criminal gang. Bai Lu grit her teeth in anger. I knew those guys had bad intentions. Lu Qianqian's boyfriend always brought a bunch of people causing trouble in the neighborhood, giving out roses, riding around on motorcycles, acting all flashy. They only got together officially not long ago. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. It seemed that Lu Qianqian had indeed been wronged. Zhou Yang guessed that she probably didn't even know who her boyfriend really was, let alone that it was him who secretly filmed earlier today. In hindsight, he thought he should have confronted Lu Qianqian directly back then, but now it didn't matter since she chose to handle it herself. She would have to bear the consequences. Senior, I have something you may not want to hear. You might have to move out. Zhou Yang spoke calmly while standing in the living room. Why? Bai Lu looked up, puzzled. I'm planning to call the police and have those creepy guys arrested, Zhou Yang explained. They might retaliate against you, so you can't stay here anymore. Bai Lu sighed and nodded. Maybe I should have moved already. This neighborhood really isn't safe. Exactly. Occupancy here is too low. Zhou Yang glanced at the empty hallway. Pack your stuff over the next few days and move to a new place as soon as you can. All right, I'll hurry, Bai Lu replied. But you can't stay here tonight, Zhou Yang added. What? So soon? Bai Lu was surprised. I just beat those guys up. They're resting now. Zhou Yang's tone shifted. Once their bruises heal, they'll definitely come back for the laptop. Let's lock up and go stay at a hotel first. We? Bai Lu's heart fluttered at his use of wedded. That mean he was staying with her tonight? Zhou Yang remained serious. Senior, take the things you need for work and essentials. Until you find a new place, you'll have to stay at a hotel. Oh, okay. Bai Lu agreed quickly. They packed lightly and hurried to a budget hotel near the office. After checking in, Zhou Yang dropped off his luggage and left to return to his own place. Standing by the window, Bai Lu watched his retreating figure through the glass, unexpectedly overwhelmed by a gentle sense of loss. At that moment, her phone vibrated. The caller ID read, Lu Qianqian. They had exchanged numbers earlier. Miss Bai, hello, came Lu Qianqian's polite voice. I'm sorry to bother you. Her immediate apology caught Bai Lu off guard. Miss Bai, I only found out today that my boyfriend did those disgusting things to you, Lu Qianqian continued. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. I promise he will never offend you again. Hearing her earnest tone, Bai Lu softened. If that's so, I won't pursue it further. Thank you, Miss Bai. Then may I come by to pick up the drone and laptop? As for the footage, please just delete it. Bai Lu immediately sensed Lu Qianqian's true motive. The apology was secondary. She really wanted the evidence back. Sorry, the drone and laptop aren't with me, Bai Lu declined gently. A man's low voice urged over the line. They must be with that guy. Tell her to get them from him. Shut up. Lu Qianqian snapped angrily. You're asking for trouble. The man instantly backed down. Sorry. Get lost. Lu Qianqian snapped again and took back the phone, her tone softening. Miss Bai, are those things with Mr. Zhou? Can you give me his number? I'll deal with him myself. Sorry, I can't give you that, Bai Lu said firmly. All right, Lu Qianqian sighed. I'm really sorry about today, Miss Bai. She was about to hang up. The man's voice persisted, unwilling to give up. No. The laptop and drone must be returned. Qianqian, you go get them. Lu Qianqian lost it. Back off. All of you, get lost. You do such shameful things and still want the evidence? If she won't give it, tough luck. Don't come bothering me. The call remained connected, and Bai Lu heard every word clearly. Miss Bai, honestly, I'm really angry too. Lu Qianqian spoke again, her voice tired. I'm planning to break up with that jerk. Sigh, that's your business. No need to tell me, Bai Lu said calmly. I just want you to know I was kept in the dark all along, Lu Qianqian said. So, again, I apologize. Feeling her sincerity, Bai Lu replied softly, it's okay. I don't blame you. The next day at work, Zhou Yang felt a bit distracted. The misunderstanding with Su Jing hadn't been resolved, and last night had stayed up dealing with Gao Shuailin and Bai Lu back to back. His eyes were dark-rimmed from lack of sleep. He stepped into the company lounge and pressed the button on the coffee machine. The rich, dark liquid dripped down, filling the air with a bitter aroma. Lifting the paper cup, he chose a single armchair and sat down. He stretched his fingers to find the acupressure point beneath his shoulder blade, massaging it with practiced motions. From experience, just 5 minutes of this would get his blood flowing again, and he could return to his desk refreshed. It was the peak of the workday, but the lounge was quiet except for the soft hum of the air conditioner. Zhou Yang closed his eyes and alternated pressing with his hands. Suddenly, a pair of soft, delicate hands covered the back of his hand, matching his rhythm, kneading in harmony. Zhou Yang jerked his head up. Long, Silky hair spilled from the other person's shoulder like twin waterfalls framing his vision. Half hidden behind those locks was a pretty face, smiling brightly. Zhao Ziying. Manager Zhou, you look so tired, let me help you, she said softly, excitement clear in her voice. Nerves surged through Zhou Yang. He shot up, shaking off her hand. This was the company building any moment someone could walk in. Moreover, he was acting sales manager, at a crucial point competing for deputy director. Any scandal could be used against him in the evaluation. Zhao Ziying was left hanging, her expression flickering with hurt. I just thought you looked tired and wanted to help. I'm not tired. Zhou Yang tugged at his suit sleeve and lowered his voice. You should focus on your own work. Hey, why are you so cold to me? She pouted, voice full of grievance. Is it because I reported you to Director Su before? You've held a grudge against me, right? You're reading too much into it. Zhou Yang kept a professional tone. We're colleagues, but not close. It's better to keep proper boundaries for everyone. I don't want that. Zhao Ziying deliberately twisted her slim waist, her voice teasing. If we're not close, then let's spend more time getting to know each other. How about dinner tonight? My treat. Truth be told, Zhao Ziying was a certified heartbreaker. A sharp, high-nosed bridge, full lips, and narrow phoenix eyes, each feature exuding mature feminine charm. Combined with her slightly curvy but firm figure, a well-shaped silhouette with fair skin, she could make most men's pulses race. Even the generous and influential CFO favored her, showing her true allure. But Zhou Yang was never short of beautiful women-class flower LV Wei, the still alluring Tang Yume, senior by Lu, Shinda's most beautiful commoner Queen Tang Yume, and his roommate boss Su Jing, each was top tier. Years of experience had fortified his self-control far beyond ordinary men. To Zhao Ziying's advance, he only replied coldly, I don't have time tonight. Then tomorrow dinner. Whenever you're free, I'll take you out. Zhao Ziying blinked her big eyes, unwilling to let go. Zhou Yang sighed. Where exactly am I so attractive? Should I just change and be the person you want? Before he could say a word, Zhao Ziying spoke up first. I'm in Lu Yan's team right now, but I really don't like him. I want you to be the deputy director. So if you don't mind, I'm willing to be your mole. Zhou Yang's fingers paused on the coffee cup handle, the warmth rising to his palm. Hearing this, he stopped abruptly and lifted his eyes to look at her. How exactly would you be my mole? His tone grew curious. Zhao Ziying's eyes sparkled as she lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, brimming with excitement. I can give you immediate updates on Lu Yan's sales targets, all his key clients in negotiation, and daily progress. Whatever you need, I promise to dig up all his secrets. Her words piqued Zhou Yang's interest. Among the managers, Lu Yan was a strong competitor and one of only two in sales. Compared to the marketing manager, support manager, and secretary Qin Shui, who lacked much leverage, the real competition for deputy director boiled down to Zhou Yang and Lu Yan. After all, sales was the company's main revenue source, with other departments playing mostly support roles. If Zhou Yang could thoroughly outperform Lu Yan, his chances of clinching the deputy director position by the end of the year would be much higher. Being my mole, what's in it for you? Zhou Yang tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze steady. I want you to be my boyfriend. Zhao Ziying didn't hesitate, laying out her terms directly. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, bluntly refusing. Try again. This is it. She crossed her arms, unyielding. Sorry, no deal. You're impossible. Zhao Ziying softened her tone, suddenly playful. Okay, how about this if I invite you out to eat sometime? You have to come. Fair. He'll try. Zhou Yang gave a non-committal answer. Are you serious? So unreasonable. She stomped her foot in mock frustration. Zhou Yang just smiled lightly. If you're okay with that, we have a deal. If not, no choice. Fine, fine deal. Zhao Ziying rolled her eyes, but nodded. So you're taking me out tonight, right? Where? Zhou Yang asked. To my place. She teased with a sly look. Or yours. Zhou Yang frowned, sensing something off. After a moment, he suggested, how about a hotel? What do you think? Zhao Ziying's cheeks flushed, feigning shyness. Zhou Yang, aren't you rushing me? Although, it's not impossible. That's enough. Zhou Yang suddenly got serious and shifted gears. It's just dinner. Know your place, my place nonsense. Let's find a cheap local spot. My treat. Okay. She threw her hands up, feigning helplessness. It's settled, Thenno backing out tonight. All right. Zhou Yang agreed casually. But as soon as he did, he frowned again. What if they got seen eating out? People would definitely misunderstand their relationship. Worse, if Lu Yan found out, Zhao Ziying's mole status would be blown. Going to his own place was impossible because Su Jing was there. Her place invited gossip. They needed somewhere quiet, private. Soon, Zhou Yang remembered the apartment by Lu had rented before. It was empty now, furnished but unoccupied, with no visitors. Perfect. He decided to buy some groceries and cook himself simple home cooking, nothing fancy. So the plan was happily made. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that this decision would make tonight both incredibly exciting and painfully awkward. After work in the evening, Zhou Yang took Zhao Ziying to the apartment that Bai Lu had been renting. Although Bai Lu had already moved out, the rent for the one-bedroom old unit had been paid in full through the end of the quarter, with over a month left before expiration. Zhou Yang decided to use the place as a temporary guest house for entertaining colleagues and friends in the future. At the same time, he had secretly covered Bai Lu's hotel expense. She had told the hotel front desk that as long as Bai Lu stayed one night, he would pay for that night. The total was several thousand yuan for the month, but luckily the savings Tang Yumei left behind could support him for a while, and with his salary due soon, Zhou Yang felt confident he could get through this rough patch. They carried back a big bag of groceries from the market. Once inside, Zhou Yang dropped the food in the kitchen and asked Zhao Xing to settle down in the living room and watch TV while he busied himself cooking. But Zhao Xing wasn't in the mood for the show. Instead, she pressed down on the wide gray fabric sofa, checking that it was firm yet comfortable and cozy in atmosphere. Then she opened the bedroom door. A mattress and thin blanket were still there. Though bare, the room was definitely spacious enough for two. As these thoughts ran through her mind, a jumble of images began to swirl, making her increasingly convinced that tonight might finally be the night something she had long hoped for would happen. At the kitchen doorway, Zhao Xing leaned against the frame, her phoenix-shaped eyes curving into crescents as she teased, "Manager Zhou, I didn't realize you usually lived here. But this place looks kind of simple. The essentials aren't all stocked, right? What do you need?" Zhou Yang asked, washing vegetables at the sink. "Wet wipes, tissues, shower stuff, there should be some ready." She smirked lightly. Catching the hint, Zhou Yang explained, "Oh, I don't come by much." "Ah, so Manager Zhou owns other properties then?" She mocked playfully. "They're all rentals." Zhou Yang waved dismissively. "Go wait in the living room. The kitchen's smoky." "Okay, you'll wait." Obediently, Zhao Xing returned to the sofa. After a tiring day at work, the TV's noise lulled her quietly to sleep without her realizing it. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were laid out on the coffee table. Zhou Yang was about to call her when he saw Zhao Xing lying on her side on the sofa, an alluring sight. Her white skirt slid up the sides, revealing smooth curves almost entirely. Her upper body clad in a black camisole barely covered by a long knit cardigan slipping off her shoulders, exposing her fragrant skin, collarbones, and the faint glimpse of cleavage beneath. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Fox Spirit, don't fall for it. Just then, his phone buzzed, displaying President Su on the screen. The ringtone woke Zhao Xing, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Who is it?" "Shu, President Su," Zhou Yang whispered, turning to the kitchen and closing the door as he answered. "Hello, Zhou Yang. Why didn't you come home today?" Su Jing's voice sounded weary. "Oh, I took a friend out to dinner," Zhou Yang said casually, watching the steam on a pot lid. "Oh, okay. Then I'll order takeout." Su Jing's tone was tinged with loneliness. She had expected Zhou Yang to come home after work as usual and cook, but after waiting over an hour with no sign of him, she called to check. A few brief words passed, then silence hung over both ends of the line. Especially for Su Jing, a vague feeling of unease settled within her. After all, Zhou Yang was only her subordinate and it was by a twist of fate that they ended up renting a place together. Logically, it shouldn't concern him at all whether she comes back or not. It's like they've already started living together. Zhou Yang leaned against the kitchen doorway, phone pressed to his ear. In the narrow beam of light, he noticed his watch's hand nearing 9 o'clock. On the other end, Su Jing's voice sounded somewhat uneasy. After a light cough, she said, "The reason I'm calling is mainly about a work matter I wanted to discuss with you." "Oh, please go ahead, President Su." Zhou Yang quickly composed himself and spoke respectfully. "There's an important meeting tomorrow." Su Jing lowered her voice, as if afraid of being overheard. "Chen Yueming, the deputy general manager at headquarters, will personally come to the sales department. He'll be bringing colleagues from other departments along. Since you're the sales manager, it's best if you dress formally for work tomorrow. The deputy general manager is coming to hold a meeting for us." Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. The department's recent performance has been good, so it's a way to motivate the team, Su Jing reminded him. "This meeting won't be the usual kind. You should listen more and speak less. Don't ask questions if you don't have to." "Got it." Zhou Yang hung up, quietly thinking. Tang Yumei once told me she'd use her connections to transfer me to headquarters, and the connection behind that is the deputy general manager. In other words, tomorrow I'll meet the person who got me out of the mess. He touched the tip of his nose, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. Just as he placed the phone down on the table, Zhao Xing leaned on the doorframe and poked her head in. "Zhou Yang, come eat. The food is getting cold." "Okay." Zhou Yang turned off the range hood light and stepped into the living room. Steam rose from the 2 dishes and a soup spread on the dining table. He opened a drink he'd bought earlier and poured a glass for Zhao Xing first. "President Su called so late? What's going on?" Zhao Xing asked, setting out bowls and chopsticks with curiosity. "Important meeting tomorrow, told me to wear formal clothes," Zhou Yang replied, picking up a bite of stir-fried green pepper and shredded pork. "Do we have to attend too?" "I didn't get any notice." Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow. "Maybe not, I'm not sure. Let's just eat first," Zhou Yang said vaguely. Zhao Xing narrowed her eyes in a teasing smile. TSK, sales manager really gets special treatment. President Su personally reminding you late at night, and we don't get that luxury. Don't tease may envy your freedom more. Zhou Yang smiled, shaking his head. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Xing suddenly put down her chopsticks, as if remembering something. Oh, by the way, there's something else I want to tell you tonight. What's that? Zhou Yang looked up. Lu Yan is pursuing me now, Zhao Xing said with a mysterious grin. What? Zhou Yang nearly choked on his soup. Doesn't he have a girlfriend? That innocent-looking girl with glasses? That's over, Zhao Xing said brightly. She never really agreed to him anyway. That night when he took her to the karaoke bar, he embarrassed himself big time. There's no way she'd stick with him. That night at the Huangqiao Entertainment Club, a group of troublemakers caused chaos. Xie Feng and Lu Yan both pushed their dates out to protect themselves. Zhao Xing was Xie Feng's girlfriend then, and after that night, she cut ties with him completely. It was also then that her view of Zhou Yang changed. Lu Yan made a fool of himself that night, and you were there too. Knowing that, he still dares to chase you? Zhou Yang was puzzled. I'm his subordinate now. He thinks he can boss me around and use that little authority to pressure me. Zhao Xing shrugged. He really takes himself seriously, but he's nothing special. We all joined the sales department at the same time. He's just a bit luckier. He does have some ability, Zhou Yang said objectively. Yeah, right. Zhao Xing scoffed. His biggest talent is stealing clients. Everyone in the department knows how he got the sales champion title. What do you mean by stealing clients? Zhou Yang frowned. Come closer. He'll tell you. Zhao Xing beckoned him with a hand. She leaned slightly forward. Her soft hair slid over her shoulder, and Zhou Yang caught sight of her deep cleavage. Well, ow. Zhao Xing suddenly stumbled and accidentally fell into Zhou Yang's arms. Be careful. Zhou Yang helped Zhao Xing stand up straight. Zhao Xing glanced down at the floor and gave an awkward smile on purpose. Oh wow, since when was there water on the floor? It's so slippery, I didn't notice. She bit her lips shyly, flashing a playful expression. Zhou Yang shook his head with a chuckle, then turned to the kitchen and fetched a mop. He carefully wiped the wet spot dry. After tidying up, he returned to the living room. Zhao Xing shifted over to make room on the sofa and leaned back, changing the subject. Lu Yan loves to swoop in on clients right when someone else is just starting negotiations. Once he spots a promising lead, he quietly contacts the client, gives gifts, gets close, and eventually lets the client say, we've been in touch with him for a while. Then he takes over the follow-up. All the clients others worked hard to dig up end up as his trophies. Zhou Yang frowned, his voice growing serious. Stealing clients is a big no-no in sales. The company would definitely investigate. Don't the salespeople push back? They do, but what good does it do? Zhao Xing sighed and spread her hands. Clients specifically asked for Lu Yan, and the company can't produce proof. Didn't you experience this firsthand? When Sanqing Group only recognized you as their negotiator back then. Zhou Yang nodded. When a client insists, the company has to comply. But who knows how many perks he's slipped them behind the scenes. The clients protect him. And he doesn't go after just any client, only the biggest ones. Zhao Xing snorted coldly. Snatch 3 or 4 major contracts, and he's sales champion. The others get screwed over but won't battle him because he's got the title. Once he's champion, he's the boss favorite, even personally received by the president. Who dares cross him? Zhou Yang pinched his chin, scoffing. Sounds like he's got no real skills, just dirty tricks. Exactly. That's what makes me despise him the most, Zhao Xing said, lifting her gaze with pride. We've spent years in sales sweating for business, relying on our own strength. Even if he becomes sales director someday, I still won't respect him. Seeing a flicker of stubbornness in her eyes, Zhou Yang thought silently. Beneath that scheming surface, she's actually quite principled. Zhao Xing raised her glass, voice firm. So, you have to become deputy director and get rid of that guy, Lu Yan. You have my full support. Then thank you in advance, Zhou Yang said, clinking glasses with her. The crisp sound echoed in the quiet living room. The conversation then drifted to their shared history. With drinks flowing and stories of growth and emotions exchanged, Zhao Xing studied Zhou Yang's past intently. Their meal ended amid light teasing and laughter. Zhou Yang cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table spotless. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 11 o'clock sharp. But Zhao Xing sat on the sofa hugging a pillow, smiling contentedly, showing no sign of wanting to leave. Aren't you tired? Zhou Yang asked bluntly. Zhao Xing blinked, confidently replying, nope. I just took a little nap on the sofa. Zhou Yang was speechless and shrugged. Suddenly, Zhao Xing clutched her lower abdomen and let out a quick, ouch, grabbing her bag and rushing to the bathroom. Standing outside the door, Zhou Yang frowned. What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? I made sure the food was clean. Oh, it's family coming over. Zhao Xing mumbled. Oh. Zhou Yang touched his nose, awkwardly stepping aside. After a while, Zhao Xing emerged from the bathroom, her face pale, but somehow more captivating. I'm going downstairs to pick up some things. Zhao Xing grabbed her small purse, ready to head out. Zhou Yang, knowing she wasn't familiar with the area, quickly stood up. You don't know this place well. He'll go get it for you. No need. It's girl stuff, she replied softly, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. Relatives had just arrived, and there wasn't enough supplies, so she needed to restock quickly. Understanding. Zhou Yang nodded and pointed outside the window. Go straight ahead, down the stairs, keep walking after you leave the building. Turn left once you get out of the complex. There's a 24-hour convenience store. No matter how late it is, it'll be open. Okay. Zhao Ziying said that and headed downstairs. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. The car was parked right downstairs. It would be so much easier to just drive her there and drop her off on the way home. But she had already left, so he could only wait for her to return. Just as he was thinking this, there was a sharp knock on the door. Already? Suspicious. He walked over, unlocking the door as he called out, "Why are you back so soon?" Before he could finish, the person standing at the entrance wasn't Zhao Ziying, but Lu Qianqian from upstairs. There was a faint smell of alcohol on her, and her normally pale skin was flushed red from drinking. She squinted slightly, one arm propping against the doorframe, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. "Oh, you're here. I was just looking for you." Zhou Yang was taken aback for a moment, but saw her step inside without hesitation. Lu Qianqian's look was different today. A black silk jumpsuit hugged her slim waist and long legs, sleeveless with a high collar exposing smooth arms while elegantly framing her neck. Large earrings swung as she moved, and her bun was higher and more mature than her usual ponytail. She plopped down on the sofa without any politeness, tipsily looking up at him. "Zhou Yang, that's your name, right?" Zhou Yang closed the door behind her, frowning slightly. "What do you want?" "Sit down." Lu Qianqian got up and grabbed his arm, pulling him to the side. "I want to talk." "About what?" "Do you know why I used to bully Miss Bai?" She asked suddenly. "No. Because I was jealous that she's pretty." Lu Qianqian pouted, her eyes flickering. "And jealous that she has such a handsome boyfriend like you." Zhou Yang took a deep breath. "You're drunk." "Drunk? Huh. My body might be, but my mind is clear." She waved a dismissive hand. A regular at bars, her tolerance was solid. She had a purpose tonight. "Zhou Yang, head bro has been chasing me, but I didn't agree," she said, pausing. "The day he came to my place with flowers, he ran into Miss by going upstairs. The way he looked at her, he was stunned. I swear, that look I'll never forget." She suddenly stood up, swaying a bit before leaning back on the sofa. "The guy chasing me, actually staring at her that way. I'm jealous. I hate her. What exactly do you want to say?" Zhou Yang's patience was wearing thin. "That drone and the computer, they're with you, right?" Lu Qianqian stared hard. Zhou Yang instantly realized she was sober enough to aim right for the evidence. "I've already handed them over to the police today. No way I'm getting them back." "Huh." Lu Qianqian burst into laughter, thumbs raised. "Good. You did the right thing, calling the cops. Head brother's such a jerk. I seriously regret dating him." She sped up. "Zhou Yang, head brother's my boyfriend. But he likes your girlfriend and even spies on her. You got hurt because of that. So as his girlfriend, I'm here to pay your debt." "What do you mean?" Zhou Yang's brow twitched. "I like you." Lu Qianqian's eyes glazed as she leaned closer, her voice low and sultry. "I'm here to make you watch." Zhou Yang was at a loss for words. What kind of mess was this? He raised his hand to calm Lu Qianqian down. "Miss Lu, listen to me. I don't owe you anything, and you don't need to beg on behalf of your boyfriend. If he broke the law, he should face the consequences. Besides, I'm definitely not Baila's boyfriend. Stop lying." Lu Qianqian's eyes were blurred from drinking, but she laughed wildly. "You always come over to Baila's place at night, and once you even stayed over. Do you think I don't know? If she weren't interested in you, would she let you stay all night?" Zhou Yang took a deep breath, temporarily at a loss for words. "I've been looking for you both for days. Miss Bai refuses to tell me where you're hiding," Lu Qianqian said, shaking a set of keys in her hand. "Today, I came back to the building and saw the lights on your floor. I just came upstairs and when I pushed the door open, there you were." "Haha. Where's Miss Bai?" Her words stumbled, even though she insisted she was clear-headed. Zhou Yang forced himself to respond. "She doesn't live here. And I advise you and your boyfriend to stop bothering her. If you keep looking for her, you'll only make me angry." "Revenge on her? What a joke." Lu Qianqian staggered closer, her breath hot with alcohol. "My boyfriend likes your girlfriend, and I like you. He watches her secretly, so we'll let you watch me." Before he could stop her, Lu Qianqian swiftly unbuttoned her clothes and pulled down the zipper in one smooth motion. "You." Zhou Yang reached out to stop her, but was a moment too slow. With a flick of her fingers, the bra snaps popped open. In a blink, her upper body was exposed under the light, pale and dazzling. "How do I look?" Lu Qianqian proudly lifted her chest. "Don't just praise Miss Bai. My figure isn't bad either." Clearly, she wanted to prove she was just as good as Bai Lu. "Put your clothes back on." Zhou Yang dared not touch her, sweat beading on his forehead. The bodysuit hung tilted around her hips, partially covering her, lace panties barely concealed. Drunk and daring, if he made a move, she could easily twist it against him. He was stuck. Bang. The door was slammed open. Zhao Ziying rushed in. "Hey, what are you two doing?" She glared at them on the sofa. Zhou Yang hadn't even closed the door before Lu Qianqian dragged him inside. "Who are you?" Lu Qianqian straightened up boldly, openly challenging Zhao Ziying. Like a man flexing muscles confidently, she was proud of her figure. "Shameless." Zhao Ziying barked. "Zhou Yang, who is she? Your girlfriend?" Zhou Yang gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "No. Then what is this?" Zhao Ziying was furious. I like Zhou Yang. Lu Qianqian suddenly lunged forward, throwing herself into Zhou Yang's arms, still bare-skinned. What are you doing? Zhou Yang yelped as if burned, and quickly pushed her away. That little wild one, what's wrong with liking Zhou Yang? Do you really have to stoop to such despicable methods? Zhao Ziying's low voice thundered through the living room. Her anger burned fierce. I like Zhou Yang too, but am not as low as you. Who did you just call low? Lu Qianqian's red, drunken eyes stabbed every word. I'm talking about you. Zhao Ziying refused to back down. Damn it. Lu Qianqian had always had a fiery temper, and the alcohol now fanned the flames. She snatched up the glass from the coffee table, her wrist flicking, sending it cutting through the air. Zhao Ziying instinctively raised her arms to shield her head. The glass smashed against her arm with a sharp clang, shards scattering everywhere. She groaned, then grabbed her bag and swung it at Lu Qianqian in return. Smack! The bag collided with Lu Qianqian's shoulder, and the two instantly tumbled into a tangled heap, scratches grazing skin, fabric tearing loudly. Stop fighting. Zhou Yang rushed forward and forced them apart. Both were gasping, fury still blazing in their eyes. Lu Qianqian clutched her torn jacket, roughly straightening the hem, zipping up tightly, snapping the buttons closed as she gritted her teeth. I was just in an inconvenient spot. Come on, fight me now. If I don't beat you to a pulp, am not Lu. Zhao Ziying sneered, eyes narrowing on her. Someone like you? Don't even deserve to fight me. You're nothing but a prostitute. Damn you. Lu Qianqian lunged again. Zhou Yang stepped between them once more. Enough. Stop this right now. He pointed to the door. Get out. Zhou Yang, she insulted me. Lu Qianqian's eyes reddened, tears blurring with drunkenness. I've kept myself pure. How dare she slander me? I apologize on her behalf. Zhou Yang's tone was cold and firm. This ends here. Go home. If there's more trouble, they'll call the police. Lu Qianqian glared at Zhao Ziying through gritted teeth. Bitch, just you wait. I'm waiting. Zhao Ziying shot back without a hint of fear. Let's see what you can do. Burning with rage, Lu Qianqian staggered down the stairs, swaying every few steps. Halfway down, she gripped the railing to catch her breath, plotting furiously. You like Zhou Yang? Fine. I'll make him mine and make you suffer for it. Back inside the living room, Zhao Ziying's face darkened like iron. She spat lowly. What a thing. Disgusting. So shameless. Zhou Yang sighed deeply. She's drunk and won't even remember what she did tonight. Zhao Ziying still felt wronged. Who behaves like that? Takes off her clothes like it's nothing. No matter what, it's disgraceful. Seeing Zhou Yang silently brooding only deepened her bitterness. After all, he was the man she liked. Lu Qianqian's enviable figure and pale, flawless skin had paraded right in front of him. It made her blood boil just thinking about it. Zhou Yang, is she pretty? She suddenly asked. What? Zhou Yang blinked, caught off guard. You saw everything, right? Such a great figure, attractive, isn't she? I didn't look closely, Zhou Yang mumbled vaguely. Oh, you want a clearer look? Zhao Ziying's jealousy flared. She snorted coldly. Fine, I'm leaving. You can go upstairs and get a full view. She's so cheap. She's probably begging you to see it all. Don't say things like that. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. Zhao Ziying bit her lip, lowering her voice. Zhou Yang, tell me who's prettier? Her or me? She instinctively arched her chest. Zhou Yang frowned and said nothing. Why won't you answer? Am I worse than her? No. Zhou Yang was helpless. This kind of question made even breathing tricky. Zhao Ziying's heart sank, convinced he favored Lu Qianqian. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly lifted her chin. Oh, I get it. You couldn't see me clearly, right? You need to see the real me to compare? Step by step, she closed in. Fine. Then I'll show you my true self. Let you see exactly who's more of a woman. Zhou Yang, do you really have to be like this? He truly felt as if he had been thrown into a whirlwind filled entirely with women. Under the dim yellow light, his mind was packed full with vivid images, to the point that he feared even falling asleep tonight wouldn't stop those scenes from chasing him. In this awkward silence, Zhao Ziying suddenly reached out to unbutton her shirt. What are you doing? Zhou Yang grabbed her hand sharply. Weren't you just calling her cheap? If you do this, how are you any different from her? Zhao Ziying's fingertips froze, her heart skipping a beat. He was right. If she acted like that, she'd lose all her dignity. Always so tactful and poised, why was she suddenly so impulsive tonight? Could it be she had truly fallen for Zhou Yang? Otherwise, how could her usually rational self lose control like this? I was wrong to bring you here tonight, Zhou Yang said quickly, afraid she'd read too much into it. I ruined your mood. I'm sorry. Zhao Ziying looked up, her expression unusually serious. Zhou Yang, I like you. Can you give me a chance? Zhou Yang was completely speechless. Was she really that worked up? From a psychological perspective, when another woman suddenly shows interest in a man, the originally calm woman might immediately feel threatened and emotions intensify. A guy who is too eager and unchallenged isn't valued. Once he stops chasing, or when another woman approaches, the woman who was formerly being pursued may turn around to chase him instead. Zhou Yang guessed Zhao Ziying had sensed this threat just now, so she was anxious to solidify her position as his girlfriend and prove she was better than Lu Qianqian. He glanced at his watch. It's late, and we have a meeting tomorrow. Let me drive you home. Zhou Yang. Zhao Xing stomped her foot, her eyes both hurt and stubborn. Am I really that invisible to you? Zhou Yang sighed. You're not invisible. You're impressive. It's just that you're the sales manager now and have a lot to consider. Zhao Xing quickly replied, I won't give up. You said I'm impressive, which means you don't dislike me. We just need to understand each other better. Zhou Yang opened his mouth to explain, but her pale, soft hand stopped him. Enough, don't say any more. I want to go home. Please, General Manager Zhou, take me. All right. He nodded willingly. As the elevator doors were about to close, she added, one more thing. What is it? You can't keep living here anymore. Didn't you say you have another place? Move out quickly. That crazy woman upstairs could come back at any time, and she didn't feel safe. Zhou Yang smiled. There's just over a month left on the lease here. I rarely come by anyway. I only chose this place tonight to take you out for dinner. That's good. Zhao Xing finally relaxed. Afterwards, Zhou Yang and Zhao Xing went downstairs and drove off. Upstairs, as the effects of the alcohol began to wear off, Lu Qianqian stood by the window, watching Zhou Yang and Zhao Xing get into the car, her fists clenched in anger. That shameless woman, actually taking Zhou Yang away. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing. It's fine. This actually makes things more interesting better, yet if you two really end up in bed together. Once I win Zhou Yang over, they'll prove that Zhao Xing is powerless. With that thought, she grabbed her phone and snapped a series of photos of the departing car, finally focusing on the license plate number and saving it to her album. The next morning, the sales department held an unprecedented company-wide meeting. Originally, it was planned for Director Su Jing and a few department managers to attend, but Vice President Chen Yueming issued an urgent order. The sales department had performed outstandingly in the first half of the year, but the tasks ahead would be even tougher. He insisted on attending personally, both to motivate the team and hear frontline voices. As a result, the entire city sales department was mobilized, gathering in the dedicated conference hall on the company's third floor. Inside the hall, the city sales team was arranged into 4 squads. 1. Sales Team 1, led by Lu Yan, with 14 members. 2. Sales Team 2, led by Zhou Yang, with 12 members. 3. The Marketing Team, led by Ma Qing, with 9 members. 4. The Support Team, led by Chun Shui, with 6 members. At the front and center sat Vice President Chen Yueming, flanked by Director Su Jing on one side and RD Director Zhou Qian on the other. Vice President's Secretary Yulan stood to the side taking notes. The meeting started promptly. First, Chen Yueming gave a brief speech. Everyone has done a great job. Keep it up. Stay strong under pressure. The company won't let any of you down. The room burst into applause. Next, Su Jing took over as host. This meeting covers 3 main topics. First, refining sales targets. She went through the shortfalls of the first half year point by point, then introduced plans and milestones for the second half. Second, announced personally by Chen Yueming. He explained in a clear voice, we are about to partner with BR Pharmaceuticals. BR has perfect channels, operations, and sales systems in North America, but lacks expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. We have leading RD but are unfamiliar with the North American market. Together, our strengths complement each other with the goal of capturing the North American TCM market. At this key point, he furrowed his brows and emphasized, the current challenge is breaking Yingdong Pharma's patent blockade. Yingdong, from Sakura country, has registered a vast number of formula patents. If we keep using old formulas, we'll be violating their patents, allowing them to operate unchecked in North America, even monopolize the market. Our RD team must now focus all efforts on developing brand new formulas to break through these barriers. Whispers spread among the audience. Why was the vice president talking about RD at a sales meeting? Chen Yueming paused, swept his gaze around the room, then shifted his tone. And second, but most importantly, I heard there's a talented individual in our city sales department. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the crowd and finally settled on Zhou Yang. A talented person? For a moment, everyone was stunned. The conference room was comfortably cool, but the air felt as if it had been suddenly sucked out. The employees in the sales and marketing department exchanged glances involuntarily. Apart from Director Su, could there really be someone else in their department worthy of the vice president's attention? And to be called a talented person by him? Vice President Chen Yueming slightly raised his chin and scanned the room, but did not reveal the answer immediately. As for who it is, he'll keep it a secret for now. Let's have Director Zhou Qian from RD announce it. His tone was calm, but piqued everyone's curiosity. At the sound of her name, Zhou Qian stood up smoothly and adjusted her thick black-rimmed glasses. Though she came from a scientific background, her striking appearance and near-perfect figure had earned her the nickname, the aesthetic goddess of RD among colleagues. In 5 years working together, few had seen her smile. To most, she seemed unervingly logical, as if programmed by a precise algorithm and born solely for research. Under the lights, her expression remained composed, but her grip on the microphone was steady and mechanical. Previously, our RD department encountered problems when launching a new drug, she said directly, her voice cold but clear. We have let down the company's expectations and betrayed consumers' trust. Moreover, our colleagues in sales and marketing bore much of the blame in this. I sincerely apologize to all of you and to Director Su." After speaking, she made a clean, measured bow, the curve of her waist both precise and deliberate. "Our oversight caused a significant increase in your workload. We promise this will be a one-time mistake and will never happen again." Her words were both tactful and resolute, prompting quiet nods from the crowd. The aesthetic goddess was not only top-notch in her research, but also far from socially awkward on the surface. The sales and marketing team was the first to applaud, and Su Jing smiled with a respectful nod, signaling that no apology was necessary, as it was part of their duty. Zhou Qian continued, raising her eyes. "When the new drug problems arose, we failed to detect them promptly. I've heard that a colleague from the sales and marketing department noticed the potential risks early on and even warned a client, directly advising them to delay cooperation." The words triggered a shared thought among the sales team. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang himself felt his pulse quicken, palms slightly sweaty. "Initially, I thought it was just a flash of insight from an ordinary medical enthusiast," Zhou Qian admitted frankly. "In all our years of RD, errors are inevitable. It's normal for outsiders to spot mistakes, so at first, I paid it little mind. But then, President Chun told me that this salesperson wasn't ordinary." She paused, sweeping the room with curious and intense gazes. "He was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, whose ancestors received the Qianlong Emperor's inscription Golden Scale family during the Qing dynasty. Such a glorious legacy was forced into hiding amid the warlord chaos in the Republic era. I believe I don't have to say more, you all know exactly who he is." The room fell silent except for the sound of breathing. Zhou Qian held the microphone firmly and slowly pointed toward the visibly stirred face in the crowd. "That's right. He's the one who pointed out the problems with our new drug, Mr. Zhou Yang, sales manager of the marketing department." Immediately, Vice President Chen Yueming led the applause, followed by the enthusiastic clapping of the sales and marketing team. Although Lu Yin and the others felt reluctant deep down, this was a matter of appearances. If you didn't applaud, how could you get past the vice president? As the applause died down, Zhou Qian from RD stood up and swept her gaze across the meeting room, her tone resolute. "General Manager Su, I'm here on Chen's orders to recruit your people." That one sentence instantly froze the atmosphere. Su Jing was momentarily stunned. Just last night, she had been working on a development plan for Zhou Yang, completely unaware this personnel poaching drama was about to unfold. Only now did she realize that her promising subordinate concealed a far-reaching background. What surprised her even more was that Zhou Qian intended to transfer Zhou Yang directly into RD, not to continue in sales. "You understand what General Manager Chen means," Zhou Qian said softly, but with an unyielding pressure that left no room for refusal. At this point, opposing was tantamount to insubordination. Su Jing forced a smile, but the disappointment showed on her brow. She had regarded Zhou Yang as the department's future core. The sapling she had nurtured was about to be uprooted. Anyone would feel a suffocating ache in their heart. "All right." She took a deep breath. "For the company's greater good, I agree." General Manager Su's generosity is appreciated. Vice President Chen Yueming chimed in with a hearty laugh. "That's why I've decided to increase the headcount of the sales department and expand the team, giving you more people and a bigger stage. This is the third resolution of today's meeting." Those words perfectly eased the heaviness in Su Jing's chest. Her repeated requests for expansion had always been blocked by cost concerns. Now the vice president's direct promise was the most tangible compensation she could hope for. She understood this entire concession was a resource trade secured by Zhou Yang. What exactly did that young salesperson do to gain Chen Yuming's attention? The answer had to start with Tang Yume. Before heading to North America, Tang Yume arranged a dinner with Chen Yueming and candidly praised Zhou Yang's exceptional talent. Sales was only a side job. His real strength lay in traditional Chinese medicine. She even shared an example. A medical condition that had baffled major hospitals for years was almost cured by Zhou Yang within a month. Chen Yueming was surprised but filed the information away. Coincidentally, shortly after the pharmaceutical accident, the sales department had a salesperson who had warned in advance of drug risks and even advised clients to suspend cooperation. Everyone thought this person was a bit crazy at the time, but Chen Yueming sensed something unusual. He immediately had his secretary look up the salesperson's name. It was Zhou Yang. After confirming the facts, Chen Yueming summoned Zhou Qian from RD and explained the situation thoroughly. Although Zhou Qian had heard rumors about Zhou Yang, she still inhaled sharply after hearing Chen Yuming's full account. During her graduate studies, her advisor mentioned the Jinlin family, an elusive lineage in the history of Chinese medicine known for astonishing healing skills and a unique style, but suddenly vanished in modern times along with all their medical recipes. Now that the trail had reappeared, she was almost certain that the legendary Jinlin family's medical art had somehow been passed down to Zhou Yang. The stoic goddess who had always demanded the utmost rigor from her team members, the gatekeeper who, over 5 years, had only ever accepted no more than 3 newcomers into the RD department, completely lost her grip when it came to Zhou Yang. Rarely showing such emotion, she instantly declared to Chun Yueming, President Chun, no matter the cost, we must bring this person into our RD team. If all goes well, he will generate far greater wealth for the group. I agree completely. Chun Yueming responded enthusiastically. With that, the two were on the same page, which led to today's meeting. With both the vice president and the RD director speaking in favor, even though Zhou Yang had reservations, he had almost no room to refuse. Yet when he saw Su Jing's unmistakable look of disappointment, a pang of reluctance welled up inside him. The strong results of the marketing and sales department this year were entirely thanks to his early success securing the Sanqing Group order, which allowed them to meet their annual targets in one fell swoop. But the real challenge lay ahead. In the second half of the year. The workload would at least double from the first half. Though the marketing team appeared prosperous on the surface, the burden on Su Jing's shoulders had only grown heavier. During the time they shared the apartment, Zhou Yang often woke late at night to see the lights blazing through the crack of Su Jing's door, papers scattered across the floor. Transferring to RD right now simply didn't feel right. Besides, he wasn't ready to give up his position as vice director. If he left, Lu Yan, the type who loved poaching clients and squeezing out colleagues, would definitely take advantage, stirring chaos throughout the marketing department sooner or later. President Chun, Director Zhou, I have something to say. Zhou Yang stood up. Go ahead. Chun Yueming nodded. I'm interested in RD, but I also like how the marketing department deals directly with clients and hears the market's demands firsthand. I don't come from an RD background and am still unfamiliar with the processes, so I want to apply as an RD intern under Director Zhou Qian. At the same time, when the RD team doesn't need me, I'd like to continue contributing to sales work. His words stirred an uproar in the meeting room. One person wanting to do two jobs? Collect two paychecks? Chun Yueming frowned. RD salaries aren't lower than marketing's. After a new drug hits the market, bonuses can be even higher. Are you planning to receive dual compensation? President Chun, it's not about the money, Zhou Yang replied frankly. Then why insist on handling sales as well? Zhou Yang glanced at Su Jing and pursed his lips. The marketing department is short-staffed right now. I just want to do my part. Su Jing felt a flush of warmth, but maintained her leadership composure. With a few well-chosen words, she steered the topic back on track and outlined a feasible dual-role path for Zhou Yang. All right. Chun Yueming clapped his hands heartily. If there are no objections, the personnel transfers will begin this week. Lu Yan nearly burst with glee right then and there, while Zhao Xing hung her head in disappointment. Her rising star was being snatched away by another department. Although working in RD was a good career path, getting closer to Zhou Yang was no longer as easy as before. Su Jing was scheming quietly in her heart, but caught Lu Yan next to her smirking with pursed lips. Once Zhou Yang was transferred to RD, the vacant sales deputy director position would fall to Lu Yan. That smile was clearly a rehearsal for victory. Sorry. Zhou Yang suddenly spoke up, his tone resolute. I've decided to stay in sales. I can handle RD part-time. If the leadership disagrees, they'll choose to resign. The atmosphere in the conference room dropped sharply. Zhou Yang, Su Jing slammed the table, her fingertips trembling. This was an obvious threat to the leadership. Sure enough, Chun Yueming's face darkened. Being publicly challenged by a young man, where did that leave his authority, or even the company's dignity? He narrowed his eyes, clenched his teeth, about to rebuke him, but then the memory of Tang Yumiai's dinner before heading to North America flashed through his mind. That strong woman had specifically urged him to take good care of Zhou Yang. Suppressing his anger, Chun Yueming chose to give him another chance. Zhou Yang, everyone's energy is limited. Do you really think you can manage both sides? No problem, I can handle both. Zhou Yang answered without hesitation. Words are meaningless without proof. Chun Yueming stared intently. How will you prove it? Time will prove it, Zhou Yang replied steadily, then added. Also, Zhou Qian just mentioned Edmi family has passed down traditional Chinese medicine for generations. We are known as the Jinlin family. Our secret formulas have never been seen by outsiders, many of which boost energy. Normal people can concentrate fully for about 5 hours if they're top intellects. Ordinary people reach their limit in about 3 hours. But I can use these formulas to extend focus. One person can handle the work of two easily. If you don't believe me, there's no need to force me into RD. If I can't do this, then the Jinlin family's reputation is just empty talk. I'd achieve nothing even in the RD department. As he finished, his gaze locked fiercely on Chun Yueming. Mr. Chun, don't you think I'm making sense? Silence for 3 seconds. Then Chun Yueming stood and applause broke out. Well said, well said. Only then did he understand why Tang Yume had recommended this young man so strongly before leaving. This kid really was exceptional. What intrigued him even more was Zhou Yang's claim to possess methods for boosting energy, a dream for anyone. But in front of so many people, he couldn't delve deeper. As for whether Zhou Yang's claims were true, time would tell. Why not let him try? If he could really handle 2 jobs, then what he said wasn't empty. And then, they could discuss those formulas in more detail. Haha, Zhou Yang. You young man really impresses everyone. Chun Yueming said. Since you insist, I'll agree. You'll continue as sales manager in the city sales department, with all the expected salary, commissions, and promotion opportunities nothing will be cut. At the same time, you'll follow Director Zhou Qian's leadership in RD and commit yourself fully there as well. Your pay there won't be any less. How do you feel about these terms? The meeting room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Everyone knew what profit sharing meant. Even a 1% cut meant a bonus of a whole 100 million yuan, and after costs and gross profit, that was still over 50 million yuan. Not to mention patent cooperation dividends always started at 10%. Inside, their minds were in turmoil. Zhou Yang was really about to make it big. Everyone in sales looked on with envy. Zhao Ziying's eyes sparkled as she kept reassuring herself in her heart. My judgment was right. Zhou Yang really is talented. Zhou Yang belongs to me. I must win him over. The other female colleagues also caught stars in their eyes, staring at Zhou Yang like hungry wolves fixated on a plump lamb. Zhou Yang straightened his posture and spoke sincerely. Thank you for your trust, General Manager Chen. I won't disappoint your expectations. Director Zhou Qian, I will follow your arrangements and do well in the RD department. All right. Zhou Qian nodded gently. Chen Yueming closed his notebook, patted the table, and stood up. That's all from me. Zhou Yang, report to RD as soon as possible. Yes, General Manager Chen. With that, he and Zhou Qian left side by side. Su Jing took over as host and led the applause. Let's give a warm round of applause to our department's Zhou Yang. She was genuinely happy for Zhou Yang has stuck with the sales department despite the great RD position available, working hard and persevering. It was truly moving. The most frustrated was Lu Yan. He had assumed Zhou Yang would either be transferred or fired, but instead, General Manager Chen gave him huge benefits. Whether he was transferred to RD or fired, either would have been good news for Lu Yan. Only this situation felt like a knife stuck in his throat. That guy's just occupying a seat without doing anything. He muttered quietly, while his subordinate opened his mouth to speak but quickly shut it. Everyone knew Lu Yan and Zhou Yang were bitter rivals, and now Zhou Yang not only stayed but also gained the general manager's favor. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lu Yan. Su Jing cleared her throat. Let's stop discussing what just happened. Next, we'll cover some internal matters for the city sales department. Market department colleagues may leave now. Only city sales and support department personnel stay. Market department manager Ma Qing led his team out. Once the door closed, Su Jing continued. Although we completed the first half-year's targets ahead of schedule, thanks to Zhou Yang securing the Sanqing client, that doesn't mean we're done. The pressure remains high for the second half of the year. Humph, Sanqing was snatched from me. That client should have been mine. Lu Yan grumbled quietly again. Lu Yan, what are you saying? Do you want to come up and say it? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Lu Yan quickly replied. Director Su, I didn't say anything. Please continue. Su Jing said. During meetings, everyone must remain quiet and focused. That's the most basic rule. Yes, General Manager Su. Lu Yan sat up straight and nodded immediately, his pen pressed tightly against the table, making a faint creaking sound. The meeting continued. Su Jing's gaze swept across the faces around the table. Her pace was steady, but her tone carried undeniable authority. The two managers in the sales department must shoulder the heavy responsibilities in the second half of the year. The deputy director position is still up for grabs. Now is the time to give 200 effort. At this, she raised her hand and pointed to Zhou Yang. On her right was dressed in the light blue uniform standard for the RD department, looking somewhat out of place. Zhou Yang, although you are now in RD and only half belongs here, I won't go easy on you because of that. You have to hit your business targets for the second half. Understood. Understood, General Manager Su. Zhou Yang's voice was low but firm and resolute. Su Jing nodded, then turned to Qin Shui in the front row. Qin Shui, bring over the potential client list for the two regions so we can analyze them. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and the large screen lit up. Qin Shui distributed thick stacks of paper lists to everyone, while projecting the electronic version behind her. The lists were detailed: company name, address, business type, volume, account manager, contact info, rows of data scrolling in white letters on a black background. Su Jing's eyes focused mainly on the business type and volume columns, key indicators for evaluating deal value. She quickly estimated in her mind. The total potential business volume on the list exceeded 30 billion yuan. If they could develop half of those clients in the second half year, about 50 contracts, it would be enough to complete their annual target smoothly. But all sales knew well the challenge. Landing such large clients often meant prolonged negotiations lasting months or longer. The task remained heavy. When she flipped to the page managed by Lu Yan, Su Jing's brow twitched slightly. There, clearly listed under Lu Yan's follow-up, was a state-owned enterprise from Jianghai Road Xinhua Media. Jianghai Road belonged to the East City region, which was Zhou Yang's responsibility. By all rights, this client's negotiation and eventual contract should fall under Zhou Yang's name. Yet now, it was listed in the West City region, under Lu Yan's clients. Even more striking was Xinhua Media's estimated annual cooperation revenue of 3 billion yuan, ranking it among the top 3 potential clients. If it were a small account, she might have overlooked it, but with 30 billion in potential volume, any irregularity warranted scrutiny. Su Jing looked up at the two managers, her tone calm but probing. Isn't Shanhua Media from the East City District? Why is it listed under potential clients for the West City region? Only after Su Jing said this did Zhou Yang realize the situation. Zhanghai Road was indeed part of his territory, yet this key client worth 3 billion yuan had quietly been targeted by Lu Yan, an outrageous move. Originally, Lu Yan didn't want to include this client on his potential list. Once public, he would be labeled a poacher. But without this client, his total potential business wouldn't meet the quota. If he failed the quota, Su Jing would definitely give him trouble and demand more names. And in the end, this client would have to be added anyway. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to include it now to at least clear the leadership hurdle. The meeting room was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was tense and awkward. Su Jing slowly raised her eyes to scan Lu Yan down below, waiting for his explanation. Lu Yan stood up, straightened his suit, and wore a polite smile. General Manager Su, hey, race the thing. Before the territory divisions, I had been handling this client. After the divisions, I planned to hand the client over to Zhou Yang, but they specifically requested to continue working with me. They said if I wasn't their contact, they would find another supplier. His seemingly noble words carried an edge, implying, I'm not poaching, the client insists. As soon as he finished, several sales staff from the same territory exchanged looks. Even among their own team, they felt he had crossed the line, acting like a hypocrite, blatantly stealing while playing innocent, a truly disgusting move. Su Jing frowned, annoyed but unable to find a solid flaw. According to Lu Yan, he had been working on this client well before the territory division, not sneaking in later. From her perspective, as long as the client was won, it was credit for the sales department. But Zhou Yang smiled coldly to himself. Zhao Ziguo was right, this guy was a master at poaching resources in someone else's area. What bothered Zhou Yang even more was the client's name. State-owned Enterprise Sunshine Medical. The name struck a familiar chord in his mind. He recalled the night he accompanied Tang Yumei to the White Horse Club and met her three close friends. The first, Sister Laura, owned dozens of properties and commercial buildings, a true landlord. The second, Susan, was the general manager of BR Pharmaceuticals Greater China region. The third, Tang Qian, was the head of Shanhua Media with a net worth exceeding $1 billion. Tang Yumei had specifically introduced Shanhua Media as half state-owned, ranked among the world's top 500 companies. Though primarily a media enterprise, it collaborated with major universities to provide paid medical checkups and health services for faculty and students, resulting in huge pharmaceutical demands that formed the 30 billion yuan scale. Zhou Yang lowered his eyes to the potential client list again. The Shanhua Media entry listed a manager Qiu, position project manager. This meant Lu Yan was in contact with Manager Qiu. Manager Qiu managed cooperative projects at Shanhua and had some decision-making power, but was still just a manager. Meanwhile, Tang Qian was the true head with the final say. Even Manager Qiu had to submit to her authority. This gave Zhou Yang a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Lu Yan didn't forget to kick someone when they were down. He said, Manager Zhou Yang, sorry, but the client in your area has specifically requested me to handle the negotiations. Don't tell me I'm bullying you. If you can manage it yourself, then go ahead, I'll gladly step aside. The room was brightly lit, but the air immediately froze at those words. Not only had he poached someone else's client, but he openly humiliated him in front of everyone. Lu Yan's behavior was the very definition of obnoxious. The salespeople in Zhou Yang's area all stood up in a flash, their anger spreading like wildfire around the conference table. Manager Lu, that's just unfair. Someone slammed the table, the sound dull and heavy. Our boss has only been with the department for a bit over a month, and you've been here for 3 whole years. Isn't this just you using seniority to push people around? Another chimed in, cutting deeper. Manager Lu, that client's account is under my name, and I've been in contact before. When have you ever talked to them? Lu Yan snorted coldly, sweeping his gaze over everyone. All you do is talk. You can't even handle such a big client in front of you. If I come back and seal the deal, you'll complain I'm poaching? If this sales department is full of people like you, it's gonna implode sooner or later. What did you say, Lu Yan? Someone shouted angrily. Enough, stop the shouting. Director Su Jing lifted a hand, rubbing her temple, then fixed her icy gaze on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, the client should go to whoever can close the deal. You're the leader of this area, make your position clear. The sales staff in Dongqing district felt a fire burning inside, but they were helpless. The unspoken message from Su Jing was clear. If Lu Yan can close the deal, the client must go to him. Everyone secretly sighed, waiting for Zhou Yang to go through the motions and give in. But Zhou Yang slowly stood up, adjusting his suit jacket with precise movements. He glanced around the room before speaking. This client is not going to you. Those words hit like a thunderclap. The salespeople gaped in disbelief, and even Su Jing frowned. Everyone knew the client had mostly been won over by Lu Yan, and the polite thing now would be to back down. But Zhou Yang stood firm. A 3 billion yuan client taken away like this would cost Dongqing district 6 billion yuan total, inside and out. If we fail the year-end target, I take the blame. My team takes the blame. Who will cover the wages while lose? So should I hand the client over to you? The Dongxing sales team's blood boiled as they shouted in unison. Right? We won't give it up. This client belongs in our district. Lu Yan clenched his teeth, turning to Su Jing. Ms. Su Si? He's just throwing a tantrum. Su Jing's gaze sharpened. Zhou Yang, what exactly do you mean? Zhou Yang replied calmly, not rushed at all. Our department's principle is clear: whoever can bring in the client keeps the client. As manager Lu said, if I could close the deal, he would definitely step aside willingly. He turned to stare Lu Yan down steadily, his eyes cold but razor sharp. Is that what you said? Lu Yan spread his hands with a confident smile. Exactly, that's what I said. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly tensed. Zhou Yang's eyes sharpened, his voice low but clear. Fine. This client. I have to handle the negotiation myself. Let's see if this client really can only be won over by you, as Manager Lu claims. Manager Zhou. Lu Yan laughed heartily, clapping his palms crisply. Since President Chen came to the meeting today, you've gotten full of yourself, haven't you? No matter what prestigious background you come from. In sales, you're just a junior compared to me. Lu Yan. Su Jing suddenly frowned, snapping sharply. We're here to discuss work, not throw personal insults. Realizing he had crossed a line, Lu Yan quickly waved his hands to smooth things over. Yes, President Su, sorry, that was my mistake. I just got upset seeing Zhou Yang acting unreasonable and spoke out of turn. You spoke out of turn? Zhou Yang sneered. I think personal attacks are your specialty. Zhou Yang. Su Jing shot Zhou a glance. Both men were her key teammates emotionally. She was closer to Zhou Yang, but Lu Yan had also made great contributions to the department over the years. She couldn't favor either side. Su Jing raised her hand to quiet the room. Since it's come to this, I'll make the decision. Please, President Su. Lu Yan responded immediately, all eyes fixed on her. The room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Su Jing spoke slowly. Though this client falls under Zhou Yang's territory, before official assignments were made, Lu Yan had already followed up and made good progress. Therefore, we cannot take the opportunity away from Lu Yan. My decision is this: both of you compete fairly. Whoever secures the client, it's yours. I agree. Lu Yan said with conviction. Me too. Zhou Yang refused to back down. The air practically hummed with tension as an invisible battle erupted. All right, it's settled. Su Jing closed her folder. Meeting adjourned. Everyone, get back to your work. People left in small groups. In the hallway, Lu Yan quickened his pace to catch up to Zhao Xing and walked alongside her. Xing, did you see how arrogant Zhou Yang was, daring to snatch a client from me? He's going to embarrass himself big time this round. Zhao Xing frowned in displeasure but said nothing. Instead, she looked back toward Zhou Yang just leaving the room. At that moment, Zhou Yang was scrolling through his contacts on his phone searching for Tang Qian's number, unaware of being watched. Back in their departments, Lu Yan strolled to the far end of the corridor, picked a secluded spot, and quietly dialed Qiu Shun, the project lead at Shenhua Media. His voice was barely above a whisper. Hey, did you get the little something I sent last week? Glad you did. It's just a small token, nothing fancy. He glanced around nervously and lowered his voice further. Of course, with your status, that little thing probably isn't worth much. But if this collaboration goes through, the big rewards are yet to come. Manager Qiu, how about we settle the deal on a 2-1 makes 5 basis? There was a short pause on the other end. Your cut? Qiu Shin asked quietly. My cut's not much. Even giving you half wouldn't satisfy you. Lu Yan licked his lips, tone full of temptation. We have another operation method that guarantees if cooperation succeeds, you'll earn an extra several tens of millions a year. What? Several tens of millions? Qiu Shin's voice noticeably went up. As a project manager, his annual salary plus bonuses barely reached 300,000 yuan. Maybe with occasional kickbacks, he might max out at 1 million. Hearing the other party casually mention several tens of millions left him completely stunned. You're full of hot air and not afraid of tripping over your own tongue, Qiu Shin said. In the cramped office, the phone pressed against Qiu Shin's ear. Lu Yan's voice came through the receiver quietly, but with unmistakable excitement. How could I dare bluff Manager Qiu? It's simple. I offer your company a 20 discount upfront, then internally apply for a 25 discount. The 0.5 difference gets routed through a shell company and lands in both our pockets. Manager Qiu, with an annual volume of 3 billion yuan, 0.5% is 15 million yuan. Split 50-50, that's 7.5 million each. Do you think that's bragging? The numbers hit Qiu Shan's eardrum, and he was silent for a few seconds before lowering his voice. Doing it that way, won't it get caught? Lu Yan expected this question and spoke neither too fast nor too slow. A lot of companies use trade names that don't match their registered business names. Some register multiple accounts to avoid taxes. As long as the accounts are clear, the goods are fine, and the cooperation process lines up, no one digs into which company actually signed the contract. That's how I exploit the loophole. He paused briefly, softening his tone. Manager Qiu, just consider yourself in the dark. I handle all the operations. If anything goes wrong, it's on me alone. I'd be the one cheating you, not the other way around. After a moment of hesitation, Qiu Shin nodded. You're sharp, kid. But once you transfer me money every month, that's solid proof. Lu Yan chuckled lightly. Such a large sum? No one transfers that online. He'll launder the money through an offshore company. First dirty money turns clean, then I hand you cash. No trace left behind. Hearing this, Qiushin laughed heartily, finally at ease. You're talented. You've got a knack for this. Riding the wave, Lu Yin reminded him. But Manager Qiu, offshore laundering takes a fee at least 10. We share that cost. No problem. Qiushin agreed promptly. So we've got a deal, right? Lu Yin confirmed with a grin. Of course. He'll draft a report for the CEO's approval. Once it's greenlit, we start, Qiushin replied. Lu Yin pressed again. Your CEO won't hold it up, will she? She's busy with other matters. Won't mind this at all. As long as the feasibility report looks good, she won't reject it. Don't worry, cooperation is guaranteed. Qiushin sealed the deal. Lu Yin laughed loudly. Manager Qiu, brilliant. How long will it take to complete the process? Impersonally handling it. Can skip a lot of steps. Maximum a week. Qiushin's tone couldn't hide his pleasure, as if millions in cash were already filling his pockets. Excellent. Lu Yin hung up and strode back to the sales department. He knocked on the desk and deliberately raised his voice. Brothers in the West City District. Good news. The office, buzzing moments ago, immediately fell silent. Everyone perked up to listen. Su Jing's office door was half open. She looked up, attracted by the noise. Shenhua Media, that major client, has given a verbal commitment. And within a week, the deal will be finalized. Lu Yin almost shouted. The West City sales team instantly cheered with excitement. In contrast, the eastern district of the city was desolate. There would be extra year-end bonuses, but with the sparse data from the east, no one felt motivated. Meanwhile, the western district had just landed a major client worth 3 billion. Instantly, they achieved about 40 of their performance target for the second half of the year. Colleagues were not only relaxed but energized by the thought of that year-end bonus. Yet Zhao Ziying couldn't shake off her gloom. At that moment, Su Jing, having just heard the good news from the west side, smiled broadly but then noticed the nearest desk by the door was empty. Is Zhou Yang not here? She turned to ask. Oh, he stepped out just now to make a call. Qin Shui looked up and replied. Su Jing sighed. That Zhou Yang. What's he arguing with Lu Yin for? Everyone knows he's the sales champion. The bet was just made, yet Lu Yin ended up winning. Though happy, she felt sorry for Zhou Yang, unaware that he was busy dealing with something far more important. On a bench in the garden downstairs, Zhou Yang held his phone to his ear. After searching through his contacts without finding Tang Qian's number, he had no choice but to call Tang Yume, who was far away in North America. Not only did Tang Yume send him Tang Qian's contact details, but she also gave him a heads up. Xiao Qian, if she can help, please do lend Zhou Yang a hand. They had met briefly at the White Horse Club, where Tang Qian had a good impression of Zhou Yang, maintained his composure and dignity despite the lavish, decadent surroundings. Plus, since Tang Yume was like a sister to Tang Qian, her godbrother naturally counted as a sort of brother. Before Zhou Yang even dialed, Tang Qian had already set aside her documents and proactively called. Little brother, remember me? She teased from the other end, which was rare for her. Tang Qianjia, please don't tease me, Zhou Yang answered quickly, having saved her number long ago. Tang Qian's laughter came through the receiver, as if she saw the blushing young man from their first meeting again. Tang's sister told me you're in trouble. Did you break up with someone? No way. Zhou Yang shook his head, his eyes drifting to a distant fountain. I'm all in on my career now. I actually plan to call you today to arrange a meeting and talk. Oh, that formal, huh? You really want to discuss this face-to-face? Tang Qian raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yang's tone grew serious as he explained everything from the bet to the client, specifically choosing Lu Yin with no detail left out. He concluded, with Lu Yan's style, he's definitely colluding with your project manager. Otherwise, why would the client insist on him? I can accept losing to stronger skill, but if there's behind-the-scenes trickery, I won't stand for it. You have a point, Tang Qian agreed, her voice tinged with coldness. Our company is investigating corruption right now. Old Qiu seems honest, but his projects are lucrative, so he's vulnerable. Still, the company won't tolerate that. Please, sister, do look into it thoroughly. Zhou Yang gripped his phone tighter. If the deal is above board, I won't say a word. Tang Qian was amused by his bluntness on the other end. That earnest, straightforward attitude was exactly what she admired. Don't worry, little brother. With me here, if this business goes through, I'll be with you. There's no way it will go to someone else. Tang Qian said. They'll follow up on this project right away. Wait for good news from your sister. Okay. Zhou Yang nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, Tang Qian's voice came through the phone again. Oh, by the way, if you really sign the contract with them, your commission must be quite a lot, right? It's a 3 billion yuan project after all. Of course, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Honestly, according to our company's commission system, I could make close to 1 million yuan this year. Wow, that's not bad at all. Tang Qian chuckled lightly. Once you get your commission, don't forget to treat your sister to something nice. Haha, definitely, definitely. After the call ended, Zhou Yang pushed open the door and returned to the large office. The salespeople in Dongsheng looked dejected, but the colleagues in Xiqing were buzzing with excitement, typing on their keyboards with extra energy. What's going on, guys? Cheer up. Zhou Yang clapped his hands. We all have to work together to hit our targets in the second half of the year. At that moment, Zhao Xing stood up to get some water. Passing by Zhou Yang, she quietly slipped a note into his palm. Zhou Yang opened it and read. Lu Yin just announced he's closing the 3 billion client deal within a week. Everyone heard it, including President Su. Zhou Yang's brows instantly furrowed tightly. This guy was being way too arrogant. Across from him, Lu Yin leaned on his chair with one hand and played a mobile game with the other, casting sideways glances with a faint smirk. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Yang returned to his seat and rapped on the desk. Everyone, don't let anyone else's attitude get to you. Until the result comes out, it's too soon to say who wins or loses. Let's just focus on our work. His message was crystal clear. Who said I've lost? This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Shenhua Media, President Tang, you wanted to see me? Qiu Shun came running in, bowing respectfully with a polite smile. How's the project you're handling coming along? Tang Qian asked, looking up. Reporting to you, President Tang, we've been in talks for a while and are ready to cooperate. I'm just finishing up the report for your final approval. Qiu Shun's voice trembled slightly, though he tried to appear calm. Tang Qian nodded and looked through the files on her desk before asking. For this 3 billion project, who at their company have you been negotiating with? I've been talking to their sales manager, Lu Yin, he said. So if the contract is signed, Lu Yin will be the authorized signatory? Yes. Tang Qian shook her head gently. I don't think that's appropriate. A deal worth 3 billion can't be handled so carelessly. When it comes time to sign, I want to take charge of the process. You tell them to send someone higher up. Qiu Shun's face stiffened, his heart pounding. If it wasn't Lu Yin signing, his entire plan would fall apart. Tang Qian eyed him with mild amusement. Her voice was calm but sharp. You get so nervous just at the mention of switching people? Besides, we're the client here. Aren't you? As the client, worrying too much about the other side. Qiu Shun was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant just now, his impatience had betrayed him, and General Manager Tang Qian had caught it all clearly. As the project manager, he dealt daily with various channel partners and collaborators. The role came with ample perks, but also great risks. Though he usually appeared calm and laid back, his actions were always meticulous and flawless. Yet, when Lu Yin casually mentioned tens of millions, the temptation was too strong. Immediately, visions of quitting, taking the money and emigrating to North America, and living a wealthy life ahead of schedule flashed through his mind. This daydream addicted him, but also led to his worst professional mistake. Unimportant? Tang Qian fixed him with a cold stare. A 3 billion yuan contracto, you really think it doesn't matter who signs it? In your eyes, is 3 billion insignificant? Qiu Shun was forced to retreat half a step, sweat beading on his brow, hurriedly trying to explain, General Manager Tang. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, enough. Tang Qian slammed her palm on the table. You're off this project immediately. Project B is short-staffed. You'll assist Manager Lu and handle the follow-up work. He'll assign someone else here. Prepare to hand over everything. Qiu Shun never imagined a simple conversation could end his career. Project B was a decade-old, declining project with only 5 employees handling after-sales service, basically cleaning up everyone else's mess. It was a sunset project with no perks and no chance of promotion. Being sent there was like exile to a remote, forgotten corner of the company. If Tang Qian remained in charge, he'd be trapped there like Change imprisoned in the Moon Palace until retirement. Shivering from cold dread down his spine, he gritted his teeth and mustered courage. General Manager Tang, what exactly did I do wrong that you want to transfer me? I've been with this project since its inception, I know it better than anyone. Maybe changing people will cause problems. Do you think it will definitely go well with you? Tang Qian's gaze sharpened. Old Qiu, I believed in you once, but this time your performance has deeply disappointed me. Her words hit Qiu Shun's chest like a stone. Sudden heaviness filled his heart, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Could Tang Qian have sensed his secret intentions? Impossible. They were just fleeting thoughts, never acted upon. How could she have known? Yet the more he thought, the more his legs trembled and heart pounded like a drum. Manager Qiu. Tang Qian snapped sharply. General Manager Tang. He was so startled, he nearly dropped to his knees. At this moment, guilt overwhelmed him. If he took tens or hundreds of millions from the company, once news leaked that would be criminal intent enough to get him detained. He lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Although young, Tang Qian had sat in the CEO's seat for 7 or 8 years, her formidable presence stifling any protest. Her gaze pinned him down until his eyelids grew heavy. Tang Qian gave a slight snort. This old fellow must have something to hide. Manager Qiu, do you have nothing to say? Why do you think I called you here today for no reason? Why do you think I would transfer you to another project out of the blue? You really believe there's no reason behind this? In the conference room, Tang Qian spoke each word sharply, her voice cutting like a blade. The cold overhead light cast a harsh glow on her face, forcing sweat to bead on Qiu Shun's forehead. He forced a smile and said, General Manager Tang, I want to know why too. Though asking for an explanation, His mind was already plotting an escape. Qiu knew his female boss was meticulous and ruthless, someone before whom any trick would be as clear as glass. Yet he tried to stall. Maybe if he could just buy a little more time, he could come up with a better excuse. But Tang Qian saw right through him. With a sharp slap on the table that made the papers jump, she snapped. You won't speak up, yet you try to fish for my words? I'm giving you a chance. Her eyes locked onto Qiu, her tone pressing. If you don't appreciate it, forget getting assigned to Project B. Your whole career after this will be ruined. Her harsh words shattered whatever shaky hope Qiu still clung to. He rose stiffly, shoulders tense, head hanging low, feeling completely drained. General Manager Tang, his words caught and turned into a barely audible plea. In his mind, flashes came rushing: the pair of carved walnuts, the box of mooncakes worth 18,000 yuan, and Lu Yan's friendly reminder. Every detail was a potential trap. After a brief silence, he accepted his fate and bowed deeply, hands pressed together. General Manager Tang, I was wrong. Wrong where? Tang Qian's icy tone didn't soften. Qiu heart clenched as he ransacked his memory. I don't know how Lu Yan found out I like carved walnuts, but I do find that pair appealing. I got carried away and accepted them. Saying this, he slapped himself repeatedly. I damn well don't need that 18 grand. But who knows why I was such an idiot? Tang Qian's gaze was like a knife. Keep going. And the box of mooncakes worth 18,000. Her voice suddenly rose sharply. Yes, 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 that was definitely wrong. Qiu shuddered and quickly confessed. Later Lu Yan told me our company's regional divisions meant that the box should have gone to a different new sales manager. I was the only one who voluntarily chose to cooperate with him, which gave Lu Yan the chance to win the contract. Otherwise, the project would have gone to that rookie. Lu Yan also said that guy wasn't experienced and might slow things down. I thought logically and morally it made sense to choose him, so I specified to sign the contract with Lu Yan. Tang Qian frowned and asked, is that all? Nothing else? Nothing else. Qiu immediately lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. He knew the real secret he had to hide was the gray deal between him and Lu Yan that was still only at the planning stage. As long as Lu Yan kept quiet, and he didn't slip up, no one else would ever find out. What he had to confess now was only about that box of walnuts worth over 10,000 yuan. If he didn't explain, there'd be trouble. Explain it, and it would just seem like making a mountain out of a molehill, maybe a scolding or reassignment at worst. You abused your position for personal gain. Tang Qian looked him dead in the eye, her tone as cold as the harsh office lights. Do you think I shouldn't transfer you? Not firing you already counts as mercy. Yes, 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 Miss Tang is right, it's all my fault. Qiu bowed, sweat soaking through his shirt. Thankfully, Tang Qian hadn't caught on to the real dangerous plan, or he might have been invited for a long talk with the police. Getting transferred to Project B meant at least he could muddle through to retirement. After all these years, had saved a few million, owned a house and car, had a stable family. Not like his wild dream of taking off with tens of millions abroad, but steady enough. Since the walnut incident was out in the open, staying on the current project was impossible. Manager Qiu, I appreciate your honesty. Tang Qian's tone softened, but still left no room for argument. Mistakes come with consequences. You can no longer follow this project. Transferring to Project B is your best option. Anything to say? You're merciful, Miss Tang. I accept the consequences for my mistake and agree to go to Project B. Qiu replied quietly. Good. Tang Qian made the decision final. Manager Li Ying will take over your project. You, and he must complete handover within 3 days. Yes, Miss Tang. Qiu sighed and nodded. 3 days flew by. During this time, Lu Yan brimmed with excitement, phone always in hand, waiting for confirmation from Manager Qiu. They had even printed the contract early. That morning, he finally received an email from the representative of the Shanhua Media Project team. Prepare materials, signing at noon. It's happening. Lu Yan read the email and jumped upright at his desk. Normally, he handled all communications with the rep himself, and only key decisions required Manager Qiu's involvement. So he didn't hesitate to reply immediately. Could you please come to our office to sign the contract and have a tour? I will cover all expenses. After a moment, the reply came back simply, sure. Lu Yan nearly shouted with joy. He took a deep breath and then stood in the center of the open office, raising his voice to the max. Brothers in the Qingxi district, drop what you're doing. I have big news to announce. Colleagues all looked up, and people from other districts and the market support department peered over curiously. Our district is signing a 3 billion yuan client today, the Shanhua media mentioned at the meeting this week. Lu Yan glanced proudly toward Zhou Yang's district. And the client is very pleased with us. They agreed to sign at our office. After the signing, lunch is on me for everyone. Yes. The manager is amazing. A 3 billion yuan client, half of our whole second half target, is basically secured. The office in the Western District instantly erupted in cheers and whistles. The marketing and support teams all shot approving looks their way. Everyone still had that one memory fresh in their minds, the fierce showdown 3 days ago. In the meeting room, Zhou Yang and Lu Yan nearly came to blows over this client. Now the results were in. Lu Yin had successfully brought the client to headquarters to sign the contract, while Zhou Yang suffered a clean defeat. Lu Yin, always one to play up the momentum, strode briskly towards Su Jing's office amidst the applause. President Su. He burst in, slightly out of breath. Do you have time this noon? What's going on? Su Jing looked up. I invited people from Shenhua Media to come sign the contract, and to give them a tour of the company. Lu Yin puffed out his chest proudly. Oh, Su Jing raised an eyebrow. A big client showing up on their own, of course I have time. Then let's have the signing in your office. Lu Yin seized the moment. Su Jing nodded happily. Sounds good. What time will they arrive? How many people? Around 11 o'clock. No more than 3. Then get in touch with the cafeteria and ask them to prepare some traditional local dishes. Well, have lunch with the clients. Got it. Lu Yin saluted and turned to leave. Since the cafeteria was managed by the administration department, he quickly called them to finalize the menu. After wrapping up everything, he practically leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, a smile tugging at his lips. What a brilliant win. 3 billion yuan. The second half target was basically locked in, and the deputy director position was nearly guaranteed. Even better, the billion yuan plan he had been plotting with Chiu would now move forward smoothly. A perfect strike, achieving fame and fortune all at once. How could this not be sweet? All morning, his mind wandered in daydreams, riding high on success. Right at 11, the Shenhua Media shuttle pulled up neatly at the main gate. Lu Yin and Director Secretary Chen Shui had been waiting. He hurried forward to greet them. The door opened and 3 people stepped out in order. First, the commanding female boss Tang Qian. Next, the new project manager Li Ying. Last came Lu Tao, the specialist who had been emailing Lu Yin most frequently. Seeing the group, Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Manager Chiu wasn't there? He instinctively looked toward Lu Tao for an explanation. Lu Tao stayed casual, smiling politely. Let me introduce, this is our Shenhua Media CEO, Tang Qian. Hello, President Tang. Lu Yin quickly extended his hand. Tang Qian just nodded without shaking. Lu Tao went on. This is the project leader Li Ying, manager Li. Lu Yin shook hands out of courtesy, his mind swirling with questions. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, where's your project manager Chiu? Is he not coming? Manager Chiu? He's no longer on this project team. Lu Tao said. Huh. Lu Yin jolted, his eyelids twitching as a bad feeling suddenly crept up his spine. Manager Lu, what are you standing there for? Hurry and take the clients to Mr. Su's office. He should be back soon. Chen Shui urged. Oh, right. Lu Yin nodded repeatedly, gesturing for everyone to follow him. Leaders, please come this way. He'll take you to Mr. Su's office. She was going to greet you personally downstairs, but a confidential meeting was called at the last minute, so she had to go. She should be back shortly. That's all right. Tang Qian gave a professional smile and led her colleagues behind Lu Yin and Chen Shui as they headed toward the sales department. By the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor, Zhou Yang leaned on the window ledge, overlooking the scene below with a knowing smile curling the corner of his mouth. The elevator doors opened, and the group stepped into the sales department. The bright, spacious office buzzed with the clicking of keyboards and a tense, yet orderly atmosphere. Su Jing, having just returned, was waiting at the entrance. When she saw Tang Qian, she quickly stepped forward to greet her. Sis Tang Qian, long time no see. You're still so beautiful and commanding, she joked, before showing the guests into her office. Once seated, both sides engaged in a brief but direct discussion about the collaboration. Su Jing shook Tang Qian's hand. 2 formidable and strong-willed women leaders meeting eye to eye, sharing a mutual respect. Miss Tang, I'm sorry I couldn't come personally to greet you downstairs. Su Jing smiled. No need to apologize. As a strong woman leader, you must be very busy every day. Tang Qian returned the smile, then got to the point. I came myself today because I wasn't very involved in this project before, but since it's a huge deal worth 3 billion yuan, it wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't show up for the signing. Huh, that makes sense. Su Jing nodded. You have a leading position among our clients. Ideally, I should invite our group president to sign in person as well. She gestured to Lu Yin. Lu Yin, please bring the contract over. Ah. Lu Yan's face lit up, quickly agreeing. Inwardly, he plotted. Once the contract is signed, they'll sneak in 2 extra agreements to insert the 2 companies I registered, and the discount clause will seal the deal. Everything will be perfect. He'll do it. Lu Yin eagerly raised his hand, handing the contract to Tang Qian with enthusiasm. Miss Tang, I've been handling this project all along, and I talked at length with Manager Chiu before. But Tang Qian waved her hand gently. Manager Chiu has been transferred to Project B team, and Manager Li Ying is now in charge. Miss Tang, it doesn't really matter who follows up. The contract can be signed exactly according to the terms discussed before, Lu Yin quickly explained. No rush. Tang Qian put down the contract and turned her gaze to Su Jing. Miss Su, I heard your sales are divided by territory, and the territory I'm in apparently isn't under this Lu manager's responsibility. Huh, Miss Tang, despite your busy schedule, you know the grassroots rules. Very insightful. Su Jing nodded. Your territory is indeed managed by another sales manager, Zhou Yang. But the previous project manager specifically appointed Lu Yin to negotiate. To be convenient for the client, I allowed Lu Yin to continue the follow-up. The previous project manager you mentioned has already been transferred. Do you know why he was moved? Tang Qian smiled faintly. Su Jing's brow furrowed. I don't know. Because he accepted bribes. Tang Qian's tone was calm, but every word rang out clearly. Su Jing felt a chill in her chest. She knew that in sales and client negotiations, various tactics were common. An occasional small bribery was considered an industry norm, even normal behavior. Of course, this is normal from the sales side. But if the client catches wind of it, things will turn disastrous. Which client would allow their own staff to accept bribes and jeopardize a partnership? If Tang Qian holds onto the bribery issue today and simply cancels the contract, the entire project will be dead in the water. Su Jing forced down her emotions, staring at Lu Yan, her voice sharp as an arrow. Manager Lu, what's going on? Lu Yan rubbed his hands nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Director Su, I just gave the client a pair of walnuts, a small gift, nothing that counts as bribery, right? Manager Chiu said those walnuts are worth 18,000. Tang Qian cut in coldly, her gaze piercing. 18,000? And you still call that a small gift? She pressed him step by step. Lu Yin was at a loss for words, unable to explain himself. Su Jing knew they were trying to catch him out, but she also understood the unspoken rules in sales. Pure honesty is rare, and to win over big clients, taking them out to dinner and currying favor behind the scenes is common practice. But now that the client was coming down hard, she couldn't just stand by. Director Tang, can we sign the cooperation agreement now? Su Jing pushed the documents toward Tang Qian, softening her tone. As long as the contract could be finalized, she was willing to accept other reasonable conditions. Yes. Tang Qian nodded decisively, then looked up. But I have one condition. Please go ahead. I work by the rules. Your sales manager bribed our project manager, and I have already transferred that project manager away. So isn't it only right that your sales manager recuse himself as well? As soon as the words fell, Lu Yan's face went deathly pale. Director Tang, I've been the one handling this project all along. All along. For how long? Tang Qian's eyes were like cold blades. At least a month. Lu Yan rushed out. The company had recently redrawn sales regions. If he admitted he only took over recently, it would mean he crossed into another area to poach clients, a serious breach of professional ethics. But Tang Qian smiled slightly. Manager Chiu told me himself you only contacted him last week. You say a month? No sales guy speaks honestly who would believe you. Inside the office, Su Jing and Chen Shui both looked grim. Outside, the sales staff held their breath, eavesdropping. The glass partition did little to block sound, and Tang Qian's voice was loud and clear to all. Lu Yan, tell the truth. Su Jing was furious now. Lu Yan, realizing the situation had already been exposed, said helplessly, Director Su, I was wrong. Su Jing's face instantly turned pale, her temples throbbing. The department's internal mess was now blatantly laid bare in front of the client, utterly embarrassing. Tang Qian gave him no way out. She lifted her chin and declared on the spot, Director Su, this sales manager in your department has problems in character, professional ethics, and competence. If he's the one representing your company for the contract, we will not cooperate. Her words hit Lu Yan like a splash of ice water, chilling him from head to toe, even stiffening his stance. Su Jing felt a wave of helplessness pass through her. Just like that, a perfectly good client was being ruined? Bang bang, the door was knocked. Who is it? Su Jing's voice was barely above a whisper. Director Su, it's Zhou Yang. The person outside identified himself. What is it? May I come in to talk? Su Jing frowned even tighter. These two sales managers were both trouble. She was about to refuse when Tang Qian smiled and waved her off gently. Director Su, it's fine. With the client's permission, Su Jing had no choice but to say aloud, come in. The door opened, and Zhou Yang walked in at a steady pace, stopping at Su Jing's desk. He gave a modest bow. Director Su, your office isn't well soundproofed. I overheard some of your conversation with Director Tang just now. Of course, I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. He glanced instinctively at Tang Qian, as if to avoid any misunderstandings. Tang Qian bit her lip to suppress a smile. That's because my workstation is right by the door, Zhou Yang added. Enough. Get to the point, Su Jing said urgently. She needed to calm the client down quickly. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and spoke steadily. Director Su, since Manager Lu caused the problem, how about I take charge of this client? I'm willing to take full responsibility. This self-nomination sounded to Su Jing like a child raising their hand hoping for candy. Is this really what a sales manager should say? It's embarrassing. She felt a flush on her face and doubted in her mind. Lu Yan lost his temper too, growling low. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Trying to steal my client? The atmosphere tensed instantly. But in the next moment, Tang Qian lightly applauded and smiled, tossing out the line. What Manager Zhou said isn't without reason. Everyone froze. What did Tang Qian mean? She calmly added, I am indeed very dissatisfied with Manager Lu, but I won't let personal emotions ruin a deal. Since manager Zhou is willing to step up and take responsibility, I can consider signing with him. The air exploded like oil catching fire. Su Jing was stunned. She never imagined a solution like this. Zhou Yang had just turned the situation around with one sentence. How did he do it? Zhou Yang pressed the advantage, speaking firmly. If any problems arise during the collaboration, Director Tang can contact me anytime and I will coordinate the resolution immediately. Good. Tang Qian's palm landed with a crisp sound. Almost everyone was dazed. Zhou Yang's words hit the client's pain points and offered a clear safety guarantee. It was a textbook example of salesmanship. Tang Qian looked at Su Jing meaningfully and said, Director Su, I think my choice was right. What do you think? Snapping back to reality, Su Jing finally smiled. Zhou Yang is a very capable employee in our department. He always thinks from the client's perspective and aims for a win-win outcome. Choosing him was indeed wise. Haha, that's good. Tang Qian laughed heartily. So what are we waiting for? Let's sign the contract. Thank you, Director Tang. Zhou Yang stepped forward and picked up the pen. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Yin standing nearby, on the verge of tears, and couldn't help but frown. Pressing the contract against his fingertips, Zhou Yang spoke in a low but commanding tone. Manager Lu, you know that signing contracts with clients is always confidential. There's nothing more for you to do here now. So why are you still standing around? Please leave. That one sentence cut deep, striking at Lu Yan's heart. Over the past period, Lu Yan had never stopped mocking Zhou Yang with sarcasm. But Zhou Yang had kept his composure and endured it all, waiting for this moment to turn the tables. Now at last, Zhou Yang was standing tall, ready to crush Lu Yan beneath his feet. Zhou Yang, you're ruthless, Lu Yan said through gritted teeth, his eyes cold and dark. Su Jing frowned anxiously. What are you two doing? Quarreling in front of the client is unacceptable. She forced the tension down and took control of the situation, saying firmly, Lu Yan, please step outside first. Lu Yan slammed the door on his way out. Immediately, a loud bang sounded from outside, as if something had been thrown. His anger radiated clearly even through the door. The atmosphere became awkward. Su Jing turned to Tang Qian and whispered, President Tang, sorry you had to witness that. Tang Qian remained calm and smiled lightly. It's normal. Given how unstable this salesperson's emotions are, I'm actually glad we didn't work with him. Zhou Yang had already signed cleanly, then put down the pen and added with a cheerful smile, President Tang, don't let a single dark cloud block your vision. Our whole department is actually full of warmth and camaraderie, a wonderful place. Please visit us often when you have time. Tang Qian laughed in response. Haha, will do. Su Jing exchanged surprised glances with Chun Shui nearby. In such an embarrassing situation, Zhou Yang had defused the tension so effortlessly. This guy was downright crafty. The contract was successfully finalized. After Lu Yin left, the office air seemed lighter, as if the sunshine outside had brightened a few degrees. President Tang, it's already noon. Why not come to the cafeteria for a simple meal? It's a chance to experience our food culture here, Su Jing invited. Sounds good. Tang Qian readily agreed. It had been a while since she saw Zhou Yang, and teasing him a little would be fun and relaxing. Although mealtime had passed, they had booked a private room that could be used anytime. The group walked out of the office together. The hallway was quiet. Most of the sales team were on lunch break. Lu Yin sat at his desk, eyes red and face sullen. The meal he ordered over the phone had ultimately become a gift for Zhou Yang's success. As Zhou Yang passed by, he raised an exaggerated eyebrow at Lu Yin with a mischievous grin. Manager Lu, we're heading to eat with the client now. Want to come join us for a bite? Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. The next second, Zhou Yang raised his voice with a mischievous grin. Oh hey, I just remembered Vice President Lu never deigns to go to the cafeteria. So no point forcing yourself. Su Jing frowned and lowered her voice to warn him. Zhou Yang, don't let the client see us bickering. But Tang Qian, amused by Zhou Yang's cheeky expression, laughed and said, haha, this guy really has a sharp tongue. Lu Yan's face darkened. Zhou Yang, it's just a meal with clients. Don't get too cocky. You'll regret it later. Fine, I'm looking forward to it. Zhou Yang shrugged and seized the moment to ask, by the way, Vice President Lu, you said you'd treat us all to a meal today. Don't back out now. I purposely saved my appetite this afternoon. With that, he hummed a tune and left the office. Tang Qian watched his retreating figure, smiling. He sure doesn't hold back with his words. Zhou Yang glanced back. Honestly, I'm pretty tame. He's always picking on me. Tang Qian chuckled again, seeing a goofy yet lively young man. Nearby, Su Jing quietly thought, there really is some kind of mystical chemistry. Tang's favoritism toward Zhou Yang is obvious to the naked eye. But since the client likes our salesman, I'm happy to go along with it. That evening, Lu Yin fulfilled his promise to treat everyone, but took the whole team to a nearby street food stall. The air mixed with smells of frying oil and beer as everyone laughed together, though Lu Yin drowned his worries in alcohol and got thoroughly drunk. Late at night, everyone returned home separately. To avoid any misunderstanding, Zhou Yang and Su Jing parted ways on the way back to their shared apartment. Zhou Yang got there first, half laying on the sofa teasing, feels like we're sneaking around like thieves. Su Jing put on slippers and sighed with relief. Don't sound so harsh, it's for work. She casually tied up her hair and asked, with a hint of playfulness, who should shower first, you or me? Zhou Yang rubbed his neck. Better if the boss goes first. He'll stand guard, so you don't get blocked by that weirdo like last time. Such a smart mouth. Su Jing snorted softly, grabbed her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. Just as the water started running, Zhou Yang's phone buzzed an incoming call from Gao Shuailin. Hello, Mr. Gao. The voice on the other end was excited, almost wired on adrenaline. Brother, your medicine really works. In less than a week, I'm full of energy, and all my test results at the hospital improved. Keep it up. Once you get through this month, the effect will be even better. You're a miracle doctor. I owe you a big feast someday. All right. Well, see, Zhou Yang chuckled and hung up. Expression comment had all gone as he expected. From behind the bathroom door, Su Jing's voice came. Zhou Yang, I want to ask you something. Zhou Yang walked up to the door. Please, boss. Have you met Tang Qian before? Once. No wonder, Su Jing mused. I think she seems to like you a lot. What kind of like? Zhou Yang asked. Hard to say. Su Jing spoke with a tone that felt like a sister's fondness for her younger brother, yet carried a subtle hint of ambiguous affection. Zhou Yang felt a shiver crawl up his scalp and quickly waved his hand. She's a CEO of a state-owned enterprise. There's no way she'd look at someone like me. Boss, you're seriously mistaken. How could I be wrong? Su Jing clicked her tongue and patiently analyzed the situation. Tang Qian has always been cold to everyone else, radiating a commanding presence. But the moment you speak, she can't help but smell a total 180 from her usual attitude. I just can't figure out what trick you're using. Zhou Yang put on a mysterious expression and leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice. Magic. Harry Potter's magic, woo woo woo. Get lost. Su Jing raised her foot as if to kick him. All right. Zhou Yang quickly retreated to the bedroom, pulled out his phone, and was about to turn it off and go to sleep when he saw a message from an unknown number. Zhou Yang, I want to talk with you. Since the sender called him by name, it was clear they knew him. Zhou Yang replied, Who is this? After a pause, two words appeared. Lu Qianqian. The next night, at Starry Bar. This exquisitely decorated bar belonged to the Gao Shuailin family business. Tonight, Gao Shuailin had invited Zhou Yang here, boasting he would treat his buddy to royal-level luxury. Zhou Yang had wanted to decline, but couldn't resist the enthusiasm and showed up. At 8:30, he stepped inside. By the bar, a female bartender skillfully shook and flipped a shaker, bright flames flickering briefly over the cocktails. Scattered tables hosted chatting or solitary guests. A spiral staircase led up to private rooms on the second floor. With half an hour left before the 9 o'clock appointment, Zhou Yang decided to find a random seat and wait. Sir, can I get you anything? A waitress in uniform approached. No, I'm waiting for someone, Zhou Yang replied casually, just about to turn away when her sudden exclamation froze him in place. Brother Zhou Yang? Under the dim bar lights, he recognized the delicate face. Big eyes, a high nose bridge, and fair skin. Yao Yao? Zhou Yang exclaimed with surprise. What are you doing here? Su Mingyao, Zhou Yang's childhood neighbor's daughter, 2 years younger than him. Childhood memories of fields, river bends, and the old locust tree were filled with her calling out brother, Zhou Yang, alongside sweets and laughter. She once said she wanted to marry him when they grew up. But when she was 14, her father passed away suddenly, turning their lives upside down. She dropped out of school to work in the county town. That night, she clung to him, sobbing she wanted to keep studying, wanted to attend the same university as him, wanted to stay by his side for life. But life pressed pause on all those dreams. Later, Zhou Yang went to university, and the distance between them grew. Su Mingyao became insecure and hardly dared to see him again, only occasionally visiting their hometown to bring packages to Zhou Yang's parents. Zhou Yang never happened to run into Hershey, seemed to avoid him on purpose. Are you working here? He asked gently. Her excitement instantly faded. She lowered her head, blushing, and nodded. Yes. Just then, a drunk patron at the next table slammed his hand on the surface impatiently, yelling, Hey, little girl, I asked you to bring me a drink. Where'd you go? Get over here. Oh, sorry, sir. He'll get the drinks for you right away. Su Mingyio's footsteps were hurried. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I'm going back to work now. Okay, go ahead. Zhou Yang saw her face flush red like a ripe apple and understood that she still found it hard to talk about working at a place like this. At the neighboring table, several middle-aged men with beer bellies and shiny faces were already drunk and started heckling. That girl's pretty hot. Hey man, you get all fired up when you see a pretty girl. Look at that figure. I wish I had some pills to keep going all night with her. Ha ha ha. You don't know when to quit. Their crude laughter grated on Zhou Yang's nerves. He wanted to get up to teach them a lesson, but thinking about Meng Yao working here and the trouble it would cause if there was a scene, he swallowed his anger for the moment. Just then, Su Mingyao carried a tray of vodka toward that table. As she got close, a cigarette-smelling greasy hand reached out to grab her from behind. Sir, what are you doing? She cried out and dodged, the tray wobbling. One bottle of vodka fell and smashed on the floor. Damn it. You broke our drink. Pay up. The blonde, middle-aged man shouted. You touched me first. Su Mingyao hurried to explain. Who touched you? Who saw that? He sneered and raised his voice aggressively. And what's with acting all high and mighty working in a place like this? I didn't even pull you to bed, just a little touch. What's the big deal? Another man chimed in. Brother Huang's got so many women. If he touches you, just be grateful it's a favor. Yeah, say thanks for Brother Huang's kindness. They all laughed loudly. Su Mingyao was both embarrassed and furious. You. What you? You broke the bottle, now pay up. I can't afford it. Her voice was barely audible. Can't pay? Hey, race away out. The man's eyes roamed over her chest with a lecherous grin. Keep us company tonight, and the drinks are on the house. You thugs. Su Mingyao stomped angrily. Quit the act. Brother Huang grabbed her roughly. Sit down, sit on my lap. No. Su Mingyao struggled desperately. Zhou Yang's anger instantly boiled over as he stood, but a man in a suit rushed over. What's going on? What's going on? Su Mingyao pushed off Brother Huang and hid behind him. Manager Zhang, they touched me, and I accidentally broke the bottle. But I really can't pay? Manager Zhang looked at Brother Huang and his friends, immediately putting on a professional smile. Gentlemen, this young lady just started and doesn't understand. Please forgive her. The bottle's on me. You'll pay? It's not about money. One thug narrowed his eyes, slammed the table, and pointed at Manager Zhang. Do you know who Brother Huang is? No, I don't. Manager Zhang continued smiling politely. You don't even know Brother Huang, and you're managing a nightclub around here? The man laughed mockingly and suddenly grabbed Manager Zhang by the collar. You don't know? Well, I'll make sure you do. Hey, fellas, let's keep it peaceful. This is a bar, after all, Manager Zhang said with a forced smile. What do you want then? Speak up. If it's doable, I won't say no. His grin was tight, but eager to please. The man with the blonde hair, clearly the leader, gave a sly sideways glance and lifted his chin arrogantly. Have that girl come join us for a few drinks. Then we're square. Manager Zhang nodded eagerly. No problem. Yao Yao, go keep the gentleman company for a bit. Behind the bar, Su Mingyao frowned. But I'm working right now. What's with your stubbornness? Zhang gave her a sharp look and lowered his voice, urging her. Come on, just a few drinks with the big guys. This wasn't the first time Zhang had seen these men around regulars with heavy backing, not to be trifled with. If it only took a few drinks to settle things, so be it. But Mingyao knew exactly what they implied. Sitting down meant enduring all kinds of unwanted advances. She hadn't made much money since debuting because she refused to sell herself that way. She had her principles and held tight to a childhood vow. She was going to marry Zhou Yang. Seeing him again tonight had her heart racing, and there was no way she would let herself be humiliated like this in front of him. Manager Zhang, if you make me go drink with them again, I'm quitting. Her voice trembled but was firm. Rebellious, huh? Zhang's face darkened. Quit then. No pay for half a month. That's not fair. I deserve my wages for the work I've done. Mingyao bit back. Dream on. If you want out, leave now. As Zhang spoke, the blonde gave a cold snort. No leaving. You broke our liquor today, so you drink with us. Otherwise, this isn't over. Zhang backed him up. You hear that? The guys say no leaving. Better go. Don't make it worse. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. The blonde swore and grabbed Mingyio's arm, trying to pull her closer. No. Let go. Mingyao shouted, tears welling up. You guys really want to die? Zhou Yang, who had been quiet until now, suddenly stood and strode toward the table. Let her go. Hey, man, don't interfere. Zhang hurried over. He figured Zhou Yang was just a fresh college grad, while these old hands had protection. Better not get involved. That a bar manager? Zhou Yang snapped. Watching your employee get bullied and doing nothing, even helping them? Who the hell are you? Get lost. Zhang blew his top. I'm doing this for your own good. How dare you call me names? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhou Yang. Mingyao cried out anxiously. This isn't your fight. Just go. To her, Zhou Yang was a pure intellectual, shouldn't get dragged into this filthy mess. Zhou Yang pulled her behind him protectively. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. I'm here. If anyone tries to harm you, they'll regret it. No way. This girl actually has a little lover. Huang Mao sneered coldly. Another thug lifted his chin and shamelessly chimed in. No wonder she's so fierce, it's because her lover's right here watching. Otherwise, she'd probably be the wildest of us all. Ha ha. Smash. The sharp crack of breaking glass exploded. Zhou Yang swung an empty beer bottle and hit the guy square on the forehead. Blood sprayed mixed with beer foam, shards tinkling to the floor. Damn it, he actually hit someone. Kill him. Huang Mao howled, and a few of his buddies overturned chairs and charged forward. Under the neon lights, their shadows stretched and twisted on the ground. Zhou Yang immediately pushed Su Mingyao toward a safe corner, then faced the onslaught of booze breath and flying fists. His pupils contracted sharply as his hard-earned combat instincts ignited in an instant. He stepped back, caught the incoming punch's wrist with his left hand, sharply bent it backward, and slammed the heel of his right palm into Wang Miao's elbow. A crack echoed, accompanied by a miserable yell as Wang Miao's arm bent grotesquely and the bottle slipped from his grip. The other three didn't have time to react before all charging together. Zhou Yang's feet felt nailed to the floor, his left foot rooted. He powered his waist and hips, then swept a heavy kick that sliced through the air. His right leg hit the side of the knife-wearer man's knee. The 200-pound thug crashed onto the next table, shattering chairs and wood. Using the rebound force, Zhou Yang leapt up, smashing the second guy's nose with his right elbow, blood gushing forth. Landing, his 5 fingers clamped onto the third man's throat like a vice, eyes bulging in sudden terror. 7 seconds. All down. So fast it seemed like a blur. Even Zhou Yang was impressed by his own speed. All that training lately really paid off. Suddenly, Huang Mao on the floor drew a folding knife. A cold flash cut the light as he stabbed toward Zhou Yang's lower back. Watch out! Su Mingyao shouted. Without turning, Zhou Yang's shoulder dipped slightly. He grabbed Wang Miao's wrist from behind and powerfully twisted it. The blade clanged, embedding 3 inches deep into the solid wood floor. Then he slammed a heavy punch into Wang Miao's face. Blood poured from his nose and mouth as he collapsed unconscious. The bar music stopped abruptly, the air thick with the smell of shattered glass and blood. Tables and chairs lay scattered everywhere. The patrons held their breath, staring at the chaotic scene in the center. Su Mingyao froze in place. She remembered when she was little, Zhou Yang was often punished by her grandfather to stand still, and she'd vaguely heard he was training martial arts, but she'd never seen him really fight until now. The scene played out like a slow-motion movie, making her heart race wildly. Zhou Yang, you're amazing, she said, eyes moist, rushing over to link her arm in his. That sense of protection made her stand tall for the first time in ages. Ever since her dad died, she and her mom had lived carefully and cautiously, never with this kind of confidence. In the corner, Manager Zhang watched nervously but secretly smirked. So this girl's boyfriend is such a fighter, no wonder she's so daring. But being tough doesn't matter. Huang Mao and his crew have some big boss backing them. If this blows up, one word from Gao Shualin and a few experts will show up to put an end to this punk. Determined, he straightened his belly and walked over, loudly issuing an ultimatum. You just smashed up a lot of stuff in this bar, you have to pay for it. And you injured someone. So the medical bills are on you too. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, are you blind? They started the fight and broke the stuff, why should I pay? Manager Zhang stood firm, yelling loudly over the whispers. Don't talk nonsense. I saw you hit people and smash our bar. Listen, this place belongs to the Gao Group. Young Master Gao Shualin will be here tonight. If you pay up quietly and make peace, it's good for everyone. But if you act stubborn, nobody can protect you. Seeing that Manager Zhang was backing them up, the few men clutched their wounds and shouted aggressively. Kid, you can fight. Huh? I'm telling you, you're in big trouble today? Zhou Yang sneered, his eyes glancing over the shattered glass on the floor as he said to Manager Zhang in a low voice. Are you sure you want me to pay for this? You have to pay. Manager Zhang yelled, slapping the bar counter loudly in response. All right, name your price, Zhou Yang said calmly, raising a hand. Brother Zhou Yang. Su Mingyao stepped beside him, speaking softly but stubbornly. It's clearly their fault. Why should we have to pay? Tears of grievance trickled down her cheeks. She knew she had caused trouble for Zhou Yang, and felt both guilty and helpless. Zhou Yang gently patted her shoulder and spoke in a soothing tone. Mingyao, don't worry, it's okay. But Su Mingyao only felt more heartbroken. But they're so unfair. Before she could finish, a flood of pent-up sorrow overwhelmed her, and she buried her face into Zhou Yang's chest, silently sobbing. Manager Zhang put his hands on his hips and looked around at the smashed bottles, overturned stools, and the marble table cracked into pieces. The chaotic scene made his voice even louder. This is unbelievable. You want me to settle accounts? Fine, they'll give you an invoice. He counted off with his fingers one by one. The table, marble top, 18,000. The gold-plated chairs, 16,000. Plus liquor loss, lighting damage, cleaning fees, roughly adding everything up, the total soared past 300,000. Hearing that astronomical figure, Su Mingyio's face went pale. After years of working, she hadn't even saved 30,000 in cash, let alone 300,000. Manager Zhang, the tables and chairs aren't worth that much. She argued through her tears. This is my bar. Manager Zhang adjusted his tie angrily. I say the price, and that's final. And I haven't even made you pay for my emotional damage, yet I'm attached to that furniture. Okay, 300,000, huh? Zhou Yang sneered, his eyes cold. I don't have that kind of money right now. What do you want me to do? Are you kidding me? Manager Zhang roared. Don't think you can fight me and scare me off. If you don't pay, Mr. Gao will teach you a lesson when he arrives. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from the doorway. A clear voice rang out. Who's talking about me? Gao Shualin entered the hall under intertwined lighting and shadows. Ah, boss, you're here. Manager Zhang instantly wore a sycophantic smile and hurried forward. Gao Shualin scanned the messy scene, his brow furrowing slightly. What happened here? Manager Zhang rushed to explain, boss. Tonight we ran into unreasonable customers. Some guy said too much while drinking and got beaten by a young guy. He nearly wrecked the whole bar. Is that so? Gao Shualin gritted his teeth. Who did it? I'm sorry, boss. It's all my fault. Suddenly, Su Mingyao stepped forward and bowed her head in apology. She knew of Boss Gao's background and realized things would only get worse if they didn't take responsibility. She hoped he would spare them. Gao Shuilin glanced at her. Despite her swollen, red eyes, her features remained delicate. Raising his chin, he asked, "Is she the one who hit those guys? How could a girl take down those greasy guys?" Zhou Yang stepped forward half a step, voice low. "Of course, it was me. What the hell are you saying to our boss?" Manager Zhang pointed at Zhou Yang, outraged. In the light, Gao Shuilin squinted and took a closer look at Zhou Yang's face. His previously tense expression instantly melted away, replaced by delight and familiarity. "Brother, so it's you." He strode forward, clapped Zhou Yang on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Well done. Haha, well done." Everyone was stunned by the scene. Su Mingjio's mouth fell open, too shocked to wipe her tears. The blonde thugs holding their bruised stomachs stood frozen. Manager Zhang looked as if had been struck by lightning, frozen stiff. For a moment, sweat poured down Manager Zhang's face like rain. "Bro, I had no idea you were so tough with your fists. You smashed all this." The bar was dim and hazy, but Gao Shuilin looked like head just struck gold, his eyes shining with excitement completely unlike the furious bar owner who just got his place trashed. "Don't make stuff up. I didn't smash any of this." Zhou Yang raised his hand to point at a few bruised and battered blonde guys nearby. "They did." "You're lying." The blonde guy roared hoarsely, trying to push back with sheer intimidation. Gao Shuilin shifted his gaze to Manager Zhang standing nearby, his voice cool. "Who did this?" Sweat beaded on Zhang's forehead as he stammered. I didn't get a good look." "You're not fooling anyone." Zhou Yang sneered mercilessly, cutting him off. "Just now, you claimed I wrecked this place and tried to blackmail me for 300,000. Wait, what?" Gao Shuilin blinked in surprise. "Yeah." Zhou Yang counted off the damages. "Broken tables and chairs, a few bottles of booze, and he wants over 300 grand from me. You'd think this place was some black market joint." "Damn." Gao Shuilin cursed under his breath, beckoning with a finger at Manager Zhang. "Come here." Hey. Zhang forced himself forward. "You really don't care about keeping this job, huh?" Gao Shuilin grabbed his ear and twisted hard. Then, fueled by anger, he drove his knee harshly into Zhang's gut. "Ah!" Zhang doubled over, clutching his stomach, gasping in pain, nearly collapsing. "Boss, what are you doing?" Zhang's voice trembled. "What am I doing?" Gao Shuilin slapped him sharply again. "You try to cheat my brother? Next thing you're gonna try and screw me, the boss?" Never. Zhang quaked. "Boss, I was wrong. I didn't know he was your brother." Not knowing isn't an excuse to cheat. Zhou Yang shot a cold glance. "If I paid 300 grand, how much of that do you think would have gone to the business?" That hit home. The bar sales were already middling at best. Gao Shuilin could barely break even flipping the books now and then. Zhou Yang's words revealed the truth. These leeches were bleeding the place dry. "Brother, you woke me up with one sentence." Gao Shuilin patted Zhou Yang's shoulder, then grabbed Zhang by the hair and yanked him down. "Now pack your things, get out." Zhang dared not resist, clutching his face as he staggered out of the hall. Seeing this, the blonde gang grew restless and stomped up to Gao Shuilin. "Hey boss, what's the deal? He spoke up for us customers, and you kick him out? Who's gonna come here after this?" "So what do you want then?" Gao Shuilin's eyes were icy. "That guy of yours hit us," the blonde said, gesturing to his bandaged arm. "You need to pay for the drinks and medical bills, or he'll smash up your bar." "Easy," Gao Shuilin said flatly. "You all go to the hospital right now. He'll cover all your expenses." The group exchanged sly looks, a gleam in their eyes. "Boss is generous. Let's go." They helped each other and moved toward the door. "Stop." Zhou Yang's shout cut through like a blade, freezing them in place. "What now?" The blonde turned angrily, eyes blazing. "Did I say you could leave?" Zhou Yang advanced step by step. "Get back here." "What the hell? You seriously think you're invincible?" The blonde hissed, lowering his voice threateningly. "You know who I roll with? I'm letting this slide today, but go ahead and pray all you want, it's on you if you dare talk to us like that. You're seriously asking for trouble." The blonde guy had a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth, his curses cutting sharply through the booming music in the bar. Behind him, 3 henchmen brandished beer bottles, bluffing as if ready to jump at any moment. At the bar, Gao Shuilin reached out to stop Zhou Yang, lowering his voice. "Brother, let it go. Peace keeps the business running smoothly." But Zhou Yang's tone was cold and resolute. "No way. This isn't something you can just let go. My friend was humiliated by them, and that debt has to be paid." "What? Your friend was humiliated?" Gao Shuilin looked surprised. Zhou Yang gestured toward the blonde and his gang, lowering his voice even more. "Those guys broke things and groped my friend. When she refused, they pushed even harder. I only stepped in because of that. Otherwise, would I be fighting in your bar?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Gao Shuilin suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. "I got so caught up in calming things down, I forgot to ask why. You guys definitely can't leave." The blonde sneered and stepped forward. "Boss Gao, you're trying to make a living here. I suggest you keep things peaceful. Do you know who my big brother is?" "Who?" Gao Shuilin raised an eyebrow. "Brother Bao from the Chow family." The blonde straightened proudly, clearly enjoying the name drop. "Never heard of him," Gao Shuilin said calmly, shaking his head. The blonde slammed his beer bottle onto the table. Doesn't matter if you haven't. But if you mess with us today, you won't walk away in one piece. All right, so brother Bao, huh? Tell him to come have a word with me. Gao Shualin rolled his eyes and pointed at the blonde. But before we talk, your guys owe my friend an apology. You little punk, don't push your luck. The blonde snarled. No apology? Zhou Yang bent down to pick up an empty beer bottle and flicked his wrist, the shards sparkling in front of everyone. Boss Gao, sorry, but I might have to throw down in your bar again. The blonde and his crew paled instantly at the memory of being knocked down by a single punch moments ago, their breathing uneven. Apologize or not. Zhou Yang pressed forward, the bottle's mouth inches from the blonde's nose. Gritting his teeth, the blonde turned to his men, lowering his voice. Don't eat this loss now. Apologize for now. Wait for brother Bao to come handle them later. Fine. They reluctantly forced out an apology. Louder. Zhou Yang snapped. Sorry. They reluctantly shouted, voice raised. Zhou Yang's eyes grew colder as he stepped closer. Get down on your knees and apologize. Silence fell like ice. Damn, Gao Shualin muttered, surprised. Even the onlookers exchanged glances. This demand was harsh. Bro, they apologized already. Let it go? Gao Shualin tried again. Insincere apologies don't count. Kneel. Zhou Yang's voice was icy. The blonde's fury erupted as he lunged forward, but the beer bottle flew from Zhou Yang's hand with a bang, shattering against one henchman's face. The man screamed and backed against the wall, clutching his wounds. Don't hit, don't hit. Well, kneel. The blonde grabbed his men. What did I say? A real man knows when to bend. With no choice, the henchmen dropped to their knees. Not to me, but to my friend. Zhou Yang motioned towards Su Mingyao nearby. Their faces paled again. Turning, they bowed their heads to Su Mingyao, murmuring, sorry. The spectators inside the bar sighed in relief. These bullies who usually ran wild around here were finally getting their comeuppance. Get out of here. Gao Shualin waved them off. The blonde helped his injured teammate, looking miserable as they slunk away. Once they disappeared, Gao Shualin relaxed and patted Zhou Yang's back. Man, you're ruthless. First time in my bar, and you've already fought a few customers and forced my manager to quit. That manager? You fired him, right? Zhou Yang shrugged. Wasn't it your tip-off? I realized the guy was greedy and couldn't stay. Gao Shualin chuckled. Zhou Yang sighed. These days, anyone with power tries to squeeze the last drop. With your bar, who knows how much that guy skimmed off? A clean manager would make a big difference. Got anyone in mind? Gao Shualin asked eagerly. Yeah. Where? Introduce her to me. Far away yet so close. Zhou Yang nodded towards Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao was startled. Before she could even speak, Zhou Yang took the lead, turning to introduce her to Gao Shualin. Yes. Boss Gao, she's a childhood friend of mine, solid character and highly capable. If you're willing to train her, she'll definitely be able to hold the reins on her own. Gao Shualin laughed heartily, his rough voice teasing. So she's your childhood sweetheart. All right, since you've vouched for her, they'll give her this chance from today on. She's in charge of this bar. I don't think I'm ready. Su Mingyao instinctively hesitated, never having held such a high position before. My brother says you're capable, so you are. Gao Shualin patted the table with a hearty tone. Managing a bar isn't too difficult, but it's not easy either. The key lies in cost control and attention to detail. They'll have the managers from other shops come over to guide you for 2 months. Once you're familiar with all the procedures, just report any emergencies immediately, and someone will handle them. Su Mingyao considered for a moment and nodded. Sounds doable, actually. Your seat decides your mindset. Gao Shualin wiggled his fingers. When you sit in a position, your brain naturally adapts to it. Zhou Yang encouraged her smoothly. Boss Gao is right. It's not your ability that's lacking, but the opportunity. Mingyao, work hard alongside him, and you'll definitely make a name for yourself. Warm enthusiasm surged in her heart, and her eyes sparkled. Boss Gao, my foot. Gao Shualin cut in, slinging an arm over Zhou Yang's shoulder. We're good brothers here. Just call me Shuage from now on. Zhou Yang smirked secretly at how shameless this guy was but played along. All right, Shuage. With Shuage backing you up, he tossed the words to Su Mingyao. Feel free to give it your all. Ha ha, absolutely. Gao Shualin turned to Su Mingyao. Your name's nice, I'll call you Yao Yao from now on. Remember, as long as you act with integrity and sit upright, no one dares mess with you on my turf. You're a woman my brother trusts. Even I wouldn't dare bully you, ha ha ha. Those words settled in, and Su Mingyao's confidence swelled. She looked warmly at Zhou Yang, silently thinking, it's good to have someone you can rely on. Then Gao Shualin clapped his hands. All right, everyone, listen up. There was a little hiccup earlier that might have affected your mood. So all the drinks served before are on the house. The boss is generous. The hall erupted in cheers. He then called the staff over. You all, come here, we'll have a quick meeting. Everyone followed him into the back lounge. Standing firm, he announced, I just made a new appointment from now on. This bar is managed by Miss Su Mingyao. Let's give her a round of applause. The staff, having overheard the earlier conversation, applauded warmly. Though Su Mingyao was new, with Zhou Yang's muscle and the boss close friends backing, no one dared question her. Everyone knew the real task was to do their jobs well. Less than half an hour later, the meeting ended, and people dispersed to continue their work. The overturned tables and chairs in the hall had been cleaned up, and music resumed playing. Habitually, Su Mingyao picked up a tray and bent down to collect empty bottles. Zhou Yang quickly grabbed her hand. Yao Yao, you're the manager, now how can you still be doing this? Zhou Yang was right, and Gao Shaolin waved her over. Come here, have a drink with the two of us. Great. Su Mingyao was thrilled as she sat down at the table to drink with Zhou Yang and Gao Shaolin. At that moment, her heart swelled with pride. She never imagined that someone as unremarkable as her, a low-level worker, could one day become a manager and share drinks with the big boss. The bar's disco ball spun, colorful beams flickering across the tables, yet her eyes remained fixed on Zhou Yang with a mix of reverence and gratitude. The three chatted casually, golden liquid clinking in their glasses. After just 10 minutes, the alcohol was only beginning to warm their tongues. Bang! The heavy metal door was kicked open. Damn it, who's the boss here? A rough shout thundered like distant lightning. A burly man strode in first, followed by a dozen others, including Huang Mao, bandaged around his head. Someone pointed at Zhou Yang's booth. Brother Bao, the bar boss is over there, and the kid who beat people is there too. Brother Bao stood nearly 6'3", broad and stocky, with a fierce full beard and cold eyes glaring wide. He raised a hand. Cut the music. The DJ immediately silenced the speakers. Everyone at the bar and the tables went quiet, their stares fixed on Gao Shulin's group. Brother Bao approached with heavy steps, towering as he glared down and shouted, "My brothers came to your bar to drink, and look what your men did to them. What do you have to say for that?" Gao Shuilin looked up calmly, voice measured and steady. "Your brothers were harassing my staff in my bar, how do you respond to that?" He was from a powerful corporation. Though not involved in underworld affairs, he was not easily intimidated by thugs. Brother Bao snorted coldly. Bars are full of patrons. Alcohol flows freely, who can guarantee nothing goes wrong? If you're open for business, you can't be afraid of trouble. Well then, hey, raise my stance. Gao Shuilin raised a brow. Your people got hit by us. What are you going to do about it? Before anyone could react, a female bodyguard stepped forward from the shadows. Her tailored suit hugged a toned, agile figure, her muscular calves and thighs clearly defined beneath specially crafted stretch fabric that wouldn't tear during sudden moves. Brother Bao sneered at seeing a woman step up. What, you want to fight me? Zhou Yang finally spoke. Your name's Bao? Huang Mao, emboldened by his backing, blurted. Do you even know if you can call my big brother by his name? Zhou Yang's expression remained cold and indifferent. Bao, I'm the one who hit your brothers. Take it up with me. It has nothing to do with anyone else or this bar. Gao Shuilin frowned, quietly urging, brother, don't provoke trouble. They'll handle anything that happens in my bar. Zhou Yang gave a reassuring look. Don't worry about it. He stood and faced Brother Bao squarely. So what do you want? Bao's voice hardened. You hit my brothers and made them kneel to apologize? You better come up with 100 or 80,000, or don't even think about it. Oh look, all tough guys from the underworld just know how to shake people down for money. Zhou Yang mocked. Bao stormed forward another step, his massive frame radiating menace. You know how to talk, or should I teach you? At the same time, Gao Shulin's female bodyguard stepped up half a pace, unflinching as she stood protectively in front of Zhou Yang. The tension in the room spiked sharply. A fight was about to break out at any second. Just then, a voice rang out. Oh, Brother Bao, don't be so harsh. Through a gap in the crowd, a woman stepped forward. She was tall and slender, her skin pale and almost icy white. A crop top outlined her graceful upper body, while a pair of denim shorts showcased her long, slim legs. It was none other than Lu Qianqian. The Starry Night Bar was located on a bustling street lined with clubs. Lu Qianqian often frequented nightlife spots and had come out with a few close girlfriends to relax tonight. Passing the entrance, she caught sight of a white Cadillac parked outside, the license plate strikingly familiar. She pulled out her phone to check, no doubt, it belonged to Zhou Yang. After confirming, she found an excuse to split from her friends and slipped inside alone. The bar was dimly lit, and with the recent scuffle outside, Zhou Yang's attention was fixed on the other group. He didn't notice Lu Qianqian. She quietly settled into a side booth, intrigued as she watched him. Not only was he handsome, but he exuded a rugged masculinity that made her heart flutter. Still, Zhou Yang was drinking with Su Mingyao and Gao Shualing, so she held back from revealing herself. Only when a Bao and his group barged in, the tension escalating, did Lu Qianqian finally speak up. Who are you? A Bao furrowed his brow, anger simmering but somewhat softened by the woman's presence. My name is Lu Qianqian. I often visit the Huangchao Club, and am quite close with your brother, Longu, she replied confidently. Oh, you know my big brother? A Bao's tone immediately softened. Yes, I also know your three brothers Long, Hu, and Bao all work with Elder Qiao. My friends have always admired you, Lu Qianqian added, raising her hand in a mock toast. Flattered by the compliment, a Bao chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. You're too kind. But, miss, I have some business to handle here. They'll treat you to a drink once I'm done. Lu Qianqian took the opportunity. Brother Bao, if I may be so bold, Zhou Yang is a friend of mine. Could you please show some mercy? She wasn't sure if a Bao would agree to spare him, but it was better to try than not. Miss, your friend is quite bold. He beat up some of my brothers, we can't just let that slide. A Bao waved the beer bottle in his hand. But for your sake, I can go easier on him. And what punishment are you thinking? Lu Qianqian asked. Make him kneel before me, and each brother he hit gets to slap him once. Then it's settled. A Bao laid down his bottom line. Is that considered light? Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. If you hadn't spoken up, I'd have torn off one of his arms. A Bao's glare turned cold. His blonde henchmen cracked their knuckles eagerly. Kid, you hear that? Brother Bao's already being merciful, get your ass on your knees now. But Zhou Yang suddenly chuckled softly. So you're all Elder Qiao's men. Zhou Yang, you know Elder Qiao too? Lu Qianqian was taken aback. How dare you speak my big brother's name so freely? A Bao exploded in rage. Lu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize, chaos was about to erupt again. She hurriedly said, Brother Bao, my friend means no disrespect. But Zhou Yang had already pulled out his phone and dialed Elder Qiao. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhou, it's been a while. What wind has blown you here? Qiao Yuliang had now been discharged from the hospital and was resting at home. Every time he thought back to the brush with death he'd just had, he couldn't help but quietly thank the person who had saved his life. That afternoon, as he lounged on the sofa soaking up the sun, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Zhou Yang. Hey, big brother Qiao. Zhou Yang's calm voice came through the phone, tinged with coldness. Some of your men didn't exactly handle things honorably tonight. Oh, Qiao Yuliang was taken aback, his beard twitching slightly. What happened? Your guy Abeo let his men cause trouble at my friend's bar. I had to put them in their place, and he even threatened to take off one of my arms. That kind of behavior is a bit too much, don't you think? That bastard. Qiao Yuliang shot up from the sofa, anger making his breathing heavier. He had been thinking about how to get on good terms with the miracle doctor, but now his men dared to stir up trouble behind his back. Mr. Zhou, this is a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple family turning against family. It's all our fault. Please don't be angry. He'll deal with them immediately. After promising this, he slammed down the phone, his face turning dark and terrifying. At the same time, outside the bar cloaked in night, Abeo stood arrogantly at the entrance, flanked by Huang Mao and several subordinates. Huang Mao brushed off his sleeves with a sneer. Brother Bao, look at that guy pretending like he's the real deal. I almost believed him. Even us low-level guys can barely get a meeting with Master Qiao, but he's acting like a big shot? Exactly. Another thug joined in jeering. Brother Bao, he's just bluffing. Let's deal with him directly. Abeo clenched his fists until the joints cracked and stepped forward toward Zhou Yang. Not far away, Lu Qianqian's expression shifted, and she whispered urgently, Zhou Yang, run. Gao Shuailin subtly signaled the female bodyguards to block Zhou Yang if things got dangerous. Su Mingjio's eyes reddened with worry as she rushed up to Zhou Yang's side, ready to use herself as a shield. Just as Abeo's fist rose halfway, his phone vibrated suddenly. The caller ID read boss. He hesitated, then quickly answered, Hey boss. On the other end, Qiao Yuliang unleashed a torrent of rage. Are you out of your mind? Big brother? What's wrong? Abeo was instantly stunned, his face going pale. This was the first time the boss had been this furious, and he nervously swallowed hard. Qiao Yuliang's voice cracked like a firecracker. Mr. Zhou didn't escalate things, and even called me personally. If you really throw down with him, who stands to lose is anyone's guess. Apologize to Mr. Zhou right now in a way that satisfies him. If he's not satisfied, I'll deal with you myself. Yes, he'll do it right now. After hanging up, Abeo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The phone rang again right away. It was Big Brother Along. Abeo, what the hell are you doing? You dared to mess with Mr. Zhou? You trying to kill the boss with worry? Along hissed low, no matter what, make sure Mr. Zhou is happy. Remember that. Got it. Abeo nodded fervently, wiped his sweat, and took a deep breath before turning toward Zhou Yang. By now, Su Mingyao and the female bodyguards had formed a tight protective circle around Zhou Yang, muscles tense like springs. But just as Abeo reached Zhou Yang, he suddenly collapsed to his knees with a loud thud. Everyone was shocked. He bowed his head and bent forward, his voice hoarse but clear. Mr. Zhou, I was blind before and offended you. Please forgive a lowly man's mistake and calm your anger. Then with another thud, Abeo knelt before Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I really didn't recognize your true status. Abeo no longer showed any trace of his earlier arrogance. With a forced smile, he bent forward and apologized, his voice trembling with fear. Please, don't stoop to my level. Zhou Yang looked up, his tone calm but firm. Now tell me, how are you going to handle the fact that your group offended my friend? We deserve it. Abeo suddenly turned around and shouted at Huang Mao and the others. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Mr. Zhou right now. Although Huang Mao and the others didn't fully understand the situation, seeing their boss on his knees made them instantly realize Zhou Yang was no ordinary man. Recalling his intimidating skills from earlier, They felt a chill down their spines and almost simultaneously fell to their knees. Mr. Zhou, we were wrong. Mr. Zhou, please forgive us for our mistakes. Zhou Yang's gaze turned icy. Slap yourselves. Huh. Huang Mao was stunned. Don't understand? Abeo roared impatiently. Mr. Zhou wants you to slap your own faces. Uh-huh. Huang Mao braced himself and slapped his own cheek. The others quickly followed suit, dozens of palms landing one after another with dull thuds. Minutes later, their faces were swollen and marked by clear handprints. Lu Qianqian had been thinking of how to help Zhou Yang out of this mess, but now she was dumbfounded. Her own skills were useless in front of him. Su Mingyao looked equally surprised, the whole group of veterans kneeling and apologizing in unison. What on earth was Zhou Yang's background? Haha, brother, didn't expect you had connections like this. Gao Shuiling clapped Zhou Yang on the shoulder teasingly. Why didn't you ever tell me? I have no connections. Zhou Yang replied coolly. The calmer he was, the more inscrutable he seemed to Gao Shuiling and the others. Seeing Abeo's knees going numb and his body twitching on the ground, Zhou Yang said, Get up. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Abeo felt like he had been pardoned, bowing several times before the rest quickly rose and lined up. Abeo cautiously asked, Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied now? Satisfied with what? Zhou Yang asked in return. We offended you earlier. Do you really hold grudges against us? No. Zhou Yang nodded. His vague response confused Abeo even more, but he dared not ask further and forced a smile. So, can we go now? You may leave. But before that, pay the compensation. Zhou Yang's tone was steady and unhurried. What compensation? Your guys broke tables and chairs and spilled drinks. Plus, you have to compensate my friend's bar for reputational damage. Zhou Yang said evenly. Huang Mao broke into a sweat. What are you talking about? Zhou Yang shot back coldly. Do you think breaking someone else's bar is free? Huang Mao almost blurted out you were the one who broke it, but stopped himself at the last second. Abeo hurriedly spoke. Mr. Zhou, we will pay. Just name the amount and I'll cover it for them. Zhou Yang considered for a moment. I'm not sure of the exact losses, but tables, chairs, and drinks probably cost tens of thousands. Add reputational damage, so let's say no more than 100,000 yuan. What? Huang Mao exclaimed. Shut up. Abeo yelled, then turned back with a forced smile. 100,000 it is. I don't have that kind of cash on me though, Mr. Zhou. Can you give me a card number, and I'll have someone transfer it? Zhou Yang nodded at Su Mingyao. Give him your bank info. Okay. Su Mingyao took out her card and let them take a photo of it. You have 2 hours for the money to be transferred. Zhou Yang said coldly before dropping the ultimatum. If not, today's business isn't over. All right, all right. Abao nodded rapidly, sweat forming on his brow. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. It won't take 2 hours. Fine, then you guys can go first. Zhou Yang lifted his chin, signaling them to leave. Yes, yes. Abao didn't dare linger any longer, fearing Zhou Yang might change his mind. He hurriedly motioned for his men to exit the bar. Outside, the cold wind blew. Huang Mao muttered, Brother Bao, isn't 100,000 yuan way too much? Slap. A sharp smack landed across his face. You think it's expensive too? Abao's anger flared. Out of everyone to piss off, you dare mess with my big brother's life-saving benefactor? That 100,000 is just pocket change to Mr. Zhou. Wait, Mr. Zhou saved Qiao Laoda's life? Huang Mao covered his face, suddenly realizing, no wonder Qiao Laoda was so furious. He's more than just a lifesaver. Abao squinted. Tell me, who recently ended up hospitalized from a fight? I did. Me too. 2 underlings raised their hands. Jiangren Hospital, right? Yes, yes. Many of the new medicines that hospital uses come through Mr. Zhou's connections, Abao said quietly. For minor injuries, you need meds. For life-threatening conditions, you rely on him. Got it. Only then did the others feel regret creeping up. Brother Bao, we really screwed up today. Huang Mao complained. Cut the crap. Abao glared. Find a way to earn back that 100,000 for me. Yes, sir. Back inside the dimly lit bar, Gao Shualin draped an arm around Zhou Yang's shoulder, chuckling. Bro, you asking for 100,000 right off the bat? Hat's hardcore. Those tables and chairs cost barely 10,000. Gotta teach them a lesson. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, then turned to Su Mingyao. Mingyao, once the money's in, cover the bar's damages first. The rest is yours. Brother Zhou, I can't take that. Su Mingyao hurriedly waved her hand. Take it whether you want it or not. Gao Shualin patted the bar counter. My bro's not hurting for money anyway. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. He's not short, but I am. This money isn't for Mite's compensation for you. You didn't have it easy just now. Take it, treat the staff to a good meal, and buy more stuff for your aunties all alone back home. The girl's beautiful eyes welled up with tears as she looked down, choked up. Brother Zhou, thank you so much. You're still being polite with me? Zhou Yang lifted his hand and gently ruffled her hair. Gao Shualin leaned against the bar, sighed, but smiled. I invited you guys to celebrate, not to cause a scene. Come on, let's switch places. I'm treating. Forget it, it's late. I should head back. Zhou Yang glanced at his watch. Su Mingyao parted her lips, wanting to invite him to her place after work, but her eyes caught the clock on the wall past 11. Her heart sank. Maybe Brother Zhou already had a girlfriend waiting anxiously at home. Seeing this, Gao Shualin clapped his hands. Another time then. We'll definitely have a proper night out soon. Then he waved over to the female bodyguard. Xiaoqing, see Mr. Zhou home. He's had a few drinks, can't drive. No need, I'll call a driver. Zhou Yang waved him off. Zhou Yang, I didn't drink today. I can be your driver. Lu Qianqian stepped forward, licking her lips and winking at him. My driving skills are excellent. You're back so soon. Everything okay? Zhou Yang asked. No worries. I wasn't planning to go out tonight anyway. Just happened to see your car and thought I'd stop by. Lu Qianqian replied with a smile. Zhou Yang, who's this lady? Su Mingyao asked with a teasing tone. Oh, just a neighbor, Zhou Yang said casually. Right, a neighbor. So it makes perfect sense for me to give him a ride home, Lu Qianqian said, raising an eyebrow for emphasis. Okay, I won't insist then. Be careful driving, beautiful. My buddy's had some drinks, don't make him throw up. Gao Shualin joked, eyes lingering on Lu Qianqian's long, fair legs. Don't worry. If he pukes, he'll make sure he pukes on me. Lu Qianqian laughed heartily. Well played. Gao Shualin laughed along. After a brief farewell, Zhou Yang followed Lu Qianqian out of the bar. The night breeze smelled of alcohol. With a turn of the car key, they climbed into the white sedan. Lu Qianqian fussed with the seat and safety belt for a while before the car finally lurched away from the curb. You said you were a good driver? Zhou Yang leaned back in the passenger seat, watching this pale-faced rebel with interest. My driving skill isn't that kind. Lu Qianqian muttered, gently pressing the accelerator. Zhou Yang frowned, but didn't press further. His mind wandered back to the last time at Bai Lu's place. The girl's bold move stayed vivid, even down to the car model she mentioned. Lost in thought, he was startled when Lu Qianqian suddenly swerved into a dim, narrow alley. The lights were dull and the walls cracked. What are you doing? Lost. Zhou Yang scanned the desolate surroundings, puzzled. Not at all. Lu Qianqian dropped the tough act, her smile bright and innocent. I just wanted some time to talk to you alone. What could we possibly talk about? Zhou Yang asked casually. Sighing, Lu Qianqian looked at him seriously. Zhou Yang, I really need to thank you. For what? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about Big Head and his crew being a hidden filming gang. She recalled. Luckily you found those obscene videos on their computer, or I'd have been caught up in it. But weren't you already caught up before? Zhou Yang teased. No way. Lu Qianqian shook her head. We had only just become official, barely even held hands. He invited me home several times, but I never went. Her eyes dropped, voice softer. Luckily I didn't, because those kinds of people, they're disgusting. You talk like you're so high and mighty. If you hang with those people, you're no better, Zhou Yang scoffed. How can you say that to me? Lu Qianqian's nose reddened. We're from the same village. Even De Fei, who you fought, is from there. The three of us. Oh, childhood friends, huh? Zhou Yang teased. Don't joke about that. She turned away irritably, eyes quickly watering. I dropped out of high school and have no diploma. Finding decent work in the city is impossible. My grandparents are sick, and their medical bills drain most of my income. I've worked as a delivery rider, designer, even real estate sales, but the money never covers the drugs. In the nightlife, I pretend to be a princess, just trying to get some extra tips without letting anyone cross the line. At that point, she lost her bravado, tears glistening. Zhou Yang's heart constricted, surprised that this seemingly wild girl had such a painful past. What about your parents? He asked gently. No idea. Lu Qianqian wiped her tears, but held her head high. Grandpa and Grandma raised me. When I asked about them, they told me to forget them. They're not worthy of being parents. Zhou Yang sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. For what? For what I said earlier. I didn't know you had all this going on. It's okay. You didn't know? She sniffed, forcing a smile. By the way, you're good at fighting. Who taught you? You took out people bigger than you in seconds. I've practiced since I was a kid, Zhou Yang replied. So you must be pretty strong too. Lu Qianqian's curiosity sparked. She reached out to pinch his arm. Wow, looks lean, but you've got solid muscles. Not bad, Zhou Yang answered coolly. Then your chest muscles must be even better. Her hand slid down inside his collar. Zhou Yang was caught off guard by her sudden move. What's there to be shy about? You're a man. Lu Qianqian was unabashed, her fingers exploring his chest. Wow, feels really powerful. Her words spilled out as her hands kept moving. Minutes passed, and the air grew tense in the car. Her gaze grew dreamy as she leaned into Zhou Yang's arms, pressing her bright red lips to his. Heat flared, intoxication stirred his senses. Memories of that night in Bai Lu's house flashed through his mind. But moments later, all restraint shattered. He wrapped his arms tightly around Lu Qianqian's slender waist and kissed her deeply. 1 hour later, in a dimly lit alley, Zhou Yang got out of the car. Inside the car, Lu Qianqian's cheeks were unusually flushed. She leaned back in her seat, gazing contentedly at his retreating figure, teasing. Zhou Yang, I didn't expect your driving to be even better than your fighting. Zhou Yang looked up at the moon, but said nothing. Lu Qianqian straightened her clothes and walked over to his side, patting his shoulder gently. What's wrong? You upset? No. Taking advantage and acting innocent. Lu Qianqian laughed heartily. Zhou Yang murmured, I didn't expect it was your first time. First time? So what? Everyone has a first time. At least mine wasn't lost in some dirty place. She shrugged, seeming completely unfazed. Zhou Yang sighed. Get back in the car. If we don't head back soon, dawn will break. The two got back in and rode in silence, the tension thick enough to suffocate. Lu Qianqian thought Zhou Yang was staying in by Lu's rented apartment, so she drove back to her own neighborhood and parked downstairs. Why are you still so quiet? She peeked at him. Don't worry, I'm not going to cling to you. I don't even like you. I just lost control earlier. From now on, you do your thing, they'll do mine. Bye, I'm going to sleep. With that, she pushed the door open and got out, waving goodbye with a carefree stride. But the moment her back was turned, her pretty face immediately clouded over with sorrow, tears gleaming in the corner of her eyes. Hey, Zhou Yang suddenly called out. Lu Qianqian stopped and took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she turned toward him. What? Your boss got hauled to the police station by me. You don't have a job now, right? A flash of worry crossed her eyes, but used to putting on a strong front, she quickly laughed. Jobs are easy to find. They'll look for another. Zhou Yang said. All right, hey Race, what'll do? We'll talk to that guy. You start working at his bar. He'll get you a high-paying position. I still have some influence. Lu Qianqian's tightly pressed lips began to tremble, and tears finally fell. Since she was a child, she never accepted help from anyone. When classmates bullied her, she bit back her anger and endured it silently, then later found someone from another class to fight back for her. That's when she realized that no one in her world pitted her or helped her. If she wanted to avoid being bullied, she had to be stronger than everyone else. Otherwise, she would only suffer endless humiliation. She chose to be stronger. So she spent her days hanging around campus gangs, learning to smoke and fight at a young age, her grades plummeting until she dropped out. Even after all these years, she still believed her world had no kindness. She had to be fiercer than anyone else to protect herself from harm. Her arrogant, domineering appearance was her sharp armor. People like Tu and Lu Dafei were just her tools and weapons. She never had real feelings for any of them. But Zhou Yang was different. At first, she thought Zhou Yang was a more formidable weapon, someone she could approach and use to her advantage. But once she got close, she found herself sinking deeper step by step. Being with Zhou Yang, she experienced what it meant to be helped for the first time. Other men always took from her, but Zhou Yang never asked for anything. Instead, he quietly shielded her from the storm. That warmth left her almost at a loss. Lu Qianqian lowered her head, lost in thought. Seeing her quiet for so long, Zhou Yang teased, "What's wrong? I kindly introduced you to a job, and you're still not satisfied?" She quickly waved her hand. "No. Then what is it? I've never had anyone properly recommend me a job before. They only gave me dirty work." Her voice was touched, rare for her. Haha. Zhou Yang laughed. "So you mean you agreed?" Lu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. "I want to see what kind of job first. I'm quite picky." Zhou Yang smirked, silently thinking, stubborn as always. "What about tonight? Want to come to my place?" Lu Qianqian suddenly changed the subject. "I really don't want to see you sleeping at that Bowtie's place again. She's not there." Zhou Yang half joked. "She hasn't come back for a long time. Aren't you curious? Moved out." "Yeah, then stay at mine tonight." Zhou Yang laughed out loud. "Trying to wear me out? Have mercy, my back is killing me." Lu Qianqian grinned mischievously. "But if I could try that Bowtie's bed, maybe I'd put in extra effort." "What's wrong with your brain?" Zhou Yang waved his hand. "Tonight I'm crashing on your couch." "No nonsense." "Okay then." The next morning, Zhou Yang showed up at the office with dark circles under his eyes. He had only planned to take a shower last night, but ended up going all out with Lu Qianqian until the early hours. "Zhou Yang, General Manager Su wants to see you in her office." Secretary Chen Shui tapped on his desk. "Oh." He knocked and entered, politely asking, "General Manager Su, you wanted to see me?" "Close the door." Su Jing didn't even look up. Once the door was closed, Su Jing lowered her voice. "Where did you go last night?" Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned. Expecting business talk, he didn't expect a personal question. "Gao Shuilin dragged me to his bar. Ran into some childhood friends, and had a bit of a scene. Basically, quite an eventful night." Su Jing sighed. "A playboy like Gao Shuilin, we hang out with him? He's actually pretty straightforward." Zhou Yang shrugged. Su Jing frowned, clearly not pleased. Zhou Yang tactfully reminded her, "General Manager Su, this is a private matter of mine." Su Jing was caught off guard, a flicker of awkwardness passing over her face. She had barely slept the night before. Lately, every time she returned to that small two-bedroom apartment and found Zhou Yang wasn't there, a hollow emptiness gnawed at her. She recalled how before, living alone in a whole villa was no problem. She tried to convince herself it was just because there was no one to cook or clean, so naturally it felt lonely. But the truth was, whenever she couldn't see Zhou Yang, she lost sleep. She looked up and finally said the same words as always, "Zhou Yang, do you really think I enjoy meddling in your private life?" Su Jing said, "You're currently serving as the acting sales manager of the city sales department, and also the special coordinator for the RD department's latest project. You're juggling two positions, so you need enough energy to handle both. But you stay out all night, wandering around aimlessly, wasting your energy. How do you expect to do your job well?" In the brightly lit office, the cool-toned lights highlighted her expression with crystal clarity. She crossed her arms, her gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed directly on Zhou Yang opposite her. Zhou Yang felt a chill on his scalp from her stare and unconsciously scratched the back of his neck. "They'll be more careful from now on," he said, but before finishing, he couldn't hold back a huge yawn. "Look at you." Su Jing frowned deeply, her voice cold as ice. "If you can't discipline yourself, then as your superior, I have to intervene. Now tell me clearly, how are you going to improve? If I'm not satisfied with your answer, they'll have to suspend you for reflection." Su Jing is really a strong-willed woman, Zhou Yang thought bitterly, but he dared not show it and quickly straightened his tone. "They'll pay more attention to my words and actions. Keep disciplined, go to bed earlier, and get up early. Every night, they'll cook dinner for you, Su, and clean the place, then prepare breakfast for you first thing in the morning." "Who asked you to say all that?" Su Jing shot him a sharp look, her eyes full of disdain, though a barely noticeable smirk tugged the corner of her mouth. She quickly composed herself, returning to her usual calm demeanor. "You said it yourself, so you have to follow through." "Yes, Director Su. Now get back to work." Su Jing waved her hand. "Got it." Zhou Yang practically dashed out the door. In the corridor, he bumped into Zhao Xing holding a glass of water. The girl pursed her lips slightly, her eyes curious. "I see you've been visiting Director Su's office a lot lately. No wonder everyone says you're her favorite." "Nonsense. I'm just getting scolded." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and turned into the pantry to make coffee. Zhao Xing blinked her long lashes, clearly enjoying the show. "Hey, our manager Zhou getting scolded? That's unusual." Seeing no one else around, she quietly followed him into the pantry. "Why the scolding?" she asked. "Not feeling well, just tired." Zhou Yang replied with a weary expression as he grabbed his coffee cup and sat on a high stool, absent-mindedly tracing the cup's rim with his finger. "That just shows Director Su really cares about you." Zhao Xing pouted, her tone dripping with mock sweetness. "By the way, what were you up to last night? Didn't get much sleep?" Zhou Yang frowned at the reminder of his exhaustion, but maintained his manners. "Yeah, a bit worn out. I can help you relax." Zhao Xing licked her lips softly, her voice dripping with honeyed softness. "How exactly?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, half curious, half resigned. Zhao Xing glanced around to make sure no one else was there, then took a step closer and deliberately tugged down her collar. The pale skin of her chest swayed just within his line of sight. "Guess what color I'm wearing today?" Zhou Yang had fought non-stop through the night and had no interest in any distractions today. He said, "Zhao Xing, this is work timido. You really think this is appropriate?" The break room was filled with the bitter aroma of freshly ground coffee, but his brow remained furrowed. His mood was already tense, and Zhao Xing's persistent teasing only made it worse. She was petite and captivating, the kind of woman any man would find hard to resist, but right now all Zhou Yang could think about was the mountain of work piled up on his desk. On top of that, the hallway bustled constantly with co-workers passing by. If anyone walked in on them acting so close, it would surely cause a scandal. "Zhou Yang, what's wrong?" Zhao Xing pouted, sounding hurt. "I was just joking because I saw you looking so down. Was it really necessary for you to be like this?" Zhou Yang took a deep breath to calm himself. "Sorry, I really need some quiet right now. I'm sorry." He picked up his coffee cup and turned to leave, leaving Zhao Xing standing there, her long curls trembling slightly, her large, moist eyes shimmering with tears. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Zhou Yang left work early as planned and stopped at the market on his way home to pick up the freshest vegetables and spare ribs. Back in his rented apartment, he put on an apron and the water ran as he began cooking, chopping, blanching, stir-frying. 4 dishes and a soup came together in one smooth flow. Su Jing had a meeting tonight and probably wouldn't be home until around 9, so he timed everything to start cooking at 8:30 sharp. At exactly 9, the aromas filled the air. Zhou Yang removed his apron and splashed his face with cold water just as his phone suddenly rang. The screen showed an unknown number. "Zhou Yang, didn't expect it to be me, did you?" Came a cold, menacing voice through the receiver. "CFO?" Zhou Yang frowned. "May went to the US. Lu Wei has made everything clear. Why are you still bothering me? Why won't you just disappear?" CFO gritted his teeth. "Zhou Yang, after everything disgusting you did to me, do you really think he'll let you off that easily?" The videos of Zhou Yang and Tang Yumei together, whether on the bed or sofa, haunted CFO's mind like a nightmare he couldn't shake, replaying relentlessly even when he woke up in the middle of the night. The only way to end his torment was to get rid of Zhou Yang. Recently, he had become obsessed, constantly plotting revenge with Xie Yong. Last time, he hired Lu Dafei to make a move, but Lu got soundly beaten by Zhou Yang. Lu had declared Zhou Yang's fighting skills were formidable. After several considerations, CFO came up with a new plan. Throw Zhou Yang into an underground black market fighting ring. Zhou Yang might be tough, but I don't believe a normal guy can survive against professional fighters. He raged internally. Most of those fighters were ex-convicts who had survived brutal conditions in prison, bloodthirsty and wild inside their iron cages, with enforcers guaranteeing their fights to the death. For CFO, this was the cleanest, simplest solution. "What is it you want?" Zhou Yang's tone was icy. "What do I want?" "Ha ha ha." CFO sneered. Lu Weiss in my hands now. If you want to see her, come find me otherwise. Tonight, I'll make sure she suffers till the end. Zhou Yang gave a cold laugh. Are you serious? What century do you think this is? Threatening me with Lu Wei? Do whatever you want to hurt hat's got nothing to do with me. Xie Feng seemed to have anticipated Zhou Yang's reaction and suddenly let out a cold, sharp laugh. I heard you've been getting pretty close to Zhao Xing lately. Are you two together now? The mocking laughter from the other end of the phone stung Zhou Yang's heart sharply. He knew Xie Feng still held a grudge against Zhao Xing back when Xie Feng first won her over. They hadn't even spent a full night together before that incident at the club tore them apart. Since then, Xie Feng had been secretly watching Zhao Xing's every move. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yang forced himself to keep his anger in check. That brat Zhao Xing has no eyes. She broke up with me and then got involved with you. Xie Feng snarled fiercely. I'm not happy about it. So tonight, I dragged her along too. Tonight, I'm gonna have some real Funaani against Wo game, huh? Hearing Zhao Xing's name sent a jolt through Zhou Yang. He might have been able to excuse troubles with LV Wei, but Zhao Xing was innocent here. Just earlier that evening, he had turned cold toward her, planning to apologize in person another day, but hadn't gotten the chance. Now, ending up trapped by Xie Feng because of himself, his guilt deepened. Xie Feng, you're playing a dangerous game. Keep this up, and all that's waiting for you is the abyss. Zhou Yang warned sternly. Xie Feng's actions were bordering on kidnapping a serious matter. Haha, Zhou Yang, I can tell how much you care about Zhao Xing. Xie Feng detected the panic in his voice. Relax, tonight you come over, let's talk. If I'm satisfied after that, I'll let both of them go with you, and I won't bother you anymore. And what exactly do you want to talk about? Zhou Yang asked coldly. I want a sincere apology from you, face to face. That's all, Xie Feng said decisively. Seriously? Zhou Yang pressed. Seriously, Xie Feng confirmed. Zhou Yang sneered inside. Only a fool would believe you. It was clearly an ambush, but he had no choice but to meet him. Right now, Zhao Xing and LV Wei were pawns in Xie Feng's hands. Tang Yumei had once revealed that Xie Feng, spoiled since childhood, was emotionally fragile and prone to extremes, so if he didn't go tonight, he might anger Xie Feng and put Zhao Xing in danger. Wait a moment, I'll think about it. Zhou Yang hung up and quickly dialed Zhao Xing, but her phone was off, confirming Xie Feng's words. Fine, send me the address. I'm coming, Zhou Yang said, calling Xie Feng back immediately while warning, I've told my friends my whereabouts. If anything happens to me tonight, they'll call the police. Haha, you're such a scaredy cat. We're just gonna talk. I want to do a thing to you. 10 o'clock tonight, Menghu Club. They'll be waiting. Xie Feng gave the location. Okay, Zhou Yang replied briefly, then ended the call. He quickly looked up Menghu Club online, a boxing gym in the suburbs, about a 40-minute drive. It was already past 9, so he had to leave immediately. After changing into casual clothes, Zhou Yang rushed out and drove straight toward the club. At exactly 10, he appeared punctually at the club entrance. The surrounding area was full of old apartment blocks, with sparse streetlights casting fragmented shadows that made the long street feel especially desolate. Menghu Club occupied a private 4-story villa, its yard filled with luxury cars, neon lights flickering against the otherwise quiet neighborhood. 2 young security guards stood at the gate. What's your business? Got an entry pass? One asked, stepping forward to block him. Entry pass. I'm here to see someone. Zhou Yang replied. No pass, no entry. The guard stated firmly. A burly, broad-shouldered man stood on the steps at the entrance of the villa, wearing a tight-fitting black tank top that showed off his heavily tattooed arms and neck. He blocked the way and asked in a low, hoarse voice, Who are you looking for? I'm here for Xie Feng. He asked me to come, Zhou Yang replied, looking up. Let him in. The big man waved his hand. Yes, Shangu. 2 security guards quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang followed closely behind the big man, asking as they walked, Where's Xie Feng? Master Xie is inside. Follow me, Shangu called back. They passed through the foyer and past an intricately carved screen, and suddenly the space opened up to reveal a hidden underground boxing arena. Bright spotlight beams focused sharply on the ring in the center, casting a cold white glow. 2 shirtless fighters faced each other, fists and feet flying. The dull thuds of punches hitting muscle, mixed with the sharp scent of blood, filled the air, exciting the crowd. The stands were packed to capacity. Shouts, screams, and roars echoed nonstop. In front of the ring, electronic screens in the betting area flickered with fluctuating odds, the red and blue columns jumping up and down. Crash! A deafening sound exploded as one fighter slammed the other down forcefully onto the canvas, his neck twisted at a terrifying angle. His eyes rolled back, limbs twitching. The announcer raised his microphone, roaring, Congratulations. Vampire TKO victory. Bettors who backed Vampire erupted in cheers, while the losers clutched their heads, wallets seemingly emptied. Upstairs, in the best view private box on the 2nd floor, Lu Wei and Zhao Xing sat facing Xie Feng. Both women wore visibly annoyed expressions. What exactly did you call us here for? Lu Wei demanded first. Xie Feng squinted and smiled slyly. You both are my ex-girlfriends. Don't you have any lingering feelings? Ugh, disgusting. Zhao Ziying spat without hesitation. Xiefeng kept smiling, but it was cold and dark. You just don't appreciate me. I treated you so well, yet you both ended up with that bastard Zhou Yang. So, you brought us here just to hear this nonsense? Zhao Ziying frowned. In fact, Xiefeng had deliberately driven them both out from their company this morning and quietly brought them here, without saying a word about the reason. Of course not, Xiefeng said just as his phone vibrated. He answered, Master Xie, Zhou Yang has arrived. Shan Guest's voice came from the other end. Follow the plan, Xiefeng ordered quietly. Once it's done, pay the remainder to you and the fighters immediately. Got it, Shan Gu responded quickly. After hanging up, Xiefeng turned back with a triumphant grin. Ladies, I invited you here today to witness a great show. He raised his hand, pointing at the full-length glass wall facing them. Look down there. A fighter you both know will be entering the ring soon. Meanwhile, in the huge, luxurious private room at the center of the second floor, about a dozen top-tier gamblers lounged around plush sofas, stacks of chips piled like mountains on the table. Bets here casually reached millions, or even tens of millions. The club owner, Ding Gang, personally attended them, politely offering cigarettes and pouring drinks, his smiles tinged with flattery. The most eye-catching person in the room was a stunning middle-aged beauty. Her curly hair flowed over her shoulders, her delicate brows and eyes complemented by porcelain skin. She wore a tight, red evening gown that hugged her exaggerated hourglass figure, the high slit running all the way up to her thigh, revealing elegantly crossed long, snowy legs. Ding Gang smiled and leaned closer. Miss Jean, you've skipped betting the last 2 matches. Not finding a fighter you like. Boring. No fun. Jean Annie yawned lazily. Ha ha, Boss Ding, you're something else. Jean Jie's been here more than once or twice, you know how she is. When Jean Jie picks fighters, she only cares about looks. A loud, hearty laugh exploded through the private lounge. Luo Wei, dressed sharply in a tailored suit but sporting a thick beard, pointed down to the ring. Look at those fighters, each one's ugly as sin. Jean Jie'd never go for them. The woman in question, Jean Annie, sat in the center of the sofa. She wore a perfectly fitted deep red gown, her makeup flawless, but her eyes held a chilling, unapproachable coldness. Her background was the subject of many rumors, the most credible being that she was involved with some powerful underground boss who already had a family, so their relationship had to be kept secret. Another darker rumor said that the boss was seriously injured in battle and couldn't have children, so although he kept Jean Annie, he never made her official for fear of losing face. True or not, these stories combined to create one undeniable fact. No one dared get close to Jean Annie. She wasn't just mysterious, she was ruthless. Stories said she had a twisted psyche fueled by unfulfilled desires, and paired with a face even more stunning than the hottest actresses. Everyone in the underworld agreed. The prettier the rose, the sharper the thorns. To this day, no man had ever been linked to her, and even a whisper of scandal. I say, Luo Huzi, can't you shut up for once? Jean Annie looked up, her icy glare cold as forged steel. Luo Wei's smile instantly froze. He awkwardly waved his hands. Jean Jie, don't take it personally. I'm just trying to lighten the mood, a joke. That's all. Splash. Jean Annie lifted her wrist, and without hesitation hurled a glass of amber whiskey right into Luo Wei's face. The liquid dripped down his thick beard and soaked into his collar. You try to lighten the mood? Joking at my expense? You want to die? Her beautiful face flashed anger, radiating the sharp dominance of a queen. Wrong, wrong. Jean Jie, I'm sorry. The top dog Luo Wei immediately dropped to his knees on the carpet, banging his head repeatedly. Remember, he was on par with Li Jihao and only slightly below Qiao Yuliang. Normally, he was an unchallengeable boss in front of others, but faced with Jean Annie, he was utterly terrified. Annie, don't be mad. We're here to have fun, don't spoil it. Gao Shualin beside them smiled, holding his glass and trying to smooth things over. He frequented places like this and even recruited his bodyguard Wei Qingluan, a female fighter from the black market boxing ring, from just these kinds of scenes. Wei Qingluan now stood behind him, arms crossed, eyes sharp, ready to give professional betting advice at a moment's notice. Jean Annie snorted coldly. All right, Xiao Gao, I'll let it slide this time just for you. Thanks a lot, Annie. Gao Shualin lifted his glass. This drink's on me. He drained it with a tilt of his head. Noise came from outside the private room. Li Jihao frowned and looked down. What's going on? Is someone being dragged onto the ring? Everyone froze, then headed to the wide second-floor windows together. Under the lights, one fighter stood ready at the corner of the ring, but on the other side, 2 staff members were dragging a young man onto the platform. He wasn't wearing professional boxing gear, just ordinary casual clothes. She was being forced up the stage. That was Zhou Yang. Earlier, the burly man Shan Gu said he'd take Zhou Yang to see Xiefeng, but when passing the ring, he coldly declared, rules say you gotta fight first if you want to meet someone. Zhou Yang didn't believe this last-minute rule and tried to refuse, but Shan Gu and his men forcibly brought him along. Shan Gu had taken a huge bribe from Xiefeng and had to get the job done. Meanwhile, the opposing pro fighter had also quietly been paid by Xiefeng with one order. Don't let Zhou Yang leave the ring alive. Holy crap! Gao Shualin shouted in shock. That's my brother, me brother. Your brother? In the private room, everyone turned to look at Gao Shualin. Gao Shua, what kind of brother is he to you? The club owner raised an eyebrow and asked. He's a good friend of mine. Gao Shualin raised his hand to signal. How did you guys get him up on the ring? He doesn't know how to box. The owner was also puzzled. He's a doctor, not a boxer. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Ashan. Ashan, what's going on in the ring? Ashan, having taken CFO's money, had to cover for it. Boss, he's a boxing enthusiast. Earlier, he was shouting at the fighters from below. We persuaded him to get up there to add some spice to the match. We've had challengers before. It's normal. Okay, but watch the safety, the boss reminded. Since Gao Shualin said the guy was a friend, they needed to show some respect. Don't worry, the fighters will just mess around with him. Ashan laughed as he added, people can bet on this too. The odds are way off. The boxing enthusiast is almost guaranteed to lose. Consider it a perk for the bettors. After hanging up, the boss clapped his hands. Gao Shua, your friend calls himself a boxing fan and dares to challenge our fighters on the ring? That's trying to cause trouble. Of course, we have to let him fight. Otherwise, people will think our boxers aren't strong. Gao Shualin frowned deeply. He didn't understand why Zhou Yang would come looking to ruin the show. But remembering how that guy had taken down 4 or 5 thugs alone in a bar, it made some sense. You said people can bet on this match? He asked. That's right. The boss pointed to the big screen. The odds are here. Bet whatever you want. The boxing fans' chances of winning are slim, and everyone's betting on our heavy hitter. Just a bit of excitement. I'm betting on my friend to win. Gao Shualin raised his hand to place the bet. Wei Qingwan whispered a warning. Boss, the fighter opposite looks fierce. Your friend might. Even if he loses, I'm betting on him. He's my friend after all. Haha, that's loyalty. Li Jiuhao laughed heartily. I love it when Mr. Gao charges in despite the danger. I'm betting on the heavy hitter. Jean Annie, who had stayed silent so far, suddenly joined in. I'm betting on the boxing fan to Weenie want to cheer him on. Everyone turned to look at her. Gao Shua bets on his friend, we get it. But what about you, miss? Jean Annie shrugged slowly. That boxing fan looks refined and handsome Emmy type. They exchanged glances. Money definitely buys you freedom. On the ring, the spotlight dazzled. Zhou Yang was half pushed, half led by Ashan and another staff member to the center of the ropes. His face flushed with anger as he shook off their grip. I'm here to find someone. Why are you dragging me up here? Ashan shrugged casually. Our rules say anyone doing business here has to show themselves on stage. You have to fight. What rules? That's nonsense. Zhou Yang turned to leave the ring. Hey, once you're on the ring, you have to fight. That's the rule. The heavy hitter behind him spoke up. Ashen and another crew member acted at the same time, forcibly pushing Zhou Yang into the center of the ring. Brother, you're not leaving. You have to fight this match. Ashen lowered his voice, his tone ruthless and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Zhou Yang clenched his teeth, his gaze icy cold. Don't push me. If you came here, you follow the rules. Otherwise, you're pushing us. Ashen sneered darkly, then made a gesture to the host below the stage. The host immediately shouted excitedly. This is a warm-up match, red corner heavy hitter versus black corner boxing enthusiast. Odds are outplace your bets. Kid, take this punch. The heavy hitter roared, his thick arm like a hammer smashing toward the back of Zhou Yang's head. A ruthless fighter bred in the underground black market ring. Every attack he threw was deadly intent. Zhou Yang heard the sharp whistle of the punch cutting through the air, and his heart sank. He twisted his body just in time, narrowly dodging the heavy blow. But the opponent gave no break. A sweeping leg came screaming in for his head. Zhou Yang, having spent these days in brawls, instinctively raised his forearms crossed in front of his eyes. Bang! The heavy impact traveled down his arms. The powerful kick forced him back several steps. His wrists felt numb and sore. The black market fighters really are terrifying. Zhou Yang cursed inwardly. This was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. I'm not here to fight, he shouted loudly, turning to leap off the stage. Trying to run? No chance. The heavy hitter lunged forward, delivering a kick to where Zhou Yang landed, forcing him back into the ring. Then a spinning kick whipped up a gust of wind, smashing hard into his abdomen. Zhou Yang raised his elbow to block again, but was still slammed into the fence, the iron mesh rattling violently. Just as he steadied himself, the heavy hitter launched a straight punch. Boom! The fist smashed solidly into his stomach. Zhou Yang's chest tightened, waves of pain crashing through him. He nearly vomited on the spot, dropping to one knee in a cold sweat. The heavy hitter pressed his advantage mercilessly, raising both fists high in provocation. The gamblers below roared wildly, calling out his nickname. For the fighter, this moment was the best chance to show off skills and boost his value. In the VIP box, LV Wei and Zhao Xing were suffocating with anxiety. CFO, how did you trick Zhou Yang onto the stage? Are you trying to get him killed using someone else's hands? Stop the fight now. They rushed to the door, only to find it locked from the outside. What a touching show of loyalty. CFO leaned back on the sofa, sneering as he swirled the champagne in his hand. If I were Zhou Yang, Having two beauties like you caring for me I'd say dying tonight in the ring would be worth it. Ha ha ha. Xiafeng, you're despicable. Zhao Ziying shouted angrily. Open the door. Who do you think you are? Even if you got out, what could you change? Xiafeng squinted at the ring, his voice icy cold. Tonight, Zhou Yang will either die or be crippled. In another private room, Gao Shaolin was extremely nervous. Damn, this heavy hitter really goes all out. He stared fixedly at the ring through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Wei Qingluan added urgently, Boss, every move from this heavy hitter is lethal. I think he's trying to kill Mr. Zhou. This can't be allowed. Gao Shaolin slammed the table, splashing tea everywhere, then turned angrily to the club owner. Call your fighter off immediately. If anything happens to my brother, you'll regret it. On the other side of the room, Li Jiuho leaned back on the sofa and sneered. Young Master Gao, you can't chicken out now. Your brother volunteered to step in. Now the guy's going all out, and you want to stop it? Everyone's placed bets. You're interfering with the match. My brother should be allowed to give up, shouldn't he? Gao Shaolin gritted his teeth. Haha, it's not up to you, Li Jiuho shrugged. Jean Annie stood with arms crossed, frowning deeply, sighing softly. He's handsome, but lacks skill. I might as well have thrown my bed into the water. Wei Qingluan glanced anxiously at the ring. They can't keep fighting. Someone's going to die if this continues. At the center of the ring, Zhou Yang was clutching his abdomen with one hand, kneeling on one knee, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He looked completely spent. Gao Shaolin's heart raced. Zhou Yang wasn't just a friend. He was his personal doctor, the only one who could treat him going forward. If something happened to him, forget about rebuilding his strength. No, this match has to end. Gao Shaolin grabbed the club owner by the collar. Call your people, no immediately cancel this damn fight. The Tiger Club owner had powerful backing too. Being grabbed like that, his face darkened. Young Master Gao, you're putting me in a tough spot here. Li Jiuho calmly interjected. Exactly, young Master Gao. Black market boxing has its own rules. On the stage, you fight with everything or not at all. Besides, with so many bets placed below, you can't just call it off. Where's the club's reputation then? Brother Hao's right. The owner gave Li Jiuho a thumbs up. Damn it, Gao Shaolin roared, turning to Wei Qingluan. Xiaoqing, get in the ring and protect my brother. Yes. Wei Qingluan charged out the door. Hey, young Master Gao, this isn't your turf. You don't get to do whatever you want. The owner's face went icy. Before he could finish, several burly bouncers blocked the doorway, physically stopping Wei Qingluan. As tensions rose, a scruffy man nearby shouted, Whoa, what's that guy doing? Everyone looked over to the ring, where Zhou Yang was pounding himself violently with his fists. He alternated between punching his chest and poking pressure points on his thigh, arm, and armpit with his fingers. Everyone was baffled. Is he crazy? Murmurs spread through the private rooms. The heavy hitter on the ring was stunned, then broke into a mocking laugh. Holy shit, did I beat sense into you? Brother, no need to hurt yourself, I can cripple you just fine. Ha ha ha. Laughter and jeers erupted from the crowd below. But the next second, the heavy hitter's smile froze. Something strange, something he'd never seen before, was happening right in front of his eyes. Zhou Yang's veins bulged all over his body, especially around his neck and arms, standing out sharply as if he had just pushed his body through an extreme workout. His muscles swelled in an instant, his skin flushed a deep reddish tone like after drinking, and an intense, primal ferocity radiated from him. In the center of the ring, Heavy Gunner was only 3 or 4 meters away. Feeling this sudden change up close, a chill ran down his spine. The audience below barely noticed anything unusual about Zhou Yang, while those in the VIP boxes couldn't make out any details. I told you, don't push me. Zhou Yang suddenly threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar, like a sleeping lion awakening. The roar echoed through the arena, instantly silencing all the laughter. The air felt as tense as a tightened rope. He stepped forward, each footfall landing like a heavy hammer, causing the platform to tremble slightly. Damn bluffing, huh? Heavy Gunner grit his teeth and cursed lowly, he'll kill you. Before he could finish, he suddenly swung his fist with fierce force, his punch cutting through the air straight at Zhou Yang's face. But before the fist could land, Zhou Yang's right leg whipped out like a crack of a whip. Bang! His kick struck Heavy Gunner in the abdomen, sending the man flying backward several meters. His back slammed violently against the barrier, which buzzed from the impact. Heavy Gunner felt as if someone had smashed his gut with a blunt weapon. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, collapsing limply. In an instant, the entire arena fell deathly silent, followed by a wave of stunned gasps. What the hell? No one could make sense of what had just happened. A boxing enthusiast had knocked out the battle-hardened Heavy Gunner with a single kick? In the VIP box, Gao Xiaolin's blood boiled with excitement as he slapped the table and laughed loudly. My brother's amazing. He turned to the club owner. I told you to stop, but you didn't. Now there's a huge upset. Haha, we're making bank. This feels awesome. The odds for this match were wildly uneven. A Zhou Yang victory paid 300 to 1. A Heavy Gunner win was just 1 to 300. Most people had assumed Heavy Gunner was a sure thing, hence the outrageous payout. Gao Xiaolin had bet 100,000 yuan and instantly earned 30 million. Jean Annie had bet 50,000 and profited 15 million. This guy is a legend. Jean Annie exclaimed, bitter about betting too little. Meanwhile, Li Juhai's face looked like he had swallowed a fly. Though he hadn't bet much, he never expected such a clean defeat. In the next VIP box, CFone was even worse off. He placed a huge bet on Heavy Gunner to win, and 1 million yuan vanished in an instant. Zhao Ziying and Lu Wei were equally shocked. Their impression of Zhou Yang was that of a gentle and refined man. Who would have thought he could take down a professional fighter with just one kick? Brother Sean, what's going on? CFone called Ashen, furious and desperate. Isn't your fighter the best? How did he lose to some amateur? Ashen was just as furious and had lost money too. How should I know? By all logic, he shouldn't have lost. Maybe Heavy Gunner underestimated him and got caught off guard by that lucky kick, seriously injuring himself. CFone lowered his voice. Brother Sean, we can't just let this match fall apart today, can we? Of course not, Ashen said coldly. You paid me, so we'll take care of things. There are still plenty of tough opponents ahead, and we have a wheel battle rule. His tone turned icy. I won't let him leave the ring alive. The next moment, a tall and bulky boxer jumped onto the ring. The announcer on the sidelines shouted loudly. The performance of the boxing enthusiast was incredible. Now, we're kicking off the battle royale. This boxer will face off against Frank, the undefeated meat grinder from Siberia, with a flawless record of 30 wins. Odds are posted. Place your bets now. The gong rang out sharply, signaling the official start of the second match. Zhou Yang wanted to step down and regroup, but the surging power unleashed by the Golden Scale secret technique churned wildly inside him, making it impossible to stay calm. Was desperate to fight. Compared to the previous opponent, the meat grinder was even more terrifying. Nearly 2 meters tall, muscles coiling like iron ropes, charging forward like a raging bull. The crowd frantically placed bets during the brief wagering period. Zhou Yang's odds remained steep but improved to 1 to 1.5 after his last victory. In the VIP box, Gao Shulin struggled to contain his anger. Since when did it become a battle royale? The club owner smiled coldly, eyes gleaming without warmth. Someone challenged us, so it's a battle royale. We're counting on our fighter to knock Zhou Yang out and save face. Place your bets. 30 seconds countdown. Li Jiuhua stared at the big screen, snorting. I don't believe that kid will get lucky twice. I'm betting on the meat grinder. Considering Zhou Yang had already fought once, and with Frank's physique and record far superior, Li Jiuhua bet heavily, trying to recoup his losses. Gao Shulin gritted his teeth. Trying to kill my brother? I won't believe in bad luck. I'm betting everything on my brother winning. Young Master Gao, I'm with you. Jean Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she focused on the ring. You've got a brother worth admiring. Thanks, Sister Annie. If he really wins, I'll take him over to your place to celebrate. The betting window closed, and everyone held their breath. At the center of the ring, the meat grinder roared towards the sky and charged like a fierce tiger, swinging a heavy punch that could smash a calf's skull, aiming straight for Zhou Yang's face. But Zhou Yang saw the opening. He suddenly ducked, narrowly letting the wind from the punch graze past his ear. His right fist lunged like a spear, striking the vital point at his opponent's chest and acupoint capable of instantly disrupting the heart and lung rhythm. A muffled thud followed. Frank's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. He staggered back, clutching his chest and gasping heavily. Then he dropped to one knee, body shaking. Zhou Yang stepped forward, fingers sinking into the back of Frank's head, and with a gentle shove. Boom! Like a small mountain, the meat grinder crashed heavily to the floor, making the ring tremble. The crowd erupted again. If the last time was luck, then this could it still just be luck? At that moment, everyone's opinion of Zhou Yang did a complete 180-degree turn. The crowd around the ring suddenly erupted. Someone shouted, unbelievable. He won again. The Wonder Kid. The Wonder Kid. The Wonder Kid. Thunderous cheers poured in from all directions, as if they might tear the ceiling off. Zhou Yang stood in the brightest spotlight at center ring, sweat dripping down his jaw. For the first time, he truly savored the feeling of being surrounded by thousands of fans. Holy crap. Holy crap. On the opposite side of the stands, CFone was nearly losing it, furiously swiping on his phone to call Ashan. After ringing for what felt like forever, Ashan finally picked up, sounding annoyed. What now? What is it? He was just as agitated. Had lost too much money tonight. What do you mean what now? How can your fighter be so fragile? CFone shouted in frustration. I should be asking you. Who exactly did you bring here? Playing dumb to trick me? Ashan snapped back angrily. That guy's just an ordinary person. Clearly, your fighter can't take a punch. CFone bit his lip. He'll settle this with you later. Ashan slammed down the phone. The next second, the club owner's number popped up. Ashan took a deep breath and answered. Ashan, what's going on? How is this boxing enthusiast so damn good? The owner's voice was low and tense. Boss, this kid is playing dumb, but he's way stronger than we expected. We were all fooled. But it's okay, he's already fought 2 rounds. His stamina must be dropping. I'm setting him up for a third, and we still have tougher fighters lined up. We'll take him down for sure. Hurry up. We have to put an end to him. Yes, boss, Ashan said firmly. In the center of the arena, the MC raised his microphone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our boxing enthusiast has shown incredible skill. Now he's about to face his third challenger. More importantly, finally has a name. Let's shout as loud as we can the Wonder Kid." The crowd erupted like a powder keg ignited, fists pumping and feet stomping, voices nearly hoarse from shouting. Everyone loves an underdog story, the hero rising up to defeat the giants, and Zhou Yang was exactly that. An overlooked ordinary guy had just knocked out two terrifying opponents and was ready for the third. In the VIP box, Gao Shailin jumped up in excitement. "See that? Everyone see that? That's my brother, Zhou Yang. His name is Zhou Yang, the Wonder Kid. Ha ha ha." Wei Qingluan's eyes sparkled strangely. She couldn't wrap her head around how this normally unassuming man suddenly became so ridiculously strong. Jean Annie smirked slightly. "Young Master Gao, you did say, if he won the last round, you would bring your friend to meet me." "Of course." Gao Shailin patted his chest. "My brother is a marvel. Meeting him is definitely worth it, Sister Annie." Back in the ring, the third challenger appeared, a wrestler with a cold, ruthless gaze. When punches and kicks didn't work, he went for grappling. The bell rang, and he lunged in, locking his arms tightly around Zhou Yang's waist. But Zhou Yang ripped his opponent's hold apart with brute force, then swung the wrestler's body over his arms and flung him off the ring. After a brief pause, the fourth match immediately began. The challenger barely threw a punch before Zhou Yang landed a crushing left hook that knocked him out cold. In the fifth round, Zhou Yang threw a sweeping kick so fast the opponent couldn't even protest before hitting the ground. With every bell, Gao Shailin roared in the box, spilling beer foam everywhere. Meanwhile, Xie Feng and his crew hid their faces in despair, pale as ghosts. Lu Wei and Zhao Ziying, who had been anxious before, now relaxed into the sofa, opening chips and watching intently, as if waiting for the miracle to continue. In the hallway, the club owner couldn't stay seated any longer. He stormed over to Ashan. "This can't go on. If we keep fighting like this, our Tiger Club fighters' reputations will tank." "But boss, there's no turning back now. If we don't beat him, the club's reputation is ruined." Ashan slapped his thigh and regretted shouldn't have taken Xie Feng's money and invited this disaster. The owner lowered his voice. "Go talk to that Wonder Kid. Tell him to throw the next fight on purpose. If he cooperates, he'll meet any demands he has no matter what." "All right." Ashan agreed immediately. After the next match ended, Ashan found Zhou Yang. "Brother, you're amazing. I'm totally convinced," he said, flashing a flattering grin and reaching out to pat Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Zhou Yang's face darkened. He grabbed Ashan by the collar with a harsh grip, breathing heavily, like a cornered beast. "Where's the person I'm looking for? Brother, listen to me, just one more fight. If you win, they'll take you to see them." Ashan stammered in panic. Bang! Zhou Yang's fist landed hard in Ashan's stomach, forcing the lingering smell of last night's booze up his throat. "Now, bring the person here," Zhou Yang shouted hoarsely. No problem." Ashan doubled over, pale-faced, clutching his stomach. "But there's a deal perfect for you right now. My boss said if you fight one last time and intentionally lose the final round, we'll agree to whatever you want." "Oh." Zhou Yang raised his eyes, a sly curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, you have my word." Ashan nodded frantically. "Then have your boss come out and talk," Zhou Yang said coldly. "If he won't show himself, it means he doesn't take me seriously." Ashan frowned but forced a nod. "Okay, follow me." Inside, the announcer declared halftime as the crowd dispersed for drinks and the restroom. The noise faded as Ashan led Zhou Yang down a dim hallway and stopped at a VIP room door. He dialed, "Boss, Magic Kid wants to talk face-to-face." The lights inside flickered on. Wang Hu appeared, hanging up the phone. His suit jacket remained open, a poker-face smile, as if interrupted mid-game, still lingering. "Hello, I'm Wang Hu, owner of Tiger Club. My men already discussed terms with you, right?" "Yes," Zhou Yang answered with a faint smile and sharp eyes. "And what do you think?" Zhou Yang beckoned with a finger. "Come closer. He'll tell you." "Okay." Wang Hu lowered his guard and stepped forward. Smack! A crisp slap broke the corridor's silence. "Holy shit." Ashan pressed against the wall in fear. Wang Hu staggered back, dizzy-eyed. "You, how dare you hit my boss?" Ashan yelled. "Keep quiet." Wang Hu raised a hand to silence him, suppressing his fury. "Young man, why did you hit me?" "Why?" Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes, voice cold as ice. "I'm here looking for someone, and you dragged me into several fights. Is this how Tiger Club treats guests?" Wang Hu gritted his teeth and glanced at Ashan. Ashan broke into a cold sweat. "Boss, I thought he was good, so I wanted to spice things up, boost the crowd." Smack! Wang Hu swung back at Ashan, venting his anger from being slapped. "Who told you to act on your own?" "I was wrong." Ashan swallowed his pride, unable to say Xie Feng's name. He just took the blame. Wang Hu took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Zhou Yang. "We were in the wrong. I apologize. But if you'd fight one more round." "No way." Zhou Yang snapped, still furious. He pointed at Ashan. "Take me to the person I'm looking for right now." Wang Hu was stunned. He turned to Ashan and asked quietly, "Who exactly is he looking for?" Ashen opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long moment. Just then, the VIP room door creaked open. Gao Shuilin poked his head out with a broad smile. Hey, I've been calling you everywhere. Didn't expect to find you right here. Gao Shuilin stepped forward, throwing an arm around Zhou Yang's shoulder. Brother, you're amazing. Today you really opened my eyes. At that moment, the private room door swung open, and Li Jiuho and his companions happened to catch sight of Zhou Yang at the entrance. Last time, Zhou Yang had taught Li Jiuho's drug-dealing underlings a lesson, but Li Jiuho wasn't there then, so he didn't recognize Zhou Yang. A young bodyguard in a sharp suit with a hard, angular face came out of the private room, his voice low and steady. Sister Annie wants to see you. Sister Annie? Zhou Yang blinked, baffled and had no idea who that was. Gao Shuilin laughed and patted Zhou Yang's shoulder. You've earned Sister Annie a lot of money today. She thinks highly of you. Come on, he'll take you in. With that, he half-dragged, half-guided Zhou Yang into the room. The private room was dimly lit and warm. At the center of the sofa sat Jean Annie, crossing one leg over the other, red lips holding a slender lattice cigarette, as she lazily exhaled a ring of smoke. Her gaze was cold and proud, sizing up Zhou Yang like a predator eyeing her prey. What's your name? She asked, her voice low and husky, carrying a command. He's Zhou Yang. Gao Shuilin answered quickly. I wasn't asking you. Jean Annie shot Gao Shuilin a sharp glance, motioning for Zhou Yang to answer herself. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, but said nothing. This woman's aura was overwhelming, nothing like Su Jing's icy beauty. If Su Jing was a cold white rose, Jean Annie was a red rose with thorns. The indifference in her eyes, the murderous aura of a big-shot underworld boss, made ordinary people shudder just to meet her gaze. Now, with his pressure points activated and blood surging, courage swelling inside, Zhou Yang felt no fear at all. Brother, speak up. Gao Shuilin whispered urgently. Didn't you just speak for me? Zhou Yang's eyes remained locked on Jean Annie. She heard it. So why should I repeat myself? Getting cocky just because you won a few fights? Looking for trouble. One of her men snorted. Zhou Yang smiled calmly. Winning a few fights and getting cocky? Is that because you're narrow-minded or just deliberately looking down on me? Enough. Jean Annie raised her hand to silence her men and stared at Zhou Yang with interest. You've got spirit, kid. You're not that much older than me. Zhou Yang shot back. Jean Annie's brows curved and she laughed heartily. He'll take that as a compliment. She shifted her position and flicked the ash from her cigarette. Do you know who I am? Sorry, I don't. And frankly, I don't need to. Zhou Yang turned and started to leave. I've got things to do. Excuse me. Hey, brother, where are you going? Gao Shuilin's voice cracked with panic. Stop right there. He knew full well that no one in this room came close to Jean Anna standing. Crossing her was a death sentence. But Zhou Yang didn't look back. Bro, I'm really in a hurry. He'll introduce you to new friends another day. Bye. With that, he pushed past Wang, who's standing guard at the door, and kicked Ashan hard. Damn it, get me to her right now, or he'll end you. Zhou Yang knew the state his activated pressure points put him in was temporary, and his energy was draining fast. He was no longer at his peak as on stage. If he delayed any longer, when the power faded completely, he wouldn't have the strength to seek vengeance against Xiefeng. That's why Head told Gao Shuilin he was in a hurry. Ashen was kicked backward repeatedly by Zhou Yang, clearly outmatched. Hastily, he stammered. All right, don't be mad. He'll take you to find him right away. Inside the private room, everyone watching at the door wore complicated expressions. No one expected Ashen to be humiliated so thoroughly on his own turf. Annie, my friend here doesn't know you. Gao Shuilin forced a smile and stepped forward to smooth things over. He'll fill him in later, so please don't take it personally. At this club, anyone daring to speak to Jean Annie so casually always paid a heavy price. Last time, a boxer got his leg tendon snapped on the spot, just for an ill-timed tone. Gao Shuilin still shudders remembering that moment. It was then he truly realized the vast gap between a wealthy second-generation kid like himself and a real underworld boss. Now his buddy was even more defiantly arrogant, basically poking a hornet's nest. Yet to everyone's surprise, Jean Annie merely glanced at Zhou Yang with an amused smile. Gao, your friend is quite entertaining, very distinctive, she said, lazily brushing a stray hair behind her ear with a hint of approval. Like I said, I quite admire him. Bring him by some time, so I can meet him properly. Gao froze briefly, then brightened with a flurry of smiles. Ah, thanks for your kindness, Annie. Don't worry, we'll be sure to bring him by soon. Jean Annie checked her watch, closed the ashtray on the table, and stood up. I have another appointment, so I won't keep you. Have a good evening, everyone. She smiled seductively to the bone, then left surrounded by bodyguards. As the door shut, Gao Shuilin realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Li Jiuhong shook his head and muttered bitterly. Damn, that wild kid really screwed me over tonight. Boss Wang, when's the next fight? Call me, I'm betting on him for sure. Wang, who smiled wryly and nodded. Sure thing, how? I'll let you know well in advance. In the underground hallway, Ashen led Zhou Yang to another private room. Xiefeng was gone. Bound to the central pillar were two women, Lu Wei and Zhao Ziying. The light was dim and yellow. Both looked sober despite appearing groggy and unstable, mumbling incoherently. Zhou Yang hurried over and gently flicked Zhao Ziying's cheek. Ziying, what's wrong? Ashen squatted by the overturned wine glass and sniffed, frowning. They must have been drugged. There's something in the wine. That bastard. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and grabbed Ashen by the collar. Where would Xiefeng hide? I don't know. Ashen's face went pale under the pressure. Smack. Zhou Yang slapped him hard. You don't know? Then you're getting this. No, no, please. Ashen waved his hands frantically, sweat beading his forehead. He knew forcing Zhou Yang into the ring earlier meant this grudge wouldn't be forgotten. If he didn't help, a beating was sure to come. If he wants to escape, he'll head to the underground garage. In the underground garage, Xiefeng stumbled into his car, drenched in cold sweat, slammed the door shut, and collapsed into the seat, chest heaving violently. Damn, damn, damn. Veins bulging on his temples, he pounded the steering wheel with both fists. The car horn blared in a long, piercing wail. Tonight's plan was supposed to be flawless. Bribe Ashen and the boxer to viciously beat Zhou Yang dead in the ring. Then Boss Wang who would clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Xiefeng would bet all his money against Zhou Yang during the match. When the odds skyrocketed, he would make a killing to cover the cost of bribing Ashen. He got rid of Zhou Yang without spending a single cent, and with Boss Wang who cleaning up the mess, Zhou Yang's death couldn't be traced back to him. Xiefeng smugly thought to himself. Not only did he use someone else's hands to kill, but he also got to claim Lu Wei and Zhao Xing for himself. To make sure everything went perfectly, he drugged both women's wine, forcing them to drink it, planning to enjoy the spectacle of Zhou Yang getting beaten in the ring while being served by two beauties. But reality delivered a harsh blow. Zhou Yang emerged unscathed and won several matches in a row, causing Xiefeng to lose everything, even his underwear. As the ring emptied, Xiefeng saw Zhou Yang leaving the arena and knew he would come looking for him. Meanwhile, the drugs started taking effect on Lu Wei and Zhao Xing, who were dazed and slumped together on the sofa. Just when he should have seized the moment, Xiefeng could only flee in panic. Anger and fear warred inside him, making him feel like his lungs would explode, yet he had no choice but to hurry into his car and start the engine. At the very moment he turned the key, a dark figure lunged at him. The car door was yanked open roughly, and a hand grabbed his hair, dragging him forcefully out of the driver's seat. Ah, Zhou Yang, let me go. Xiefeng screamed in terror. It was Zhou Yang. Still pumped with adrenaline from the match, his reason drowned in fury, he growled. You dare play dirty? You're asking for death. He yanked Xiefeng's hair hard and slammed his head against a thick, square concrete pillar nearby. Bang. Have mercy. Zhou Yang. I'm sorry, please spare me. Xiefeng's skull felt like it was being crushed by a hammer as he screamed for mercy. But Zhou Yang ignored him, yanking him up again and smashing his head repeatedly twice, 3 times. Bang. Bang. The dull thuds echoed through the dark, empty underground garage like pounding drums on the heart. After a few strikes, Xiefeng's scalp split open, blood gushing down his face. His head looked like a bleeding gourd. He was barely conscious, convulsing weakly, unable to resist, his pleas fading into whimpers. The smell of blood sharpened Zhou Yang's instincts. Like a wild beast, he raised Xiefeng's head again, eager to smash it completely. But in the next moment, the exhausted surge of strength inside him collapsed suddenly, as if someone had pulled all his sinews and bones away. He went limp. The once featherweight Xiefeng suddenly felt like 1,000 pounds. Zhou Yang couldn't even drag him. Fully realizing he had run out of energy, and that going any further might kill the man, Zhou Yang released his grip. Xiefeng collapsed into a pool of blood as Zhou Yang staggered, leaned against the wall, and made his way back upstairs to the private room. At the room's entrance, Ashan was waiting. Inside, Lu Wei and Zhao Xing lay on the sofa, muttering incoherently under the drug's effects. Take them downstairs and call a car for me, Zhou Yang said hoarsely. All right, got it. Ashan quickly summoned a taxi and helped his men load the 2 women into the back seat. Zhou Yang got into the front passenger side, gave the driver the address, and the car soon pulled away. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Ashan breathed out in relief. Finally, this grim reaper has left. Before he finished speaking, a shout came from down the hall. Brother Sean, it's bad. Your friend, Mr. Xia, is dead in the underground garage. Damn. Ashan's heart skipped a beat as he rushed downstairs with his men. Neon lights flickered over the huge pool of blood that made their eyes sting. Xia Feng lay on his back in the center, his pale face lifeless and motionless like the dead. In his current state, Zhou Yang didn't dare go back to his own place. He definitely didn't want Su Jing to find out about this other side of him. So, he took a taxi to Bai Lu's apartment instead. After the 3 of them got inside, Zhou Yang was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. However, the drug effects on the 2 women hadn't worn off. In fact, they seemed to be getting stronger. Seeing Zhou Yang lying there, the 2 women pounced on him like starving wolves. Lu Wei and Zhao Xing, both heavily influenced by the drug, were left only with their most primal urges. They had no shame, no awareness, no feelings, only an overwhelming desire for the opposite sex. Zhou Yang, a young and healthy man, lying right in front of them, radiated masculine hormones that instantly triggered their instincts. They eagerly sniffed, frantically ripping at his clothes. Hey, you two, stop it. Zhou Yang was completely powerless, now trying to push one away only resulted in the other lunging at him. The two women's scent was a complex mix of alcohol, perfume, and makeup, but oddly pleasant. If you keep this up, they'll have to call the cops, he warned weakly. But reason was gone from their minds. Their memories of the scene would be vague and hazy later, like fragments of blackout, drunk moments dreamlike and confused. After tearing off Zhou Yang's clothes, they also shed their own without hesitation. Zhou Yang felt an intense internal conflict at this sexy but bewildering scene. It was false to say he didn't enjoy Itone was his slim ex-girlfriend, the other a gorgeous, voluptuous female colleague. Especially Zhao Ziying, whose perfect figure was like a weapon for any man. But Zhou Yang was too weak physically to handle either of the women, and he didn't have the energy to deal with both of them at once. He sighed heavily inside, wondering how they'd react when the drug wore off and they remembered what happened. Resisting as best he could, he fought to hold his last defense, the only remaining piece of clothing covering his lower half. Although the two acted like hungry wolves, their minds were still muddled. After a wild struggle, they only roamed and clung to him without breaking through his final barrier. By now it was late at night. Supported by the drug's effects, the women teased and caressed Zhou Yang with every move they could recall from memory, but eventually, exhaustion took them all into a drowsy sleep. Zhou Yang exhaled deeply. He had almost been overwhelmed by these two women tonight. Mentally and physically drained, he too finally drifted off. Early the next morning, a sudden gasp shattered the silence. Zhao Xing woke first and was shocked to find herself completely naked, lying on top of Zhou Yang. At the same time, Lu Wei lay on the other side of him in the same way. The scene was so startling that Zhao couldn't help but cry out. If it were just herself and Zhou Yang, she might felt delighted, replaying last night's events in her mind. But seeing the other woman there, in the same position, made it impossible to accept. Last night, could it be that the two of us both slept with Zhou Yang? Zhao Ziying's mind was in chaos as she grabbed at her clothes to cover her chest, struggling to grasp what had just happened. Lu Wei was also awakened by Zhao Ziying's loud voice. Seeing the scene, she cried out and quickly pulled the blanket over herself for cover. Zhou Yang was roused by their shouting and gave a helpless smile. I told you I wasn't sleeping with either of you. Do you believe me? No way. The two women shook their heads in unison. Actually, they weren't really worried about whether Zhou Yang had slept with them or not. Both women wanted to build a relationship with him, but they simply couldn't accept the idea of all three being involved together. At this moment, a strong rivalry flared between them. Zhou Yang is my boyfriend. What are you doing? Lu Wei was the first to shout at Zhao Ziying. Aren't you shameless? Zhou Yang hasn't been with you for a long time. Do you think I don't know? Zhao Ziying retorted. He rejected you, but you're still throwing yourself at him. You are the shameless one. No, you're the shameless one. The two women argued heatedly until Zhou Yang's head ached. He quickly tried to stop them. Stop arguing, please. You were both drugged by Xiefeng last night. I brought you out to this place. Your drug state hadn't worn off, so you took off your clothes yourselves. Both women blushed with embarrassment. Were we that messed up last night? Zhao Ziying asked hesitantly. Besides taking off our clothes, what else did I do? Zhou Yang sighed deeply. Well, you did everything except forcibly attacking me. Ugh. Lu Wei slapped her forehead. That's so embarrassing. They even noticed stains on the bed. Did we spill a glass of water on the bed last night? Zhao Ziying asked. No, Zhou Yang replied. Those stains were caused by you too. The women's faces instantly burned with shame. As they recalled fragments of the previous night, the memories felt overwhelming and wild. Although they were both open-minded by nature, showing that side of themselves in front of Zhou Yang was too humiliating. Neither of them wanted to argue anymore. Since none of them had truly gained an advantage over Zhou Yang, they accepted the situation. They found their clothes, dressed quietly, and suddenly acted as docile as shy neighborhood girls, turning their gazes away to avoid speaking. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. I need to go change clothes. I still have to work today. Zhou Yang's clothes were torn and dirty. He stood up, put on his jacket, and staggered out the door. You guys lock the door when you leave last, okay? His voice was weak. He was obviously drained. He had pushed himself too hard yesterday, more than ever before. For an ordinary person to beat several trained black market fighters in a row took an unimaginable physical toll. Zhou Yang was barely holding on. With every step, his whole body ached, like he could collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Zhao Xing were still stuck in the thoughts of last night, their hearts restless. Zhou Yang reached the street and hailed a car back to his place. He was so exhausted he just wanted to sleep deeply and ignore everything else. Using all his strength, he opened the door. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Su Jing sitting on the sofa, eyes sharp as she stared him down. Zhou Yang, you really are something. Out all night again. Su Jing's eyes were filled with hurt and reproach. She said coldly, who is it who promised me yesterday, standing firm in my office, that you'd live a disciplined life, go to bed early, and wake up early? President Su. Zhou Yang hadn't finished speaking when his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed face first onto the floor. Zhou Yang, what's wrong? Zhou Yang. Su Jing rushed to the man's side and grabbed his arm to support him. Up close, his chest was still rising and falling steadily. But when she touched his forehead, the burning heat nearly seared her fingertips. Zhou Yang, you have a fever? Her heart sank. She hurriedly half-dragged, half-helped him onto the sofa, quickly pressing a damp towel to his forehead to cool him down. Then she reached for the car keys, preparing to take him straight to the hospital. At that moment, her wrist was suddenly grasped. May sis. Zhou Yang's hoarse voice was weak and confused. Su Jing froze. May sis. His real sister? Or someone else? There was no time to think now. She forced herself to say firmly, Zhou Yang, we need to go to the hospital now. The high fever clouded his mind. He loosened his grip and slumped back into the sofa muttering, I miss you. Su Jing grabbed her bag and tried to help him up again. Come on, let's go to the hospital. He turned out to be much heavier than he looked. When he got up, he lost balance and collapsed onto her. Neither of them managed to stay upright and fell back onto the sofa together. Zhou Yang, stay awake. She gritted her teeth and pushed him off, using all her strength to break free, anxiety and frustration welling up inside her. Just as she got to her feet, he mumbled indistinctly, no, I have to go to work. What kind of shape is this for work? She snapped, reaching out to steady him once more. I promised Director Su. I have to work properly. His almost instinctive muttering made Su Jing's heart twitch, unexpectedly touched. She slung his arm over her shoulder and struggled to drag him toward the door. Director Su looked stern, but actually, Zhou Yang babbled like a drunk, spilling out nonsense. Su Jing straightened his slipping coat with a frown. Actually what? Say it. Actually, she likes thong underwear. The air seemed to explode. Su Jing's face flushed bright red from the earlobes down to her neck, had definitely seen that little secret in the bathroom. Pervert. She hissed under her breath, but no time to argue. She briskly stuffed him into the passenger seat. She hurried around to the driver's side, buckling her seatbelt while lecturing him. No more sneaking a peek at Director Su's stuff. Got it? Our Director Su is very, very beautiful. Su Jing paused. Was he delirious from fever or just trying to flatter? Before she could make sense of it, the passenger side suddenly thudded. Zhou Yang collapsed sideways, limbs convulsing. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang. Her heart skipped a beat as she bent over and pressed her fingers to his philtrum. Working in a pharmaceutical company, she knew some first aid basics. This was a high fever seizure. The earlier nonsense was due to his fever. After a few seconds, the convulsions eased. Just as she let out a breath of relief, the car was stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Rush hour. The busiest part of the city. At a standstill. Su Jing thought quickly. Nearby was Jiangren Hospital, a private hospital with a better environment than many public ones, staffed with well-paid experts. She gritted her teeth and waded through 2 red lights. At a gap in traffic, she sharply turned the wheel and took a side road straight toward Jiangren Hospital. She had to admit, it was a smart move. If she went to the nearest First People's Hospital, it would take at least an hour and a half. But Jiangren Hospital? Only 20 minutes away. Meanwhile, in the ICU of Jiangren Hospital, Xiefeng was fighting for his life. The monitor beeped urgently from time to time. He was in shock from severe blood loss, and the doctors had been working around the clock for more than 10 hours. Xiefeng's arrival here was no accident. Jiangren Hospital secretly collaborated with the Fierce Tiger Club, quietly treating those club members who had been severely injured and disabled in underground fights. Even if someone remained bedridden for years, it wouldn't draw the attention of the authorities. Seeing that Xiefeng's life hung by a thread, Ashan had no choice but to send him to Jiangren Hospital to avoid causing trouble at a regular hospital. Under the surgical lights, the medical team was sweating profusely from the intensity of the work. In the corridor, Xieyong kept watch all night, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Finally, at dawn, the ICU doors opened. The patient is out of immediate danger but will need to be closely monitored for several days, the doctor said, a fine sweat on his brow. There's nerve damage in multiple areas of the brain. It's too early to tell if there will be lasting effects. As long as there's no life-threatening damage, that's a relief. Xieyong's hands trembled, and he nearly lost his balance. Make sure you pay the fees at the front desk as soon as possible. Further treatment will cost at least 300,000 yuan, so be prepared, the doctor added, rubbing his face before heading off to the next surgery. The heavy weight on Xieyong's heart nearly made him collapse, but he took a deep breath and hurried to the billing counter on the first floor. At the crowded payment window, Su Jing was helping the pale-faced Zhou Yang move quickly toward the emergency department, supported by a volunteer. She brushed past Xieyong and caught his eye, which was instantly bloodshot with rage. Zhou Yang, I've been looking for you, he shouted, spinning around and striding over angrily. Mr. Xie? Su Jing was taken aback. Xieyong had resigned months ago over family issues, and now he was suddenly charging at Zhou Yang. Xieyong ignored her, grabbing Zhou Yang by the collar. Mr. Xie, what are you doing? Su Jing demanded, trying to stop him. This has nothing to do with you, move aside. He growled through clenched teeth. This kid put my son in the ICU. I want him in there too. Su Jing felt her heart sink. Zhou Yang was running a high fever and shaking uncontrollably. There was no time to waste. We'll talk once he's treated. Other patients' relatives started gathering around, watching the commotion. Xie Yong seemed furious and swung a punch toward Zhou Yang. Just as the fist was about to land, a strong hand shot out and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Mind your own business. Xie Yong shouted angrily. Bam! Without a word, the newcomer delivered a heavy punch to Xie Yong's stomach. Doubling over, gasping for breath, Xie Yong barely managed to stay standing. Two men in black suits appeared, flanking him and dragging him toward the security room on the first floor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Jing stood there stunned, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Seconds later, a group of white-coat medical staff hurried over, led by Wei Chongqing, the hospital director of Jiangren Hospital. Wei was notorious in this area, known for his stern demeanor and rumored past as a local underworld boss before turning over a new leaf and founding the hospital. Stories circulated that anyone causing trouble inside the hospital had their legs broken on the spot by his mentals. Even Su Jing had heard. Seeing the approaching white coats, Su Jing quickly explained, Director Wei, please don't misunderstand. We were attacked just now. We didn't mean to cause trouble. Wei Chongqing ignored her explanation, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yang. What happened to Mr. Zhou? He asked calmly. Su Jing was caught off guard. The director actually addressed Zhou Yang formally as Mr. Zhou. She recovered quickly, replying, Zhou Yang has a high fever, seizures, and is unconscious. Quick, take him to the emergency ward. Wei ordered immediately. One staff member called to a volunteer, go get a wheelchair. No time to look for a wheelchair. Carry Mr. Zhou now. Wei barked. The urgency in the air was palpable as they rushed to save Zhou Yang. All right. A burly doctor beside them lifted Zhou Yang onto his back and hurried toward the emergency room. Su Jing watched the flurry of decisive actions with wide eyes, completely stunned. Miss, are you Mr. Zhou's wife? Wei Chongqing called over his shoulder as he followed inside. Su Jing's cheeks flushed. She quickly waved her hand. No, I'm his friend. Saying she was his boss felt stiff. Friend sounded more natural. Suddenly remembering protocol, she added, oh, right, I'm going to register Zhou Yang now. Then she turned and headed straight for the registration desk. No need to register. Wei Chongqing called out and stopped her. But without registering, we can't pay the fees. Su Jing was momentarily confused. All fees are waived when Mr. Zhou comes here. Wei Chongqing said briskly, then followed the doctors rushing onward to the treatment room. Su Jing froze again. A nearby female nurse quietly said, Miss, please come with me. The nurse led her into a neatly arranged office, handed her a cup of hot tea, and asked her to wait for news. Not long after, Wei Chongqing entered gently, pushing the door open. Only then did she realize this was the hospital director's office. Hello. The director greeted kindly. Director Wei, how is Zhou Yang? Su Jing hurried to stand, anxious. Please sit down and relax. Wei Chongqing gestured. Mr. Zhou is just exhausted. His immunity suddenly weakened, compounded by catching a chill. I've arranged for immune-boosting injections, supervised by our most senior doctor the entire time. There will be no problems. Relieved by the reassurance, Su Jing's tension eased. Still curious, she asked, Director Wei, may I ask what your relationship is with Zhou Yang? His treatment today seems exceptionally VIP. We are friends, Wei Chongqing answered sincerely. He once saved a close friend of mine. We owe him a great debt. I see. Su Jing suddenly understood. May I visit him now? It's best not to disturb him for now. Wei Chongqing shook his head. If you have work, go ahead and focus on that. We are here. Mr. Zhou is in very safe hands. With work and an important morning meeting ahead, Su Jing reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll head to the office first and visit when I get a chance. Go ahead. Wei Chongqing nodded. Shortly after Su Jing left, a tall, beautiful female doctor entered, teasingly eyeing the doorway. That girl is really pretty. Family of the patient. Wei Chongqing replied coolly. Family can enter your office? The doctor blinked, doubtful. Wei Chongqing smiled. What do you mean? You don't trust your father's integrity that much? Dad, I didn't mean that. The doctor chuckled. By the way, did you call me for something? This was Wei Xiaoman, Wei Chongqing's daughter. There's a patient needing round-the-clock monitoring. Other experienced doctors are tied up. I want you to take care of him. Room 3. Don't go anywhere else today. Wei Chongqing instructed. What patient needs so much attention? Wei Xiaoman asked, curious. None of your business. If anything goes wrong, they'll hold you accountable. All right, I get it. Wei Xiaoman replied playfully and left. That afternoon, in the isolated ICU room, after a morning of treatment and rest, Zhou Yang's eyes slowly opened, his spirits noticeably improved. Where am I? Zhou Yang looked around, bewildered. White walls surrounded him, with white bedsheets and a white ceiling overhead. Standing before him was a figure in a white coat, wearing a white mask. The moment Zhou Yang opened his eyes, a clear and melodious voice sounded in his ear, as pleasant as a lark's song. Of course this is a hospital. You woke up just in time. He struggled to recall what had happened. He remembered dragging his weary body home that morning and then collapsing to the floor. After that, everything was a blank. Which hospital is this? He asked instinctively. Jiangren Hospital, the woman in the white coat replied gently. You're recovering well. If you rest another night, you can be discharged. She then pulled down her mask and wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Her uncovered face revealed youthful, lively features, especially her clear, bright eyes, which held a unique charm against the backdrop of her white uniform. She was Wei Xiaowan. At that moment, she was holding a clean hospital gown and placing it by the bedside. The original clothes had been soiled by medicine and needed to be changed. Normally, she wouldn't handle this herself, but the hospital was overwhelmed with patients today and short-staffed, so she had to help Zhou Yang change. She had just removed his clothes when he woke up before she could put on the new ones. Zhou Yang raised his hand to press his temple, remembering he had an extremely important meeting that afternoon. His heart tightened again. He had basically finalized the core formula of a new medicine and was preparing to submit the patent application to Zhou Qian, the RD director. But Yingdong Pharmaceuticals suddenly claimed the formula as theirs and had also submitted patent documents. The authorities took the matter seriously and scheduled a face-to-face meeting between both parties today to verify it. The meeting would be a test not only of attitude but of technical strength. Whoever could prove their credibility would get the patent. The whole controversy had arisen because Yingdong had used corporate espionage to steal the formula. Zhou Yang had tirelessly researched literature and combined it with the ancient Jinlin prescription to develop his unique insights, though he had yet to fully explain them to Zhou Qian. At this crucial moment, he could not afford to miss it. I have to go to work, Zhou Yang said, throwing off the covers and trying to sit up. Don't be ridiculous, lie back down first. Wei Xiaowan placed a hand on his shoulder and spread the clean gown along the edge of the bed. Forget about work for now. I'm really okay. I have to attend the meeting. Zhou Yang, feeling his strength returning, struggled desperately to break free and stood up, heading for the door. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. As the blanket slipped off, he finally realized was completely naked, standing there with nothing on in front of Wei Xiaowan. Damn, a chill ran through his body. Zhou Yang quickly pulled the blanket up to cover himself. Wei Xiaowan pressed her lips together, cheeks flushed red, but kept her professional doctor's tone. What's there to be shy about? I'm the doctor, you're the patient. Don't overthink it. That said, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly earlier. When she helped Zhou Yang change clothes, he didn't look particularly strong, but some parts were absurdly well built. Even she, who had seen it all, found it exaggerated. Where are my clothes? Zhou Yang's ears turned bright red. Under the bed, Wei Xiaowan said, nodding toward the floor. Zhou Yang bent down instinctively to grab his clothes, but the cold hit his back instantly, leaving him exposed again. Ouch! He yelped, quickly shrinking back beneath the blanket and glaring at Wei Xiaowan. Can you go out first? Wei Xiaowan raised an eyebrow. Fine, he'll go out. As she turned, she muttered softly. You wanted me to check you out completely when you were unconscious. Now you're all wrapped up tight. The door closed behind her. Zhou Yang pulled the clothes from under the bed, dressing quickly, then deftly removed the 4-needle still stuck to the back of his hand. As soon as he stepped out, Wei Xiaowan blocked the way immediately. Hey, I'll let you change clothes, not leave you have to stay for observation tonight. I'm fine now. Zhou Yang stretched his arms, feeling the medicine had taken effect and his energy returning. You say you're fine, but what if something happens? Who's responsible? Wei Xiaowan objected. Just then, Wei Chongqing hurried over. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Why are you two blocking the hallway? Dad, he insists on going back to work. I can't convince him otherwise. Wei Xiaowan said, pointing accusingly at Zhou Yang. Dean Wei, I really am fine. Zhou Yang spoke quickly. There's an urgent matter I need to deal with right now. Are you sure about that? Wei Chongqing asked calmly. Absolutely sure. Zhou Yang nodded confidently. Wei Chongqing pondered briefly, then said decisively. All right, I won't keep you. Where are you headed? He'll send a car. No need. He'll take a taxi. Zhou Yang said, then hurried downstairs. From the hallway, Wei Xiaowan shouted after him. Hey. But Zhou Yang had already turned into the elevator. Wei Xiaowan turned to her father complaining. Dad, you trust him just because he says I'm fine? He's not a doctor. Wei Chongqing gave his daughter's shoulder a meaningful pat. Sweetheart, you've got it backwards when it comes to medical skills. Neither you nor I come close to him. What? Wei Xiaowan almost dropped her jaw. Outside the hospital, Zhou Yang patted himself down, then realized his phone was left in the ward. He quickly flagged down a taxi. To Shunqing Medical Building. The car roared off. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of Shunqing Medical Building, the meeting had officially started. The host was the Shunqing Pharmaceutical Department, with the patent office sitting to the side listening in. The delegation from Yingdong Pharmaceuticals sat together, led by a woman from the East Island, Shimada Yumi. She wore a perfectly tailored suit, her inward curled shoulder-length hair neat against her neck. Her features were delicate, with pale skin and firm eyes that gave her a rare air of maturity beyond her young age. The BR side's leader was none other than Susan, the general manager of BR's China division. Zhou Yang was no stranger to Susan. Back when Tang Yume took Zhou Yang to the White Horse Club to meet her close friends, besides Laura and Tang Jing, Susan was there too. At that gathering, Susan had even offered to help Zhou Yang get into BR Pharmaceuticals, a foreign-invested company. But Zhou Yang wasn't interested in working for a foreign firm, so that matter was dropped. Now, both parties sat in the meeting room of the Municipal Pharmaceutical Regulatory Department, ready for formal negotiations to begin. Zhu Hong, the head of the pharmaceutical department, got straight to the point. Today, you're here over the patent ownership of a new anti-cancer drug. This should have been great news for the public. But since you both submitted applications simultaneously, we cannot determine whose work was original. Normally, this commercial dispute would be settled in court. However, since you insisted on negotiating in person and requested our oversight, we will conduct a private hearing. Please each present your development process and evidence. Ingdong Pharmaceuticals submitted their materials first. On the table lay a thick stack of documents, RD timelines, minutes from meetings at every stage, signatures of attendees, and even original experimental data. Shimada Yumi, the China representative and RD director with a medical doctorate, stood to speak. Speaking clear and precise Mandarin, she explained their team's original intentions, the pharmacological mechanisms, and the key component ratios, emphasizing, we specifically chose polyethylene glycol 4000 as the solvent for its rapid dissolution, high solubility, and safety. The entire presentation was rigorous and well-reasoned, earning quiet nods from the regulatory reviewers. Documents, data, and professional explanations, everyone could feel that Ingdong had been gathering intelligence covertly from the very start, leaving no detail unprepared. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Zhou Qian, usually stern and composed, furrowed her brow. Susan looked anxious, helpless on the technical front, clutching her water cup so tightly her knuckles turned white. If Zhou Qian and Susan couldn't produce equally strong counter-evidence, this patent would likely slip into Yingdong's hands. Mr. Zhou, what do we do now? Susan lowered her voice, a rare urgency creeping in. Zhou Qian sighed deeply, removed her glasses, and wiped them repeatedly with a cloth, smiling wryly as she shook her head. We focused on the research. They schemed and set traps. This time, we lost. Her words weighed heavily on everyone's minds, as if the verdict had already been sealed. Bang! The meeting room door was flung open. Zhou Yang stormed in, raising his hand and pointing at Shimada Yumi, shouting, "No, you're wrong." The crowd was stunned. Zhu Hong, the head of the pharmaceutical department, demanded sharply, "Who are you? This is a meeting in progress, please leave." "Leader, he's from our company. He was supposed to attend today's meeting but arrived late," Zhou Qian quickly explained as she stood up. Zhu Hong frowned deeply, his gaze scanning Zhou Yang from head to toe, his shirt buttons misaligned, pant cuffs dusty, hair disheveled as if just blown by the wind, looking utterly out of place. He said in a stern voice, "What kind of occasion do you think this is?" Zhou Qian's expression darkened slightly. She turned to scold, "Zhou Yang, come here. Be quiet and take a seat." She was already annoyed by Zhou Yang missing the earlier part of the meeting. Now, with no notice and suddenly barging in to disrupt, her irritation intensified. She thought bitterly to herself, this must be heaven's way of helping Ingdong Pharmaceutical. But what she said was seriously off base. Zhou Yang muttered under his breath. He had been lurking outside the door, eavesdropping at the edge, catching fragments of the discussion through the door's panels. Everyone inside wore earpieces and spoke quietly, yet he clearly heard the key arguments from the Ingdong representatives. His anger flared hotter by the minute. So he threw caution aside and barged in. Zhou Qian dismissed him as causing trouble, her pretty face turning cold. "Zhou Yang, how many times do I have to tell you? Sit down and keep quiet." Nearby, Susan gently tugged at Zhou Yang's arm. "Hey, what are you playing at?" Zhou Yang finally noticed her, and his eyes lit up. "Sister Susan? You just saw me now?" Susan rolled her eyes. "The leader told you to be quiet. Just be quiet. Don't stir up trouble." The atmosphere in the room grew stiff and tense. The subtext behind Susan's warning was clear. Without a valid argument, the patent would slip to Ingdong Pharmaceutical. Zhou Qian gripped her folder until her fingertips turned white, but could only shake her head helplessly. "Enough," Zhu Hong interrupted. "After our careful observation and unanimous judgment, the patent for this new anti-cancer drug currently belongs to—" "Wait." Zhou Yang sprang up sharply. "I have something to say." Some whispered skeptically, "What's this? Anyone can just speak whenever they want. Won't that cause chaos?" Zhou Qian sighed deeply. "It's already too late. Let's just save what face we can." In her eyes, Zhou Yang, missing most of the meeting and now trying to change everything with a few words, was nothing but a pipe dream. Better to keep some dignity left. "Let me try once more," Zhou Yang insisted stubbornly. Susan chimed in to support him. "Just let Zhou Yang have one more chance." The BR project representatives nodded in agreement. Zhou Qian had no choice but to turn to Zhu Hong. "Minister Zhu, my team member was late, for which I apologize. Although I have little to add, I sincerely ask for the opportunity for him to speak now that he's here." Zhu Hong waved his hand impatiently. "Go ahead." Zhou Yang took the small microphone Susan handed him, stood up straight, and scanned the room with his gaze. "First, I declare that my remarks carry no national or racial bias. I only express my opinions regarding the facts. His opening landed like a hammer blow. Susan felt a shock in her heart. Zhou Yang's seemingly neutral statement was actually a pointed reminder to the officials present. Ingdong Pharmaceutical is controlled by an island nation east of here. To hand over this patent would be to hand over China's scientific achievements to that foreign power. Ingdong Pharmaceutical already holds many patents on traditional Chinese medicine formulas. Many of our ancestors' treasures have been stolen by them. So, Zhou Yang began by addressing the issue from the perspective of national and ethnic interests, warning the relevant authorities. His words struck with weight, and the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly tensed. Sir, we're here to discuss the new drug project today. Please don't drag unrelated pharmaceutical topics into this. Shimada Yumi frowned, her tone laced with clear reproach. The more you bring up other matters, the more suspicious you seem. Oh really? I think you're overreacting, Zhou Yang replied with a slight lift of his chin and a sharp gaze. But you're right. If we're talking about the new drug project, then let's focus on the development of this particular new drug. He scanned the room, noticing everyone holding their breath, then continued. This anti-cancer drug's formula isn't exactly a state secret. It's backed by medical evidence, and once the formula is obtained, anyone could understand the underlying principles at a glance. That makes it extremely difficult to identify the true originator. Pausing, he tapped the table, his tone growing serious. But as developers, while pushing forward with new drug breakthroughs, we must also ensure the drug's safety and suitability. His eyes then locked onto Shimada Yumi. Miss Shimada, I recall you said this drug uses polyethylene glycol 4000 as a solvent, greatly enhancing efficiency. Your repeated emphasis on that point only proves you don't truly understand the direction of this drug's development. With those words, even the hum of the air conditioner seemed to fade away. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, glancing back and forth between the two. Shimada Yumi's face darkened, her lips pressed together in silence. Zhou Yang pressed on. This drug does have side effects. In theory, it should come with a toxicology report. But that report I completed independently and saved only on my own computer. It was never submitted, so no corporate spy could have accessed it. Ingdong Pharmaceuticals doesn't even know it exists. Bring that toxicology report here so we can see it. Zhu Hong couldn't help but speak up, and several other executives showed curiosity. It's on my computer, Zhou Yang explained. I left in a hurry today and forgot it, but I can summarize it verbally. Go ahead, Zhu Hong nodded. Zhou Yang's voice rang out firmly. This toxicology report was compiled through extensive research, combining both Western and traditional Chinese medicine theories. I confirmed that one of the excipients conflicts with the human body. It's precisely the polyethylene glycol 4000 that this lady mentioned. The room echoed with surprised gasps. Shimada Yumi sneered, her tone dripping with contempt. Does this gentleman even understand pharmacology? Polyethylene glycol 4000 is a globally accepted solvent. If it were harmful to humans, it would have long been banned. So how is it accepted by so many pharmaceutical companies? Zhou Yang suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice exploding. Polyethylene glycol 4000 was developed in Western labs and is safe within Western medicine frameworks, yes. But when combined with traditional Chinese medicine compounds, it creates toxins. He spoke deliberately. When ingested, it acts as a chronic poison. His words sent shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone stunned. That's nonsense. Yumi Shimada snapped. If PEG 4000 solvent really produced toxins, we would have discovered it ages ago. How could anyone dare to file a patent? Do you think the pharmaceutical and patent authorities in Shin City don't understand medicine? Zhou Yang's face remained expressionless, his voice cold like a gust scraping against glass. Do you even know what chronic poison means? These toxins might only show up years or even decades later. Nonsense. Zhu Hong could no longer hold back. He slammed the table and stood up. If the patent got approved, that means it's safe. You're dismissing everyone with just one sentence. Don't you think that makes us lose face? The room fell into an awkward silence. Yumi Shimada sneered. Since you're so certain this stuff is poisonous, why are you applying for a patent on it? Her words blocked any escape like a nail hammered firmly in. Even Zhou Qian and Susan clenched their fists silently. But Zhou Yang merely smiled slightly, his gaze calm and confident. It is indeed toxic, but selectively so. The activity of liver enzyme CYP2D6 in Europeans is 1.8 times that of Asians. PEG 4000 can be used by Westerners with minimal harm, but to Asians, it acts as a chronic poison. He turned to Yumi Shimada, his tone sharp. That's why I said you don't even understand your product's target market. We collaborated with BR Pharmaceuticals specifically for the North American market. Since it's only sold to Westerners, whether Asians can use it is irrelevant. We never plan to sell in Asia. His words fell like a hammer, instantly heating the air in the meeting room. Zhou Qian's eyes brightened, almost rising to applaud. Susan was stunned. Was this really the young man Tang Yume had once brought to the White Horse Club, asking for a job? He was an absolute pharmaceutical prodigy. The people from Ingdong Pharmaceuticals were immediately put on the back foot. Yumi Shimada's face turned ashen, as if someone had exposed her facade in public. Zhou Yang seized the momentum and pressed on relentlessly. PEG 4000 was originally a Western invention. They couldn't care less about Asian lives. Your Ingdong hides behind the guise of Chinese medicine, arrogantly patenting formulas left by our ancestors without truly studying traditional medicine. You worship Western medicine like gods, willingly play guinea pigs, and even bow in gratitude. It's pathetic. Want to steal our achievements? First fix that ingrained arrogance toward Western medicine in your bones. His powerful words rang like great bells. Everyone's blood boiled, some clenched fists instinctively. The East Asian nations had long worshipped Western medicine, yet repeatedly stolen from Chinese medicine at this moment. Their double-faced hypocrisy was being torn to shreds. Zhou Qian's heart surged with complex emotions, tinged with shame. Susan stood frozen, eyes full of awe. Suddenly, Yumi Shimada threw back her head and laughed loudly, though she could no longer hide the gravity on her face. Your analysis is impressive. Though we never mentioned toxicity concerns, it's true we filed the patent for the European and American markets, never intending to sell in Asia. I just forgot to clarify earlier. After all, that's hardly relevant to the patent itself. Zhou Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. Look at you guys, parroting whatever you hear, yet still dare to deny that your research achievements are stolen? What do you mean by that? Yumi Shimada frowned. I deliberately said this product is only for the European and American markets, yet you follow my lead. That just shows you don't understand the drug at all. You're like headless flies. Zhou Yang's voice exploded through the conference room, clearly ringing out in every corner. Seated on either side of the brightly lit long table, the teams from Ingdong Pharmaceuticals and Zhou Yang stared each other down. Zhou Yang remained composed and continued. It's true we're using this patent to enter the North American market, but who said we're abandoning Asia? This drug is for the whole world. Are we supposed to save Europeans and Americans, but ignore Asians? Ridiculous. Before he finished, a few attendees instinctively furrowed their brows. Rumor had it that Asians taking this drug experience toxic side effects. Someone muttered quietly, if Asians get toxins from this drug, how can you even sell it in Asia? That's just harming people. Yumi Shimada suddenly raised her voice to protest. Listen to yourself, nonsense. If Asians produce toxins from taking it, selling it, there is contradictory. Unhurried, Zhou Yang looked up with a faint smile. Who said we're selling it exactly as is? For the Asian market, we'll replace the solvent with astragalus polysaccharides, which not only boosts bioavailability by 40, but also reduces toxicity to 0. So this product is just as promising in Asia. His explanation cheered many observers. Zhou Yang straightened his back, like a general fresh from a victorious battle, fixing a sharp gaze on Yumi Shimada. You don't even understand the drug's properties, business strategy, or future plan, yet you claim it's your patent? Do you think we're fools? Yumi Shimada broke into a cold sweat, her face turning pale. In the conference room, some pharmaceutical experts' ethnic pride was instantly stirred. The reality was clear. Zhou Yang knew the drug inside out, while Ingdong Pharmaceuticals had been on the defensive all along. It was obvious who was the original creator and who was copying. Anyone from Ingdong Pharmaceuticals want to respond? The host, Zhu Hong, deepened his voice, shifting all the pressure mercilessly onto Yumi Shimada. Gritting her teeth, Yumi retorted, this drug was indeed developed by us. We have all the records. Zhou Qian's long-suppressed anger finally exploded. Your records were stolen through corporate espionage and fabricated ahead of time. No, we are the original. Yumi Shimada pleaded desperately. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hong struck the table. Quiet. The noise stopped abruptly as all eyes turned to Zhu Hong. Of course, if this escalates to the judicial level, the consequences won't be trivial. He slowly scanned the room. Yumi Shimada's chest tightened. She knew that if she stubbornly fought on, future lawsuits and meeting minutes would become ammunition against her. Clenching her teeth, she glared fiercely at Zhou Yang. We'll see about that. Then she stormed up, angrily leading her team out. Yes. Zhou Qian rarely showed a smile, and she high-fived Susan with a crisp clap. Colleagues from the pharmaceutical and patent departments all turned their eyes toward Zhou Yang, admiring, respectful, and even a little bit self-conscious. This young man not only had capability, but also courage and integrity. Zhu Hong quickly stepped forward, grasped Zhou Yang's hand firmly, and said sincerely, young man, I owe you an apology. When you rushed into the meeting room earlier, I did have some prejudice against you. But afterwards, I truly admired you. If it weren't for you, this medical patent would have fallen into the hands of the Eastern Island Company today. The patent notarization department had always been reluctant to see core technologies snatched by foreign enterprises, yet they had to follow the rules and rely on evidence. Zhou Yang's timely intervention stabilized an extremely precarious situation. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhou Qian and Susan, as representatives of the two major groups, engaged in cordial conversations with several officials present. With the matter settled, everyone gradually dispersed. By evening, the company offices were sparsely occupied. Su Jing was closing her laptop and grabbing her bag, ready to rush to the elevator, when an urgent notification popped up on her phone. Vice President Chen Yueming was about to hold a meeting, and all senior executives were required to attend. Another emergency? She frowned, muttering to herself. She had planned to visit Zhou Yang at Jiangren Hospital, but now had no way to leave. With a resigned sigh, she put down her bag and sat back down at her desk. 15 minutes later, the senior executive meeting room was brightly lit. Chen Yueming sat in the center, surrounded by department directors, all looking at each other in confusion. When everyone was seated, an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. Everyone, the reason for this urgent meeting is to announce some great news. Our group has officially reached a strategic cooperation with BR Pharmaceuticals. The new drug patent aimed at Europe and America has passed approval. This marks a key milestone in our globalization strategy. The next phase will involve putting the new drug into production, targeting Western European and North American markets. He paused, then added, the chairman will announce this at tomorrow's shareholders meeting. I called this early meeting to arrange follow-up work and also to take the opportunity to thank the RD department. They worked around the clock to achieve today's success. Before he finished speaking, a gentle knock sounded on the door. Come in. Zhou Qian pushed the door open. President Chen, am I late? 10 minutes late. Chen Yueming joked with a hearty laugh. But since the RD department made such a great contribution, being 10 hours late wouldn't matter, haha. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. Waving his hand, he said, now that you're here, why don't you tell everyone how tough it was to get this patent approved? Zhou Qian took a deep breath and looked around. As President Chen said, the RD stage was full of difficulties. But the real challenge came during the patent application. All our research results were stolen by Eastern British Pharmaceuticals. The patent department once refused to recognize our ownership. The executives around the table tensed up and leaned in to listen carefully. Chen Yueming asked, speaking of that, I was wondering, weren't you leading the team to confront Eastern British Pharmaceuticals today? How did you manage to defeat them and secure the patent in the end? Zhou Qian adjusted her glasses, her expression serious yet relieved. President Chen, I have to say, you brought a lucky charm to our department. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Yueming raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yang, you transferred Zhou Yang to our department. Zhou Qian said. Without Zhou Yang this time, we would never have secured this patent. If things had gone south, we wouldn't just be losing over $1 billion in RD costs, we'd also miss our chance to break into the North American market over the next few years. Ingdong Pharmaceuticals would certainly seize the opportunity to profit, and their market share in North America would far exceed ours, potentially even achieving monopoly status. Obtaining this patent is the most critical step in our North American expansion, and Zhou Yang single-handedly turned the entire situation around. What? Zhou Yang? Su Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Around the conference table, several executives were equally puzzled by the name. Who's Zhou Yang? I've never heard of him before. Only Chen Yueming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tell us more, he prompted. Yes, Mr. Chen. Zhou Qian recounted the entire sequence of events, from the relentless pressure applied by their competitors, to Zhou Yang attending the negotiation despite running a high fever, and ultimately reclaiming the patent. Her vivid narration stirred everyone's emotions, prompting enthusiastic applause. This Zhou Yang is truly a genius. Chen Yueming shot to his feet. Where is he? Bring him here immediately. I want all the executives to meet him. He went back to the sales department. He said he needed to report to Director Su. Zhou Qian replied. Well, Director Su is right here. Call him quickly, Chen Yueming urged. All right, I'll call the office now. Su Jing dialed Chen Shui's number and asked her to fetch Zhou Yang. After hanging up, she added, actually, you don't know this, but Zhou Yang had such a high fever last night that he was practically delirious. He was only admitted to the hospital this morning. I was worried he wouldn't be able to hold up. No wonder he was late to the afternoon meeting and looked disheveled. Zhou Qian realized. I was silently criticizing him, but it turns out he came straight from the hospital. Hospitalized in the morning and still attending a meeting in the afternoon. Chen Yueming was visibly moved. He clenched his fist and swept his gaze across the room. Everyone should learn from Zhou Yang. Young people like him are the pillars of this company, the foundation of our future. Everyone nodded in agreement. With the vice president personally endorsing him, who would dare underestimate Zhou Yang's achievements? The next moment, the conference room door swung open, and a colleague wheeled Zhou Yang inside. His hospital gown was still visible beneath his suit collar, and a fever-reducing patch adorned his forehead, yet his spirits were unmistakable. Ha ha ha. Chen Yueming laughed heartily and strode forward, draping an arm around Zhou Yang's shoulders. Everyone, this is our great hero Zhou Yang. Let's give him a round of applause. All the executives spontaneously rose to their feet as thunderous applause filled the room. No need for pleasantries today. Chen Yueming's voice rose above the applause. Zhou Yang must be rewarded immediately. Doesn't Zhou Qian's department need an RD manager? Give the position to Zhou Yang, but set his salary at the associate director level. Human resources, administration, and finance adjust his position and salary right away. Yes, sir. The three directors responded in unison. Chen Yueming looked at Zhou Yang. Young man, keep up the good work. Your future is limitless. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Yang's smile reached his eyes, his joy evident. Everyone could see it clearly. Though the title was merely manager, the salary already matched that of an associate director. Chen Yueming's attitude spoke volume. She was simply letting Zhou Yang warm the manager's seat for now. Promotion was imminent. For a fresh college graduate to reach this point was nothing short of miraculous. Just then, Su Jing's phone rang. It was Gao Shuailin. She lowered her voice to answer. Hello, what is it? I'm looking for my buddy Zhou Yang, Gao Shuailin said urgently. I've been calling all day and can't reach him. Is he with you? Yes, he's in a meeting. Oh, I see. Tell him to call me back when he can. What do you need? Su Jing wasn't fond of Zhou Yang's friendship with Gao Shuailin. It's not me, Annie is looking for him, Gao Shuailin said. Sister Annie? When Su Jing heard that, she froze for a moment. But then she thought about all the girls around Gao Shuailin, some called Princess Xiangxiang, others little sister Bing Bing, and now there was an Annie's sister added to the mix. On the other end of the line, Gao Shuailin was about to explain, but Su Jing had already imagined the whole scenario and spoke sharply in a low but fierce voice. Gao Shuailin, I'm warning you don't take Zhou Yang to meet those shady women. Got it. Bye. Hey, Gao Shuailin's protest was cut off by the call ending. He held the phone, stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter laugh. She's not even my wife yet, and she's already this strict? Looks like my buddy's got a tough time ahead. Though annoyed, he didn't dare take Sister Annie lightly. Since Su Jing forbade Zhou Yang from going out, he decided to drive directly to the neighborhood where Zhou Yang rented an apartment, planning to confront him in person. Night fell and street lamps lit up. Gao Shuailin parked under the apartment building, turned off the engine, and stared at the front gate through the windshield. Around 7 o'clock, Zhou Yang appeared alone, carrying a backpack. By mutual agreement, Zhou Yang and Su Jing rarely came home at the same time to avoid misunderstandings, and since Su Jing often worked late. Bro, Gao Shuailin leaned out and waved. Zhou Yang looked up, smiling as he approached. Hey man, what are you doing lurking outside my place? I tried calling you all day, phone off. Had to come catch you in person. Gao Shuailin opened the car door. Sister Annie wants to see you. Now. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Yeah, right now. No way. Zhou Yang's tone was firm. Who is she anyway? Just because she wants to see me, I gotta go? Gao Shuailin's chest tightened. He immediately lowered his voice. Bro, don't act dumb. Sister Annie is backed by Uncle Sang. Uncle Sang? Zhou Yang looked puzzled. Don't know him. You might not know him, but you better be aware. Gao Shuailin leaned in, licked his lips, trying to sound serious. Uncle Sang is a big shot in Shun City's entertainment scene. He owns dozens of clubs, hundreds of bars. His business sprawls all over Jiangnan province. Then he whispered close to Zhou Yang's ear. I heard his real identity's a major drug lord in Southeast Asia. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. How can someone like that live freely in China? He doesn't smuggle stuff in here, Gao Shuailin shrugged. Rumor is he has tens of thousands of acres of poppy fields in Southeast Asia, exporting directly overseas. Fine, at least he's not messing with locals. Zhou Yang sneered. That's why he's rich, controls both legal and illegal sides. Sister Annie, is his woman think you can afford to offend her? Zhou Yang sighed. Still tough. What era is this? Still talking like old gangster movies? You think life's a crime drama? Don't be so naive. Gao Shuailin shook his head. The law of the jungle exists in all time strong, preying on weak. As long as that rule exists, bullies exist, and people like Uncle Sang exist. When Zhou Yang remained silent, Gao Shuailin had a sudden idea and changed the subject. By the way, about the job you asked me to arrange for Lu Qianqian. Did you fix it? Zhou Yang asked smoothly. Done. Gao Shuailin spread his hands. I opened a pretty big bar in Dongpu and made her the manager. 100,000 a year. That's decent. Zhou Yang slapped his shoulder. Gao Shuailin grinned broadly. I'm just doing this because of you. Honestly, that girl's smart and capable, but she's also so fair-skinned and fresh-looking. He noticed Zhou Yang's gaze suddenly turn cold and quickly shut up, raising his hands as if to promise. I know she's your girl. I won't make a move. That Su Mingyao is always talking about you. Hey, you kid, now that you've got Su Jing, you still won't behave? Your love life is way too busy. Zhou Yang looked down, buttoning his jacket, and mumbled. Don't say nonsense, she's just a friend. Gao Shuailin grinned and slung an arm over his shoulder, sounding as if he'd rehearsed this. Come on, brother, let's go meet Sister Annie. I'm not going, Zhou Yang said flatly. Just do it for me. Gao Shuailin lowered his voice. If I don't invite you, I'm the one in trouble. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Afraid of her now? I'm scared of Uncle Sang, Gao Shuailin said bitterly. The guys under him are seriously dangerous. If anything happens at my bar, all my business is shut down. Come on, buddy, just once. Zhou Yang had planned to cook for Su Jing tonight to show his sincerity, but after Gao Shuailin put it that way, refusing again would be awkward. Fine, wait for me to change. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yang changed into casual clothes, and Gao Shuailin drove them straight to the Shiyuan mansion. Under the night sky, Shiyuan was brightly lit. The villa's exterior was outlined with warm yellow lights, highlighting its elegant shape. Inside, the ground floor living room was spacious and bright, with European-style sofas dominating the center. Just as Gao Shuailin and Zhou Yang sat down, The butler Lu Bo calmly brought over hot tea. Miss Jean is bathing and will be down soon. Please enjoy the tea first. The tea's aroma curled in the air, but the presence of four well-dressed guys standing stiffly behind the sofa cast a heavy atmosphere. They stood like four gray statues, hands behind their backs, utterly motionless. Zhou Yang sipped his tea, frowning slightly. Sister Annie sure has a big setup, still bathing after half an hour? As he was lost in thought, light footsteps came down the stairs. Oh, you're already here? Lu Bo, why didn't you call me? Jean Annie appeared, wringing out her still damp hair as she stepped down the stairs. Her robe was striking purple and gold, loosely tied at the waist to reveal shapely calves. Without makeup, her fair skin gave off a hint of youthful freshness. Sister Annie, we just got here and have nothing else going on, so we don't mind waiting. Gao Shualin quickly stood up. Zhou Yang also rose, eyes following her movements. Please sit down. Jean Annie gestured with her hand. The butler handed her a lattice cigarette, which she lit. Jean Annie took a deep drag and gently exhaled smoke. Her eyes peered through the haze at Zhou Yang. You look even better now that you're off the ring. You're too kind, Sister Annie, Zhou Yang replied politely. No need for formalities. She leaned back against the sofa and got straight to the point. I invited you here because, first, I admire your skills. Second, I want to ask if you're interested in working for me? Jean Annie had long run in the underworld, and her bodyguards were all assigned by Uncle Sang. Without trusted aides, there was little freedom, but no one could handle a group alone like Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang spoke. Sister Annie, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. My current job is stable, and I really like it. Before he finished, Gao Shualin gave him 2 nudges from behind and coughed. Sister Annie, thanks for considering my brother. I'd really love to work with you. Let him speak for himself, Jean Annie said, frowning slightly. Gao Shualin fell silent. Zhou Yang looked her in the eye again. Sister Annie, I have my own job, and I really enjoy it. I'm afraid I can't join you. Jean Annie held the cigarette between her fingers, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at her lips. Her gaze pierced Zhou Yang like a needle. Do you know what happens to those who refuse me? Hearing that, Gao Shualin instantly grew nervous and nudged Zhou Yang again. Why do you keep pushing me? Zhou Yang glanced at him sideways with a smirk. Annie has plenty of capable people on her team. I don't think she really needs someone like me. How do you know she doesn't? Jean Annie leaned lazily against the sofa, tilting her chin slightly. What if I told you I've already picked you? How would you feel about that? Her tone was teasing, almost seductive. Zhou Yang sighed. I don't even know what you see in me, Annie. You're young and good-looking. Huh. Zhou Yang was stunned. Could that really be a reason? Ha ha, just kidding. You actually believe that? Jean Annie laughed uproariously, her bathrobe shaking with the movement, revealing a flash of bright white at the collarbone. No way I'd dare. Zhou Yang forced a laugh. The laughter suddenly stopped as Jean Annie's expression turned serious. Why wouldn't you dare? I think you're braver than anyone. I personally pulled you in for this job, and you just pretend not to appreciate it? Annie, don't be mad. Gao Shualin quickly stood up to speak on his friend's behalf. Shut up. Does your brother not have a mouth? Why do you have to butt in? She gave him a cold glare. The bodyguards around them all looked sharp and alert, and Gao Shualin immediately sat back down in silence. Your name is Zhou Yang, yes? To be honest, what I want is your fighting ability. Zhou Yang gave a wry smile. Annie, to be honest, I'm actually a pharmacist. That night at the Tiger Club was a coincidence. I don't like fighting, and I'm not good at it. Lying with your eyes wide open. Jean Annie scoffed. You knocked out 6 black market fighters in a row and say you're not good at fighting? Cut the crap, name your price. How much will it take for you to come work for me? Her charisma instantly filled the room. Zhou Yang felt a surge of frustration but held his temper. Annie, it's really not about the money. Taking my kindness for granted? Jean Annie's eyes darkened. Zhou Yang's forehead veins twitched, about to retort, when the butler Lu Bo suddenly rushed in. Miss Jean, Uncle Sang is here. Jean Annie visibly flinched. Wasn't he supposed to be meeting a friend today? Why is he here? I don't know. The car's already at the door. At the mention of Uncle Sang, Gao Shualin's legs went weak. They'd only heard the name before, but never seen him. Now, bringing this handsome guy before Annie could be a disaster if misunderstood. Annie, maybe we should step aside first? He cautiously suggested. Why would we? Stay right here. No sooner had she spoken than the villa door swung open. 2 bodyguards stood at either side as a burly older man strode in, his voice booming cheerfully. Annie baby, I'm here. Have you missed me these past few days? The man was in his 60s, dressed in a perfectly tailored tang suit, his salt and pepper hair slicked back neatly. Gold-rimmed glasses glinted coldly on his nose. He leaned on a cane, made of some unknown material, but still walked with surprising speed, forcing the guards behind him to quicken their pace. This was none other than Uncle Sang. Uncle Sang. Jean Annie suddenly changed her tone, sounding coquettish as she eagerly stepped forward. You haven't come to see me these days. I've missed you so much I couldn't sleep. Uncle Sang stepped in cheerfully, looking around the room. Oh, so late, and you've got company? Under the lights, his smile was warm, but his eyes suddenly sharpened like blades as they flicked over Zhou Yang and Gao Shualin. cold and piercing. Let me introduce you. Jean Annie looped her arm through Uncle Sang's and brought him over to the two young men. This is Gao Shuailin, heir to the Gao group and my sparring partner. Then she pointed to Zhou Yang. And this is Gao's good friend, pretty impressive. Last time at Wang Hu's gym, he took on 6 fighters by himself. Not bad. Uncle Sang glanced at Gao Shuailin briefly, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Yang. You're good at fighting? So-so. Zhou Yang quickly downplayed it. Don't be modest. Uncle Sang raised a hand and called to a burly bodyguard behind him. Annie's picks never disappoint. Tongshan, have some fun with this young man. Hey, Uncle Sang, my friend isn't a fighter. Gao Shuailin hurriedly stepped in front of Zhou Yang. Oh, you a fighter then? Uncle Sang narrowed his eyes, grinning. Or maybe you go in for him. Gao Shuailin was struck dumb, regretting bringing Zhou Yang here tonight. This big shot's casual show of force could ruin you. Tongshan came forward, hands behind his back like a walking iron tower. Little brother, how about we take this outside? Don't want to wreck the place. Zhou Yang smiled and shrugged. Big brother, I real am no fighter. I don't have the skills to spar with you. What nonsense is that? Uncle Sang raised his voice. Annie said you're tough. Don't look down on Tongshan. Jean Annie's expression stiffened, and she quickly pouted playfully. Oh, Uncle Sang, you came to see me. Why start trouble with him? By the way, you said you met an old friend today and got something special. What is it exactly? About that. I brought it just for you to see. Uncle Sang lifted his hand, and an assistant placed a delicate wooden box on the tea table. He opened the lid, revealing a crystal dome housing a ginseng root twisted like a human figure, plump and full. 100-year-old wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Uncle Sang said proudly. Look at this texture, wow, perfect. Jean Annie's eyes glimmered with teasing. Uncle Sang, what on earth do you want with wild ginseng? Don't play dumb. Uncle Sang pouted as if offended. Jean Annie stifled a laugh. Years ago, Uncle Sang had fought and bled his way through Southeast Asia, injuring key parts of himself. His condition worsened over the years, finally collapsing 5 years ago. Back then, he met Jean Annie and was captivated by her, wanting to claim her, but always stuck. Recently, he heard that century-old wild ginseng could restore vitality, so he spent 150 million buying this specimen from an old friend. Just as he was basking in pride, Zhou Yang spoke quietly. This isn't wild ginseng at all, it's cultivated. The moment Zhou Yang spoke, the entire room fell into stunned silence. What? Artificially cultivated? Uncle Sang's brow furrowed sharply as his cold gaze swept toward Zhou Yang. Oh my god! Gao Shuailin gasped and quickly grabbed Zhou Yang's arm, forcing a sheepish smile. Uncle Sang, my friend doesn't know anything about qualities, just talking nonsense. You spent over 100 million on that wild ginseng, and he immediately calls it fake. Isn't that slapping your face? Nonsense. Uncle Sang's face darkened further, an icy tone in his voice. You can spew rubbish without taking responsibility? No respect for your elders. Besides, what does a boxer know about medicinal herbs? Jean Annie took the opportunity to put on an irritated expression and waved them away. You two leave now. Don't come back here, you're just annoying. All right, we're going. Gao Shuailin nodded repeatedly, pulling Zhou Yang toward the exit. Stop right there. Uncle Sang's cold shout froze the air instantly. Gao Shuailin's legs went stiff and sweat broke out on his forehead this time. He had really angered Uncle Sang. He forced a meek smile, trying to smooth things over again. Uncle Sang, please be reasonable. Get lost. Uncle Sang cut him off harshly and gestured to Tongshan beside him. Smack. Tongshan's hand came down sharply with a crisp slap. Gao Shuailin staggered back, clutching his face, too stunned to protest. In Shun City circles, the rich second generation were just playthings. Only heavy hitters got invited to Uncle Sang's drinking table. Even Gao's father would have to stand aside. Zhou Yang's eyes darkened, teeth clenched. Is this how Uncle Sang treats guests? If you're an honored guest, of course we serve tea and wine, Uncle Sang said, folding away his previously kindly demeanor, his eyes full of menace. But if you're a clown clumsily trying to make a scene, you'll get a worse ending. He pointed sharply at the old ginseng under the glass dome. Tell me, on what basis do you say it's artificially grown? Do you understand ginseng? Zhou Yang met his gaze calmly. Somewhat. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine since I was a child, and have seen nearly every variety of ginseng. Wild ginseng and cultivated ginseng are easy to tell apart at a glance. For such a young age, you sure talk big. Uncle Sang gritted his teeth and laughed darkly. If you convince me, I won't press charges and will even reward you. But if you can't give me a solid reason, his tone suddenly turned icy as he stared straight into Zhou Yang's eyes. Then after today, those eyes won't be yours anymore. Whoa, hey? Gao Shuailin was frantic, pacing nervously. Uncle Sang, he's just talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Smack. Another sharp slap landed without mercy from Tongshan. Uncle Sang told you to shut up. Don't understand? His massive frame radiated intimidation. Gao Shuailin was terrified, nodding quickly but no longer daring to speak. That slap ignited a fire of rage in Zhou Yang's chest, but he forced himself to stay calm and took a step forward. His voice was steady and firm. There are 5 differences. Uncle Sang and Jean Annie exchanged a glance, both taken aback. Zhou Yang claimed to spot 5 suspicious points with just a glance. Uncle Sang thought he knew a thing or two about ginseng himself, even hiring appraisal experts and getting official reports. It would be absurd for a young man to overturn all that so easily. Well, let's hear them. Uncle Sang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The first and most crucial way to identify ginseng: the growth rings on the rhizome. Zhou Yang's voice was steady, each word sharp and clear. True wild mountain ginseng has tightly packed, overlapping pits on the rhizome, and each year's fallen leaves leave spiral step-like marks. The rhizome head is slender with a slight curve, like a snake's neck. But the root you hold, though it tries to mimic the layered rings, it's shallow and fake, with a smooth body like a freshly dug lotus root. This rhizome was forced with chemicals, tricking so-called experts. The herb decoding feature built into Jean Lin glimmered quietly. While it couldn't directly determine artificially grown ginseng, the Zhou family had accumulated generations of experience judging authenticity through it. Zhou Yang himself had been steeped in this knowledge since childhood. Second, he raised a finger towards the ginseng. A century-old wild ginseng, weathered by time, will have a body twisted and forked like a dragon's claw with a rugged, lava-like surface. The root hairs vary irregularly, often sprawling in figure-8 struggles. Yours is too neat exactly because it's too perfect. It's fake. It might fool armchair experts, but not those who've truly worked the wild mountains. Uncle Sang narrowed his brows, staring again at the root in his palm. The root hairs were symmetrically aligned like comb teeth. The longer he looked, the more obvious it seemed artificially arranged. Third, Zhou Yang continued, color. 100-year wild ginseng is soaked with soil minerals, showing a yellow-brown base with rusty red patches. Yours is pale creamy and evenly bleached. Those brown spots clearly died on. Fourth, the smell. Zhou Yang changed tone. Real wild ginseng has a penetrating earthiness mixed with cool pine needle fragrance. Artificial roots only smell damp and moldy, with chemical fertilizer sourness. Dealers soak them in formaldehyde, paraformaldehyde, and fragrances to cover it up and fake the wild scent, but the sharp pungency gives it away immediately. Want to open it and smell for yourself now? His eyes locked on Uncle Sang's face. Uncle Sang hesitated, gripping the root tightly. To the side, Jean Annie's eyes sparkled. Men focused like this were naturally attractive. Everyone else bowed to Uncle Sang, yet only Zhou Yang dared to challenge him. She watched Zhou Yang with quiet excitement. Open it. Uncle Sang suddenly ordered Tong Shan, saying, better to wait until we need it. Opening now will lose its spirit. I said open it. Uncle Sang interrupted coldly. Yes, sir, Tong Shan replied, carefully unwrapping the packaging and removing the crystal cover, fully exposing the root. Uncle Sang leaned in to smell it, released a strong, sharp, spicy fragrance that shot right up his nose. Cough, cough. He stepped back rapidly, choking violently. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. How about that? Made you cough? Uncle Sang's face twitched between shame and anger, but inside he was already 70 convinced. This was probably a fake, artificially cultivated root. What about your 5th point? He asked deeply. Still needed? The first 4 are enough. Zhou Yang shrugged. If you mentioned 5 points, say them all. Uncle Sang's tone turned icy. You said the shape, smell, and color all differ. I want to hear your 5th way to tell. I advise you not to listen. Once I reveal it, this root's ruined. Zhou Yang said slowly. If it's fake, who cares if it's ruined? Uncle Sang sneered. You really trust me? Zhou Yang checked. If your 5th point's right, I do. Uncle Sang nodded. In that case, forgive me, Zhou Yang said, reaching out and snapping the root cleanly in 2. That move by you, Zhou Yang, shocked everyone present. Tong Shan suddenly stood up, veins bulging as he roared. How dare you? But Uncle Sang raised his hand to stop him, took a deep breath, and tried to control his anger. What about the 5th point? Explain it. Zhou Yang held the expensive ginseng under the lamp and pointed at the broken section. Real wild ginseng has a chrysanthemum pattern on the cross-section, and it slowly exudes a clear, viscous liquid. But look at this one. Its cut is like a sliced white radish, and the sap is dried up. He pressed the broken edge almost to Uncle Sang's nose. If you don't believe me, smell it. Is there a radish scent? Uncle Sang bent down and sniffed, his brows tightening further until he finally nodded. Indeed, it smells somewhat like radish. It's just a boosted, grafted piece within 5 years' growth. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, shoving both the ginseng and the brocade box back into Uncle Sang's arms. Something like this is worth at most 10,000 yuan, yet they dared to ask for over 100 million. Rich people's money is so easy to make. Uncle Sang trembled all over. This white tiger king actually dared to cheat me. Bang! He threw the brocade box onto the ground. Wooden fragments scattered, and the ginseng bounced into the corner. His face turned red, lips purple. He staggered 2 steps and collapsed heavily onto the sofa. Kill his whole family for me. Uncle Sang. Uncle Sang. Everyone rushed to him in panic. His shoulders shook violently, as if he heard nothing. Suddenly, his eyelids slammed shut, and he collapsed fully onto the sofa. Uncle Sang. Wake up. The room instantly descended into chaos. Tong Shan pointed his fist at Zhou Yang. You bastard, if anything happens to Uncle Sang, I won't forgive you. Enough shouting. Jean Annie scolded coldly. Go call Dr. Chen now? Yes. Tong Shan nodded repeatedly and quickly dialed. Old Chen, Uncle Sang just fainted. Please come over immediately. No later than 15 minutes. After hanging up, he paced anxiously in place. Uncle Sang's anger is really fierce. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Pray he's okay, or he'll kill your whole family. Tong Shan yelled back. Gao Xiaolin was panicking, pacing back and forth. We're finished. This is over for us. He knew well that if anything happened to Uncle Sang, both he and Zhou Yang would be dragged down with him. In contrast, Jean Annie remained much calmer. What does this have to do with Mr. Zhou? Uncle Sang just has a bad temper. Tong Shan retorted. Sister Annie, you know Uncle Sang's temper well. When has anyone ever pulled a fast one on him like this? No more arguing. Jean Annie pursed her lips. How long until old Chen arrives? 10 minutes. He's just nearby having a meal. 10 minutes might not be enough, Zhou Yang said coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, he'll tear your mouth apart. Tong Shan shouted. Zhou Yang frowned, but said nothing more. At that moment, a heavy gasp came from the sofa, then silence. Uncle Sang. Uncle Sang. Tong Shan rushed over and pressed his ear to Uncle Sang's chest, his face turning pale instantly. He has no heartbeat. Everyone screamed in shock. No heartbeat means he's dead. Gao Xiaolin's legs gave out, and he slumped to the floor, his face ashen. We're finished. This is truly the end. He murmured, remorsefully pinching his thigh. We shouldn't have come today. We really shouldn't have come. Quick, call old Chen. At this moment, Jean Annie remained calm as she gave orders to Tong Shan. Tong Shan's hand trembled as he swiftly pulled out his phone to dial. Hello, old Chen. Uncle Sang, he's passed away. A stunned silence followed on the other end. Then an incredulous exclamation burst out. What? That fast? Are you sure Uncle Sang is gone? He has no heartbeat at all. Tong Shan's eyes welled with tears, his voice choked with emotion. Old Chen, what can we do now to save him? Tong Shan was an orphan who had been raised by Uncle Sang since childhood. They were like father and son. At this moment, his heart was torn apart. Came a heavy sigh over the phone. If I rush over, it won't help. Please accept my condolences. Tong Shan clenched his jaw, nearly shouting. Old Chen, you must have a way. Hurry here, Uncle Sang's body is still warm. Sir, I'm on my way. Old Chen's voice sounded experienced, but helpless. But you have to brace yourself. Uncle Sang suffered sudden cardiac death. A few minutes is fatal. I am powerless now. Uncle Sang, Uncle Sang. Tong Shan's phone slipped from his grasp and hit the floor as he fell on Uncle Sang's chest, wailing in anguish. The younger men in the room lowered their heads in silent mourning. Big boys crying. What for? Zhou Yang suddenly broke the silence. Uncle Sang isn't dead yet. There's still hope. Everyone snapped their heads up. Are you serious? Tong Shan clung to this final shred of hope. Of course, Zhou Yang nodded calmly. First tell me, who did you call just now? Old Chen. That doctor called it sudden cardiac death? That's not right. Zhou Yang's gaze sharpened. I'll ask once. Did Uncle Sang have a history of heart problems? Yes. Uncle Sang's heart has been weak for a long time. Tong Shan nodded rapidly. Then that explains it. Zhou Yang leaned in to examine more closely, speaking quickly. This isn't sudden cardiac death, it's emotional overload causing pseudoventricular fibrillation, triggering acute myocardial shock similar to drowning. Then do CPR fast. Tong Shan panicked, pacing, like drowning, but the treatment is completely different. Zhou Yang waved him off. Stop with the logic, just save him. Tong Shan nearly begged. I'm not a doctor, Zhou Yang said flatly. I can only help stabilize his condition until Dr. Chen arrives. Then I'll tell him how to proceed. Brother, don't push yourself now. Gao Xiaolin frowned and stepped forward. If Uncle Sang dies, none of us get out of this. Zhou Yang gave a meaningful smile. I'm not pushing myself. As long as I lock his pulse points, I can hold the line till Dr. Chen gets here. Then start now. Tong Shan urged. Zhou Yang squinted suddenly. Hey, did you just call my brother? Yes. Tong Shan nodded. Did you slap him? Zhou Yang turned to Gao Xiaolin. Yes, it hurt so bad I felt a tooth loosen. Gao Xiaolin grinned. Zhou Yang's voice dropped coldly. Now return the favor with a slap. If he dares fight back, I want treat Uncle Sang. Huh. Gao Xiaolin was stunned. Opportunity knocks. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. We're brothers. When brothers get hit, I have to defend your honor. Fine. Gao Xiaolin, spoiled and still smarting from the slap, exploded in anger and gave Tong Shan a resounding slap across the face. Son of a. Tong Shan roared, raising his hand to strike back, but caught Zhou Yang's stern look from the corner of his eye. He bit back, lowering his hand, stammering, Brother, I deserve that. I deserve that. Will you save Uncle Sang now? Yes. Zhou Yang nodded, walking to the table and picking up a fruit knife. What are you doing? Tong Shan's voice trembled. Bleeding him. Zhou Yang said. Bleeding? The crowd fell into stunned silence. The man was already in critical condition, bleeding him more might as well be giving up. Yet no one dared to oppose Zhou Yang. They all clung to a nothing-to-lose mindset. Anyone got a lighter? Let me borrow it. Zhou Yang scanned the area. I have one, I have one. 3 or 4 lighters were almost thrust in front of him simultaneously, their flames flickering on the fingertips. He picked a gold lighter and heated the tip of a fruit knife until it glowed red hot. The sharp, metallic smell mixed with burnt odors filled the air. Then he crouched beside Uncle Sang, pried open his stiff fingers, and decisively pierced the Shirshian acupoint. Dark red droplets of blood oozed out and dripped between the fingers. Next, he pressed firmly in turn on several other acupoints like Shinkei. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Could these seemingly flashy moves really save a life? Not far off, Tong Shan cast a secret glance to his men. If Zhou Yang ended up killing Uncle Sang, they would never let this kid off. Someone would have to report back in Southeast Asia, or they'd be held responsible. 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhou Yang exhaled deeply and looked up. How soon can that doctor you called get here? Soon, within 10 minutes. Tong Shan replied. Good. Zhou Yang nodded. I can keep Uncle Sang stable for 10 minutes. That doctor has emergency meds and equipment with him, right? He's Uncle Sang's personal physician, always comes in a medical car fully equipped. Then we wait. Zhou Yang said calmly. But Tong Shan pointed at Uncle Sang, voice trembling. He's got no breath and no heartbeat now. Even if old Chin arrives, it'll be too late to save him. How do you know that? Zhou Yang shot him a cold glance. Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, they'll take full responsibility. His words rang with resolute authority. The usually domineering gangsters quickly fell silent, obediently handing the decision over to him. At that moment, Jean Annie's expression remained calm as she suddenly raised a hand and beckoned Zhou Yang over. Zhou Yang, come here. What's up, Sister Annie? Zhou Yang approached. She lowered her voice. Can you really save him? Don't push yourself. I have a way to get you out of this. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. On the surface, Jean Annie was devoted to Uncle Sang, but now she seemed indifferent to life or death. Even encouraging him to back off. Did she want Uncle Sang dead so she could take over? If so, this woman's guts and scheming were truly terrifying. Sister Annie, what do you want to do? He lowered his voice, tossing the choice back to her. What do you mean by what I want to do? Jean Annie frowned tightly, clearly impatient. If you can save him, then save him. If not, there's nothing we can do. Saying that, she shot him a fierce glare, then turned and sat back on the sofa. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. Reading between the lines, she never really wanted Uncle Sang to live. But if he stood aside and Uncle Sang died, Uncle Sang's men would never forgive him or Gao Xiaolin. Even if Jean Annie claimed she could send him away safely, when it came down to it, she would just betray him, making him a tool and a scapegoat for her own ends. You can't just stand by and do nothing. If you step in, at least you can make sure both yourself and Gao Xiaolin stay safe. Even if it means crossing Jean Annie, there's no other choice. With a creak, the villa's front door swung open, and Tong Han's men hurried inside, escorting an elderly man with graying temples and a close-cropped beard quickly into the living room. The man was sharply dressed in a suit, his calm, commanding gaze exuding authority without anger. None other than the Chun Lao mentioned over the phone, Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng used to be the honorary director of Shenzhen First People's Hospital and held numerous patents that blended traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Though retired now, his disciples were spread throughout Shenzhen's major hospitals, with even Wei Chongqing from Jiangren Hospital respectfully calling him master. In medical circles, his reputation was formidable, a towering figure like Mount Tai. Step aside. Chen Dongsheng leaned down beside Uncle Sang, flipping his lips up, checking his pulse and pupils with a series of professional, precise motions. After a moment, he frowned and muttered, strange. Very strange indeed. Cardiogenic sudden death for nearly 15 minutes, yet there are still signs of life. This resilience is remarkable. Tongshan pointed at Zhou Yang. This young man just performed bloodletting on Uncle Sang and pressed several acupuncture points, saying he could guard the life gate. Looks like it really worked. Is that even possible? Chen Dongsheng raised his eyes to study Zhou Yang carefully, as if wanting to memorize his face. Zhou Yang nodded. Dr. Chen wasn't at the scene and may not know the details. Uncle Sang was triggered by extreme emotional excitement into myocardial shock. I used some basic folk methods to try to hold on to a thread of vital energy. Please begin treatment immediately, or it'll be too late. Chen Dongsheng immediately ordered an assistant to fetch equipment from the car. With practiced ease, he connected the pacemaker, attached electrodes, and administered medication, seamlessly blending Eastern and Western medical techniques. There's a heartbeat. The ECG monitor showed regular waves, and the quietly gathered group let out a hushed cheer. Only Jean Annie's expression grew colder, a subtle change that didn't escape Zhou Yang's notice. The resuscitation continued. Diluted glucose and a mix of cardiac strengthening and protective medicines slowly dripped through the foreline. After more than 10 minutes, Uncle Sang's eyelashes fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. Although his complexion was pale and breathing weak, he had passed the critical stage. Uncle Sang, you scared me to death. Jean Annie's eyes filled with tears as she rushed to his side, sobbing. Uncle Sang weakly reached up to brush her long hair. but his frailty made it hard even to lift his eyelids. Zhou Yang caught the scene and smirked inwardly. Beautiful women's words are the hardest to trust. Zhang Wuji's mother really had a point. Chen Dongsheng packed up his equipment and reminded them, Miss Jean, Uncle Sang needs rest. Let's step outside and give him some quiet. All right. Jean Annie wiped away tears. But someone should stay with him. He'll stay behind. No need. Sister Annie, he'll arrange for someone to watch over him. Tongshan's tone was polite but firm, leaving no room for argument. Jean Annie raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth curling in a barely perceptible cold smile. Fine. Then he'll trouble you. Well, use your villa for tonight, to let Uncle Sang recuperate. Tongshan glanced around. You're welcome to stay as well, but your movements will need to be somewhat limited. Dr. Chen said Uncle Sang must stay quiet. Sigh, I hate being confined. He'll stay outside instead, Jean Annie said lightly with a smile. So as not to disturb Uncle Sang. Tongshan nodded. With us guarding, you can rest assured, Miss Jean. It was clear he didn't trust Jean Annie one bit. Zhou Yang noticed this and thought to himself, the scheming within this group is no different from official or corporate politics. No wonder Jean Annie wanted me to join. She probably wants to set up her own faction to rival Tongshan someday. But that cutthroat life wasn't for a fresh graduate like himself. He pulled Gao Shaolin aside and whispered, things are about settled. Let's go. Wait. Jean Annie suddenly spoke up. Since Uncle Sang is fine, me staying here might just get in his way. He'll go out with you now. A few of them were about to leave when Chen Dongsheng stopped Zhou Yang and asked, young friend, I'm really curious, what method did you just use? Could you share a bit? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Just a simple trick, nothing worth mentioning. If you're interested, Chen Lao, we can talk more another day. Seeing he was unwilling to go deeper, Chen Dongsheng didn't push further. Instead, he handed over a gold-embossed business card with a sincere tone. I'm always here when you need me. Chen Lao, you flatter me. He'll visit you sometime, Zhou Yang said, taking the card with both hands before leaving the villa with the others. The night breeze outside the villa carried the scent of grass and trees. After saying goodbye to Jean Annie, Zhou Yang slipped into Gao Shaolin's car. No sooner had the door shut than Gao Shaolin thumped the steering wheel, frustrated. Bro, I really didn't expect things to get this messy. I'm sorry you got caught up in it and scared. Zhou Yang turned toward him calmly. It's okay. But Uncle Sang and Sister Anna, none of them are ordinary. Even I, a second-generation rich kid, have to behave properly around them. Gao Shaolin lowered his voice, looking unusually serious. Didn't you notice? Those guys with Tongshan all had guns in their pockets. We definitely don't want to mess with that crowd. The fear in his eyes couldn't be hidden by the dark. He took a deep breath and continued, I'm planning to disappear for a few days. You should turn off your phone or change your number. We don't want to get dragged into this. Otherwise, it'll be hard to clean up. I can't change my number, and turning off my phone isn't an option, Zhou Yang shrugged. I still have to work and run errands, can't just switch off like that. Gao Shaolin sighed. All right. But seriously, don't contact Sister Annie again. I really regret bringing you into this. Got it. You get some rest earlier, Zhou Yang said lightly. Will do, bro. Next time dinner's on me, Gao Shaolin said, then hit the accelerator and disappeared around the bend. As Gao Shaolin's taillights vanished, Zhou Yang was about to head upstairs when a taxi slowly pulled into the compound and stopped beside him. The front passenger door opened, and a suited man quickly walked around to open the rear door respectfully. Out stepped a stunning woman, Jean Annie. She wore stiletto heels, her tall figure outlined by the warm yellow glow of the street lamp, features soft and radiant, smiling with a hint of mischief. Zhou Yang, we meet again. So they had followed him secretly after all. Zhou Yang, just an ordinary company employee, suddenly found himself a target both amusing and quite a headache. The influence from Tongshan's side was like a sticky patch of glue one couldn't easily shake off. He sighed and walked toward her. Jean Annie pulled out a lattice cigarette. The flame flickered, and pale blue smoke billowed gently into the night breeze. Her 1.7-meter tall figure seemed draped in a shimmering golden veil under the streetlight, radiating even more charm. Not happy to see me? Why the long face? She blew smoke rings lazily. Of course I'm happy, Zhou Yang forced a smile. If you wanted to come by, you could have just ridden with me earlier. Why take a separate taxi? Jean Annie narrowed her eyes in a smile, but didn't explain why they had split up earlier. She needed to shake off Tongshan's watchers temporarily before reporting to Uncle Sang. She had gotten off with a trusted aide who followed in a taxi, while the driver took her car on a detour around the city. Her gaze swept the old apartment where Zhou Yang lived. She raised an eyebrow. You really live here? Not even inviting me up for a visit? Zhou Yang looked up at his rental place. The lights were still off, so Su Jing must still be working overtime. Sure, come with me. He stepped aside with a welcoming gesture. Downstairs, Jean Annie told her subordinate to wait in the car while she followed Zhou Yang up the narrow staircase in her stiletto heels. The old light bulb cast a dim yellow glow, but she remained composed. Entering the living room, she saw simple furnishings, an old sofa, a small coffee table, and a few medical journals piled in the corner. My place is pretty bare bones, Sister Annie. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Yang quickly poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. It's actually quite nice, clean. I like it. Jean Annie looked around, her gaze eventually settling on a pair of beige heels by Su Jing's bedroom door. Your girlfriends? No, they belong to my female roommate. Zhou Yang tried to keep his answer vague. Oh, you share a place with a woman? Got ulterior motives? She teased him with a knowing smile. Zhou Yang couldn't smile back. Su Jing could come home any minute, and if she walked in on him with this big sister from the streets, the situation would spiral out of control. Sister Annie, I'm just a small-time employee with limited income. Sharing rent saves me money. He glanced at the wall clock. My roommate should be back soon. If we need to talk, how about we head downstairs to a cafe? Otherwise she might get the wrong idea. Trying to kick me out? Jean Annie raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. That's not what I meant, Sister Annie. Zhou Yang, do you know why I came looking for you? I honestly don't. Jean Annie chuckled softly and leaned back against the sofa. Because I've discovered you're a rare talent. You can spot fake medicinal ingredients at a glance. You saved Uncle Sang using methods even Chun Dongsheng couldn't understand. And then there's your skills that night at the Tiger Club. These aren't things an ordinary person can do. She looked directly at Zhou Yang. So what's your real background? Zhou Yang sighed and spread his hands helplessly. Sister Annie, like I said, I'm just a small employee who learned a bit of martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine growing up. That's all. Jean Annie narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. She lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. When Uncle Sang wakes up, he'll definitely come looking for you. He values talent and will use every trick in the book to bring you under his wing. I have my own career. Zhou Yang's tone was firm. You need to understand, someone like Uncle Sang has plenty of schemes up his sleeve. He'll stop at nothing to make you work for him. Jean Annie lowered her voice. I came here today to give you fair warning. Why are you telling me all this, Sister Annie? Because I don't want you joining his camp. I want you to be my person. Aren't you two on the same side? Wouldn't it be the same whoever I joined? Zhou Yang deliberately probed. Jean Annie smiled faintly. You're a smart man, so don't play dumb. I don't care whether Uncle Sang lives or dies, and I've never truly considered him family. We're definitely not real boyfriend and girlfriend. Either's old, and he hasn't been able to perform in that department for years. I've been living like a widow all this time. Realizing her words were too explicit, she frowned and added, everything I've said today must stay between us. Not a word to anyone else. Don't worry, Sister Annie. I'll keep it confidential. Zhou Yang nodded solemnly. Just then, his phone vibrated. The name, Wei Chongqing, appeared on the screen. The director of Jiangren Hospital? He frowned. Sorry, Sister Annie, I need to take this call. Go ahead. Jean Annie stood up, casually smoothing her hair as she paced around the living room, her heels clicking crisply against the wooden floor. Zhou Yang pressed the answer button. Hello, Director Wei. What's going on? Mr. Zhou, we have a situation. Wei Chongqing's voice on the other end was hushed. An enemy of yours is hospitalized here, a man named Xie Feng. Today his father, Xie Yong, caused a scene at our hospital and was detained by our people, which delayed the payment. As a result, Xie Feng's treatment in the ICU was delayed, and he's now in a vegetative state. Xie Yong is now threatening to sue both our hospital and you. Zhou Yang felt a shock in his chest. Xie Feng had become a vegetative patient? This was no small matter, was clearly out of immediate danger and just needed follow-up treatment to stabilize. On the other end of the phone, Wei Changqing's voice sounded frustrated. Who would have thought his father would suddenly cause trouble, completely delaying the best treatment window? Now the CF family is blaming the hospital and you personally for everything. They're seen as the underdogs, so public opinion naturally sympathizes with them. Has this news spread yet? Zhou Yang interrupted immediately. Not yet. That's why I wanted to get your thoughts first. What thoughts? Zhou Yang asked sharply. Wei Chongqing replied, medical accidents aren't new to my hospital. Some patients have died on the operating table, and angry families causing scenes is routine. I still have two plans ready. First, settle things with money. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, the hospital will cover all compensation. You won't have to pay a cent. But Xie Yong isn't short of money. What if he refuses? Zhou Yang pressed. Then we activate the second plan. Wei Changqing's tone darkened. I have some connections in society who can keep things quiet. The atmosphere suddenly felt charged, like gunpowder hanging in the air. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. Director Wei, I've heard about your past. You were part of the Qing gang in Shin City, weren't you? Sigh, youthful recklessness. Wei Chongqing smiled bitterly. I used to be called Wei Cheng before changing my name to Wei Changqing to show my loyalty to the Qing gang. But that was long ago. I've washed my hands of that life. Then why go back to that swamp after crawling out? The second plan isn't appropriate. Zhou Yang said gravely. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhou. Honestly, settling with money would be fine for me. He can't touch me. Wei Chongqing paused, his voice lowering. The problem is he keeps blaming you, saying his son's vegetative state is the hospital's fault and specifically yours. A warmth stirred in Zhou Yang's chest. Wei Chongqing didn't want to return to his old ways, but was willing to back him up, wouldn't forget that loyalty. Director Wei, I appreciate your kindness. Hopefully it hasn't spiraled out of control yet. You first calm Xie Yong down. I'm heading to the hospital right away. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Wei Chongqing hung up. Zhou Yang looked up and saw Jean Annie right in front of him. He took the opportunity to say, Annie, sorry. I have to rush to the hospital immediately. Annie shook her phone. Perfect timing. My people have already parked the car downstairs. It'll be faster to go that way. Her tone left no room for refusal. Zhou Yang nodded. Thanks for that. They went downstairs and got into a black Mercedes MPV. The cabin was spacious, with a small tea table between two leather seats. A driver and a bodyguard sat in front, and two of Annie's trusted men occupied the back seats. The door shut, and the engine rumbled softly. Annie took a canned juice from the refrigerated compartment, poured it gently into a crystal glass, and handed it to Zhou Yang. If you don't mind telling me, what's the emergency taking you to the hospital so late at night? Annie asked as she poured the juice. Zhou Yang didn't bother hiding the truth, and said, that night, I went to the Fierce Tiger Club to look for someone, not to fight. But someone wanted to get rid of me. They pushed me step by step onto the ring, hoping to use those underground fighters to finish me off. The person who set me up is Xiefeng. In just a few minutes, he recounted the whole story clearly and concisely. Annie furrowed her brows and lowered her voice as she cursed. That's Xiefeng. He deserves to die. Ah, in a harmonious society, there's no one who really deserves to die. Zhou Yang shook his head. It's my fault for losing my temper and going too far. How can you blame yourself? Anna's tone rose. First, the hospital didn't treat you in time. Second, his family caused trouble delaying the payment, which delayed the treatment. They only have themselves to blame. Zhou Yang nodded, his tone still calm. That may be true, but I'm the one who caused the injury, so no matter what, I have to take responsibility. Annie stared at him, half angry, half helpless. You're smart, but you're too by the book in how you act. People like you so honest and sincere are rare these days. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly. I have no choice. I was raised that way since I was a kid. Annie was touched by his faint smile and grew even more appreciative of him. His sense of morality, kindness, and principles were exactly the qualities she trusted most. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone vibrated, and the international dialing code flashing on the screen made his heart skip a beat. He braced himself and answered. Hello, Meijia? Zhou Yang. The voice on the other end trembled. Tang Yumiai's voice. Xie Yong told me you turned Xiefeng into a vegetable? Is it true? Zhou Yang took a deep breath and didn't evade the question. Yes, I did go too far. Why? He set me up to get rid of me. I lost control. Tang Yumei sighed quietly. After I left, I asked you to move out of the villa because I was afraid something like this would happen. But it still did. Meijia, I've cut ties with him. He's the one who won't let go. This isn't your fault. It's mine. Tang Yumiai's voice grew heavy. The way I acted years ago hurt him. He has demons in Sith. That's why it ended up like this. Don't say that. Meijia, you're not wrong. Zhou Yang. I probably won't be able to come back for nearly a year. She lowered her voice. If you need help with work in Shenzhen, reach out to Vice President Chen Yueming. I have other things to deal with here, so I have to hang up now. Meijia. Before he could finish, the line went dead. The dial tone rang in his ear, and Zhou Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Tang Yumei had originally said she'd be back in a month or two, but now it was pushed back to a year. It seemed this time her heart was truly broken. At the other end of the call, in an apartment somewhere in North America, Tang Yumei sat on the sofa, staring at the pregnancy test on the coffee table. Two bright red lines, glaring and yet burning hot. Yes, she was pregnant. The child was Zhou Yang's. Her year-long absence from Shenzhen wasn't just because of Xiefeng. It was to take care of her pregnancy here without the hassle of traveling back and forth. She wanted to tell Zhou Yang in person, but the news about Xiefeng had unsettled her emotions. She gently touched her belly, her gaze soft but complicated. This secret she decided to keep buried deep in her heart for now. Once everything settled, she would figure out what to do next. For now, all she wanted was to quietly bring the child into the world. Jiangren Hospital. Zhou Yang briskly strode through the main entrance, his footsteps echoing down the white corridor. Around the corner by the outpatient department, Wei Chongqing was already waiting, his brow creased with worry. Director Wei, where is everyone? Zhou Yang asked directly. Xie Yong is in security, guarded. Xiefeng is in the ICU, and Xiao Man is watching over him. Wei Chongqing replied promptly. As he spoke, his eyes flicked sideways at Annie by Zhou Yang's side, dressed sharply in a suit, flanked by four stern-faced bodyguards. Years of dealing with underworld figures had trained Wei Chongqing to sense the deadly aura radiating from this woman at a glance. But Xiefeng's condition was more urgent, so he said no more. Take me to see Xiefeng, Zhou Yang urged. Follow me, Wei Chongqing said, leading the way. Outside the ICU, bright light shone behind the transparent isolation door. Wei Chongqing raised his hand in caution. The fewer people inside the ICU, the better to avoid introducing fungi. Zhou Yang nodded, then turned to Annie. Annie, wait out here with your team. No problem. Annie smiled slightly and positioned herself with the four bodyguards to the side of the corridor. After 2 rounds of disinfection procedures, the ward door closed automatically. Zhou Yang and Wei Chongqing approached the bedside. The monitor beeped steadily. Xiefeng lay quietly, his face pale as wax. Dad? Wei Xiaoman looked up from the bedside report. His vitals are stable for now, but there's chaotic brainwave activity. Wei Chongqing sighed heavily. This is a sign of impending vegetative state. Medicine can do nothing. We can only watch him slip away step by step. There's still a chance to save him, Zhou Yang said with steady conviction. How? Wei Chongqing's voice was tense. An ancient technique, the awakening yang soul injection, Zhou Yang explained. It strongly stimulates nerves, meridians, and pulse points to rebuild brain circuits and rouse those in coma. It's recorded in old texts and has revived many who seemed lost. There really is such a thing? Wei Chongqing frowned. Wei Xiaoman shook her head gently. If it were that miraculous, vegetative states wouldn't exist. The technique was lost long ago, right? The original method is indeed lost, Zhou Yang exhaled, but our Zhou family's Jinlin medical texts contain an improved version. My ancestors learned the art. I can try it. You? Wei Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a fairy tale. Can it be trusted? Xiaoman. Wei Chongqing spoke sternly, recalling how recently it was Zhou's intervention that saved old Xiao's life on the operating table. If not for Mr. Zhou's help, your Uncle Xiao wouldn't have survived. Surprise flickered in Wei Xiaoman's eyes, but years of pride made it hard for her to fully believe. A peer of hers, Zhou Yang, praised by her father as a miracle doctor, she instinctively resisted. Fine, she said partly in jest. If Dr. Zhou really knows how, then save this man in front of Yuzhen while you're at it. Save all the vegetative patients in the world. Xiaoman, don't speak recklessly. Wei Chongqing scolded. Director Wei, don't blame her. She's right, Zhou Yang said calmly, smiling a little. Talking endlessly is useless. Real skill comes from wielding true power to solve real problems. Please bring me the acupuncture therapy device immediately. I'm going to perform acupuncture on Xie Feng right away. The moment those words left his mouth, Wei Xiaoman's heart leaped and actually went ahead with it. But Wei Chongqing's excitement was ignited once more. The long-awaited moment had come. To witness Zhou Yang take action with one's own eyes, regardless of outcome, was a rare spectacle. Yet he quickly composed himself and reminded firmly, we can't change the patient's medication or treatment without the family's consent. The message was clear, they needed to persuade Xie Yong first. They'll talk to him, Zhou Yang responded. Good. Wei Chongqing picked up the phone and called security. Bring Xie Yong here and tell him there's a new treatment available. A few minutes later, Xie Yong was escorted to the corridor outside the ICU by 2 guards. Zhou Yang and Wei Chongqing were already waiting at the door. Zhou Yang, you still have the nerve to show up? Xie Yong roared, his eyes bloodshot. If not for the guards holding him back, he would have charged forward. My son is in a vegetative state, and you're to blame. If you don't go to jail, justice won't be served. Xie Yong, I'm here to help you, Zhou Yang said calmly. Xie Feng is not yet in a vegetative state. There is still hope. I plan to use acupuncture, but I need your signature. Never. Xie Yong ground his teeth. You want to kill my son? I'm transferring him out now. He had long suspected that Wei Chongqing and Zhou Yang were in cahoots, and now felt trapped in a den of wolves. Wherever you transfer him to won't be better than here, Zhou Yang patiently explained. I'm responsible for what happened, and I intend to make it right. Make it right? Baloney. You just want to harm Xiaofeng. Xie Yong shouted hoarsely. Wei Chongqing shook his head beside them. Mr. Zhou, he won't listen. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. Suddenly recalling that Xie Feng had another guardian, he quickly dialed Tang Yume. I'm at the hospital and have a way to save Xie Feng. Acupuncture is needed, but the family must sign off. Xie Yong is out of control. I need you to decide. Zhou Yang, can you really save him? Tang Yume was shocked. Most likely, Zhou Yang answered promptly, putting the call on speaker. We just need the family's consent. If he can be saved, then of course I agree. Tang Yume's clear voice echoed down the corridor. Did you hear that? Zhou Yang held up the phone to Xie Yong. Xie Feng's mother has agreed to the treatment. Tang Yume, you slut. Xie Yong's composure shattered. If it weren't for you, Xiaofeng wouldn't be like this. You're trying to harm him, I won't allow it. Slap. A sharp slap cut off his shouting. Everyone froze. They saw it wasn't Zhou Yang or Wei Chongqing, but Jean Annie standing nearby who struck him. You despicable man. Jean Annie said coldly. You're the one causing chaos and delaying treatment, which left your son in a vegetative state. And you still have the nerve to blame others? You don't deserve to be a father. Xie Yong's fury exploded as he raised his hand to strike back. A bodyguard immediately stepped forward and twisted his arms, nearly lifting him off the ground. Xie Yong, huh? What a worthless man. Jean Annie's icy glare cut like a blade. Your son schemed against Zhou Yang, trying to kill him. He got what he deserved when he was beaten up. At that time, Xiaofeng was badly injured but out of danger. Your interference delayed his treatment. And now you blame Zhou Yang? You're the real scum. Tang Yume, listening on the other end of the phone, finally understood the truth. She had misunderstood Zhou Yang. Jean Annie stepped closer, her tone low but threatening. Now, immediately, agree to Zhou Yang's acupuncture treatment. If not, they'll make sure neither you nor your son see the light of another day. The moment Jean Annie finished speaking, everyone present was startled. Without giving anyone a chance to react, 2 bodyguards behind her swiftly stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Xie Yong. Their shoulders raised slightly, fists clenched, like two fierce beasts ready to pounce at any moment. In broad daylight, this is a crime, Xie Yong shouted hoarsely. Bang! One bodyguard suddenly slammed a fist into his lower abdomen. The intense pain made Xie Yong double over, his face turning pale as the sound caught in his throat. I'm giving you 3 seconds to decide, Jean Annie said coldly, her tone completely devoid of emotion. Miss, please don't act rashly. Wei Chongqing instinctively stepped forward. He had considered using dirty tricks, but once things reached this point, there was no turning back. If Jean Annie lacked backing, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Jean Annie shot him a sidelong glance. You saw for yourself this guy is unreasonable and overbearing. Zhou Yang schemed to help him, yet he doesn't appreciate it. You can't go easy on people like this. With that, she snatched the supplementary treatment agreement from Wei Changqing's hand and slapped it onto the table in front of Xie Yong. Time's up. Sign it. Xie Yong clutched his aching abdomen, sweat beading on his forehead, fear and anger twisting inside him as he froze. Jean Annie signaled the bodyguards. Smack! Another slap rang out. Xie Yong's head buzzed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The bodyguards grabbed his bleeding fingers and pressed them to his lips to smear blood onto them. Then together, they forced him down to the floor and slammed his bloody palm onto the agreement. The crimson fingerprint quickly smudged across the paper. Carry him to the car and keep a close watch, Jean Annie ordered. Yes, ma'am. The 4 underlings responded in unison. One sneered with menace. If you make a sound, you'll wish you were dead, but can't die. They then roughly hoisted Xie Yong up and dragged him out of the ward. Jean Annie picked up the surgical contract on the table and handed it to Zhou Yang. Done. Start the acupuncture immediately. Time is critical. From the moment she spoke to resolution, the entire process took less than 5 minutes, so crisp and efficient that everyone was dumbfounded. Wei Chongqing secretly admired her decisiveness. She was clearly no ordinary woman. Inside the ward, Zhou Yang's phone remained connected to Tang Yumei. He reported into the microphone. Sister Mei, you heard everything, right? I'm starting acupuncture on Xiefeng now. All right, I trust you, Tang Yumei replied firmly. Bolstered by her confidence, Zhou Yang turned to Wei Chongqing. Director Wei, please prepare the acupuncture equipment and assign someone to assist me. The others don't need to stay in the ward. Got it. Just say what you need. Wei Chongqing responded promptly, pointing to Wei Xiaoman beside him. Xiaoman, you'll assist Mr. Zhou. Do whatever he instructs. Me? I've never been anyone's assistant before. Wei Xiaoman frowned, but still nodded. There's a first time for everything, Wei Chongqing said, masking his smile as he leaned toward his daughter and whispered, learn well from Mr. Zhou, okay? A flicker of doubt crossed Wei Xiaoman's beautiful eyes. Did her father really believe this man could cure a vegetative patient? Though skeptical, she said nothing. Soon, Wei Chongqing had someone roll in all the acupuncture equipment, and the others left the ward. Wei Xiaoman was a bit flustered handling things for the first time, especially with such an apparently impossible task. She wasn't exactly confident in herself. Don't be nervous, Zhou Yang whispered. Just do one thing whenever I ask for something. Get it to me right away. Don't worry about anything else. Is it really that simple? Wei Xiaoman asked instinctively. Yes, just that simple. With that, he bent over and began working. Wei Xiaoman stayed alert. She placed her phone at the foot of the bed, camera aimed at the hospital bed, and quietly started recording just in case something went wrong. She could prove where responsibility lay. Zhou Yang first pulled back Xiefeng's blanket and examined him attentively for a moment, then reached out. Acupuncture needles, disinfectant. Got it. Wei Xiaoman swiftly grabbed the silver needles, wiped them with medical alcohol, and handed them over. But after taking the tools, Zhou Yang suddenly froze, motionless like a statue. In his mind, he rapidly recalled every word and illustration about the resurrection needle from the Jinlin and ancient text passed down through generations of the Zhou family. He had pored over the book as a child until its edges were worn. Every prescription, every acupuncture technique was deeply engraved in his memory. Although the Zhou family didn't practice medicine professionally, they had always provided treatment free of charge to relatives to keep the family's medical knowledge alive. From a young age, Zhou Yang had learned acupuncture from his grandfather, often practicing on himself until his technique became flawless. Taking a deep breath, he reviewed the steps of the resurrection needle once more. Give me the acupuncture box. Here. Wei Xiaoman placed the box beside him, then stepped back, glancing discreetly toward the corner her phone was still recording. Zhou Yang began inserting the needles. His wrist trembled slightly, then a silver needle flashed, smoothly embedding into Xiefeng's skin. Picking up needles, rubbing them, inserting the sequence flowed like water. Wei Xiaoman was stunned. Just the skill in his hands, regardless of the outcome, was truly impressive. Under the light, Zhou Yang's hands moved like precise medical robots, tracing across Xiefeng's skin and perfectly hitting each acupuncture point. About an hour later, fine sweat glistened on Zhou Yang's forehead, his shirt soaked through on his back. Xiefeng's head was now dotted with needles like a porcupine, with silver needles also covering his neck, chest, and abdomen. Zhou Yang then pulled down Xiefeng's pants and continued placing needles on his legs. He glanced at Xie Feng's manhood, shook his head with a laugh, and said, "No wonder Lu Wei doesn't like you." Wei Xiaoman quickly turned her head, too embarrassed to look again, though she caught a clear glimpse earlier. In a flash, she suddenly remembered the stark contrast she had seen when helping Zhou Yang change pants yesterday, a difference so vast it made her question if they were even the same species. Her eyes drifted back to Zhou Yang's sweat-dampened shirt. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed deeply, seeing Zhou Yang's back stirred an unexpected flutter inside her. Just as Wei Xiaoman was lost in thought, Zhou Yang finished his task. "Connect the electrodes," he said crisply, looking up. Electroacupuncture involves attaching wires to the handles of regular needles, allowing electric current to flow through the silver needles into the meridians, stimulating acupoints. This method often works faster and stronger than simple needling. At this moment, Xie Feng's body was pierced with 108 silver needles, their tips glinting coldly under the lights like a dense, precise metal forest. "Are all the needles going to be electrified?" Wei Xiaoman couldn't help but ask. "Do you want to kill him outright?" Zhou Yang glanced at her. "Of course, only some of them. If all the needles were electrified, even at low voltage, it would be like torturing all of Xie Feng's internal organs simultaneously." Zhou Yang quickly called out the chosen acupoints. "Huizhong, Tongfeng, follow my order, and be quick. We'll operate together." "Got it," Wei Xiaoman replied, clutching the palm-sized electrotherapy device. She wasn't as familiar with the points as Zhou Yang, so each time he named one, she bent down to check the acupoint chart, then reached for the wires. Zhou Yang did the same on the other side, and their hands unexpectedly brushed. Startled, Wei Xiaoman pulled back as if shocked, her face flushing like a peach. "No worries, focus." Zhou Yang's tone was calm, but his fingertips steadied the wire firmly into the needle handle. Time ticked by with the quiet hum of the machine. More than half an hour passed before the last wire was secured. Only about a dozen needles on Xie Feng's body faintly flickered with electric arcs. The rest stood silently like sentinels. "Done. You can go rest now." Zhou Yang removed his gloves. "Is there nothing else to do?" Wei Xiaoman asked anxiously. "In half an hour I'll call you back to remove the needles." "Okay." She put away her phone, stepped out of the ward, and gently closed the door. In the director's office, Wei Chongqing was talking with Jean Annie, a friend of Zhou Yang's who had revealed an impressive background earlier. Wei Chongqing had invited her in for a brief rest. Seeing his daughter enter, he immediately stood and asked, "How did it go?" "The procedure looked impressive." Wei Xiaoman spread her hands, "but it doesn't seem to have any effect." "No improvement with the patient?" Wei Chongqing pressed. "No visible change so far." Wei Chongqing sighed deeply. Annie, however, smiled faintly. "Zhou Yang always manages to create miracles. Although I agree it sounds absurd to treat a vegetative patient with acupuncture, I have a gut feeling might just pull it off." "This young lady clearly doesn't understand medicine," Wei Xiaoman couldn't help but retort. "Vegetative states are one of the greatest challenges in medical science. If acupuncture alone could cure them, it would be a world-shaking breakthrough." Annie raised her chin slightly. Her red lips curved into an ambiguous smile. "So you're saying Zhou Yang's attempt is a complete waste of effort?" "Absolutely." Wei Xiaoman didn't hold back. "I admit his technique is dazzling and top-notch. But skill alone doesn't mean solving a global medical enigma. Right now, China alone has over 800,000 vegetative patients, increasing by 70,000 to 100,000 annually. If acupuncture really worked, would there still be so many patients? If Zhou Yang could really cure vegetative patients, he would have become famous long ago and wouldn't be stuck here with us." Jean Annie frowned. Even she found the thought a little ridiculous. Most likely, Zhou Yang saved Uncle Sang when he was on the brink of death, creating an illusion for her. The young nurse was right. She had exaggerated Zhou Yang's medical skills. At that moment, her phone vibrated. She answered. It was one of the guards downstairs. "Annie, this guy's crying and causing a scene, even trying to harm himself. Should we give him a little punishment to make him behave?" Jean Annie looked up and glanced at Wei Xiaoman. "How much longer for Zhou Yang?" "About half an hour," Wei Xiaoman estimated. "Bring him up. Meet me in the director's office." Jean Annie ordered into the phone. "Got it." About 15 minutes later, several guards pushed Xie Yong into the room. In broad daylight. "You not only imprisoned me, but also performed some creepy acupuncture on my son without permission," Xie Yong shouted hoarsely the moment he entered. "You're treating human lives like dirt. Demons." Jean Annie lowered her voice. "We're just trying to help your son get better. You're viewing Zhou Yang through tinted glasses." "What do you mean tinted glasses?" "Zhou Yang is my son's enemy. He's been wishing Xie Feng dead. Besides, wo's ever heard of curing a vegetative patient with acupuncture? Which hospital has ever done that?" Xie Yong yelled louder, veins bulging. Jean Annie clenched her teeth tightly. "Success or not, at least we have to try. I think you just want to kill my son." Xie Yong nearly lost control. If not for two guards holding him firmly, he might have lunged forward. Bang! Bang! The door suddenly knocked. "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhou Yang." Wei Xiaoman quickly opened the door. Zhou Yang looked exhausted but calm and steady. "Remove the needles." "Zhou Yang, what have you done to my son? If something happens to him, I swear I'll take you down with me. Xie Yong roared. Xie Feng is fine. He won't become a vegetative patient, Zhou Yang said calmly, as if thunder had struck everyone's hearts. Wei Changqing's voice trembled. Mr. Zhou, do you mean the patient has been saved? Yes. I pulled Xie Feng back from the brink of vegetative state. Zhou Yang nodded. Please have your daughter help remove the needles. I will draft a follow-up treatment plan. If you follow it, Xie Feng will wake up soon. Xie Yong was stunned, barely daring to believe it. Zhou Yang, you're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie? And who would I fool with something like this? You're no fool. Zhou Yang shrugged. Although the words felt awkward to hear, Xie Yong didn't care. He nodded excitedly. If you really heal my son, all our past grudges are wiped clean. My son and I won't bother you ever again. Remember what you just said? Zhou Yang reminded him, then leaned back on the sofa's edge. Annie, you've all worked hard today. Let me treat you and your brothers to a late-night meal. Sounds great. Annie smiled rare for her. With the hospital matters settled, the two left with 4 guards and headed to a nearby night food stall. Nearly midnight, charcoal fires still burned bright along the street, beer bottles reflecting neon lights. Annie, with your status, isn't this kind of place a bit inappropriate? Zhou Yang laughed as he pulled out a chair. I just like night stalls. They're down to earth. Annie rolled up her sleeves and sat down. They split into 2 tables, for guards noisily grabbing grilled skewers, while Zhou Yang and Annie sat alone, eating and chatting. At the same time, Su Jing finished a long day's work, dragging her tired body home. The neighborhood where she quarantined with Zhou Yang wasn't far from Jiangren Hospital, passing right by that night food stall. So, just as Zhou Yang and Annie were laughing and talking, Su Jing's car pulled up. At the red light pause, Su Jing's eyes, as if compelled by some force, flicked toward the street food stall. The dim yellow street lamp cast a warm glow over the stand. Skewers sizzled as grease dripped onto the hot grill, and glass bottles clinked together. Immediately, she spotted Zhou Yanghe was leaning back in a plastic chair, a crescent-shaped smile tugging at the corner of his eyes as he raised his glass. Across from him sat a woman unfamiliar to Su Jing, their conversation light and easy. Zhou Yang. Her heart skipped a beat. At this late hour, instead of going home, he was drinking on the street with a woman? The woman was even more striking. Her shoulder-length hair softly curled and worn loose, lips vivid red, exuding an intelligent and poised grace. Her impeccably tailored suit stood out against the bustling roadside crowd, radiating an air of quiet luxury. Even Su Jing couldn't help but silently admit such presence was far from ordinary. Yet what was her connection to Zhou Yang? The light turned green, and a honking car behind urged her to move along. Reluctantly, Su Jing looked away, stepping on the accelerator as her car streaked through the intersection. Back at her rented apartment, the living room felt empty and cold. The pale lamplight made the floor look washed out. She set down her bag and suddenly felt hollow inside. With a sigh, she headed to the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over her collarbones, slid past the curve of her waist and defined abs. Her hands traced the wet contours from chest to lower abdomen muscles, toned from constant working out. Yet the reflection staring back at her lacked any hint of a smile, only a lonely, self-contained melancholy. Her mind replayed the image of Zhou Yang and that woman raising glasses, looping insistently like film stuck on repeat, filling her with restless frustration. She dried off hastily, slipped into a thin nightgown, and lay down, but sleep refused her. She recalled how only days ago Zhou Yang had sworn to sleep early, work seriously, yet he barely came home these nights. The nameless fire in her chest blazed hotter. Finally, she sat at her desk and dialed the phone. Hello, Boss Su. The call connected almost instantly. Out all night again. Su Jing's voice was icy. Oh, I had something to deal with today. I'm coming back soon. Zhou Yang spoke quickly. What kind of thing keeps you so late? The words came out sharper than intended, like a girlfriend accusing her boyfriend, though they were just boss and roommate. Zhou Yang seemed unfazed. Just chatting with a friend. Be back right away. Friend? Su Jing sneered. Take your time then. I'm home alone and lock the door tight, because I'm scared someone might break in. Besides, I'm exhausted today and will be in a deep sleep, so even if you knock, I won't hear it. Boss Su, wait, please, I'm on my way. Their apartment had 2 locks, a key lock on the door and a security chain inside, like those found in hotels. Once the chain was hooked, even a key outside was useless. Su Jing moved to the entrance and snapped the chain shut with a definite click. Boss Su, give me half an hour. Zhou Yang's voice crackled with the wind and urgency. Beep, beep, beep. She hung up, put on her headphones, cranked up the volume, and lay back down. But nowhere the thunderous beats could drown the image from the street stall from her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Inside the street stall, charcoal flames turned the meat skewers golden, aromas rolling through the night air. Annie propped her chin with a smile, watching Zhou Yang. So late, and your boss comes to find you here? Talking shop, huh? Ah, yeah. Zhou Yang looked a bit awkward and scratched his head. After all, working at a Fortune 500 company did come with its own pressures and workload. The night had grown late, nearing the early hours, yet Annie Jean sipped her coffee leisurely, a smile playing on her lips. Quit that job of yours. ITLL where you out. They'll pay you double here. Just live your life as you like, and show up whenever I need you. Sis Annie, I really can't handle the other work, Zhou Yang said, waving his hands in refusal. Do you even know what the job is? And yet you've already decided you can't do it? Annie raised a slender eyebrow, her tone tinged with impatience. Weren't you going to have me be your bodyguard or your white glove? I've changed my mind, she suddenly winked. Just be my private doctor. Leaning forward slightly with a mischievous glint, she added, someone with your talent, who can even cure a coma patient with acupuncture. I'd hate to waste you as just a white glove. Sis Annie, being a private doctor is out of the question too. Zhou Yang shook his head. My family has strict rules passed down for generations. I'm not allowed to practice medicine. Nonsense. Annie's eyes turned sharp. Wasn't saving Uncle Sang practicing medicine? Or saving Xiefeng? Zhou Yang sighed deeply. That's why I've already broken the rule. I have to repent to my ancestors. I can't touch medicine anymore. With skills like yours, I just don't get it. Annie started to argue again. Zhou Yang checked his watch, stood, and said, it's late. I should get going. I don't want to disturb my roommates. Annie took a deep breath, no longer pressing the issue. She pulled a gold-edged card from her business card holder and handed it over. If you ever change your mind, contact me anytime. My gut tells me we'll meet again. Goodbye then. Zhou Yang took the card, nodded, and soon his figure blended into the night. Beside the late-night food stall Annie had rented, her underlings watched Zhou Yang walk away. One muttered angrily, no appreciation at all. Should I teach him a lesson? Shut up. Annie's eyes were sharp as a blade. Like Liu Bei visiting Zhuge Liang 3 times. If I want someone, impatience won't get me anywhere. A subordinate tried to explain, but Sis Annie, your status. No more, she said quietly, and everyone quickly kept their heads down, afraid to speak further. The night breeze blew past. Annie stared in the direction Zhou Yang had disappeared, a fiery light flickering in her eyes. Zhou Yang, I've never been interested in anyone like this before. I will bring you close to me. Just wait and see. Outside his rented room, Zhou Yang jogged briskly. Checking his watch, it had been less than half an hour since head called. Su Jinghe relaxed and pulled out his keys. Click. The door opened with a sound. Just wanted to scare me, he thought, remembering Su Jing's warning to lock the door if late, and a small smile tugged at his lips. But the next moment, he noticed Su Jing's bedroom door was only cracked open. That was unusual. Usually when she slept, the door was shut tight. Zhou Yang stepped quietly to the door and lowered his voice. Miss Su, are you asleep? Need me to close the door for you? No answer from inside. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then peeked through the crack. The curtains were half drawn, moonlight spilled over white sheets, but the bed was empty. Miss Su? His heart tightened. He pushed the door open and switched on the light. The room was empty. The computer was gone. The few books she often read were missing from the shelf, and her white suitcase by the bed had vanished as well. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and dialed Su Jing, but it went straight to voicemail. Confused, his eyes caught a piece of white paper pinned under a paperweight on the desk. He saw there was a note left on the desk. Zhou Yang, I've really enjoyed sharing the apartment with you, but since we have a superior-subordinate relationship, living together feels awkward. So, I've decided to move out for now. My lease ends this month, and I'll return the keys to the landlord. I hope your next roommate gets along well with you. The delicate handwriting on the note hit Zhou Yang like a splash of ice-cold water. He looked up at the empty living room and sat down heavily on the chair, as if settling into a cold winter fog. Su Jing was truly upset this time. She didn't even want to continue sharing the rent. Closing his eyes, he tried to figure out what had gone wrong. Coming home late at night, sometimes staying out all night, believed none of that bothered anyone. If anything, it made the apartment quieter. His work hadn't suffered either. Unable to find an answer, waves of drowsiness swept over him. Leaning against the sofa back, he soon drifted into light sleep. Morning came with the alarm ringing on time. Zhou Yang grabbed his bag and stepped outside, but his usual stride carried a hint of fatigue. The company building's glass facade reflected the harsh morning sun as he weaved through the crowd toward the front desk. Behind the counter, Bai Lu was bent over some documents, her smooth hair cascading over her shoulders. Zhou Yang. She looked up in pleasant surprise, immediately closing the folder. Her eyes crinkled in a warm smile. Feels like ages since I last saw you. Not at all, just a few days. I took a different elevator sometimes and miss seeing you. Zhou Yang smiled back. How have you been recently? Ever since you helped me get sorted, I've been sleeping through the whole night. Bai Lu gave a playful flick of her hair. See, I'm looking great now, right? Absolutely radiant, glowing. Zhou Yang praised without hesitation. Oh, I found a new place and am moving this weekend. Can you come help? Bai Lu winked. Of course, Zhou Yang answered happily. They'll help you move on the weekend. Bai Lu smiled softly. Since it was work hours, they didn't linger. Zhou Yang waved goodbye and headed through the lobby to the marketing sales department. The cold white light in the office was just as usual. Sitting at his desk, Zhou Yang opened his computer to handle yesterday's client reports when he overheard his neighbors whispering. Is it true? Of course, Xiao Xing didn't come in today. But she was doing well, right? She actually quit? No idea, just decided to leave. Zhou Yang paused, looking toward Zhao Ziying's empty desk. It was spotless except for a small pot of miniature green vines. He frowned. Although Zhao Ziying was a bit self-serving, she was always diligent and treasured her job. Why quit so suddenly? That uncomfortable heaviness rose in his chest again. After hesitating, he stood and knocked on Su Jing's office door. Come in. The voice was cool and efficient. Pushing the door open, Zhou Yang met Su Jing's gaze. Her calm face was now even colder, as if the outside wind had frozen in place. What is it? Her tone was steady but distant. Su Jing. He was about to speak, but was cut off. We don't discuss personal matters during work hours, she said flatly. I've made things clear in the note. If you don't have anything else, please leave. Zhou Yang rubbed his nose and nodded. As his hand touched the doorknob, Su Jing's emotionless voice came again. Focus on your work. Zhou Yang scratched his head and said, Manager Su, I'm not trying to bring up what happened last night. I just wanted to ask, has Zhao Ziying quit? Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed her usually stern facade. Turned out, she had been reading too much into things. She cleared her throat twice, tucked her hair behind her ear, and her tone hardened again. Zhao Ziying is a salesperson under Lu Yan's region. You're not even on the same team. Why are you asking about this? She left very suddenly. Zhou Yang frowned. That's none of your business. Su Jing waved him off. Focus on your own work. You may go. Her voice left no room for argument. Zhou Yang had no choice but to exit the office. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he ran straight into Lu Yan's cold, piercing gaze. Manager Zhou, clocking in at Manager Su's office first thing this morning? Lu Yan leaned against his desk, dripping with sarcasm. No wonder you got promoted, you're more dedicated than anyone. He stressed the last two words with deliberate emphasis. Zhou Yang was irritated, and Lu Yan's jab hit his tender spot exactly. He strode over to Lu Yan's workstation, leaned down, and said coldly, Lu Yan, when most people flap their mouths, it's about eating or talking. Yours? Pure nonsense. Who the hell are you talking to? You, obviously. Tensions escalated quickly, and their colleagues hurried to separate them. Lu Yan knew he couldn't win a fight, but feeling bolstered by the crowd, he still acted arrogantly. Zhou Yang, sucking up to the boss isn't enough for you, you're playing corporate spy now? What are you implying? Zhou Yang's eyes darkened. Don't play dumb. You've been hanging out with Zhao Ziying a lot lately. You're trying to steal info from my area. Lu Yan spat through clenched teeth. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and replied evenly, I don't deny I'm close with her, but only as colleagues. I never asked her to reveal any info about your region. In truth, Zhao Ziying had quietly wanted to help him, but he had never actually put her in a spy role. Lu Yan snorted coldly. If I can't catch you stealing info, consider yourself lucky. Lu Yan, it's because of all this you forced Zhao Ziying to quit, isn't it? Zhou Yang said coldly. Nonsense. She left on her own. Lu Yan tossed out the comment, glanced at his watch, and added, I've got clients waiting. No time for you. Then he grabbed his files and strode off. Zhao Ziying's abrupt resignation now seemed even more suspicious. Zhou Yang's unease grew as he hid in a quiet corner of the hallway and pulled out his phone to call her. The call was immediately cut off after one ring. He tried again, hang up. After a dozen or so calls, all went unanswered, and finally her phone was turned off. Zhou Yang gripped the cold device, frowning deeply. What on earth happened to Zhao Ziying? Back in the general manager's office, he pushed the door open and went straight to Su Jing. Manager Su, I'm not feeling well today. I'd like to take the day off. Su Jing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, not feeling well? My body feels weak. Dizzy, needs some rest, Zhou Yang answered vaguely. Su Jing's face darkened slightly as she connected the dots to last night. Did this guy really party the whole night with some woman? That would explain his weak state. Seeing her expression waver, Zhou Yang quickly added, Manager Su, I promise my work won't suffer. Just one day, really. Why suddenly so weak? Su Jing pressed. Zhou Yang inwardly complained. Is this the kind of question a boss should even ask? But he answered honestly. I was hospitalized a while back and jumped straight into meetings without resting. I've been burning myself out for the company. Now that the new drug RD phase is done, I'm kind of overloaded like a game character whose skills are on cooldown, just needs time to recover. Su Jing didn't understand gaming and looked confused. No hanging out with girls? Absolutely not. If I did, I'd rather get hit by a car on the way out. Zhou Yang raised his hand solemnly. That's ridiculous. Su Jing's tone softened. Since you're overloaded, take a day to recharge. Thanks, boss. Zhou Yang grinned and hurried out the door. Su Jing watched Zhou Yang's retreating figure as he left, feeling a flicker of doubt. Could she really have misjudged him? As the sales director, she had encountered countless people, and honestly, Zhou Yang didn't seem like the type who would chase after women indiscriminately. Maybe she had been too harsh after all. He was just a subordinate, and it wasn't appropriate to meddle so deeply in his personal life. With that thought, her mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, after leaving the office, Zhou Yang didn't go home to rest. The real reason for his leave was to find Zhao Ziying and get to the bottom of things. With the help of Bai Lu from administration, he contacted a personnel officer and accessed Zhao Ziying's file. It showed that she had applied to resign at the end of the month, but had already stopped working and stayed home. Her registered addresses included an apartment complex near the company in Donghua Village, 20 kilometers north of Shin City. After confirming the details, Zhou Yang headed first to the apartment complex. The landlord only knew her as a tenant who had already moved out, with no information on her whereabouts. With the trail cold, he drove straight to the second address. Donghua Village lay less than 30 kilometers from Shun City, but felt worlds away. The only road connecting it was a bumpy gravel path, and the houses wore gray tiles and low walls. As he passed the village entrance, a few skinny dogs barked fiercely at the car, clear evidence that outsiders were rare. Luckily, each house had a number on its door, so he followed the sequence to the last row, number 89. Parking the car, Zhou Yang knocked on the door. A familiar female voice called out, "The door's not locked, just push it open." He entered and found a courtyard overrun with weeds. A fair-skinned woman with a bun was watering flowers bucket by bucket. Her loose casual clothes couldn't conceal her shapely figure, and the rise and fall of her chest was especially noticeable as she bent down. "Zing," Zhou Yang said softly. She looked up, recognized him at once, froze for a moment, then turned to head inside. Zhou Yang closed the distance in a few steps and grabbed her arm. "Why are you avoiding me?" Zhao Zing turned her face away, tears welling up. "I've decided to quit. I'm finishing the paperwork at the end of the month. We're not colleagues anymore. What are you doing at my place?" "Why resign?" Zhou Yang asked, taking a deep breath. "I don't want to do this anymore," she whispered. "Don't lie," Zhou Yang said firmly. "You're the most hardworking in the whole sales team. Others might choose to leave, but not you. You love this job more than anyone." His words hit her hard. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she bit her lip and looked at him pitifully. "Zhou Yang, please leave." Zhou Yang was completely baffled. "Zing, why? Why suddenly resign? Why vanish without saying goodbye?" Zhao Zing fell silent, refusing to answer. At that moment, harsh shouting came from inside the house. "Why are you dawdling while I'm telling you to water the vegetable patch? You want to do such a good job, so what else can you do?" Before the scolding finished, the door curtain was lifted, and two girls, one older, one younger, timidly stepped out. The elder was about 12 or 13, the younger around 6 or 7. Both had delicate features, but their tattered dresses couldn't hide the rags underneath, and their hair, unkempt from neglect, hung in tangled clumps. "Dad's drunk again." The older sister wiped sweat from her brow and whispered, "Big sister, you should leave, go back to Shin City, or he'll just keep yelling at you every day." The little sister clung to Zhao Zing's sleeve, her eyes red-rimmed. "Big sister, if you leave, Dad won't be able to yell anymore. And what about you two? You'd still be getting beaten and scolded every day." Zhao Zing sighed, gently ruffling the little sister's hair. "As long as I'm here, he only dares to yell at me. You two are safe." "Big sister." The little girl couldn't help but burst into tears and threw herself into her arms, shoulders trembling with sobs. Inside, a staggering man in his 50s appeared. His hair was thinning on top, with a scruffy beard. His gaunt frame was wrapped in a filthy shirt, and a bottle of alcohol dangled loosely in one hand. "You're 3 failures just crying all day," he slurred, stepping unsteadily. But when he noticed an unfamiliar man nearby, he froze. "Who's this guy?" "My boss," replied Zhao Zing coldly. "Oh, the boss." The old man's face immediately shifted, replaced by a doing anything topless smile that made the wrinkles at his eyes look like they could trap flies. "Please come in, boss." Zhou Yang nodded slightly and stepped inside. The cramped 2-story farmhouse squeezed the living room, dining area, and a cluttered storage room on the first floor into a tight space. The coffee table was covered with empty liquor bottles arranged haphazardly, and a strong smell of alcohol hit Zhou Yang's nose. He furrowed his brows. Zhao Zing's face suddenly flushed red. "I told you not to come in, but you insisted." "Serves you right. I'm fine with that," Zhou Yang said with a faint smile. "You." Zhao Zing's chest tightened. Her mind swirled. Zhou Yang had never spoken to her like that before. "Please, have a seat, boss." The old man hurriedly gestured to a chair and pulled out a loose cigarette from his pocket. "Have one." "No, thank you." Zhou Yang waved his hand. "Oh, don't refuse. We're poor here." "Thank you, but that's not necessary," Zhou Yang replied politely. The old man's tone shifted abruptly. "Boss, you came all this way to check on us, right? Honestly, I'm sick and can't do heavy work. Her mother's half paralyzed. I can't keep supporting these girls. If things go on like this, we're going to starve." "Old Zhao, stop making things up. Aren't you ashamed?" Zhao Ziying's face turned red as she snapped. "You ungrateful brat. If you hadn't quit so suddenly, would we be in this mess? You give up a good job and come home to mooch. How long do you think this old man can support you? That's enough." Zhao Ziying's anger boiled over, face flushed like a ripe tomato. "I've worked myself to the bone all these years and still can't cover your gambling debts. My younger sisters dropped out because you can't even pay their school fees. You're not fit to be a father. You little brat." The old man grabbed a bottle to strike. Zhou Yang quickly raised an arm to block it. "Let's keep this civil." The old man immediately softened. "Boss, you see, she's so unruly." Then his eyes darted, and he asked, "Boss, did you bring anything? We're poor in these mountains, and we lack everything." Zhou Yang frowned deeper. "Sorry, I came empty-handed. Oh dear, came empty-handed? The old man collapsed back onto the sofa, then suddenly brightened and asked, Hey boss, I heard that when people quit in the city, companies pay compensation. How much will Zhao Ziying get? I quit voluntarily and received nothing, Zhao Ziying said coldly. Oh, you fool. The old man slapped his thigh as the wrinkles on his face trembled. At that moment, voices called out from the yard. Hey, whose Cadillac is that at the gate? A new one, huh? Must be worth tens of thousands. Three young men swaggered inside, acting nonchalant as they pushed the door open. A young man with a buzz cut, wearing a plaid shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck, swaggered over to the Zhao family home, nodding his head to the rhythm only he seemed to hear. The creaky gate swung open with a groan, and he squinted, scanning everyone inside before grinning broadly. Well, Ying's back. The big city sure does something to you, huh? A real beauty now. With that, he closed the distance in 2 swift steps and reached out with thick, knuckle-sized fingers to pinch Zhao Ziying's chin like teasing a cat. She scowled and took a quick step back, slipping away from his hand. Oh, you're quick on your feet. Huh? Haha. The buzz-cut youth laughed loudly, and the 2 similarly rough-looking friends behind him joined in raucously. Old Zhao shuffled out from the inner room, leaning heavily on a worn bamboo cane. His voice was low but serious. Dongzi, what are you doing here? You tell me, Zhao Dong said coolly as he plopped down on the sofa, sneaking a glance at Zhou Yang. He pulled out a cigarette, flicked his lighter with a sharp snap, exhaled a ring of smoke, and asked, Zhao Lao-san, when are you paying me back? I told you I will. Old Zhao replied, forcing himself to sound firm. You said that last time too. It's been a month, and you still haven't paid a damn thing. Zhao Dong's voice suddenly shot up as he flicked ash serviceably. You better pay up today. Dongzi, I really don't have the money right now. Old Zhao's face crumpled with worry, pointing to a dark patch stained by rainwater in the corner. See, it rained yesterday and the roof's leaking like a sieve. I can't even afford to fix it. Cut the sob story. Zhao Dong crushed his cigarette, but on the floor, his voice rough and fierce. You were so cocky winning at the card table. Now you lose your money and pretend to be a beggar? What's this act for? Dongzi, we live in the same village. How could I lie to you? I'm really broke. Just give me a few more days. Old Zhao forced a sheepish smile. No money? Zhao Dong's eyes sharpened as he pointed at the door. Bullshit. How come there's a Cadillac parked right outside then? That's not ours, it belongs to this leader here. Old Zhao quickly gestured toward Zhou Yang. Leader? Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow and sized up Zhou Yang from head to toe. Before Zhou Yang could speak, Zhao Dong scoffed. Thought you were some big shot official or something. Turns out you're just ordinary. Doesn't matter who this debt gets paid today. Dongzi, I really don't have the money. Call me Donga. One of the thugs suddenly barked from the side. Okay, Donga, I really don't have it. Please give me a few more days. Old Zhao nodded repeatedly, almost falling to his knees. Zhao Ziying bit her lip tightly beside them, anger swirling behind her eyes but silenced by her father's desperate situation. Zhao Dong's lips curled. How many days you want? Hoping for mercy, Old Zhao whispered, maybe a month? I promise I'll pay next month. Fuck that. You think this is a charity? Zhao Dong sprang up and kicked Old Zhao hard in the chest. The older man stumbled backward and collapsed. Dad. Ziying's 2 younger sisters rushed over to help him up. Zhao Dong waved them off. If you had asked for 3 or 5 days, maybe I'd have considered. But you came out swinging like a lion's roar. He spat on the floor. Uffed. 3 or 5 days, please. Old Zhao shook off the pain, nodding vigorously. I beg you, Donga, just 5 days. All right. Zhao Dong squinted and smirked, raising a finger. But I've got a condition. What condition? Old Zhao clutched his chest. This pretty little girl of yours looks juicy. Let us have some fun with her. Zhao Dong's eyes leered over Zhao Ziying's shapely figure. A few days extension, a few days to play. From the moment Zhao Dong stepped in, he had zeroed in on Zhao Ziying, her height of about 1.7 meters, fair skin, incredible curves, and delicate, pretty features were enough to make these village thugs' eyes glow green. The 2 guys behind him practically drooled, eyes glued to her, wishing they could see right through her clothes. What scum? Zhao Ziying shouted angrily. Old Zhao gritted his teeth and came up to Zhao Dong, whispering, Dongzi, my daughter is so beautiful, and what you're doing is really unfair to us. Damn it, I'm giving you face, otherwise I'd just take your daughter away and run a train on the grass. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice. One of Zhao Dong's chubby underlings spoke out bluntly. Dong, how about this? If my daughter stays with you, the debt I owe you will be wiped clean. How's that? Old Zhao proposed. Zhao Guofu, you're no human. Zhao Ziying gritted her teeth, cursing her own father by name. Tears brimmed in her eyes, making her anger all the more heartbreaking. How can you say that? I actually think your father's suggestion is reasonable. Zhao Dong said. Hey, race the deal, you let Ying come with me. Your second sister becomes the girlfriend of one of my younger brothers, and your youngest sister is too young for now. We can talk about her when she grows up. No rush. Are you out of your damn mind? Zhao Ziying was so furious she nearly exploded. She grabbed a broom from the floor and was about to strike Zhao Dong. Stop! Zhao Guofu shouted, stepping forward to hold her back. Zhao Dong sat on the sofa with a swaggering air, eyeing the enraged Zhao Xing from head to toe. He grinned and sneered. I heard you're doing pharmaceutical sales in Shin City, right? Isn't it true that salespeople have to sleep with clients to close deals? Who knows how many men you've slept with in Shin City? Stop pretending to be all high and mighty in front of me, damn it. Bastard. Zhao Xing was mortified beyond words, but with her father pulling her back, she could only curse Zhao Dong furiously. At that moment, Zhou Yang couldn't hold back any longer. Normally, he wouldn't interfere in Zhao Xing's family affairs, but this guy kept humiliating her repeatedly, openly forcing her to be his mistress. There was no way Zhou Yang could just stand by. Sir, how much does Uncle Zhao owe you? Zhou Yang asked. Zhao Dong frowned and glanced coldly at Zhou Yang. Why do you care? What's it to you? I can pay off Uncle Zhao's debt. Zhou Yang offered. Oh, a rich guy, huh? Zhao Dong laughed loudly. See, I told you, Cadillac driving tycoon. But his expression suddenly turned icy as he ground out. Zhao III owes me 200,000 yuan principal plus interest. Pay up now. 200,000? Zhao Xing gasped, looking at Zhao Guofu. I send you money every month. Where did you spend it all? Huh? Me? Zhao Guofu scratched his head and looked down without answering. Where else could it have gone? Of course, gambling. Zhao Dong sat back grandly on the sofa and gestured to Zhou Yang. Enough talk. Pay up. Dongzi, this money isn't right. Zhao Guofu argued. I've paid off the principal. Why is the interest still so high? You borrowed for that donkey roll business. Interest after a while becomes principal. You didn't read the contract carefully back, then whose fault is that? Zhao Dong said. Dongzi, you're just bullying us. Zhao Guofu said to Zhao Xing. Daughter, listen to me. I only borrowed 100,000 yuan, but I've already paid more than 100,000. He's just snowballing the debt. He's taking advantage of honest folks. Bullshit. Zhao Dong grabbed Zhao Guofu's collar. You think you're honest? Quit your crap. Will you pay or not? He snapped, impatiently turning to Zhou Yang. If there's a problem with the money, how can I pay? Zhou Yang said firmly. Show me the loan contract. If he owes him, he'll help him pay. But if it turns out to be contract fraud, I won't pay a cent, and he'll make sure you all go to jail. Damn it. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhao Dong's tall, skinny henchman barked. If you want that money, you'll pay it. Keep arguing about the contract, and he'll smash your head with this club. Believe it or not. He grabbed a wine bottle from the coffee table, aiming it threateningly at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, you need to leave. Zhao Xing bit her lip anxiously and urged, go quickly. I'm not leaving. The one who should leave isn't me, Zhou Yang said calmly. He gave Zhao Xing a reassuring smile before turning a cold glare to the tall henchman. They'll say it again. Show me the contract or don't expect a single cent. And I warn you three, this is not your home. Coming in here fighting and causing trouble is breaking and entering. So hey, race your warning. Put back whatever you took exactly as it was and get out. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.